WNBA FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
That ball's hit high. It's hit deep. Score 4 for Victor. A grand slam, and the Astros lead this game 6-1.
Woo-hoo. This thin air. Got to get those martinis dry.
Runner goes, tried to check his swing. That's a swing. Ball game over. Astros win 6-5. Hader's a perfect 24 for 24 and saves to start the year. And the Astros win another one-run game. They're now Major League best 18-7. That one got a little close, Plummer, but they hold on for another win to start the month of July.
Good morning, everybody. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on another Astro win call. Space City Home Network. From last night, Todd Callis, Seth mentioned it got a little close. Hader gave up a dinger in the ninth inning. Yeah. But, you know, at the end of the day, another job well done. He got his 24th consecutive save to start the season. Those games in Colorado, I know what people are darn well, and you do too, what people are fearing the most, especially since they continue another series without two of their better players.
Right, and the offense, great. You score 6 runs. The Astros, if they can just be bothered to score 4 runs or more, they have an incredible record when scoring 4 runs or more.
Yeah.
So you do it in that thin air. It's annoying me that Hunter Goodman has come back to the Rockies to give them some kind of a shot in the arm, because that was really the biggest damage done last night was by Hunter Goodman.
Yeah.
But this configuration of the Astros without, obviously, Yordan and without Pena for whoever knows how long it goes. Like seeing Paredes at leadoff and just being able to soak up pitches is cool and interesting. I don't necessarily like seeing him be the guy that people have to push around the base paths when the speedier guys get on, but it is what it is. Everything about the Astros is what it is, and they're the second best team in the AL right now.
They are the second best team in the American League, and it feels like, you know, I think I told you this earlier in the week in that, all right, we've got to make the transition here. Yeah, we can't continue to have the conversation like, boy, can you believe what they're doing without this guy, right, this guy, this guy, and this guy? At some point in time, you have to realize, you know what, some of these guys, they belong. Some of these guys are here for a reason. You forget that you have one of the better talent evaluators as a part of your team in Dana Brown, though he might be horrible at evaluating like injury situations and giving us way too much optimism within the first 24 hours of talking about somebody's injury. But that's neither here nor there. We'll get to that mess in a little bit. It's just some of these guys are really good, and they absolutely belong. Now let's transition, because it feels very much like, even with you having to roll forward with guys like Colton Gordon, who maybe make you feel a little uncomfortable, especially when he pitches in Colorado, or whoever they're trotting out in their lineup and batting 5th or 7th or 2nd, whatever it is, they might end up being the best team record-wise in all of Major League Baseball in the next month or so.
I guess, okay, some of these guys belong. Yeah, but like offensively, they're still a bad team offensively. And where I guess guys do belong is defensively, because we're one of the best fielding, they're second best fielding team in baseball.
Yep.
And you have to combine that with the bullpen. You know, like, yeah, Hader makes it a little bit hairy in the 9th inning there, but they had 4 relievers come out to finish that job last night. Colton Gordon, we talked about the over-under for Colton Gordon. Like, the expectations have kind of been set going into that game as, man, if he can give you 5 innings and allow 2 or 3 runs, that's about the benchmark right now for him.
Yeah.
And he had a rougher night last night. Him waiting for a ball to go foul that was like just on a straight, it was running parallel parallel to the Gordon, just kept waiting to see if some twist of fate was going to veer it off course. So he allows a hit with that. They didn't end up scoring any more runs after that one, but it was just kind of, that was a moment for me last night where you remember, oh yeah, the Astros are 24-9 in games in which Hunter and Framber start. They are now 27-25 when anybody else starts for them. So this team right now is still very much, it's a lot of doing things fundamentally sound, but then mostly Hunter and Framber.
Yeah.
If you lose those, all is lost.
I saw that stat, the one that you just reeled off about their record whenever who pitches, and you understood that with Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. They've been excellent, and we just talked about it. I think Monday, after Framber's performance on Sunday at Dyken Park, it's now 10 consecutive starts in which he has made and the Astros have won. I think he's got 8 of those decisions. Okay, it's not exactly Tarek Skubal, where he's gotten all 10 decisions and is 10-0 those last 10 games for his ball club. But hell, Colton Gordon, Seth, going into yesterday's game, he did not get the decision, but the Astros have now won 7 of his 9 starts. That's pretty good. So it is a little, it makes that other stat, the 27-25, their record without Hunter, without Framber. Colton Gordon's been pretty dang good. Last night, not necessarily withstanding, he struggled a bit, but again, the Astros offense, good enough. Thank you, Victor Caratini, for the run bomb.
He's been, I don't know, I guess my standards are higher. Yeah, those guys have been, they've been just fine for what you should expect from them. But there isn't anybody that's emerged yet where you feel like, okay, this is the next potential Spencer Arrighetti, or this is the next Hunter. Hunter Brown's a different case just because he's a high draft pick. But that's, I guess, that part of just kind of sitting back and respecting what they've done, but then also wondering, okay, what does this look like when you get into the playoffs, and how are you going to have to win 4 games in a series? Obviously, it's a lot easier with Pena and Yordan out there. It would be an all-time story if this team, as currently composed, ends up making a deep push in the playoffs, because it's so far above expectations. Yordan, for those of you who didn't catch the update, Yordan, a couple days ago, Dana Brown said, hey, looks like Yordan's on track. Yesterday, we get word that there's been a setback, and Yordan is not going to be swinging a bat for the foreseeable future.
No,
so I apologize if we didn't, if this is what you're waking up to.
I'd rather talk about the good thing first, at least in the first few minutes, than the other thing, which we have, unfortunately, plenty of time to spend time on, and we will with the Yordan setback. It's like, hey, here we go again. I blame all of the cynicism from a lot of our listeners, and maybe you, Seth, because you brought this up earlier this week with the injury situation and how the Astros have handled it. I know.
Cynicism.
It exists. Yes, a little cynicism. Like Rob Torres yesterday on YouTube.
Cynical about just laying out the actual history of the Astros and broken bones.
Well, no,
I don't know. Is cynicism not like, oh, okay, everything's awesome all the time? I'm not so sure about that. Oh, you're a cynic. You're a cynic to not think that everything's not awesome all the time.
It's Jeremy Pena's fractured rib turning into, okay, he's going to need a catheter, or he's going to have a breathing tube inserted this week. It's going to be 2 weeks, and now it's Yordan with the hand situation. There's just so many wild things that people are saying, like from the early onset. Like as soon as you hear Dana Brown say, you know what, it's he's hitting balls all over the yard, it's looking really good, and maybe it'll be a few days, maybe we can bring it back before the All-Star break, and then boom, setback. Like I'm literally watching Yordan just destroy baseballs at Dyken the other day before the game, and then the setback. Like, what is going on? Carpal tunnel? Like, does he too have like another fracture that's developed? Like this, now there's going to have to be more imaging. All this stuff is going to, just kind of push things.
Imaging that they do on reclaimed Soviet X-ray machines from the 1970s.
It feels like that. Yeah.
I'm convinced that when you walk into the Astros medical imaging facility, it's all of that. Machines and computers have to have that that metallic green cover to them. It's all drab green BS. They got a mainframe computer with tapes reeling on it in the corner. They don't know what they're doing.
I've been lucky. Like, I haven't had to have a lot of x-rays in my life, right? You know, I've broken my hand a couple of times. But I used to go when I coached in Galena Park, the North Shore team chiropractor, you know, had a shop just down the road there. And it was like he'd stopped caring about, you know, keeping up with the Joneses like in 1985. So a lot of the equipment and, you know, just the overall decor is like just stopped then. And the necessary equipment, like even the x-rays, you remember like those big blocks, like they would stick in like the x-ray machine, then you'd have to put your hand or your elbow, your arm, whatever, on top of them, and they'd bring this gigantic thing down to take a picture of the image of your arm. And it was going to take 24 hours for the picture to come through. That's kind of how I feel like the Astros are operating from a medical standpoint at this time. Like they are not.
I don't know if they're even. I think they're just guessing at stuff. It's like their inability to diagnose that a bone is broken. I'm not giving them any more excuses anymore. Yeah. They got a clean house. They roll out that hand doctor to be honored the day after we found out that Yordan had an undiagnosed broken hand. Yeah. They're just. I don't know what's going on or what kind of sponsorship arrangement or agreement they have with whichever medical office they use, but they gotta put an end to it, man. You're hurting people. Netflix series where you're gonna find out later that there's been an evil nurse over there going around breaking people's hands while they're under anesthesia.
Don't put that on them because
it's happened.
It might very well be.
It's happened before. It'll happen again.
It's gonna be HBO Max docu-series, like a 5-parter, like all of the crap Houston's had to go through with their baseball team and their injury updates. It's going to be terrible. All right, I'm Sean Bijani, by the way, in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here. This is kind of like our Friday, jacked up schedule this week, holiday weekend, July 4th. Hope you enjoy it as much as you can and get some time off. Coming up next, we'll dive a little bit deeper into the ball game last night, the Yordan stuff, let you hear from Dana Brown, and do all of those things next at Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They're very aware of that. And very lucky to have guys that understand the situation that we are in and always find ways to get runs across the board. It takes a team who's, we are committed to this. And that's why we always got someone who's willing to, take a step forward and get big hits for us.
Joe Espada talking about guys picking up the slack without Jeremy Pena on the field these days, along with Yordan Alvarez. The Astros have gotten contributions at all points along the way over the last couple of months, especially since they are the best team in Major League Baseball, Seth, since May 1st, and a Major League best 19-7 in the month of June. And they've started the month of July off now a perfect 1-0 after last night's 6-5 win over the Colorado Rockies, picking up their 51st victory on the season. By the way, out to the Mariners for helping the Astros out again last night and sucking. They lost, so now Houston is a season-high 7 games on top of the Mariners, Seth, in the American League West.
So I'm intrigued by what you teased. The only thing that can sideline the Astros, but hasn't yet, but still affects the bottom line.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
The bottom line for me is legitimately contending for a World Series. The only thing that can sideline the Astros is what we've been unfortunately talking about outside of them stacking up dubs, the injuries. That's the only thing that can sideline them. Because I kind of tried to make the point, or started to anyway, last segment, like, hey, Colton Gordon and Brian Gusto and, who's the other pitcher that I'm blanking on right now? Brandon Walter. My gosh. Yeah. He'll be pitching later on this series. You got Hunter Brown today and Walter, the final of the 3-game set. Injuries is the only thing that can do it, because at some point in time you have to realize that, hey, this is not just a short 2-3 game sample size from these guys. They've been able to, play the game of chess over checkers from a pitching standpoint, being thrown into the fire, whether it be you're making a start for Arrighetti or making a start for Blanco. Cam Smith is not performing like the rookie was, the first month of the season. Like, he's been one of the better hitters in the American League now for the last month. Hitting at a 353 clip and doing so with power. It just kind of goes on and on. And is it going to catch up to them in the postseason, kind of like it did last year when, hey, you knew you had the pitching and you felt pretty comfortable with that, but, man, you needed the offense, and it just wasn't there against the Tigers.
You didn't have the offense, and then also if you get into a 7-game series versus a really good team, the climb is really, really steep for guys like Colton Gordon. And if a team's going to see him twice in a 7-game series, or if he's going to see Brandon Walter or any of those other guys twice, that's where it's not an oversimplification. It's injuries. If you have Pena, if you have Arrighetti back, if you've got either Blanco or Javier or one of those guys, and God,
Garcia,
Yordan, if you have Yordan back, like those aren't particularly huge ifs, or at least it shouldn't be. It's not like you're hoping for some guy to come back from an Achilles tendon tear in 5 months or something. Yeah. You're not asking for the miraculous. You're asking for what should be relatively simple injuries and recoveries, like Arrighetti's broken hand, like Jeremy Pena's broken, like Yordan's broken hand, all these things. This team that you've ridden defense, the bullpen, and like Paredes' competitiveness at the plate. Yeah. All these things that are just kind of not as exciting, but just good, sound, fundamentally good baseball. Yeah. You pour gas, the stressful part, but also the exciting upside of it.
I mean, I don't want to directly compare, Isaac Paredes, who's a very good baseball player and considerably younger than that of Alex Bregman, who we were heralding as an Astros icon and wanting very much for him to be back for the long term this past offseason. But you're going from a guy who had one of the best eyes in Major League Baseball as a hitter in Alex Bregman to another guy who is just about as sound at the plate in Isaac Paredes. He's a lot more aggressive at the plate and fights pitches off until he gets the one that he likes, and he might not be a guy that sprays it all over the field, but when the guy connects, the guy connects. And watching him battle, it is fun. It is fun. Yeah, I don't know if you have to be necessarily like baseball nerd to enjoy that. It was just really cool. What do we talk about? 31 pitches he made Jameson Taillon throw on Sunday night. I don't know how many pitches he induced from Rocky pitchers last night, but he gives you competitive at bats almost every darn time up, and that is one of them. That's if you have that ability to kind of elongate innings, especially as a table setter, then that's something that's very different from an Astros lineup from last season when they were not very selective. And this goes in direct correlation to what Joe Espada, Dana Brown talked about in the offseason with Alex Cintron and Troy Snitker, their hitting coaches, needing to get their guys to not be so aggressive and feel really in at bats, but find your pitch and go with it and put together more competitive at bats. It took a little bit this season to kind of see that come to fruition, but I feel like they're doing it.
Yeah. So the big ifs, like the guys that you feel it's realistic that we should have these guys back. Yordan has probably plummeted for me. I feel
Definitely
more optimistic, obviously. Of Payne, I feel optimistic about. I remember that Carlos Correa missed 50 games with broken ribs back after his massage therapist incident. But more likely than not, that Pena is going to be okay, and it should hopefully be no big deal. So Pena's right up there at the top of guys I'm optimistic about.
Yeah.
And like Arrighetti, I'm still relatively optimistic about, and they're just taking their time with him. Yordan's he's right down there at rock bottom because of the entire season. The fact that he was struggling before they really started looking at the hand seriously. And so if that was because of the hand, we're looking at the entire first half of the season where Yordan has been affected either in performance or just non-availability because of that hand, and now we've got yet another setback.
Well, all right, so you bring this up. I saw Larry and Stafford on Twitter last night, and he was talking about the Yordan injury, and I'll read the tweet for you because with you saying that, I wonder, and here's the question, will Yordan's injury, as I've said, the only thing that can really sideline the Astros is injuries sideline the Astros ultimately or keep them from realizing their true potential this season, similarly to Deshaun Watson's injury years ago with the Texans. Here's what Larry and Stafford said. Yordan's injury is the equivalent to Deshaun getting hurt in Seattle in the Seattle game in 2017 and then came home, practiced, and then he was out for the rest of the season. That year, the Rockets, Astros, and Texans were on the cusp of doing exactly what they're doing now. That was the tweet, and that's that point in time where I thought, hey, City of Houston's entering into the golden age of sports, and it's looking great. Astros win the World Series. Deshaun Watson tears his ACL, and it all went to hell.
Yeah, I guess that was the difference, is that the Astros had already won the World Series at that point, so that was already in the bag. So, at least by the time we learned that Deshaun had a torn ACL, whether it happened in the game or not, whatever. But this might actually even be worse if Yordan is out the entire year, because that Astros team was showing the Texans with Deshaun Watson at that point were 3-7. Deshaun had gone 3-3, but it was really, really promising and it was exciting. I don't know exactly what the ceiling would have been, and if I'm being honest, how optimistic was I that the team was actually going to make the playoffs that year or anything like that? I think I was more just excited about Deshaun Watson.
The future.
This time it feels like you're building with the Texans the right way. You're building with the Rockets the right way. Mm-hmm. The Astros are actually out there doing it in the middle of without Yordan as we are right now. That's where it feels different. We don't know that Yordan's going to be out for the whole year. So we don't know that at all. Right. More likely than not, he's going to come back at some point. So there's still hope, I guess. With Deshaun Watson, the ACL is torn, and that's it. That they're done for that season.
But Yordan, it's a broken hand. It is a bone that is broken. Why can't we just allow these guys to heal broken bones? I don't need him swinging bats. I don't need him doing baseball activities. I don't need him to do anything. Jeremy Pena the same way. The way that Dana Brown spoke about Jeremy Pena 48 hours ago when he had said, well, he's on the trip with us, and that's so he can do some baseball activities, and if he's feeling good, it's a feel thing. We can have him start doing some stuff, and maybe he'll be back, July 8th is when he's eligible to come off the IL. It's a broken rib. Wait until it is not broken anymore. It is a broken hand. Wait until it is not broken anymore.
Okay, but there's a problem with Yordan. They didn't know it was a broken hand. That was the
until they did, and then he's freaking hitting dingers at Dyken Park pregame this weekend, and it's like, what did it take a week for this fracture that you all of a sudden discover to heal? What the hell are we doing? He's been out for 2 months with this situation, and it's we're going to acknowledge this, and then to give the fan base even more hope, go swing some bats, Yordan. Go run around the bases at half speed. Get people excited for it's coming 5 more days. It drives me crazy.
I guess the tricky thing with hands is that they're just so complicated and everything affects everything else. So I would hope that with Yordan, what this is what you said, you advocate rest. The problem with that, complete and total rest, is that it makes the overall rehab a lot longer a lot of times, because then everything is atrophied all over the place. So with him, this hopefully is just something that's more muscular, that the bone is healed, but his hands are still learning how to swing a bat with the force that he does, and that it's just a little bit of an actual minor setback.
Yeah.
But as you have accused me and the Astros fan base of being cynical about this, we know better because we've seen it before, that a setback is not just a setback. Sometimes setbacks turn into, oh yeah, it turns out that guy's been dead for 18 months. Sorry, we forgot to tell you. That's what's going to happen 12 months from now. Can we get an update on Yordan? Oh, he's been feeling great. And then you find out later that he actually died 2 weeks earlier. Yes, that's the Astros injury update.
Buried him at sea a couple of weeks back. It was a peaceful ceremony. A texter from the 832. Is it more important that Yordan comes back or that Pena / starting pitchers return? I think it's an interesting question. It kind of pokes a hole directly in the premise that I just laid out this segment, in that the only thing that can sideline the Astros is injury. Well, if you get mostly healthy but are without Yordan, hit at least 31 homers in the last 4 years consecutively, you don't have that bat in your lineup come playoff time. That is exactly my point. This might be good enough to do what you're doing in baseball's worst division during the regular season, but come playoff time, when you need to finally be able to tap into that true potential of an explosive offense that you thought on paper you were going to have this offseason, you don't have that guy, then you're asking more from Jeremy Pena in a career year. You're asking more from Cam Smith in a rookie season.
That's the fix, though, that you're in, though, too, is – what's the other big known thing about winning in the playoffs? Really, really hard to do it without good pitching. It really, man, more times than not, it just comes down to how good are your pitchers.
Well, yeah.
And right this moment, I feel good about 2 of the starting pitchers. The other guys, I'm just holding my breath and seeing what comes of it, and then really leaning on the bullpen. So that's the part I can envision. It's easier for me to envision the Astros winning a World Series without Yordan than it is for me to envision them winning a World Series with this current group of starting pitchers.
Hey, look, the Tigers, they didn't win the World Series last year, did they? No, of course not. But correct me if I'm wrong, did they or did they not beat the Astros by doing this whole opener crap? And they didn't really have, 3 dudes that they were going to go game 1, game 2, game 3, shut your ass down. No, they didn't have that at all. They were very creative in how they had to attack. Not to say that the Astros couldn't do the same thing, and they've got 2 aces on the staff as it appears right now in Framber and Hunter, so maybe it's a little overblown in my opinion that, hey, the Astros, they're really going to have to go out and try to find this year's Yusei Kikuchi. I'd like them to, especially if it didn't cost them a Jacob Melton or a Bryce Matthews or, one of their top prospects that very much should maybe be playing Major League Baseball with the club right now. But I think it does exist the possibility that you could get by from a pitching standpoint with what you have.
Yeah.
But you still have a whole nother half season to kind of see what's necessary from Colton Gordon and less Ryan Gusto, but maybe Brandon Walter, and however they piece things together. Because Eric Eddy will come back, God forbid, hey, he's got a broken bone, and I'm not watching him throw 90 pitches off of a mound in a live BP session or anything. No, it seems very much like he's doing the things necessary that maybe Yordan should be doing, which is, doing more rest than actual baseball activity every day.
Yeah, that and the Astros' ability to kind of platoon guys and piggyback start and everything else in the playoffs, we've seen that for years and years and years. That's where I'm trying to remember and remind myself that I didn't feel about Charlie Morton in mid-2017 the same way I would eventually about him. The trust factor we've seen time and time again with various pitchers. It grows, and there's any of those. We didn't feel great about Hunter Brown or Spencer Arrighetti. We didn't feel great about Hunter Brown early on in 2024 at all. Spencer Arrighetti was more of a slow burn in too. So I am very much open to that. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just this current composition, the way they've been pitching. There's some good things with these young guys, but at some point, I would love to have the luxury of having a third starter that I feel might someday go 7 innings into a game.
Yeah. Texter sent in, Yordan was sucking before he got injured. Well, he might have been injured, Right,
yeah.
He might have been injured before.
We laid all that out. Yeah, you're just reciting what we already said, man. We don't know. What we're hoping is that it was because of his hand that he was. We're genuinely retroactively hoping that he was injured that whole time, because that makes more sense than him being on the most prolonged slump he's ever had.
Between Yordan and Dana Brown, they've at least acknowledged that was the case for some of the time. Yordan trying to play through injury, and it obviously wasn't working. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani, that's me in for Sean Pendergast. If you'd like to weigh in, 713-572-4610. We'll definitely get to your texts and chats in the YouTube and Twitch. Coming up next, headlines. We'll get you the day's top stories and set for the rest of the week. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, good morning, everybody. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here. Time for headlines. We talked a lot of Astros show this morning, and get you caught up on a couple of more things. Astros now a season-high 17 games above 500, Seth, and have a 7-game lead on the Seattle Mariners after last night's 6-5 victory in Colorado's Game 1 of a 3-game series. Coming up, you got Hunter Brown against Austin Gomber tonight. And then Brandon Walter against Kyle Freeland tomorrow. That's a day game tomorrow, 2:10 start for the Astros.
And then this is a classic potential sleeping on your opponent series versus the Rockies, where you've gone 11 straight series with either a tie or a win in those series.
Yeah.
Last night got hairier than I would have liked. And you got to acknowledge that, okay, Colton Gordon's going to have nights like that. The relievers did great. Josh Hader made it a little bit hairy. But at the very least, you go versus a really bad baseball team in that altitude and you score 6 runs, which is a lot for the Astros.
Yeah. You get through tonight on a Hunter Brown day. Happy Hunter Brown Day, everybody. If you get through tonight, you win the series. And you'll take 2-1 against the Rockies, even though they've only won 19 games all season long. And you just accomplished that feat within a less than really a calendar month if you were the Astros. So just win tonight, win the series, secure that, and then whatever happens in a wild and wacky maybe day game in Colorado with Brandon Walter on the mound, you'll accept it and move on.
That was Victor Caratini's grand slam last night. It needs to be acknowledged, and they try to lift themselves up to last in hitting with bases loaded. That feels like one of those flukish things that's got to change at some point.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting and anticipating a slew of grand slams in the second half of the season.
What did a couple of years ago where the Astros went all season long without hitting a grand slam, and they were like the only team in baseball without a grand slam in the season? There was something weird. 2 or 3 years ago it was like that. But that's an element of clutch hitting, and we know the Astros have been very clutch this season. They've scored almost 50% of their runs with 2 outs this season. And the runners in scoring position, Victor Caratini is exquisite at that. And he's been Mr. Clutch. He came through last night with a big home run that ended up standing up. They needed every bit of that grand slam, by the way. Shout out to Cam Smith. If we're going to acknowledge people real quick, acknowledge Cam Smith. Another web gem in right field last night, made a hell of a catch against the wall, and even at the plate, I know he struck out 3 times, but another multi-hit game for him. I looked at this over the last 19 games. Now he's hitting about 360 with an OPS above 1,000, and he's got 4 of his last 6 games have also been multi-hit. 8 during that stretch now. That's very impressive stuff from Cam Smith.
Yeah, that play in right field it felt like a young George Springer. It was just enough of a reckless disregard for his own safety and health. He went straight into the chain link fence, and he wasn't exactly. And he made a play. Jake Myers also with almost a catch in the outfield that he had trapped it against the fence. But Altuve. I always try to, reward the behavior you want. Smart decisions out there on the bases or defensively. Was wise enough to touch second, even though the base runner had gone back to tag up at first because he thought it was an out.
Hey, so every once in a while,
got to force out at second after a review. Yeah.
Every once in a while, Jose will make you proud defensively, right? Every once in a while. Of course,
he'll make you proud defensively. It's just anything that involves anything that's a little askew, whether it's as a base runner or as a fielder. You're never quite sure if he's aware of what's going on.
Yeah, we'll have more on this a little bit later on in awaiting updates. Yordan Alvarez and his setback is announced by Dana Brown and the Astros yesterday, shut down until he'll be evaluated by a hand specialist. And if the Astros don't have the best, the second best, the third best, and maybe the fourth best in the damn country looking at Yordan Alvarez's hand, then they're doing it wrong. I will just say that. We have a lot of NBA news, Seth, and one that I did not see until this morning. But SGA, the league's MVP for the Oklahoma City Thunder, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, signed a Supermax deal. This is just wild to me. It doesn't seem real. 4 years, $285 million. That is a 2.5 average annual value. Dude's going to make $364 million over the next 6 years in salary, and damn near $80 million in the 2030-2031 season.
Yeah. It's career advice I always give to kids is if you can be the MVP of the National Basketball Association, that's a pretty proven path to making a lot of money.
Yeah. Duly noted.
Yeah. A lot of kids don't realize that. Yeah. Focus on your athletics, kids.
Yeah.
that degree's only going to hold you down. I'm joking, kids. So you're never going to do nothing in sports. Focus on your books.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. Well, focus on the analytical and the math part. Maybe you can be a sports agent or something like that, or a general manager and make some good money too. What do you think of this Giannis Antetokounmpo drama now in Milwaukee? Not happy is the report about Giannis not being happy that the Bucks waived Damian Lillard, and they did so yesterday because, look, he wasn't going to play basketball this upcoming season. He, too, has a ruptured Achilles. Very sad moment for him and the Bucks this past postseason. But the Bucks waived Damian Lillard so they can free up some room to pluck big man Miles Turner from the Pacers. And they gave him 4 years, $107 million. You're thinking, okay, Giannis should be happy about this. Like, they just got better. They brought in Miles Turner. Or is this to maybe move Giannis somewhere? He appears with some cryptic posts on Instagram that he believes it's maybe the latter and is not exactly pleased in what has been a pretty, I would say, non-tenuous offseason between Giannis and the Bucks. Very patient, letting him cook. He doesn't like what they've served up so far.
What are the odds on him moving?
Dude, I don't know.
What's the likelihood of this? Okay, just cut to the chase. Is there any chance the Rockets are involved in anything with this?
See, I think what the Rockets did yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, with Clint Capella and Dorian Finney-Smith, those additions to the roster, I thought that effectively killed any Giannis to Houston conversation. But I think what the Bucks did yesterday in apparently ticking Giannis off maybe took the percentage from 10%, he leaves, to maybe 35%, in my opinion. I don't know. You're at least paying very much more attention to this situation in Milwaukee now than you were 48 hours ago, I would say that.
But you still don't think that there's any you're skeptical that the Rockets would be involved with it at all?
Very skeptical that the Rockets would be involved.
This pleases me.
Don't get too big for your britches, Rockets. You got Kevin Durant, you got your young core intact. You've done a really great job. Maybe the best offseason in the entire association now. Let's pump the brakes a little bit on the Giannis, and I think they have. I don't think they're interested.
Yeah, for everything I'd be desperately with them to bring Giannis in now, because I've been advocating that, man, the way the Rockets have done this is the best blend of importing some impact play, but also developing your core and having long-term sustainability. Yes, I like this a lot. If all of a sudden you swapped out two of your young core for Giannis to bring in a superstar, and it feels like you're just trying to hodgepodge it together, like you're buying a team at IKEA, it doesn't feel as good to me.
Buying a team at IKEA. Yeah. We need to get to some audio, and we'll do it a little bit later on. Brian Windhorst had some secondhand reaction to probably how Pacer fan is feeling after what went down yesterday in moving, allowing Miles Turner to go to the Bucks. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but we do have some Texan news, kind of. Joe Mixon, I'm guaranteeing you 100% of you forgot about the fact that this existed, but I did too, for that matter. Joe Mixon was involved in a lawsuit. It was settled, as reported yesterday. 2 years have passed since a suit was brought against Mixon after a teenager was shot on his property. Apparently, these kids are playing a game called Nerf Wars. Okay?
Yeah.
And reports yesterday said that It was settled, in fact, 2 weeks ago. And Mike Florio wrote...
So to be clear, there were teenagers that were in Mixon's yard or around his house that from the neighborhood playing Nerf base. I don't... What do they call it? Nerf wars. They're just shooting each other with Nerf guns on whatever that's called. Yeah.
To me, it
didn't explain what Nerf wars was, so I just assumed it's like what every kid does if you got a Nerf gun. You try to go around shooting other people with Nerf guns.
Somebody got really hurt on Joe Mixon's property, and he was embroiled in a lawsuit. And Mike Florio wrote that the report implied that to make this kind of go away, Mixon wrote a check, that he has settled the case. But Florio says it's possible, if not probable, Mixon's homeowner's insurance policy, not Mixon, made the payment. It just, in record, shows up as Joe wrote the check, make this thing go away.
But I think we're skating past the really interesting part of this story, which has intrigued me since. And I've read several articles on this, and they don't go into much detail, other than that it appears that somebody at Joe Mixon's house was inside Joe Mixon's house, and saw some teenagers out in the backyard or somewhere in the neighborhood shooting each other with Nerf guns. And the story from Mixon's people was, we thought those kids had real guns. I'm going to go out and shoot one of them. And the teenager who got shot, his parents disagree. They got to the point where they didn't feel comfortable living where they lived, so they sold their house for $2 million. So it's you can imagine.
Profited, I would imagine.
Joe lives in a nice neighborhood, and these people do. I need some kind of TV docudrama done about this. Because I could totally see me being the teenager in the yard playing games, maybe dressed up in camo or something. You know?
Yeah.
What time of day was it? It was at nighttime. Then I'm inclined. The person in Joe Mixon's household might have had reason to believe that those were actually ninjas out there with guns. I don't know. I don't know where to fall on this. Other than Joe Mixon wasn't the shooter, but somebody shot an actual firearm at a kid who had a Nerf gun.
Right.
And he won, which is the important story.
Yeah, this is setting up to probably be like a 2020 short or something like that. You know, they'll spend about 10 minutes on this and explain this further.
I just want somebody to speak liberally about it. Yes.
Chances of Joe Mixon being asked about his settled lawsuit in 2 months at training camp, slim to none, I would imagine.
It wasn't really, because it didn't involve. It wasn't him. It happened on his property.
Right.
So the homeowner's going to get sued.
Yeah.
That's it's one thing you learn about owning a house. They can't possibly blame me for that. Oh yeah, they're going to blame you. Yeah,
definitely.
They're going to sue you. Yep.
1,000%. Coming up next, we roll into the 7 o'clock hour. All the Rockets do is hit dingers. We'll talk a little basketball and revisit some Astro conversation as well in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stu. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So a lot of people interested in the Joe Mixon lawsuit story, as I would suspect.
Yes. Yes, it's fascinating.
I told you, people forgot about that situation. And
so just to lay it all out, everybody, there was a shooting at Joe Mixon's house a couple years back, 2023, where it was somebody in Joe Mixon's house. His name's Lamar Brewer. He's the boyfriend of Joe Mixon's girlfriend. Shot a teenager in Joe Mixon's backyard who was engaged in a game of Nerf wars, just presumably running around, shooting their buddies with Nerf guns and what have you. At some point, Mixon's girlfriend had run in screaming, telling the kids to get into the room and lock the door. And then Lamonte went out and took care of business and shot one of these kids who was holding a Nerf gun that is looks like a Nerf gun. It's a gray. It's blue. There's a bright blue. There's bright green and light plastic. It's grayer than your average bright orange fake gun. So depending on whether it happened at night or not, I suppose I could maybe see some of the reason for confusion.
That would be
it did happen at night, yeah.
That would be the prerequisite for even this to be, at first mistaken for something nefarious and more serious going on outside of kids shooting themselves with Nerf guns.
This the Lamonte Brewer, the actual shooter. This could have been a real tragedy. He went out and fired 10 to 11 shots at the teens who were playing Nerf wars that night and hit one of them in the foot. Just spraying bullets like crazy out there, apparently.
Wild. Somebody texted in from the 832. That happened in my neighborhood a few weeks ago. Those kids are going into people's fenced backyards and hiding, and some homeowners think they're burglars about to break in. Very dangerous for kids to do. Yes, most definitely. That's taking it to a different level. And then, you're doing that on somebody else's property. So you're opening yourself up for exactly.
Yeah. That's. I would advise you not to. I don't know. When we were kids, in a development, you do that. You run around, you play. Everybody's backyard was. It was basically like free range, and where we grew up. And I think in Houston where you got more. Or not. This was in Cincinnati, obviously. But I'm giving advice to kids in Houston. Things have changed a lot. Yeah. People are at heightened alert. They've been watching true crime documentaries at 8 hours a day the last 20 years, and it's just a different time. You got to be careful. You can't just go traipse around people's backyards.
All right, I meant to get to this at the time, but I didn't want to interrupt you. But a texter heard the same thing that I heard. And I imagined you meant to say brother, but texter from the 713 says, did Seth just say the guy was the boyfriend of Joe Mixon's girlfriend?
No. Yeah, go Joe Mixon's.
He said that sounds like the most interesting part of the story.
Joe Mixon's sister, yeah. Lamonte Brewer, who is the boyfriend of Joe Mixon's sister at the time. Okay. He ended up getting sentenced. So there was a lawsuit. So there was a lawsuit because Joe Mixon's a property owner, and they argued that he supplied either the ammunition or the firearm itself. I'm not sure. So that was settled. That was the news this morning, was that lawsuit was settled. Just like you, Sean, I had completely forgotten about this.
Yeah.
Because I knew it didn't involve Joe Mixon himself. So I guess it just didn't. I didn't think it was ever going to end up being anything scandalous or anything.
Yeah, good question, and then we'll move on from the text line. Why weren't the kids charged with trespassing? Why did Joe Mixon end up having to write a check? And just to clarify my end, it looks like Joe Mixon wrote a check, but Mike Florio points out, who understands these things, it might look like Joe Mixon just wrote a check and made this thing go away, but the check per se probably came from the homeowner's insurance policy.
Yeah, and there's also the kids' parents had argued that the kids had actually talked, they had talked to Joe Mixon before any of this actually happened.
Yeah.
So it could be a situation where Joe Mixon was aware of what the kids were doing, but his sister and her boyfriend were not. And just obviously a awful occurrence, but a near tragic occurrence.
Tragedy evaded, yes. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in on the text line. Join us on the chats, Twitch and YouTube. All the Rockets do is hit dingers, Seth. You know, it's been a pretty awesome week or so for Houston this offseason. You pick up Kevin Durant. You're continuing to add the necessary pieces around him in some areas that the Rockets were obviously lacking last season. And for the immediate, upon dealing for Kevin Durant, for the Phoenix Suns and shipping Dylan Brooks out particularly, you needed a 3-and-D guy. They went out and got Dorian Finney-Smith, and, you know, we'll see what else is on tap for them. But this offseason, I think I mentioned to you earlier this morning, is the vibe that I'm getting has made Rocket fans feel very similar to the way that I think Texan fans felt last offseason for them when you picked up some big pieces as well. Joe Mixon, Aziz Al-Shire, Stephon Diggs. You really looked like you were building to win right now, and we were talking Super Bowl. Like, hey, maybe this is a Super Bowl team for the Texans last year. I think people are absolutely anticipating through the Oklahoma City Thunder and thinking title contending Rockets in 25-26.
Yeah, I think there's another similarity there too that you got to be on the watch for, which is that with the Texans, what I said all last offseason was that Bobby Slowick is promising as an offensive coordinator, but he still has to prove that he's a genuinely good offensive coordinator. The run game was not what it needed to be for running that type of offense.
Yeah.
And then Bobby Slowick failed abysmally in that regard. So I guess the next question is, all right, yes, they have the pieces in place. Kevin Durant should make the offense a whole lot better. But the questions about Udoka engineering that offense and getting that offensive performance out of the entire team, not just the addition of Kevin Durant. I guess that's the big question to where you got to actually see it play out on the court. Looks awesome on paper right now, but they actually obviously have to perform.
I always like to feel validated, by guys that cover the NBA. In this particular case, Zach Lowe, when they view these moves exactly as I do, and you and I do. Like, we love this offseason. Rocket fans love this offseason. It's like they could do no wrong. Well, NBA writer Zach Lowe's been covering the association for a long time. On his podcast yesterday, co-signed all of that.
They clearly, I think, are going as far in as any team can be on playing two centers together. They believe in the Şengün Adams magic that happened last year. I assume Capella will fit into that and allow them to load for the year. And they just have, like, Finney-Smith is not as well equipped to defend like point guards as he is to defend bigger wings. They have guys who can defend point guards for him, like Amen Thompson and Fred VanVleet and maybe Tari Eason. You can quibble with, like, are they almost? I don't know if there's such a thing as being too big, actually, when they're this fast and this athletic. I think this team, between the Rockets and what the Nuggets did, and I talked with Waz about that, I think they come in 2-3 in the West with a bullet right now. I have no criticism of the Rockets offseason. I think it's been a home run all the way around.
Love that. And the thing that reminded me of something that you'd said yesterday, Seth, that we talked about, is when Zach Lowe was talking about the pairing of Steven Adams and Clint Capella, behind Alperen Şengün, is he didn't seem at all miffed about that front court trio of Şengün, Adams, and Capella and how that whole dynamic's going to work. We talked about, you bring in Capella, one, you're getting cheaper if you're assumingly replacing him, Jock Landale's position with Clint Capella. You're getting $1 million a season cheaper and more productive in the amount of minutes played, certainly for Capella, who's on the downside of his career. But it's very much about a load managing situation for Steven Adams, who, once healthy last season, was a huge contributor.
Yeah, and so there is that part. And with Steven Adams, we still don't know exactly. He's still relatively young. He's a big man, but he'll be 32 this season. And like his minutes were reduced and his load had to be managed partly because he was just coming off of that injury. So if he gets back up to a guy who's 25 minutes a night, you're still going to load manage him as an older big man. But I think really it's also an indication of, as they're load managing Steven Adams, I think they're really going to lean into the two big man lineup because having Kevin Durant on the floor changes some things in a way that allows you to allows you to deal with some of the issues that come with having two big men out there, all the spacing issues that it provides, so that in specific matchups that, you're going to see more of that. Because it's always tempting when you see a lineup like that where the plus-minus is so drastic to think, well, why don't they just run it all the time? Because there's weaknesses with it. There's fewer weaknesses when you've got Durant out on the floor as well.
I'm just spitballing here. It's hard for me to think back. I mean, Durant's been in the league a long time, right? He's going to be 37 in September. He's played with a lot of different teams. From a personnel standpoint in particular is where I'm going. This might be a first for Kevin Durant, or at least the first in a long time for Kevin Durant in the NBA, right? Because I'm thinking, go back to when he was with Oklahoma City. He had Russell Westbrook and James Harden. Now, James Harden was a sixth man in Oklahoma City, but you could see, this is a budding star here. I mean, he was on the court for Oklahoma City when they were making their runs through the Western Conference. He was on the floor in critical moments in the fourth quarter, okay? And continued to grow here, obviously, as a Houston Rocket. But played with some two really great players in Oklahoma City. Then, obviously, he goes to Golden State, and he's with Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. And he, rounded out that trio. The Brooklyn situation obviously didn't work out, but it's Kyrie Irving, James Harden, and himself, Kevin Durant, now in Phoenix, paired with another elite scorer with Devin Booker. He's coming to a Houston Rockets team where it's not a bunch of guys that you don't know, but from an objective standpoint, like the rest of the NBA looking at the Houston Rockets, they're thinking like, damn, this team won 50-plus games. Dang, they took the Warriors to, 7 in the first round this last year. Alpi, I know Alpi. Amen, he could be really good, but there's not like that all-star, perennial all-star superstar player that you're pairing Kevin Durant with right now. Is this the first time where Kevin Durant, albeit like the elder stage of his NBA career, is really kind of joining up with, some good young budding talent that we don't really know what he's going to do for them? Great players help other players like elevate their games.
Yeah. How
much does Jabari, does Amin, does Alpi, elevate their games?
Well, yeah, I think in a lot of ways.
That's the TBD.
And Fred VanVleet is a big part of that, too. I think a lot of the things that they like about Fred VanVleet weren't reflected in his stats last year, but the ability to have Durant and some of the decision-making and some of the opportunities that he's going to be able to actually utilize or exploit, that should be different. No matter what his individual stat line looks like, I think his ability to really direct flow and be part of a more advanced offense, you're going to see the best version of that. Like there's a reason Udoka likes Fred VanVleet as much as he does. That's one where I think it's easy to throw the stats out a little bit.
Yeah, good point. I was listening to I think Albert Breer. Does he do Pat McAfee show? I think sometime.
Probably.
I was watching a lot of stuff yesterday afternoon. He was either on Pat McAfee or he was on Dan Patrick, one of the two. But point remains is that Albert Breer was talking about, a team in the NFL, the Commanders. He was talking about the Commanders. And they were saying, like, well, Terry McLaurin, what's he going to do? Is he going to stay with Washington? Is he going to go somewhere else? And why would he go somewhere else? Because, dang, he's got it pretty good in Washington with Jaden Daniels. They don't really have a guy, right? It's like there's Jaden Daniels, like who's their really star receiver, if he stays or if he goes. And Albert Breer said, there's a lot of teams in the NFL right now like that with young quarterbacks, that are showing some promise, and maybe teams that have a future in that, you don't know these guys' names yet. But if you've got the franchise quarterback in this case, like, now it's kind of on them to kind of elevate others' play, help them elevate, their games. And I'm thinking about it similarly to the Rockets and Kevin Durant, like this guy that you feel like is the straw that you've been missing now that can stir the drink, that's going to take you to the next level. And it's not necessarily on him, but de facto, because he is a Hall of Famer, because he is one of the greatest to ever play this game and is still doing it at a very high level, he's going to come in and by proxy, he should elevate Şengün and Jambari, and you don't know the best that you're going to get out of those guys yet. You know what you think you've seen so far. It's pretty good, and they're young, and you like the promise, but it could be really good with Kevin Durant.
That's where I think, without having to be a vocal speech giver or leader or anything like that, a lot of times the value and effect of a veteran player like Durant is just in the pressure you feel as a younger player to actually live up to his level or his expectations. Like Şengün showed a lot of progress in the play. In that Warriors series, he learned just kind of how to stand up and be a man, and that he was going to have to, he was going to have to do something when Draymond Green decided to buckle up on him. But, there's more of that when you're on the floor with Kevin Durant. Let's say Kevin Durant slips a beautiful entry pass to Şengün and he does nothing with it. That's not acceptable, And when it's Kevin Durant giving you the dirty look or just understanding that you're letting him down, there's a powerful effect in that. I can just remember from my own experience when I was a young player with the Jaguars, and they brought Hardy Nickerson in, and Hardy Nickerson playing linebacker behind you, I was still a kid in some ways. Like, I don't want to piss that guy off. I don't want to piss off. Hardy Nickerson does everything the right way. If he doesn't respect me, then I'm definitely doing something wrong. So there's just almost there's an aura effect that you have with bringing in guys like that. As long as they're the right kinds of guys. Now, if they're just, if Hardy Nickerson had showed up and been just a jerk that would have been the opposite of exactly who he was an awesome guy, then maybe you don't feel that same pressure. Yeah,
well, the right kinds of guys. You could do far worse than bringing in a guy like Kevin Durant, who's got a really good relationship with your head coach in Ime Udoka, who's obviously already very demanding in many aspects, and is, in that regard, very responsible for getting this team to play the way that they have defensively with that mindset. Somebody texted in from the 832. I think Kevin Durant will have an Alex Bregman-like impact as in giving out tips and wisdom to the young guys. I think that's de facto. And I think that just kind of goes along with getting to know players and the expectations. It reminds me of something that who was it? I was listening to Laken Tomlinson. He was on Texans All Access this week, talking to the guys about hey, I came to OTAs and I got here early because I need to get to know them and learn how to communicate with them, and they need to learn how to communicate with me. It's similar to Kevin Durant. The head coach, but you might not know very much about some of these other young players, and just over the course of a training camp or a season or, even off-season get together, that's the idea, is it's just naturally going to rub off, because when you're a 22, 23, 24-year-old player and you're getting to hoop it up all of a sudden every single day with Kevin Durant, there's going to be some things you pick up along the way. It's more so what you were kind of saying in that, I don't want to piss this guy off. I'm going to show up early. I'm going to put in the work. And it's there's that other coach on the floor that you don't want to disappoint. Otherwise, it's going to be a foot in your ass.
Yeah, that's like the old stories about guys that would play for the Lakers. And, usually when they would talk about the effect Kobe had on him, it was one with the way he practiced, and you saw the way he practiced. They'd say the same thing about Jordan. But then two was just guys would show up and they'd see that, Kobe's out there for an hour shooting threes after practice, or Kobe's there an hour before everybody else. A young minor league pitcher told me that about Roger Clemens once. Clemens had been, this was before he was in the Astros organization. Clemens was on a rehab assignment somewhere, and this minor league pitcher was on the team, and they were Clemens was doing his one of his off day workouts on a stationary bike. And he's like, I've never seen a human being work this hard on a stationary bike in my life. A guy was just, he looked like a maniac. He looked like an absolute maniac. He was just drenched in sweat. And this is a guy who is already an established, should be in the Hall of Fame type of player. Yeah. That you just, by guys seeing that and seeing guys who do it the right way, it's a lot different than when you got team, Charles Barkley, who's just eating an Egg McMuffin on the stationary bike on the sideline.
That was late era Charles Barkley, right?
No, exactly. That's where the late era guy, though. Like, okay, this was the whole issue with Laramie Tunsil being a vet. Was when C.J. Stroud said Laramie Tunsil's a vet. He's not doing nothing extra out there. That was what C.J. thought a vet did. That's a bad influence, man, because it's
100%.
You're telling your younger players, hey, work hard, nose to the grindstone, all of this. And you want to be able to point to veterans who do it that way, and it's really, really hard when you got a bunch of young players and the guy that's making the most money on the team and all of the rest of it that comes with it is a guy that's known as never doing nothing extra. It's bad.
Yeah, it's such a great point. Oh, boy,
Durant, to bring it back to Durant, Durant is like the classic aging basketball player who's still playing well because he's constantly working at his game.
Yeah, I mean, hell, less than 24 hours after he became a Houston Rocket in that deal with the Suns, he's in New York City hooping it up and working on his game. And I liked a lot of the memes that went on, came off of that, by the way. People were, quote tweeting like, this is what Rocket practice is going to look like for the next 1 to 3 years. It's all Kevin Durant.
Oh, yeah.
Just shooting jumpers and stuff like that. It was kind of funny.
I feel bad for some of the Rockets players because you know how this goes. The first 2 weeks of their training camp, every single question is going to be something about, isn't it awesome having Kevin Durant on your team? Kevin Durant, awesome. And you want to say nice things about him, but there comes a point where it's the 29th time you guys have asked me this question. Can we move on?
Yeah, well,
please?
And in the first 2 or 3 game skid during the regular season, those questions are going to turn to what's going on? Like, are there problems? Like, is the offense not meshing? Is not enough basketball to go around? What's going on?
Yeah, we get the first. I can't wait until 3 games into the season. Somebody grabs a random screenshot of Kevin Durant with a sour look on his face.
Yeah.
And immediately, because of one glance in a game somewhere, there's already drama in Houston. Embrace it, everybody.
And if Cam Whitmore's still a Rocket, it's going to come via him. Like, Kevin Durant's going to be looking at him. Like, I already have that image in my mind. Like, damn, Cam didn't get back on defense, or, he didn't get down the court in transition on time. Like, he's slacking a little bit, man. Step your game up, 20-year-old buck. Let's go. Talking about like having the right guys, right fits, and things like that. And somebody on the text line said Durant, likens him to Alex Bregman, kind of an impact. A question that was addressed yesterday via Chandler Rome in The Athletic was, how exactly are the Astros going to navigate now in the short to possibly long term without both Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez? Yordan's situation with the broken hand and now the setback seems a little bit more tenuous than that of just Jeremy Pena, and his broken rib. But we'll see, right? We still need to get to that update, whenever that's to come from Dana Brown. But I bring this up because between Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Pena, like, it's to see how the Astros are going to do this because of what Joe Espada's already shown Astro fans, within the first 85, 90 games of the season. There have been all kinds of lineups, and there's fluidity with it, because of injury and underperformance. We don't know what the hell the lineup is going to look like or the rotation is going to look like with the Rockets, really, until we get to October. But Chandler Rome said via The Athletic, Pena, who's eligible to return from the IL on July 8th, 6 days left before the All-Star break, sounds more and more like he'll be out through the break. And Dana Brown did end up saying that it's wise to pump the brakes on Pena's return, being maybe a little earlier. Dubon should get most of the time at shortstop. And Espada clearly doesn't trust a guy who they called up, yesterday or 2 days ago, in Shea Whitcomb. Like, when he's called up, he's been called up like 3 or 4 times the last week and a half, 2 weeks, it feels like, and he hasn't played. And he probably won't play. So Dubon's your shortstop. Myers, Altuve, Cam Smith, along with Paredes, they're going to continue in their roles and probably that order in the lineup between Paredes, Myers, Altuve, Smith, so on and so forth. That seems like the most sustainable, predictable thing, and about the only thing that Joe Espada, Dana Brown, I think, have any realm of confidence in is rolling with who you've had so far. I asked the question yesterday, well, could they call up Bryce Matthews? That didn't happen. They called up Shea Whitcomb. He ain't going to play. He's this year's Gray Kessinger, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup for now with Paredes leading off and then Myers and Altuve. I mean, part of it is that Altuve's he's done really well hitting third, so there's no reason to move him there. But Paredes, when you talk about sustaining this level of success despite so many reasons that the Astros shouldn't be as good as they are, Paredes at the leadoff, soaking up as many pitches as possible and really just helping. It's a race really to get to the Astros bullpen versus the other team's bullpen. So one of the strengths of this team is the bullpen's been really, really good. So the quicker you can get the starting pitcher for the other team out of there, then the better chance you have. As we've seen, the Astros record when they're leading or tied at the sixth inning or later is very, very good. So like that's one of those things that's kind of on the margins. And we hear it talked about on the broadcast a lot because Paredes has seen the second most pitches in the league right now. He's been very, very good and as advertised with that. But it's so crucial right now where it's that you're going to have to get through some of these Colton Gordon performances, a Lance McCullers implosion, whatever it might be, to just make it a race, make it a battle of the bullpens. And the Astros are going to win more of those battles than not.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just, don't get too wild and crazy with it. You need to get into the fifth inning at least, right? So you're not having to empty the magazine 3 nights.
But your hand is forced some of the times with these young guys. It's just I'm not saying that's the plan, and they would have gone into the season wanting to do it. Right now they've been really, really good in one-run games, and it doesn't feel like just random chance or luck. Because
they're 18-7 in those games.
Right. Well, yeah, but sometimes that's people, the stat nerds will love to tell you about the randomness of one-score games. That a lot of times it is random and it is just dumb luck. The difference with this Astros team is that because the bullpen is so good and because they've been, other than with the bases loaded, they've done a good job in clutch situations.
Yeah.
So there's substance to it. But these things that you're doing really well, like being the second best fielding team in baseball, the bullpen being what it is, Paredes is competitive appearances, those are all the things that are adding up to them being where they are. But it's precarious when you don't have Yordan Alvarez and Jeremy Payne out there.
Gosh, the dumb luck. All right. Well, I'll ask, what's more sustainable within this the idea, the notion that some of this could be dumb luck. 18-7 record in one-run games. That's what the Astros have after a 6-5 win last night in Colorado. All right, so there's that. They've literally scored 47% of their runs this season with 2 outs. Is that dumb luck? That is half of your run production coming with 2 outs. Why does that happen? If it's dumb luck, is there a lower sustainability factor there than winning games by 1 run? I would say yes, because you should be winning these games by 1 run. We feel very comfortable with Brian Abreu pitching in 8th inning, don't we? We feel very comfortable with Josh Hader closing games out in the 9th inning, don't we? 24 consecutive saves to start a season. I'd feel like that latter, winning games by 1 run is more sustainable because of those 2 guys at the back end of your bullpen than I would the Astros continuing to be the most clutch team in baseball with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Yeah. So with Pena, you're just right now, since you're the optimist, are you expecting All-Star break and then Pena will be back?
That's the most responsible thing to do. If you're well, we'll see how this works out, right? If you're the Astros right now and you have built your cushion of 7 games, it feels and sounds very much like you're pushing the envelope unnecessarily. Without Yordan, without Jeremy Pena, we'll be fine. Well, the players are even saying that. Joe Espada is saying, we'll be fine. Guys are rolling right now. He likes the way Jake's swinging the bat. He likes the way Cam is playing in the field, and he's hot right now. Christian Walker had a 3-hit game. You can enjoy 2 more games in Colorado for this guy to maybe beef his stats up a little bit, make you feel better about that situation. So there's that. There's no rush to bring Pena back.
Christian Walker is a gigantic headache right now, and I tried right
this
morning because yes,
we're just right now, or literally the last 3 months.
It's become more of a headache because he's every time he has a good performance. Here we go. Okay, now we're locked in. So I just went before the show just to see if I could cherry pick. Like, nope, he's below 700 OPS in every different split. If I go back and cherry pick, I could probably find some stretch where he's had a good performance over the last 11 and a half games or something. But I refuse for my own sanity to believe that can possibly be a season-long thing. This can't be that first baseman after first baseman after first baseman that we trot out there is going to play the worst of his career.
Christian Walker right now reminds me of like a closer, like Ken Giles, like a head case, right? Closers, kind of like NFL kickers, they can be head cases, a little squirrely, a little weird, not stable all the time. Christian Walker has literally, changed like facial hair features multiple times this season. He went with the beard, the mustache, the trucker mustache, the clean shaven, back to the beard. He's gone from high socks, low socks. He's gone from realizing that he, took ownership of, one-time Astro Jose Abreu's locker and then was like, I need to get the hell out of here. Like, he's trying everything. And ultimately, and I'm not really joking when I say this because I believe that there's a little mental side to this. I blame Brian McTaggart. I blame Brian McTaggart because you said you're looking for a stretch, and you've been like scouring Baseball Reference page for like these game logs. You're looking for a stretch when Christian Walker has not been ass. Well, there was a 7-game stretch earlier this season where Christian Walker was like hitting above 300, had an OPS of like 895. Was, being productive on and off the field, on the field and at the plate. And Brian McTaggart then wrote this lengthy article on MLB.com where he interviewed Christian Walker and was talking about how great of a transition this has been, how much hard work he's put in, how he doesn't want to disappoint his teammates and the Astro fans. And then he went 0 for 16 with 8 strikeouts and has been like crap since. Like with any consistency at the plate, it's just been FUBAR. So I blame Brian McTaggart.
When I do, when was that? I remember that. I remember that week that I felt good about Christian Walker.
That one time.
Probably that article that did him in.
Yes.
When I was looking through his splits, just trying to find some time where his OPS was over 700, I finally did find it. He has an OPS of 702. In the last 365 days. So it was immediately the letdown. I saw, 702, which is still below average. But yeah, when you include last year, that lifts it up a little bit. But this year, like, you split it up any different way, and he's just been the worst version of himself. He needs to, he can quit screwing around with a lot of the changing his sock height and everything. He needs to sacrifice a goat. There needs to be something done. There needs to be an altar to Jobu or whatever it might need to be. He's got to get serious with this slump busting stuff.
Yeah.
If he means business. If you want to earn your money. If there's a living goat at his household that hasn't been sacrificed yet, I demand to find out about it.
I tell you what, slump buster. Astro, he could talk to about the
Bregman.
best slump buster.
Bregman's really good at yes.
He's not an Astro anymore.
I hear Bregman's one of the best guys in the world up there in Boston. That he tutors all the young guys. Did you hear, Sean, about the time that he saved Hunter Brown's career? Yeah, that was Alex Bregman. If Alex Bregman were around to talk to Christian Walker,
who's the guy that hit? I think it was yesterday. No. Maybe 2 nights ago. The guy in Boston, he hit the inside the park homer, and then he hit the grand slam. And then after the game, they were asking him about what do you attribute to the performance and the bat coming around. You mentioned Alex Bregman. Breggy's been in my corner. Breggy's been that. It's like, son of a gun. Like, what are we doing? Like, we really miss that guy around here.
I know Zach DeZenzo said that Bregman would sit with him at the computer breaking stuff down for an hour a day.
Yeah.
Just kind of took him under his wing as a project for him. And, But that's neither here nor there. Paredes is doing just fine, so I'm not. It is what it is. Damn it.
Paredes.
I don't know who the guy. If you go back to various guys, the really savvy veteran guys that were really great at helping out other guys in the clubhouse. I mean, Beltran was a big one. He didn't just introduce the garbage cans. He brought a lot of other tutelage to that.
I really want to say Jeff Bagwell right now, but I don't want people to punch their radios in their car. You don't hear anything from Jeff Bagwell, but he's very much like that guy, at least as a player. Hasn't really given great advice or, made, if you believe believe like he's never had made some of the decisions.
But yeah, there's a big difference between just him hanging around, at batting practice versus making personnel decisions.
Do you think Jeff is like waiting in the wings, like, Dana, do I need to get involved here? Like, you want me to take Christian to Florida and work some things out with him?
I was wondering about that. Yeah, I don't like thinking about it. The biggest thing I didn't like about that whole just Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, Reggie Jackson advisor committee era was just that it had people feeling a certain kind of way about Bagwell that it was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's not. It felt like when two brothers all of a sudden have some kind of a schism in their 40s and then they don't talk to each other for the rest of their lives. Like they're still family, but they can't see it. I felt like the fan base was careening towards that with Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah.
Where this is an all-time great. This is a Hall of Famer. Like we can't have this venom in our hearts for somebody that you're supposed to love, damn it.
Yeah, that whole committee, that was exciting for about 5 minutes, and then it wasn't. Shout out to the 832 from oldie but a goodie. Says, tell him to call Mark Grace. Talking about Christian Walker as a slump buster. Mark Grace had some good slump busters back in the day, former Cub. Coming up next, we'll take a trip around the NFL and get you caught up on some news there. It's Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
Hey, Trajan Wealth is here.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning, along with Seth Payne. Good morning, everybody. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. You can text or join the chats via Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you watching us there. If you have been, take a trip around the NFL. Not a lot going on in the league, but I do think, at least for this first one, pretty interesting to me. I watched an interview with Dan Patrick and Bill Cowher, former Steelers head coach, yesterday on that show. And they were talking about Aaron Rodgers, obviously, with Cowher being a longtime former Steelers head coach. What does it look like? And we mentioned the Steelers yesterday, Seth. It has some people thinking like they're in the middle. Is this, the Super Bowl contending team, potentially best case scenario this year for the Steelers, an organization that hadn't won a damn playoff game since 2016, or are they is this just going to lead to the demise of Mike Tomlin in his tenure there as Steeler head coach, with I think is going on like 18 years now? Dan Patrick asked Bill Cowher yesterday if he would ultimately give the keys to the car and total autonomy to Aaron Rodgers. Here's what he had to say.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about it. And I think Aaron's at a point where he knows that, you don't want to be, throwing the ball 40 times a game. I don't think you can, at this point. You want Aaron Rodgers to be healthy going into the playoffs, and hopefully you get to the playoffs. And I think in the meantime, you created a balance on your football team. You're not just relying on his arm throughout the course of 4 quarters. Listen, you can turn the ball over to him at the end of a half, the end of a game, and know he's been there before, and I think that he will operate that very, very efficiently. Again, I think it's going to be a matter of getting comfortable within this system with the players he has around him.
All right, I was getting confused during his answer because at first I thought he might not know what autonomy is because like everything that he was talking about where, you don't want him to throw the ball 40 times a game, you want to be able to establish a run game, all of that, that's in stark contrast to the way that Aaron Rodgers sometimes likes to operate. Now, when he talked about at the end of a half, where is he going down and running the 2-minute drill, then do you turn the reins over to him there? I guess that's where the autonomy talk came into it.
Yeah.
I don't think you give him total autonomy to run the offense, because in the past, what Aaron Rodgers has shown he likes to do is be kind of like an antiquated NFL offensive coordinator. Just line my guys up out wide, don't move them around at all, and then we're going to run routes, and then with my super secret relationship with Devontae Adams and our little hand signals and everything, that's how we get by. Like, he's not in that situation now. He's not going to have the time that he did with Devontae Adams to form the relationship with DK Metcalf. And he's with an offensive coordinator who really loves to line up with just old school formations and run the ball and set up play action. Mm-hmm. I think if he's got autonomy, it's got to be with him saying, but Arthur, you're running the show until we get the 2-minute drill or whatever it might be.
I thought about this because you mentioned yesterday during the show, like, boy, the situation in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers and how Arthur Smith likes to do things versus what Aaron likes to do doesn't exactly feel like there's a mesh point there. And in Bill Cowher saying his guys in that response, he says getting comfortable with other guys around him, that's simple, but apparently hasn't been so easy for him in the past, is what my thought was, because when he went to New York, what did he do? He's getting his guys that he played with before in Green Bay. I don't know how many of, quote-unquote, his guys exist in Pittsburgh. And it's a question mark, like with the play caller and offensive coordinator and Arthur Smith. Do you feel like this is going to be like Jets 2.0 situation for Aaron Rodgers, or is this going to be like a situation where we can't see the forest through the trees kind of a thing?
It's not going to be Jets-like in at least one regard, in that I don't think it'll be the soap opera that it was with the Jets, just because the Jets are so mismanaged on so many levels of the organization, including the owner's sons. It's a clown show in a lot of ways. And that's not the case with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, there's a malaise because that's a city that expects unlike the Jets, that's a fan base that expects championships and expects championship caliber football. They've gotten above average football, but they haven't gotten really great quarterback play, but the potential for drama is a lot less. I think that with Aaron, it really 100% comes down to, okay, is he going to actually conform to a system for the first time in his career? Everything that made him really good at, as much as he chafed against the Green Bay experience, one of the things that he had for him there was that, they didn't draft any first-round receivers for him forever, but he had time to work with those younger guys and turn them into either a Randall Cobb or a Devontae Adams or whomever else it might be.
Yeah.
This is him being thrust into a new situation with brand new receivers. He has to basically allow Arthur Smith to run the ship. And I know Steelers fans aren't sold on Arthur Smith as an offensive coordinator. I think that's the potential for drama is going to be between Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers.
And Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch, actually, from the outside looking in.
Yeah, and they both got quirky personality traits. So, those two guys, it might be one of those situations where they're both brutally honest dudes, which rubs people the wrong way sometimes, but they might respect each other for it. So maybe they have one of those productively combative relationships.
Did you see this yesterday where the Browns got the okay to build a new stadium? I saw a rendition of their new stadium, and it looks anything but like a NFL football stadium. I don't know what this looks like. It looks like some kind of a institution of higher learning, just the gigantic like school of engineering or something like that.
I saw the interior pictures. I thought it looked pretty cool because it was like an all glass ceiling.
Yeah.
So kind of like what the Astrodome was going for back in the day, with more of a before the Astrodome had to turn the panels translucent because outfielders couldn't see. This is actually like clear glass, and it covers the whole top of the field. You're right. It does look like, looking at it from the outside, it does look like a university rec building of some sort.
With a little mid-century modern flair to it. It's just kind of weird with all the different angles.
They probably have a climbing wall somewhere. Yeah,
they got
smoothie bar.
They got the approval this week by the Ohio governor, signed into the budget a bill that is going to allocate $600 million in unclaimed funds to help build this stadium, which is ultimately going to cost $2.4 billion for the Cleveland Browns.
They can take your unclaimed funds. We've talked about this on the show before, Sean. We've had listeners that have gotten hundreds of dollars because we talked about this. So do you know what unclaimed funds, how that works in a state?
I don't specifically know how it works. I know it exists. I was wondering, one, why I wasn't privy to these unclaimed funds, why they didn't call me.
You're welcome in advance. You are privy to them, but you got to go to, I don't know, search Texas unclaimed funds. And be sure you go to the .gov site. And a lot of times either it's because like returned insurance premiums or some class action lawsuit where they couldn't track you down or whatever it might be to give you a reward.
Yeah.
Those sit in the Department of Unclaimed Funds until you go to ask if there are any unclaimed funds for you. So
you're not going to get a call or an email.
Right. So I'm guessing up in Ohio, what they must be saying, like, okay, any unclaimed funds before a certain date, we're just going to cut those off and we're going to give them to the stadium.
Good Lord!
So there's going to be a rush to the website up there. But after the show, Sean, you have to do this.
There's going to be a rush to that website down here.
Name.
Yeah,
for unclaimed funds.
I'm on it. I'm not joking. Thank you for that. Here's what I got to thinking about is, Texans practice facility stadium plans. What do you think the deal is ultimately with this rush to build new headquarters for the Texans? Does this whole thing result in a renovation to NRG, or do you think they build a new stadium at some point?
It's okay. They're almost definitely going to have a new headquarters, and that'll be somewhere outside of the stadium.
Yeah.
Most likely, I'm guessing, unless they end up doing a combo deal. So at the very least right now, when they know they're going to have a new headquarters, maybe it ends up being on a new stadium site or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that we're probably headed towards headquarters / new stadium elsewhere. Ooh. And the headquarters, if they were gonna, I think if they were committed to building a headquarters, they probably would have already maybe started work on it, or they'll be starting work on it this year. But if they're going for something, if you wanted the ultimate, you'd have something like the Star up in at the Cowboys headquarters, but then also have the new stadium right next door.
They've said that that's like an inspiration, I think.
Yeah, but the Star isn't at the stadium site, so it's separate. I still think it's most likely that they renovate NRG Stadium.
Yeah, I was curious. I hadn't heard
but I'd put it at like 53% versus the new stadium.
Well, okay. I mean, that's interesting. I hadn't heard your take on that. I know it's been talked about, in the last few months since they got a new team president and Mike Toman over there making things happen for the Texans. We'll keep it with the Texans. Rolling into the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, is this going to be one of the Texans' biggest draft steals in franchise history at the end of the day? We'll discuss next.
Hey, we are smack dab in the middle of storm season, and you've got to protect.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, man. 713-572-4610. You can text the show. You've piqued a lot of people's interest in the Unclaimed Funds website, Seth.
Yeah, go to claimittexas.gov and see the riches that await for you. I've got about $150 in unclaimed funds, it turns out, in Texas right now, dating back to 2006. I've got nationwide insurance rebate, something from Morgan Stanley, and then I've got something from the state of Missouri, which I'm guessing comes from when I was a Texans player. You have to pay out-of-state. You have to pay state income tax in the various states that you play in. So for a Chiefs game, I probably got some kind of a tax refund there. And it's such a nice way to celebrate the 4th of July if you realize you've got like $150 out there. All you have to do is claim. Now I got to go back and find out proof that I lived in at that address.
I was getting very excited that I might have something in here, and I was asking you about like the tax situation. You have to pay taxes on this if you claim it, and it depends on what you're claiming. But my name's not even showing up, man. Like literally everybody in my family pulls up, and they have riches that await them. But Sean Bijani does not.
Yeah, but then you get to tell your family members. Then you get to be the bearer of good news. You're staying with your family right now for your grandma's 80th birthday party, right?
I am. Does
she have any? Yeah, happy birthday, Grandma. Here's a link to you to go claim $77 and some savings bond from way back in the day or something.
Yeah,
yes.
And spend it on some scratch-offs and maybe get tenfold. Coming to you.
Thanks a lot, Captain Buzzkill, for bringing up the taxes on it. I don't know if I don't think everything that I'm seeing here would have already been in a tax document. Like the $35 from Morgan Stanley that I'm waiting on. I'm guessing it was on the tax form in 2011. Taxes, I never collected the actual money.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We're going to have to sift through this later on today. I know what I'm doing later today, poolside, when I get back to the house.
Our listeners, somebody listening right now is going to do it and get like $700 back. Every time we bring this up, somebody has a great story about
Text in 713-572-4610. Let us know what you find out, man. Good luck to you all. I literally learned something today. I did not know this was a thing. I'm very excited about this. At least not for me, but for my family.
Yeah, and the sports side of that, everybody, if you weren't listening, was the Browns are going to use, was it $600 million in Ohio
unclaimed funds? $600 million.
Yeah, they're just gonna. So I don't know if the Texans are going to pull that tactic. Then they might be going after stuff. You gotta get in on it now while it's hot. Damn.
Yeah. I thought about something that you'd said yesterday. We were talking about. I don't even know how it came up, but. Maybe it was last offseason, right, when the Texans brought in Stephon Diggs, and we're maybe having these conversations like, man, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, 3 1,000-plus yard receivers. What would that look like? How cool would that be? I think it'd be the first time it would happen in the NFL, I don't know, in like 15 years, something like that, and maybe the 4th or 5th time ever in the history. It didn't happen, of course, but you'd said something like, yeah, in so many words, like careful what you wish for, like that maybe means like you're weaker in other areas. It's not all that it's cracked up to be, kind of a thing, right?
Yeah. It's not like to just the vast majority of have 3,000-yard receivers. So it's not like some benchmark that you got to reach to show that you're good. I would have much preferred having 2,000-yard receivers and Joe Mixon going for 1,500 yards or something like that, more so than just trying to be so pass happy.
Well, I started thinking about it from a Texan perspective this season, right, with Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and insert others, right? Like who's that third guy going to end up being that steps up? And I guess for sake of conversation, we can include Dalton Schultz here. I mean, he's a pass catcher, right? Tight end position. So we'll not expand beyond that. But I thought about a guy who the Texans drafted, this offseason, Jalen Noel, out of Iowa State. He was taken third round, 79th overall, and a lot of the stuff that I was reading, said that he was expected to be taken sooner than that. Like in the second round is where he was being mocked to go leading into the draft. And I'm like, man, at the end of the day, season, could the Texans look at this as like a draft steal and maybe one of the biggest or the biggest draft steal in their franchise's history? And I'm not saying that to be like, wow, boom, like headline here, look at this story. Like, you look back, Seth, at who the Texans have drafted at receiver in their history. There's not one receiver that they drafted outside of the first round in rounds 2 through 7 that has ever in which they've caught more than 800 yards. Tank Dell got close. He was like 792. But they've not had a drafted wide receiver outside of the first round that has had a season in which they've caught 1,000 or more yards.
What about Nico?
Nico Collins, he was third round, right?
Yeah.
I was going to exclude Nico Collins for the sake of the conversation. Like, he's here, he's proven, he's a guy. But, like, outside of Nico Collins, Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, like, those guys were early round picks. Will Fuller as well. Nico Collins.
Yeah. You know what? And I'm glad it's a really good point, though, too, because even if you include Nico Collins in the conversation before he had his 1,000-yard seasons, it shows how much if you look at Aaron Rodgers when he was in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers was part of turning a lot of non-first-round wide receivers into really good wide receivers. Like the quarterback really matters, but then also the organization's ability to find guys like Devontae Adams and what have you. That's where Nico wasn't the guy he is now until he started catching passes from C.J. Stroud. Hopefully that's the difference with Jalen Noel, perhaps. More Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins were great receivers, regardless of who threw the ball to him, other than Brock Osweiler. That was the only guy that couldn't throw to DeAndre Hopkins. But this is now you're in a dynamic where you have the potential to turn guys into better wide receivers.
So the Texans have drafted 10 receivers in rounds 2 and 3 all time. Only one of them has had a 1,000-yard season, and that's Nico Collins, right? But looking back in the history, from Jabbar Gaffney in 2002, Sloan Thomas, Jerome Mathis, Jacoby Jones, Doran Dickerson. You see where I'm going with this. Like, you remember, there's a lot of these guys. Kiki QT, remember what we thought he could be? Remember Jalen Strong, what we thought he could be? Braxton Miller. And now, into present day, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, like Tank Dell. Tank Dell's best season, 2023, 709 yards. Kiki QT's best season, 2018, 400 yards. Jacoby Jones, if I told you his best season with the Houston Texans as a receiver, he caught 562 yards worth of passes, what would you say? Like, as like a legitimate, number 2, number 3 receiver next to, Andre Johnson, would you think it would be more or less?
Wait, what would I say about what?
If I told you Jacoby Jones' best season with the Texans had him catching 562 yards, would you expected it to be more or less?
I would. That sounds about right.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
And that's the best season they've ever had. So between Jaden Higgins,
that's the best that any of those guys have ever had.
Well, Jacoby, nobody's ever had, the 1,000-yard season that Nico's had. They've all been, until Tank Dell. Tank Dell's the best. Tank Dell's the best outside of Nico Collins a season. And he's not going to play this year, presumably. So Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, second and third round picks, respectively, at the end of the season, at the end of the rookie contract, are we going to be looking back and asking, man, were those two guys, maybe both, some of the biggest steals and / the most productive non-first-round wide receivers taken by the Texans?
You know what? I don't know about at the end of this season. That's where it gets interesting is how are all the targets divvied up this year? I think I would prefer, honestly, that if I had to choose between Woody Marks having a huge rookie year or Jalen Noel having a huge rookie year, I think I'd go with Woody Marks because it's more balanced. So with Jalen Noel, I'm very excited about him, but he's got a veteran slot receiver in front of him to get a lot of the slot reps, and I think it's going to be Christian Kirk early on. And then with Jaden Higgins is the biggest X factor where I could see if he really takes advantage of teams focusing their attention on Nico Collins, then he might have some really huge breakout performances. I think Jalen Noel, we're going to see a game or two where he has 150 yards receiving on like 2 huge strikes, but it won't necessarily be the same steady diet as Jaden Higgins. But at the end of their contracts or at the end of their first few years, I'm really optimistic about both these guys. And one of them with Jalen Noel and actually Jaden Higgins, every interview I've watched with him. This is Jalen Noel. I don't know if you've heard this yet or not, Sean.
No, I haven't.
This is Jalen Noel when he was on the Amon Ra Brothers podcast about what his first big purchase was with all that signing bonus money.
So with this signing bonus that you're getting, what's your first purchase? Like, what's your first big purchase?
Oh, man. If I don't get like a furniture deal or something, I'm going to get some nice furniture.
Okay.
Furnish the crib.
So you're getting a crib, though. That would be, you're buying a crib?
Renting.
Okay.
Renting. I won't buy until the second contract.
Right.
But yeah, I guess crib, go into it, some furniture.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my little Toyota Camry for a little.
You got a Toyota Camry?
Yeah, 2021, red interior. So,
I mean,
it's good enough.
It's good. That'd be tough.
Yeah.
He's got a Camry. He's driving a Camry, Sean, and he's keeping his Camry. This is a guy with a head. He's got his head on his shoulders. He has, because if he bought the Camry with the red interior, that was probably some NIL money involved. So it's probably a nicer Camry. Yeah. But he's got no need to upgrade right now. I love rookies who sound like they're way more mature than I am, and it makes you feel good about them being in the right environment and having the right resources and a good quarterback to throw them the football. I'll take that. I raise my 40-time allowance like 1/10 of a second if I hear quotes like that out of a prospect. I'll take a guy. I'll take him, and he's plenty fast. Don't get me wrong. I'll take him over a guy who might look a little bit more physically talented, but is already somehow 3 days after the draft like $4 million in debt. Yeah, give me that.
A 2021 Camry with a red interior. It can't be like all red. Somebody on the text line said red interior. That's tacky. It can't be like all red. Like it's 2021, right?
That's the beauty of it. If it's all red, I hope it's red leather because that's where you still get the spiciness that you want in a receiver, but it's restrained. It's a restrained spiciness, just like DeAndre Hopkins and Andre Johnson had a restrained spiciness.
Yeah, that's fair. Somebody texted in from the 346. What about Kevin Walter? As it pertains to
he wasn't a draft pick of the Texans.
He was not a draft pick, and they caught themselves.
Nor was Brandon Cooks. Yeah, that's what. No, I went through the same as you were talking about it. I was like, well, what about Kevin? Oh, yeah.
All right, because it didn't sound right, did it? It didn't sound right because you're thinking like, well, hold on. The Texans never drafted a guy that is, outside of Nico Collins, had a season of 1,000 or more yards that was not named DeAndre Hopkins and Andre Johnson. Come on, that can't be true. Oh, it's true, and that's what fascinates me about the stage in which we are in right now with the Houston Texans in their franchise's history, where you see all these great, big, bright, shiny toys that you've got the head coach and a quarterback and the cornerstone of the defense and these receivers, these weapons, all this stuff, and you're going out and you're having these big-time free agent acquisitions and signings or trades, whatever. Hell, we have freaking Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon, on this team. That's just wild to me. And now we're talking about like an era of Texans football that has never existed before. Like you're going to start hitting on wide receivers all of a sudden? You're going to start hitting on offensive linemen all of a sudden? Like when did this happen? Never. It's just pretty wild. Like just something to consider. Like for looking at you, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, like you got an opportunity to make franchise history in your trek to the Super Bowl.
The all-time, it's fun when you go down to just the all-time single-season records for the Texans, and just like the Andre and DeAndre are the top 10 in terms of number of receptions. For some reason, this isn't giving me yards. Oh, there we go, yards. It's Andre, DeAndre, all the way until you get down number 8 for Nico Collins, and then it's back to Andre, DeAndre, and the first round wide receivers have been good to us. like most of the really good offenses have guys that are also producing who aren't first-round receivers, or Nico Collins. Like, Nico might as well be your first-rounder on this squad, obviously. But and with what teams have done with second- and third-round receivers over the last decade, this draft here feels more like some of those old drafts. They got, like, some of those draft picks where Jaden Higgins, man, it totally would have made sense for him to be a first-rounder. Jalen Noel, you get the size dynamic, but that's a guy that a lot of people had slotted in the second round. I think their most potential to have guys paired with a good quarterback and get those kinds of performances that the Texans have never historically gotten. Yeah, that's they're primed for it right now.
Texture from the 832, Tank Dell wasn't the best. It was Will Fuller based on yards. Will Fuller was a first-round draft pick. I'm talking about, like, guys not draft round, specifically rounds 2 and below. You know, the most productive receiver in terms of yards and really just the whole bit, but certainly yards, it's been Tank Dell. It's been Tank Dell, and that was the 2023 season, 709 yards. And maybe it's Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. That's the question. Something to think about from a historical perspective with the Texans. A lot of people know their cars on the text line. 2021 Camry XSE. That interior is sweet. Red is for the Iowa State colors, by the way. So forgot about that. It's probably Iowa State. Maybe it's a little red and yellow interior. He could kind of swap the yellow for a little deep steel blue action if you're Jalen Noel. I would co-sign that. 713-572-4610 if you want to continue to weigh in, be a part of the conversation. We'll roll with some more Texans, get you caught up on some of the other off-season topics. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. It's Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
Hey, celebrate your independence this Independence Day by saying, you know what I did? You know what I did on Wednesday?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Welcome back in. Good morning, everybody. Sports Radio 610 in for Sean Pendergast. I'm Sean Bijani. He's Seth Payne. Hit us up, 713-572-4610 if you want to text. And a lot of text on the conversation we just had about the second and third round and so on and so forth receivers in Texans draft history. A lot of really good suggestions, people catching themselves like, boy, I thought this guy, and you're talking about like non-first round picks. Yeah, a lot of Will Fullers, a lot of Kevin Walters, who was not drafted by the Texans, but rather the Bengals. We got a lot of they had some good Texan seasons now. The Texans have had free agent acquisitions that have put up some good numbers, like back 800-plus yard seasons with the Texans. His first 2 years with them, in fact, since coming over from the Bengals, but not drafted.
Yeah, and then the people suggesting Will Fuller was the most curious one because, like, I think people have forgotten that he was a first-round pick. Because I think DeAndre Hopkins kind of set the bar for what you could do with the second half of the first-round type of guy that they forget. They're like, oh, yeah, Will Fuller was one of those guys, too. Okay.
Yeah. Stephen James on YouTube says, Nico was the best number 2 receiver. He was a third-round pick and hasn't been considered the number 1 receiver until now. I mean, wouldn't you have considered him the number 1 receiver going into last season? I mean, I know you had
that was a big topic of debate. No, I think, I remember, if you're being honest with yourself, last year there was a lot of debate about, like, okay, who's the Texans' number 1 wide receiver? And I hate those debates because it's genuinely a game plan by game plan thing when you have a couple of good wide receivers or 2 or 3 good wide receivers. But, I think that's fair. I think it's clear cut that he's your number 1 wide receiver, the most important guy.
Yeah. Not up for conversation anymore like it was last year, I guess. But to me, gun to my head, I would have still said, and I probably did say Nico over Stephon, even coming into last year, like number 1 receiver. Like, all right, at the end of the season, who's going to be who's going to be your leading scorer in basketball, right, for the Rockets? It's going to be Kevin Durant this year, right? He's going to be your number 1 scoring option, right? Who's going to be your number 1 target? Last year, even with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, it's probably going to be Nico Collins. slight errors, but I would have at least said Nico. Definitely saying Nico now. I saw this yesterday, and you had a chance to really pull some really good cuts from Ari Mirov on Twitter. He covers the NFL for 33rd Team. He had a Texans assistant general manager on his NFL Spotlight show yesterday, Chris Blanco.
Yeah.
And you're going to play a cut here that is talking about how the Texans have been able to build around CJ.
So Chris Blanco, the assistant GM who was elevated to that position this offseason, was asked about how do they build the team around CJ Stroud, a young guy on his rookie contract, and he didn't answer the question I think in necessarily the way that Ari Mirov expected him to, but I liked the answer a lot.
Yeah, I think the best thing about Nick and D'Amico when they build a roster, it's never solely focused on one player, be it the quarterback, a pass rusher, wide receiver, etc. It's really about bringing in highly competitive football players who are physically, mentally tough, who have a level of aggression in the way that they play, and who are good people in the locker room.
Forgot about that last part. That was important too. The part having a level of aggression with how they play. I like this coming from Chris Blanco because so much of the conversation they had in this interview was about analytics and the math side of things. And one thing I've always admired about the Astros is that they're a heavily analyzation, but they tend to also find these guys that just seem like genuinely solid citizens, like as baseball players, that are just all about baseball, like the Alex Bregman type of nerdiness, where he's just obsessed with baseball. I think that Caserio and D'Amico have really gotten to a good spot where they know how to identify actual football passion and actual football toughness. There have been other coaches in the past with the Texans where I feel like they wanted high football character, but I don't know if they could identify it. They would get guys that were, like good, solid dudes. They had high GPA in college and all of this, that come from strong families, all that. But I questioned just how passionate they were about football. I think these last 2 years, and I think D'Amico's been the big difference, is that D'Amico has a really good ability to identify, all right, these are the guys that might fit what we're looking for in terms of the physical measurables, but how does he play football? Like, can I see it on the film that this guy as a defensive player has a bloodlust about him and has he's an awesome guy, but also does he have that dark side to him? I think they've done a really good job of identifying those guys, and I like it. And I like it. It's as the Texans are becoming one of the more analytically based organizations as well. Yeah, that's really interesting to me. I have a lot of questions now. It's something I never think of. Like, what's the role of an assistant general manager? I would imagine, to varying differs from organization to organization, dependent upon who they're going to employ beyond, GM, assistant GM, scouting department, how into data analytics are NFL teams really. I'm curious, just from a Texan perspective, Chris Blanco's role, what exactly is that, and does it need to be to Nick Caserio? Well, he talked about that in the interview, and a lot of it was, it sounded very New England-like, the way that Belichick would operate things. Yeah. It's less about the title and more about the role and exactly what you're going to do. Yeah. So he's a guy that went to law school and had a passion for math and baseball stats from an early age. From the time he was 8 or 9 years old, was working on Excel spreadsheets when he was 9 years old. Yeah. That type of dude. So at the same time, though, he also played football in college and everything. He has that background, but he very much learned the analytical side of it with the Texans, starting back in, I think his first year with the Texans was in 2013 or before that. Mm-hmm. But then also went off to Minnesota, where they're very, very heavily analytical, and learned a lot up there. So his role, I'm guessing, is a lot on the analytics side and balancing out how are you handling a lot of the stuff that they're doing with these contracts, where the Texans are operating a little bit differently than other teams, just being really aggressive with guaranteed money, all of this other stuff. Yeah, I'm guessing it's that type of stuff that Nick really likes about a guy that doesn't fit the classic, ex-jock mode and having that blend, just like the Astros did, where I think they've done a great job of getting old school baseball people who have a respect for the analytical side of things, but also the analytical people in the Astros organization understand that the actual baseball knowledge really matters. So
Yes,
how do you
yes.
combine those two things together? That's always the challenge.
Yeah, not as easy as it sounds. You think it would be. We're going to hear more from Chris Blanco coming up in about an hour on Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Something that Blanco did say, though, towards the end of that cut, at the very end of that cut, in fact, was you were like, well, that was kind of important, too, talking about the players that they bring in and are evaluating. They need to be good guys as well. And it's interesting because the characters, the personalities, the kind of guys that, are in the Texans locker room now are maybe not necessarily players that they would have taken a chance on 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind
Damon
of...
Arnett especially, I think. You signed Damon
100%.
Arnett, and he's got a long litany of legal issues and everything in the past. For one, I think that's, like Nick will always say, that's a get him in the building type of scenario.
Yeah.
But the important thing he said was that they're good guys in the locker room.
Yeah.
And that's always a big test. It's that, Damon Arnett may have just not got nothing but glowing reports about the way he was to his teammates and everything else. He might have a whole bunch of issues outside of the football facility, but though we've seen it can work with guys like that if they figure it out and get down the proper path. But if they're just jerks in the locker room, that's where it makes it really tough to justify having them around. So I think that again, back in the past, sometimes I think when they were looking at character, they're almost looking at it the same way you might look at, bringing somebody into a Fortune 500 company or something, where it's different in football.
Yeah.
Like, does this guy fit on a football team? Is he a good dude in the locker room?
Well, we had on Area 45, me and Patrick, all season long, we had C.J. Johnson, head coach of the Houston Roughnecks, on with us once a week. And we even had Damon Arnett on our show. And on back-to-back weeks, I remember because Arnett had like a pick six, and I asked CJ about that, and what kind of player he was. Never mind, like it was not something at the forefront of my mind at the time. Like, hey, let me ask CJ about like Damon's past, because I'd forgotten about it. And being a 2020 Raider draft pick, it's not something that I'm necessarily concerned with. I don't know why he's not in the league anymore. I'm not worried about that. I just know he had a really good game. And so I asked CJ about that, and I'll never forget, CJ earlier this season was talking about like exactly what you asked a question about, like, well, what kind of locker room guy is he? And Damon Arnett was one of their leaders, one of their guys that was very much by action in the way that he worked, very much by, their words as well. Like he was very much a rah-rah guy, pick your head up kind of a thing, playoff race the Roughnecks were this season. And so I think that bodes well, and it may be compounded by the fact, I don't know if it matters or not, but I mean, CJ's just down the street, right, in the same city with D'Amico Ryans. So they have an easy way of going about getting to know the player from somebody that sees him and has coached him and maybe mentored him on a day in and day out basis.
You know what, if we're talking about like colorful personalities and everything, I'm reading Belichick's book right now. And it started off slow. The first couple chapters, I thought, this is I'm not gonna lie. He loosens up and he starts telling more stories as it goes along. But Antonio Brown was an interest. Since we're talking about being a good football teammate and everything,
Antonio Brown was interesting. Yeah, let me hear this.
Yeah, but look, they took a flyer on Antonio Brown. It ended up working out in Tampa, obviously, for a while. But there was Antonio Brown had gotten Tom Brady a gift, and it was this some kind of special milk, like some kind of protein shake or something. Belichick's calling it milk. I don't know if it was actual yak's milk or something, but it was super, super expensive stuff, like several $1,000s. And Antonio had it sent to Tom Brady as a gift, but it arrived like on a Friday afternoon and then sat in Tom Brady's locker all night and ended up spoiling and ended up being kind of a big deal before, like Belichick is having to put in a reimbursement request to the front office because Antonio Brown sounds like was pretty livid about the fact that they had botched this milk delivery for Tom Brady. So that's where for the extreme. Everything we're saying is true, except that also Antonio Brown did work really hard, and he was kind of a nut job. But when you're one of the best receivers who ever lived, you gotta tweak things a little bit every now and then.
Yeah, you spend thousands of dollars on some kind of exotic milk. It's just going to sit and spoil in somebody's nasty, sweaty locker. Yeah, I'd be pretty ticked off about that, too. Especially maybe Antonio Brown, who's had some financial difficulty, I think, in recent years. Did he or did he not file for bankruptcy? I think, in the last year.
I did. I think he was in a situation where he still has income because he's got all the social media feeds.
Yeah.
So, but his debts were larger than what he could sustain. Yeah. I mean, mostly he just doesn't, whether he has money or not, he just doesn't like paying bills. So that's one of his big issue has been, like just stiffing a private chef on over $10,000 worth of bills.
Or stiffing his players as owner of alternative football league team.
Stiff that moving company. That they were all upset about that.
Yeah. Seth Payne and Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. Coming up next, talking about clubhouse culture. The Astros clubhouse culture. Is it over or underrated? We'll discuss next. Stay put.
Sports Radio 610 listen.
stigma.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey everybody, welcome back in. Sports Radio 610's Payne and Pendergast. Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can text, you can join the chat as well on Twitch and YouTube. Chandler Rome wrote a recent piece in The Athletic talking about the Astros clubhouse culture, and I thought it was pretty interesting. It was really centric, written around Isaac Paredes and how he's kind of assimilated himself into the Astros clubhouse culture. And I thought it was kind of interesting, some of the things that Isaac was telling Chandler about what things were going to be like. Whenever he gets dealt to Houston from Chicago as part of that Kyle Tucker trade, he's thinking that, boy, I'm going to a World Series contending team. They have a lot of really great players on the roster. What's it going to be like? He was intimidated by that. And here's the quote from Isaac. At first in spring training, I thought it was going to be harder because you have all these superstars. So I thought it was going to be more strict. But it's the complete opposite. It's very relaxing. They've been very open. And that gives me the confidence to go out there and play ball. End quote from Isaac.
Yeah, I guess, and immediately I think, okay, well, why is this welcoming attitude not working for Christian Walker? What is it? Are they being more welcoming of Paredes? And can I blame the frosty welcome or something for Christian Walker being as bad as he is? That makes me feel worse about Christian Walker. Makes me feel great.
Point about Walker, not all guys are created equal. It could be as warm and fuzzy as possible, but maybe Christian Walker needs it to be a little bit more rough around the edges. Maybe all business. I don't know.
Yeah, he needs to go somewhere with just some genuine jerks on the roster or something. Yeah. That's one thing that Altuve has always said, that and Altuve doesn't know what other major league clubhouses are like other than what other people tell him, but that they're just a lot more welcoming when guys come in, and that there's just they try to really make people feel at home and welcome and part of the team. Because there is that, when you go to a new team, sometimes you just you're tiptoeing around a little bit because you don't want to be the guy that just asserts himself too much as the new guy. And it sounds like the Astros are able to cut through a lot of that. But ultimately, for them to win the way they are winning this year, the culture is there, obviously. And a lot of that just starts with Altuve, or at least it's maintained through Altuve. But the culture of the organization and their ability to develop players and just not look at them when they're in the minors, or even if they're already major league players, as like that it's not set in stone, that there's still upside if you just actually work at it and develop them.
Yeah.
That's probably been the most impressive thing that's sustained them. I mean, the pitchers can all have great attitudes, but unless you're identifying guys like Fromber and like Javier, or like if we talk about just the guys that were discovered as older Latin American prospects and then working with them and developing them, that's been a big part. Just got so many pitchers that they're getting the best performances out of.
You're talking about Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. One's worked for the other. Chandler Rome made a point in the article to say that, Isak's been traded already before. Being traded from the Cubs to the Astros, Isak at one point in time was a Detroit Tiger. So he's maybe a little bit more used to, being accepted into a clubhouse. He was a Tiger, he's a Ray, he was a Cub. This is not foreign territory to him. Well, it shouldn't be for Christian Walker either. Christian Walker, he'd spent a lot of years in Arizona, but that's not where he got his, start in his career. He was a Baltimore Oriole for a couple of years. He understands at various points in time in his career, how tough it is or challenging it can be to kind of, be accepted into a new city, a new clubhouse. And to be quite honest with you, I know the Jose Abreu comparisons do exist, unfortunately, as we sit here in the month of July now between him and Christian Walker. But the one thing that I always latched onto, and I don't know that we ever got an answer, or certainly not even interested in now, but is why Jose Abreu did struggle his first year as an Astro, outside of maybe, yes, just the decline that we should have seen in the numbers. But, he was in Chicago as a member of the White Sox for a long time. So he, got his start, and that's where he saw his success. I wondered, like, if he coming to the Astros, very much, still at the peak of this dynastic run of them being on, if that was intimidating to him. Like, you're a White Sox. You're a member of an organization that has literally had zero expectations in large for the time that you'd spent there, outside of that one time when you had Tony La Russa and you thought, like, oh, well, this guy's going to bring a winning culture and, kind of take you to the next level. No, that wasn't the case at all. It hits guys differently, and I think it clearly has for Christian Walker. For whatever reason, he's not felt as comfortable as a Houston Astro with maybe all of those expectations that go along with the guy that's getting paid the same exact contract that Jose Abreu was.
That is interesting, especially if Paredes is talking about how he was kind of intimidated just coming into this environment that's won so much, and you wonder if there might just be as simple an element as just pushing too hard. And because Abreu, you had seen the decline in the power the year before, and it looked like, okay, this is a guy he's in 2022, he was 35 years old. He's 36. There's going to continue to be a decline. Yeah. But the decline was so drastic. And with Abreu, he just you could never fault him for his work ethic. He worked his butt off, and he wanted to be out there playing every day. It might be as simple as that. It's one of those things that might be simple but impossible to fix, is just how hard he was pressing in the face of declining physical skills and trying to measure up to a new standard. That it's a lot.
One point that I want to make, I like to make this point because, Joe Espada, I don't feel like gets near the credits, even now that the ball club is winning and they're one of the best in the bigs, to date, record-wise, and overperformance, maybe, some would say, many would say maybe, in terms of the results they're seeing from guys that you didn't even know existed maybe 3 months ago. But it's Jeremy Pena. And when Espada earlier this offseason, when we still didn't have finality with where Alex Bregman was going to wind up, is he going to be an Astro lifer? Is he going to wind up in Boston or Chicago? Who's he going to be playing for? Joe Espada was asked a question on MLB Network. Who's going to be the vocal leader? Who's going to be the clubhouse leader that kind of replaces an Alex Bregman that you're going to be missing so much from if, in fact, you can't retain him? He didn't mince words. He didn't hesitate. He didn't stutter. He said Jeremy Pena. And he said Jeremy Pena because he's seen over the years a guy that has understood Jose Altuve's here, Yordan Alvarez is here, Kyle Tucker's here, Alex Bregman is here. Those are the guys that are vocal and that lead by example. But he's wanting to be that guy. He's waiting for his opportunity, and it just so happened it presented itself. Yordan has struggled out of the gate and now hadn't played baseball for 2 months. Never mind, Bregman and Tucker are no longer Astros. Jeremy Pena is a guy at a premium position who is now performing and taken his game to a completely different level, who has thrived on the opportunity to be a clubhouse leader and be a more vocal guy who already brought an innate, energy to him and the excitable personality that he plays the game with. I think those two things have gelled perfectly. Yeah, and it's also, too, sometimes I think people get too fixated on who's going to be the vocal leader and all of that. And we're on so many of the good teams, it doesn't have to be that there's one guy that's the driving force behind it. Think about those San Antonio Spurs rosters forever. And I think that's where the Astros have been. Like Correa, remember how awkward it was that Correa was all of a sudden so visibly the leader in his free agency year. Yeah. Like all of a sudden Correa was like, "Hey, I'm going to be out at every mound visit, and I'm going to be the guy." Like, all right, we get it. It's you're putting your best foot forward. It doesn't necessarily need to be that way. Mm-hmm. If you go back to 2017. There's some element of where you bring it in, you've got a bunch of young players and a bunch of unprovens the way it's shaken out so far this year, but you have the veteran presence of Paredes, and it would be nice if Christian Walker was playing better. But when they brought in McCann and all of those other guys, and right as the golden era was beginning, I like the
I like the blend of leadership or age and experience on this team.
Yeah. Texters, don't do this to yourselves. I'm telling you right now. We're getting some responses on the text line. 713-572-4610. Christian Walker had 3 hits last night. Maybe he's coming around.
We warned you about this.
Yeah.
It's, we can split, man. Yeah, any way you slice it or dice it, last 7 days, last 14 days, last 28 days, he's been a below-average baseball player. And, yes, this could be the one that this could be the game that everything turns around. But we've been through this before this year. I can't do this after every good Christian Walker performance.
Cross all the fingers, all the toes, the arm, whatever you need to cross. Like, maybe, but just let it breathe a little bit. Like, if he has 3 multi-hit games in this series in Colorado, like, I don't know that that's going to make me feel much better because
it's Colorado.
That's Colorado. Yeah. All right, what's the deal? If Punch and Judy hits, if he's just like flaring balls over the shortstop or the second baseman's head, like, it's the Colorado thing. It's like whatever, out the window, but still, it's also the exit velo. If he's popping balls over the infielders' heads at like 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, no. If he hits 3 home runs at 350 feet apiece or so, or plus, pushing 400, then I'll be cool with that.
Yeah, it's just give us the results. I just need to get this win too. I don't want to be talking about how the Rockies, took 2 or 3 from the Astros. 9 o'clock hour is upon us at Sports Radio 610. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani, and for Sean Pendergast. Stick with us at Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about the LASIK procedure. Let's talk.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
9 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate you joining us on a Wednesday. Alongside Seth Payne, I'm Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast, who is vacationing in Jamaica.
Who's he arguing with on Twitter right now on his vacation?
Well, various people, I think. Yordan Alvarez is the center point of the conversation, and I don't know exactly the impetus of it, but I'll pull up the most recent quote tweet from Sean within the last hour to somebody named Daniel Meyer, who said, Yordan's open market value is over $40 million per season. Even knowing he's only going to play 130 games most seasons, he is one of the 5 best hitters on the planet. And then Pendergast followed up with, what about seasons where he plays 30 games? This hand thing is now a reoccurring injury. I'm surprised how cavalier a lot of my followers are about this. And then the response was, I like you, man, but you and a few others are wrong on this one. Feels in LB right now. And Pendergast says, I like you too, Phil, to another responder. Which brings up a question for me. We're going through this now without Yordan Alvarez, okay? Just keep it to Yordan for a second, Seth. Never mind the Astros have won 51 games with significant underperformance by Christian Walker. Never mind they've done it with like 6 starting pitchers on the injured list. Never mind all of that stuff. You are winning a lot of baseball games in convincing fashion that you're beating teams outside of just the crappy ones that exist in your division, okay? There's no argument about that. And you're doing it without a player that has hit at least 31 home runs 4 straight seasons for you, and Yordan Alvarez. Is this going to end up making it that much easier when it comes time for extension talk between Yordan Alvarez and the Houston Astros? The way that you felt about Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker and how much that smarted a lot of people, are you now less susceptible to that sting?
Saying, is it going to be easier to deal with him not being extended?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
I think there's contributing factors here that say
yes. I didn't know if you're asking, does it make it easier to sign him or not sign him or whatever it might be. So you're asking, is it easier to deal with the fact that he'll probably be gone when his contract expires?
Yeah.
If he remained as injured as this, then yes, it will be. It's already easy for me. The Astros have broken me when it comes to hoping that you're going to retain some guy. I have no emotional reaction to Jeremy Pena probably leaving after next year because this is what I've come to expect. So I don't know if it makes it easier or harder. I do think it makes it more interesting because Yordan already signed his extension the first time, I think with an understanding that he had had some injury issues already and, perhaps wanted to have the insurance of all the guaranteed money, even if it was less than what his market value would end up being. So I think when he comes up for extension, depending on however much, what his recent injury history has been, I think there's a good chance he gets that he comes to another deal with the Astros, kind of like what Lance McCullers did with the Astros, where you acknowledge that the injuries have been an issue, but I like being here. So I'll guess, if anything, I'll be a little bit more, maybe could anticipate him pulling an Altuve and just doing another team-friendly extension.
Just to caution people, I don't know if you were being facetious or maybe you misspoke. I don't know. Jeremy Payne is not going anywhere. He's got 2 arbitration years left with the Astros, so there are a couple more years of team control for Jeremy Payne.
He signed, but he's got Scott Boras as his agent. I'm saying after
the 28 season, so you got him until he's about 30 years old. So. Let's not get there. I already know that's going to happen, Seth. I already know. I don't want to think about it right now, okay? I want to enjoy a couple of more years of Jeremy Pena. Get him a World Series MVP before he puts on a different uniform for my liking. But I think
it'd be after the 27 season when he's
after the 27 season. I think it's definitely easier because at one point, do you have to become comfortable with the Astros decision-making process, like the business side of baseball, like where we've got this, there's the rule of 4 where the Astros, you score 4 more runs and they're excellent. There's a rule of 5 contractually with the Astros where they ain't going to give you any other year beyond 5. Alex Bregman in that offer was an exception. Do they make a similar exception to Yordan Alvarez? I don't know. Let's wait and see and get there. But after losing, Garrett Cole and Carlos Correa and George Springer, you've been down this road before. Charlie Morton left you to go make $30 million with the Atlanta Braves. And you've gone through this time and time and time again. Now, Bregman and Tucker, 2 guys you thought were going to be lifers at one point in time, right? Well, Yordan, he's going to be next man up at some point in time. It should be very comfortable for you outside of just the injury situation, especially because at the end of the day, this ball club has found a way to win and continue on this run that they've been on.
Yordan's got 3 years left on his deal after this year, so it'd be in 2029. He'll be 32 years old. That's where it's the sweet spot for Yordan, maybe, especially if he continues reissues where he has to miss 30 or 40 games a year.
Yeah.
I would say that's ripe for a Jose Altuve type extension where it takes him through age 35, but it's reduced for Yordan. It would take him through age 35 or so, been reduced on the back end. So I'm less nervous about his long-term tenure with the Astros than any other young guy that's still in his extreme youth.
Yeah, consider this as well. Somebody just texted in, trade Alvarez. We're also very used to this. It's trading for impact players, not necessarily trading away impact players. I know you traded Kyle Tucker, okay, but that situation was kind of FUBAR because you knew the amount of money it was going to take to retain Kyle Tucker and certainly the years, and that number has only grown. But I don't know. Don't kick out of bed the idea that maybe the Astros do consider at some point in time moving Yordan Alvarez if a deal sounds right, looks right. I don't know. I don't want it to get to that point. I'm just saying because it's not happened, in the last decade or so very much, doesn't mean it can't happen. Is that Murphy's Law or something like that?
Murphy's Law is if something bad can happen, then it will happen, I think.
Yeah, well, which is the Astros injury situation.
Yeah, just because something hasn't happened, it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. That's more of a black swan scenario.
Yeah.
That's how people get themselves into housing crises. Oh, no, real estate never goes down. We're on that for happening ever. Ah, crap. Yeah.
A random question for you, maybe not so random, and we were talking Texans earlier, but I'm just thinking with all this offseason talk and we're comparing the Texans to the Rockets and how excited we have been over the course of the last couple of years, from a Texans perspective, what's the one offseason move this offseason? What's the one offseason move you think they could end up regretting the most, either any point in the season or at season's end?
I think the one that my gut is to tell me to say the entire way they handled the offensive line, since they weren't as aggressive in going after free agents the way that teams like the Bears or the Vikings were in trying to bolster their offensive line, that the offensive line situation I'm still uncomfortable with. I can see where they can definitely be better than last year, but I would have liked them to be more aggressive. So as part and parcel to that, I'm going to say that I think Laken Tomlinson being signed and just seemingly penciled in there as the starter at left guard, it makes me nervous just because it feels a lot like Shaq Mason did, where you're taking a player who's in his early 30s and he's not quite the player he used to be, that sometimes that fall, either because of injuries or just poor, reduced performance, ends up being more of a headache than you're hoping. Like, you're bringing in a guy that's a great leader, this, that, the other thing. But just at the end of the day, I need to see performance out of him. So that would be all wrapped up in, man, if the offensive line doesn't substantially improve, that goes square back on what was your offseason strategy when you got rid of 3 starters and then were not that aggressive in trying to replace them, or you just failed to replace them. I think that's probably what most people fear about how this offseason might not work out.
I think from the basis of my question, like, what's the one thing they could regret this offseason at some point in time? I think it can't be anything other than offensive line centric, right? But I thought you were actually going to say the impetus of the offensive line overhaul in trading Laremy Tunsil. Moving on from the best guy on that line, one of the best left tackles in the game. Like, is there anything that could occur, that would make you say in the middle of a season or at season's end, like, boy, there's some things that you have to just live with sometimes, and maybe Laremy Tunsil should have just been one of those with the contract and, maybe the vet being a vet kind of a thing.
I think that the problem is with Laremy Tunsil is that for the amount of money you were paying him, he just didn't provide enough in some of the things that really matter, but are harder to keep track of.
I agree.
Like run blocking, for instance. There's no reason he should have been as bad at run blocking or as disengaged at times in run blocking as he was. The false starts, I know a lot of people like to act like that's no big deal. The false starts were a problem not just because 5 yards, not just because they knocked you from 3rd and 7 into 3rd and 12 and all of those types of scenarios. It was the selfishness that fueled the false starts. You're taking one of the best athletes in the amongst offensive linemen in the league, and he's just trying to get as much of a head start as possible in that down and doing it at the expense of everybody else. And when it's supposed to be a guy who's a team leader.
Yeah.
Like all of that combined, then his lackadaisical attitude towards practice. Now, there's no part of me that's going to say, I don't care how well he does in Washington. If they wanted to fix that whole O-line, you had a bunch of inferior football players trying to emulate a guy who got away with doing it the lazy way, and that just I was done with him. I couldn't handle watching another false start.
Text message says Texans signed these veteran offensive linemen. I think as much to establish practice and culture until the youngsters eventually take over this season. I mean that's a thought. I think maybe not necessarily across the board, but at certain positions. You enter Ariante Ursery. What kind of a role do we think he plays, at left tackle? Is he the guy, from day one? Is that something that he's going to have to earn?
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at last year, people were frustrated that the Texans you guys didn't address safety in the offseason. They drafted Kalen Bull. Like, no, you didn't draft that. Simmons is sitting out there. And then lo and behold, your draft pick performs, and you say, oh, looks like they had a plan at safety all along. I think with Ariante Ursery, there's some of that where you look in this round to get him, and there's a tendency just because when a guy is in a first-round pick, you shouldn't rely on any rookie, but you sometimes it's impossible to feel like the guy in a position of real need. I think people tend to feel like, well, Ursery's not going to fix it. So what was your plan? All right, Ursery was part of the plan. Bringing in some of the other veteran players were other parts of the plan. And then Blake Fisher is really probably the biggest X factor, because if he can build on what he did last year, where he did some really good things, but he also did some really rookie-type things, then all of a sudden you could potentially be set at offensive tackle with Ursery and Blake Fisher for several years to come. But there's X factors all over the place on the O-line.
Yeah. Well, all right, so with Ursery, now you get me thinking, like, the position that, people are very cautious and nervous about and not confident, period, in the Texans evaluating and drafting, especially high in drafts, is offensive linemen, right? You think about Kenyon Green and how bad, that's gone, or went, rather. Could Ariante Ursery be maybe one of, if not the best decisions the Texans made this offseason, either via draft or free agency, just because of the position and being a part of the one group that has just been their weakest link for a lot of years?
I mean, if he works out as a player, then it was. But that's the whole problem that we're talking about is, all right, can you actually draft and get in some of these good offensive linemen? Yes, it could be Ursery works out. That'll be huge. Not like Nick Caserio is trying to keep score of how the fans feel about him, but I think amongst the fan base, if Ariante Ursery is a hit, then yeah, that has an outsized importance because you might feel like, oh, okay, I trust that these guys know what they're doing with evaluating offensive linemen. I trust that they can actually, build on this next year and get a genuinely studly offensive line.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. You're right. We've got a YouTuber that says the false starts cost games. Brought back opening touchdown drives. That switched momentum. Also cost me money on the parlays.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, and there were so many times where it was in the fourth quarter. That Cowboys game a few years ago now, where just Laramie Tunsil had multiple false starts and in the fourth quarter. And they're drive killers. And especially in the fourth quarter, they can be game losers. You knock yourself out of field goal position with a false start. That counts more than just a run-of-the-mill first down in the first quarter type of false start.
Yeah. Maybe the best offseason move that the Texans will have made, like you look back on it at the end of the season and say it could be not a signing but a trade. Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. When they made that deal, Seth, you're thinking like, okay, one, how did you pull this off? Kenyon Green, and you get C.J. Gardner-Johnson, like a guy with that talent level. And then you start looking a little bit deeper, and it's like, 6 picks last year. He's led the NFL in interceptions before. Cool. You already felt pretty solid about the secondary and defense in general. Now you add C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the mix. Like, holy smokes, the depth, the versatility that D'Amico's got now with, maybe a really great secondary and a really great edge rush. You combine those two, this defense is going to be really difficult to score on. I don't know how you say otherwise off the top of my head. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, to me, could very well be that guy in that move that you say, yeah, that right there might have been what sealed the deal defensively.
Well, that's a cool one just to remember. If it works out and it's a great trade, that's a Daryl Morey type of trade where it happens because the GM is always on the phone. So it was a salary dump for the Eagles more so than anything, and you managed to trade Kenyon Green for what looks on paper like, a pick swap, and then Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So the Eagles would have done that with a lot of other teams. It's just that they happen to have the right conversations going at the right moments with the Texans, and that's where the moves like that work out. That's the benefit of having a guy like Caserio compared to, say, Brian Gain was lacking in that regard in terms of trade activity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you have to be as active as Nick Caserio, but Caserio's just he's been in the league forever. He's got good relationships and people trust him, so you end up getting opportunities like that.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pender. If you'd like Denny to weigh in, the number, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, you mentioned Nick Caserio. The assistant Texans general manager, Chris Blanco, will let you hear from him on how and why the Texans have become maybe a little bit more nerdy than they had been in the past. That's next.
The Drive with Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. Coming up in a half hour, it'll be time for the fellas on In the Loop. Reggie Atatula, Chris Partee, in for John Lopez once again. Reggie just popped in. Seth, want to make sure if our listeners have not heard about it yet, tomorrow going to be a very different day on Sports Radio 610. It's a radio-thon that we're going to be putting on. It's going to be Reggie Atatula and Ron Hughley. It's Reggie and Ron's radio-thon. They'll be live all day from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m., and you're going to be on in the morning with them. I'm going to be on to close things out towards the evening between 4 and 6, and all of the different hosts throughout the day are going to be popping in and doing that, and it's all to benefit the Houston Food Bank. If you could check Ron Hughley's Twitter, Reggie Atatula's Twitter, I've got it on my timeline. There's a link there that you can click on and donate to the Houston Food Bank cause, and that's what we'll be supporting tomorrow for Reggie and Ron's radio-thon. So we'll talk to those guys here in just about a half hour. But between now and then, Seth, we played a cut that was pertinent, I think, to something we were discussing in terms of clubhouse culture and things like that, discussing the Astros. Chris Blanco, who's the Texans assistant general manager, was on Ari Mirov's podcast. He does an NFL spotlight every so often. And Ari Mirov covers the NFL, has for a long time, writes and does some work for the 33rd Team, which is an excellent website. You'd handpicked a number of pertinent cuts from Chris Blanco as part of this interview that you wanted to share with everybody.
Yeah, well, it was fun because Blanco, when he sits down and starts talking, you realize, oh, okay, this isn't your normal football guy. Like this is this guy could have, he could be a CEO at a tech company or something. And like the first 5 minutes of the conversation, I was like, man, this guy, this is exactly the kind of nerd that I want in my front office in the NFL these days, or in any sports organization. This guy he did play football in college, but he got a law degree, and he kind of set his sights on working in the front office, and he lays out this path that he followed to get to where he is now. But the type of guy, ask yourself if you're driving, if you were this type of kid growing up. This is him on what his childhood was like.
I'll go all the way back. My mom, she's a chemical engineer on it. She loves it. She put my brother and I on Excel when we were probably 9 years old doing our baseball stats. And you talk about aha moments. I had an aha moment watching like summer baseball on TNT or TGS, and I saw slugging percentage and ERA, and I didn't know what the equation was. And I'm 9 years old, so I really don't know much about, algebra at that point. But I just remember sitting at the computer for like days, and I finally figured out how to calculate slugging percentage. I finally figured out how to calculate ERA.
At 9? You're 9 years old messing around on Excel. What the hell have I been doing with my entire life?
All I could think about, though, he said his mom was a chemical engineer. So coming from, generally speaking, pretty intelligent family, I would say. I remember being a kid, the first thing I would do in the morning is I'd go get the sports section, from the coffee table, and I'd lay down on the carpet and just pour over the stats. And something makes me think that, at the age of 6, 7, 8, 9, during my youth years, if I had a computer in the house and I knew what the hell Excel was back in the 90s, then, I would have probably done the same thing.
You probably would have, you start looking at it and you're trying to organize all this stuff in your head, and then you stumble into this, or your mom gives you this tool that you can actually sort these things out. As a 9-year-old, though, to figure out the formulas and everything,
that's pretty funny.
I found that impressive, but then you start to worry, like, wait a second, we don't want to be too nerdy. And that's why I like the answer that he gave when asked about how do they go about building this roster around CJ Stroud.
This thing about Nick and D'Amico, when they build a roster, it's never solely focused on one player, be it the quarterback, a pass rusher, wide receiver, etc. It's really about bringing in highly competitive football players who are physically, mentally tough, who have a level of aggression in the way that they play, and who are good people in the locker room.
The level of aggression that they play with, that's the one that I feel like, I don't know if they have stats for it or if they, how they account for it on their spreadsheets or anything, but they've done a really good job of identifying those on the defensive side of the ball. Like those guys play with a level of aggression. Now, when it comes to building a team around CJ, like first and foremost, it's always great to have a great defense on the other side of you, so they've taken care of that. I think that level of aggression is something that was missing on the offensive line.
Yeah,
it was missing in the tight ends group when they're blocking. Some of that boils down to just playing with poor technique. It's hard to be aggressive. But the just as an analytically minded person to still have level of aggression as one of the most important things you're looking at. Yeah. That's hard to quantify. I like that. I like that he respects that part of the game.
You mentioned like you don't know if there's a stat for that, right? I would imagine there's going to be at some point if it doesn't exist. But I was thinking about you've seen like the Havoc stat they use for edge rushers and stuff like that. I wonder. I don't know the equation for that. But I wonder if there is a degree to whatever they do use for that you could apply, because when you're talking about the level of aggression, isn't it somewhat equivalent to how you're affecting a play? Because if you're being aggressive, then you're affecting a play in a positive way on your side of the ball anyway, right?
Yeah, right. But then because some guys make plays and they're not all that aggressive, So I think that's where if you're trying to quantify it, that's one of those classic things that you just know it when you see it. You can watch a guy and see if they're playing aggressively or not, compared to guys that sometimes might rack up plays, but they're not all that aggressive. I think on the analytical side of it, a lot of the GPS data probably reflects that.
Oh yeah, good point.
Like how much. Like when it was like how fast are those guys running on plays where they're away from the ball? Like how much ground do they cover to make a play? Yeah. So I'm guessing that's a combination of the eyeball test, but then a lot of the GPS data that the teams have that we as the public don't have yet.
Yeah. Somebody texted in, do we know how to calculate slugging percentage now? Need a baseball reference. I don't know. Off the top of my head, no. I'm not that nerdy.
I wish I'm going to learn how to calculate WAR on my own. It's a relatively simple formula. I just don't want to learn it, damn it.
Yeah, well, you're dealing with a whole bunch of different numbers there in that situation. Anything else pop to you from Chris Blanco?
This is Blanco on how they go about retaining their current players.
That's the strategy there, is like, hey, just trying to get the best football players in our building on the football field. And, from short term, long term, it's like, putting ourselves in a position where we're able to retain we don't want to develop players and then, watch them walk out the door. We want to be in a position where we're able to retain for long-term success.
And that's very much in line. That's not breaking news or anything with what they've been doing with these guys and their extensions with the third-year players. Where it used to be pretty common that if you were going to get an extension after your third year, it was because you're a future Hall of Famer like J.J. Watt or something. I think the Texans have been more aggressive than certainly teams of the past or a lot of other teams, and I like it. The part that makes me nervous is putting that vote of confidence in a player who's still young, and can you really expect that you're going to get that over the next 5 years out of them? I'm less nervous about it with the Texans just because I think, like everything we've talked about already, I think they've identified the guys that they know are going to keep putting out and keep working at it, whether they win a Super Bowl or whether they're all pro or whether they get a huge contract. That part I feel good about because the downside to not extending your own young players is that the replacement cost can be huge.
Yeah.
You can end up drafting 3 more guys before you find a guy as good as that. And how much money do you spend on those draft picks or those free agency acquisitions? So, like that part of having sustained success, I think they're just on a much better track now than they were in previous years.
The job of, talent evaluators, particularly in football, we talk about this all the time. Like, is this player going to fit this particular scheme? In making these business decisions, like in GM working with Nick Caserio, as GM, they have to make all the time and determine like, hey, this is a really good player and we'd like him here for the long term. But during that same time, the life of that player's contract that you just extended for the next 3 to 5 years, you determine that, you know what, it's time for a change at coordinator. It's time for a change at head coach. We see this all the time. And that player that you really liked, that you wanted to commit all this money and years to, maybe there's a chance they're not going to be that guy, that player, that of that productivity with a new head coach or a new coordinator. And it's so agonizing to think, like, I'm listening to Chris Blanco, and I'm just thinking, like, that's a really hard job. That's just a really, really hard job.
Yeah, to figure out exactly, all right, was the scheme the problem? Was Bobby Slowick the issue? Was it these specific offensive linemen? They kind of hit the easy button with the offensive line because they just said, all right, we're going to get rid of all the starters and the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator, and we're just going to start from scratch. Here we go. Expansion year. Let's do it.
It's the easy button, yet I don't know that fans like the answer that they got.
It's the simple button. They hit the simple button.
It's a simple button. But you got a whole bunch of guys that were like, they were kind of sketch, in their previous stops. And now all of a sudden, like, the Texans are going to be the Houston Astros in this miraculous way that they've been able to rehabilitate and, figure out why these pitchers have not had success elsewhere. But they're going to be great here. We're just going to reinvigorate them as Astros. Now with line.
Okay, because the kids are on break, and there might be some young aspiring sports industry kids out there. This is Chris Blanco on his advice for getting a job in the NFL.
Yeah, I would tell them to be extremely persistent and have an open mind in terms of what that entry-level position looks like, but also have a pretty dialed-in vision of, like, who you see yourself to become in 2 years, 5 years down the line. For me, the way I kind of like rationalize or like logically look at things is, if I work in the NFL, like, okay, general managers, what are their backgrounds? The majority come through personnel scouting. There's a handful who come through football admin. There's a handful that have coaching backgrounds. So for me, it's like using that type of reasoning. It's like, okay, so what does that mean? Okay, this is like legal business side. This is the scouting side. So for me, going into my process, like, I had a pretty good understanding of what an organization was looking for in me as an applicant. So I would tell that to the same thing as someone trying to break into the business, is like have a very just kind of dialed in plan as well as a networking piece.
That the way it reminds me of Roger Goodell, who, like, at the age of 15 decided he wanted to be commissioner of the NFL, and like that's a very rare and specific job goal for a 15-year-old to have.
Yeah.
But he went out and kind of realized, oh, there's a path to that. Like, this is what I have to do. And you kind of demystify it. I love hearing from, like, Chris Blanco is not a completely atypical potential GM football and everything. It wasn't like some of the stories you hear about guys that just never played football before but break in. He followed a conventional path in some ways, but also knew that, okay, to get into the front office, I got to show this side of me that is the analytical side. And like, the law degree sets him apart a little bit in some respects. That it's not as mysterious as it sometimes feels like it might be.
Yeah.
Like, there is a path, and you just find out what other people have done and the path they followed, and then just emulate it.
Yeah,
You just follow the leader in that regard.
Yeah. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani, in for Sean Pendergast. I got a question for you on the other side in regards to the Texans' path. When you're talking about all this data and analytics, I want to know how long they've been down that path, how deep they are right now. We'll discuss that coming up next. And we'll also talk to the guys in the loop, Reggie Atatula, Chris Partee, in for John Lopez once again today. We'll talk to the fellas next at Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio. From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne. Final segment this morning for us. And then we'll welcome in Reggie Atatula and Chris Partee, who's in for John Lopez on In the Loop today with Figgy Fig. I would imagine going to be here as well. They'll have the question of the day. That was always fun. That the conversation through crosstalk, thinking about the question of the day. Reggie was working on one the last couple of minutes. I'm sure he's arrived.
Oh, we're getting it cold. It's hard, man. It's hard when they don't give us the all right.
Well, I told him yesterday. You know, he sprung it on me like 2 straight days, but it was my fault yesterday because he'd text me like around this time.
Yeah,
and I didn't know it.
All right, just get ready, man. Just get mentally sharp for this.
Yeah, well, they've been really easy questions. What was it yesterday? Like longest wait ever, most memorable wait. That was fun. Though it wasn't fun whenever about the story that I had in 2007. That wasn't good. But yeah, we were talking about and listening to some really interesting audio from Chris Blanco, Texans assistant general manager, and talking a lot of analytics and, you know, without getting too nerdy and stuff, like it is very much a part of sports, and we probably speak more about it in baseball than anything else these days. And I'm curious from you if you know just how deep in the weeds are the Houston Texans into like advanced data.
They're a lot. Yeah, a lot. Like, and I'd say they're ahead of the curve with a lot of teams. If you look at the average NFL team has somewhere between, I want to say, it depends, you know, how they accumulate these stats or compile these stats, but 10 or 15 people in their analytics department. I mean, the Texans, as an organization, they have at least 21 people in their front office who have like either science, research, or data attached attached to the middle. So they've got their football performance research department. That's 3 different people. Then you've got football technology and decision science. I think that's 12 or 13 people. Their sports performance, which is separate from strength and conditioning, has 4 people in it. So director of applied sports science, applied sports science coordinator. Nick is into it. It's just that football teams are really careful about never publicizing or acting like they're into it. Other than, I think Minnesota has probably leaned into it the hardest. But yeah, I'm not worried about the Texans falling behind in that regard at all. And I think the thing that I like about it is that Caserio very much, as a guy who's been a coach and has seen all sides of the business, I think him, kind of like it was with the combination of A.J. Hinch and Jeff Luhnow, they know how to balance out the science from what actually works on the field and what can we actually utilize.
Is that something that he was doing, to a pretty serious degree in New England? Like, did he bring that from what he learned up there here, or is that something that, dependent upon who he's working with as a head coach, like, the demands or requests by D'Amico Ryans or whoever, we should really take a bigger look at this and expand our department because it's very helpful. And D'Amico's in that tweener stage where he was in the league probably when they started using a little bit more of that, but also got a taste of where they didn't really pay too much attention to the advanced data.
Well, the guy never gets any credit in bringing as a player and as a coach is Chip Kelly. And Chip Kelly was gung-ho into a lot of the sports science stuff. Chip Kelly was doing a lot of stuff that they'd been doing in Europe with soccer players already, and he brought that to college football and then on into the NFL. So D'Amico has talked about how much he appreciated learning that side of it and that view of it. And, yeah, I think D'Amico is a lot like Luhnow in that regard, is that he was a player – understands everything that goes with that, the things that sometimes you can't quantify or figure out, but then also with an appreciation that, all right, the analytics gives us a lot of tools and perhaps gives us it can help expose a lot of blind spots that I wouldn't have seen before. So that part of it feels good. I think D'Amico's got a pretty good blend of it.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. I love that because it is 2025, and I feel like in baseball, somebody that's followed that sport for a very long time, data, stats have been very much a part of that game for a long, long time. And the NFL, that's got a lot of different moving parts, and I almost feel like maybe football, at least from you said they don't publicize it a lot, right? At least NFL teams don't. It feels like they're a little bit behind in terms of what they use or maybe can use or comfortable in using versus what they do in baseball.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of teams that do a lot, and it's a lot of times I'll see people write an article about breaking down a team analytically or something, and the replies are always, why aren't NFL teams using guys like you? And I'm like, I want to get one of those jobs. They are using all of it. But the head coach at any given time in play calling can also just shut off his earpiece, and he doesn't necessarily have to hear that he should be going for it or not going for it.
Well, that's the data, in the 2 minutes or less, right? We see the stats all the time. Here's a play, facing this down, this yardage, what you should do, and then you see your play caller for your insert favorite team not do that at all.
Right, but those drive charts are so annoying, though, too, because they don't account for everything that's happened in the game necessarily and the physical state of your players. There's still that part of being a coach that, man, sometimes you can look in a guy's eye and see that he's frazzled or that he's shot or that your quarterback's hand is shaking or whatever it might be. That's where now it's almost gotten to the point where people at first didn't want their coaches to be listening to computers, or now they get irate if the computer says that, no, it was a 52% better outcome probability if you had done this instead of the 48% if you had done that. You idiot. How could you ever?
Yeah, well, to go baseball again, how many times have you heard from Joe Espada or Dusty Baker, in recent years? Well, we like the matchup. When all of the stats and analytics say that you should not be using this pitcher against this hitter or vice versa, or throwing him these pitches.
Yeah,
but we like the matchup.
But sometimes the amateur nerds get a little ahead of themselves, and they'll be using data about this versus this lefty lineup or whatever it might be, where the teams themselves are actually using way more advanced stuff than just lefty or righty and everything. Like they're able to break the I don't know. I think there's just there's way more people want to cling on to the perception that there's the nerds and there's the jocks and never the two shall meet. The majority of teams they've merged the nerds and the jocks by this point.
Yeah, they're figuring that out a little bit better these days. Tonight, it's Hunter Brown on the mound for the Astros. Game 2 of a 3-game set. Astros 51-34, continuing to kill it. Now a season-high 17 games above 500, Seth. A 7-game lead over the Mariners. This feels like, with as many questions now surrounding Jeremy Pena's, kind of near future, Yordan Alvarez's status the rest of this season with the setback of his hand, feels like a really opportune time to capitalize on this team that you're playing in Colorado. Get this dub tonight, and hell, for that matter, you get this sweep. You might be looking at an 8+ game lead by series end over the Mariners, and that provides you a really darn good cushion going up against a couple of more competitive ball clubs in the Cleveland Guardians and the LA Dodgers, which remain on your schedule, along with the Rangers, but you're not really worried about them before you get to the All-Star break.
No, this is going to be an awesome Independence Day weekend, because if you've got an afternoon game tomorrow, and a lot of you will be off of work already. And right into 3 games against the Dodgers. Yeah, what are you going to learn from these next 2 games versus the Rockies? There is that part of me that still fears playing down to an opponent. Now that the Astros are definitively above opponents like the Rockies, don't play down to the Rockies just as you've got this Dodgers series coming up. Continue this stretch of series in which you haven't lost 11 straight in a row. You've either tied or won.
Yeah.
I don't want to let up versus the Rockies at all. I want to just crush and destroy this franchise who was given too much of a glimmer of hope last night.
Yeah,
they need to be held in their place, damn it.
Josh Hader tried to make it a little interesting last night. It was going to be close anyway because, aside from the Victor Caratini, grand slam, the Astros had just put 2 runs on the board in a place that a lot of other baseball teams have hit really well.
And I'll tell you the other big thing, honestly, regardless of whether they win or lose, I don't want to go into the Dodgers games with the bullpen beleaguered or tired at all. So the ability of Hunter to go deep into a game and just to eat up some innings so that you can be as close to full strength as this ridiculously battered baseball team can be. That's where I'm emotionally invested in the starting pitching over the next couple nights.
Yeah, well, Hunter Brown tonight, and you got Brandon Walter tomorrow. It's a day game, but Hunter Brown, as good as he is, you got to admit, you're a little nervous about him pitching in Colorado tonight, even though the Rockies suck.
No, I never. No. They're that bad. I don't think people appreciate how bad the Rockies are.
I know, but
they've got the 3rd worst offense in baseball playing in that ballpark. No, I'm not nervous.
I get it.
Not one bit. I'm as cocky. I'm irrationally cocky about this.
I get it, but somebody had 5 hits off of Astros pitching last night. Jordan Beck.
Yeah.
Some ways I don't care what the exit velocity was. It's just. I'm just a little nervous about Hunter Brown pitching in Colorado. It's like, why? I don't want his nice, impressive, clean stat sheet to be reckoned with in Colorado.
Honestly, I want to see him pitch a complete game. So I have no room in my heart for nervousness because I want him to pitch a complete game and go into the Dodgers series with those guys as rested as possible.
I think you only got one of those this year, right? From an Astros perspective, you have one complete game. Was it
Cesar Salazar?
Yeah, right.
He had one complete
immaculate innings.
He's got a 0.08 ERA, damn it. He's the best guy we've got.
No, who was it for the Astros earlier this year? It was like a very Greg Maddux-esque performance. Was it Fromber? Did Fromber throw that
That's what I wanted to say, but I've got a history of being wrong on this.
I mean, it's the easy choice, right? If it wasn't Hunter Brown.
Oh, no. It was Fromber because it was the 80. He only pitched it
was like 86 pitches or something, right?
Or whatever. Yeah, it was ridiculous. The game took 2 hours and 1 minute. So it was 100% Fromber with the 83 pitch game.
Yeah, it was something like that. I remember thinking like Greg Maddux the whole night. Me and PC did a H-Town post-game show that night, which had to be bumped up by like a full hour because was just a 1-0 or 2-0 ball game that evening. But he was third inning, 25 pitches, fourth inning, 38 pitches. It was just like, wow, this is pretty wild. And he was able to keep that up all night long. I thought he was going to do the same thing this past weekend at home against the Cubs. He was rolling through like the first 3-4 innings. I was like, man, he's got a shot to get you into the 7th or 8th inning, and then you got a little laborious in the 5th and or the 4th and 5th innings. It was,
yeah.
But the Astros, how they progress forward without Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez, I don't think you should be worried about it at this stage. If anything, what has driven you crazy in years past pre-Joe Espada, with Dusty Baker tinkering with the lineup, Joe Espada's done the same thing. It's just worked. And oddly enough, it's worked around a guy that has been healthy, at least from what we know, Christian Walker being the underperforming player that he has to this stage. Jose Altuve not really being the guy for long stretches that he's been prior to coming into this season. It's worked out really, really well.
So Yordan Alvarez and I can't be sitting here and act like this 18-7 and 1-run games and everything is sustainable for too much longer without Jeremy Pena or Yordan Alvarez. You're eternally optimistic about this Astros team. Just honestly, tell me what you're feeling about Yordan. What's the games before he's back?
I'm gonna say, including the rest of this first half number of games, I'll say a total of 30.
30 before he's back?
30 games.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jeez, maybe that's I was expecting.
Maybe that's a bit much. No, you know what? Because
right.
That's going to be a whole other month in the second half.
He's not even swinging a bat right now. And the last time he didn't even swing a bat, and then he's going to have to do the same thing in West Palm Beach, and then potentially a minor league assignment by that time.
And I think
you're right. I think your gut was right.
Yeah, no, 30 games because I told you earlier. It's like, it's a broken hand, okay? It's a broken hand. Can you just let the break heal before he does, baseball activities like swinging bat 50% off of a tee? I don't need to know that. I need to know that Yordan Alvarez in a month or so's time is going to come back healthy without any fracture, break in a hand, or anything.
That's the problem with the long layoff, is that when you come back, you start having he's got to re-strengthen all those muscles.
I'll deal with it.
We don't know. He might. Hopefully, he didn't re-break it this time. It's just that his hand is sore.
Yeah. Who knows? They didn't define what the quote-unquote setback was. Luke Morrow actually in today with Reggie Atatula. My bad. I've been saying Chris Partee. My bad, Luke. Good to see. Do you have a very Luke Morrow-esque unique shirt on today? I cannot see you.
I don't know. I don't know what's become of this whole thing. I have a Pink Floyd shirt on today.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Correct.
Yes. I knew I was going to get that. He's just he's humble. The fashion game is strong with Luke Morrow. Reggie Atatula in as well. The guys from In the Loop, they'll have you from 10 to 2. What's happening, fellas?
Hey, man. Not much. Enjoying another day of life in this great city of Houston. How are you guys feeling?
Doing great. There's nothing really to complain about. We've been talking about this all week, right? Rockets, check. Badass offseason. Astros continuing to crush everybody, check. Well, what?
I mean, you guys are just talking about it. Here we go again with the Astros thing. I felt like such a sucker. I was like, all right, here we go.
It was predictable.
He's starting to work. Yes, it was. And yet still, here I was like, look, I don't even need him to come back immediately as long as he makes it back before the end of the season. And even now, I'm like, is that going to happen?
Yeah.
Are we going to get that? That's the skepticism and the doubt that the Astros with injuries are able to give us because of the ways that they continue to handle things.
I feel like I put it out in the universe yesterday because Seth, we did a segment on, can Dana Brown ever, get to the Jeff Luhnow status, as an Astros GM? Maybe with actual baseball moves, but in terms of evaluating the health of anybody, he gets a F-.
Yeah, at least the way they're handling it right now, that's going to be his greatest improvement, is on just figuring out a way to somehow not having all these continual issues.
Yeah.
What's the we're flying blind today on the question of the day,
yes.
So you got to pop it on us.
Well, to be fair, the question of the day changed a couple of times this morning, but it is stabilized here in honor of Tony Parker, and I'll explain why here in a second. What 24-hour business business would you, because apparently the streamer Kai Cenat was in Tony Parker's home and discovered that Tony Parker in his house has a 24/7 restaurant called Nando's. Are you familiar with Nando's or Nando's or however they utilize it or say it?
I think I've heard this before.
Yeah, it's popular in the UK. I know that there is at least one I've seen in the Galleria area here, but it's, kind of a spicy chicken spot. And I was like, that is
saying in his house. You mean like in his condo or whatever, in the building that he lives in?
No, in his house, like his estate. He has. I mean, to be fair, we're using the term, has it in his house a little bit lightly because it's like a backyard grill area, but it's Nando's themed, and they, like, I guess whoever the chef is there will make all of the main things on the Nando's menu. So
it's like a mother-in-law suite, but it doubles as a restaurant now.
I mean, kind of. It's basically. I mean,
chef. It's quite the mother-in-law.
If you see the video, it basically looks like the Devontae Adams Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Like, it basically looks like that. So I was like, I mean, we can go there, right? What business would you want in your house? Like, is it a restaurant? Because I feel like restaurant is going to be a lot of people's go-to.
Yeah, food's good. I would say, you know what? I need a Chinese food restaurant, like a 24/7 Chinese food restaurant in my house. Like, who doesn't crave Chinese food late at night?
It's just Chinese. There's no actual business I want in my house because I don't like having people around.
That's fair.
That's why I never wanted to be royalty. I don't like having servants around with their prying ears. I was at an Airbnb building that had an elevator that went directly down into the supermarket. Like, there was an elevator just for residents of the building, so you could take an elevator from, you could walk 10 steps outside of your condo door and then take an elevator down right into, like, drop you in baked goods. And that was awesome. That was 100%. I keep trying to convince my wife we need to live in a place like that. I would live in a studio apartment with a downstairs grocery store any day of the week over any other living situation.
Especially in that instance where it's 24/7. Like, you're cooking something, you forgot an ingredient, boom, go get it real quick. You wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, damn, I need some ibuprofen or something. I don't have it.
Yeah.
I want an entire apple pie.
That is also,
which is exactly why Brandy won't let us do it.
Cinnabon. I don't know why. You said apple pie, and I thought Cinnabon. Give me a Cinnabon in my house 24/7.
That's not good for your physique, though. Like, because the beauty of a Cinnabon is I only allow myself to have it in an airport, so that really limits the ability of damage that can be done. If you could just get it at any time, that's a real problem.
Yeah, good point. But if I had the ability to do that, I also don't think I would give a damn about what I look like or how I need.
Because you've already won. You won life.
I've won. I've got Cinnabon in my living room. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula and Luke Moore will have you from 10 until 2. Seth, Good Week of Radio. He'll be on with you guys tomorrow as part of the Reggie and Ron Radio-thon. Good name choice, by the way. I like the order of operation there. In the Loop will officially
start. You're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of Payne and Pendergast today, including the great Sean Bijani, who, again, as he mentioned, during tomorrow's Reggie and Ron Radio-thon, he'll help close us out. Seth will help start us up. And all the way in between, we'll be raising money for the Houston Food Bank. I'm super excited for that. Luke Morrow, you'll be involved in that as well. You're sitting in for the OG John Lopez today, though. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. Good to be here. Looking forward to joining you guys tomorrow as well for a great cause and what you're doing. But in the meantime, looking forward to hanging out with you for the next few hours. Plenty to get to between now and then.
Absolutely. And then, of course, Figgy Fig, as always. Fig, how are we feeling about Luke Morrow today? What kind of odd take you think we're going to get off? Because he gets that hating in there, man. Like, he is a high-level hater, Luke Morrow.
I feel like we're going to get something during the question of the day. I think somebody going to bring up some type of restaurant in the house, and he going to be like, they're vastly overrated.
Okay, I
like that. Steak 48, overrated.
I can see it in his eyes. He's got one percolating.
Yeah. It looked like I might have hit a nerve right there.
Yeah. We just started. I have to refrain. We got to get a little deeper into the show.
That's fair. 4 hours. We can't get all the hate out up front. If you got hate or anything else that you want to get out during the course of this program, there's a few ways to get involved with it. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. Let us know what you're thinking, how you feeling. And then also, there's always available the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. The Astros get the first game of a 3-game set in Colorado. It wasn't pretty, but a win is a win. Colton Gordon, got a little roughed up.
Yeah.
But did enough. And thanks to Victor Caratini with a big grand slam, his second of the season, the Astros put up enough runs to get over the Rockies, and we'll talk more about that. But I think the biggest thing that came out yesterday wasn't even the game. It was before the game. We got Dana Brown, and whenever you hear Dana Brown in these airwaves, it's either really good or really bad. And let me tell you, it's not the good variety. Here's Dana Brown talking about an update with DH Yordan Alvarez.
Yordan Alvarez came into, you guys saw him swinging a bat Saturday at our home ballpark, driving balls all over the place. The plan was to get him down to, spring training site in West Palm Beach on Sunday. So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today showed up, and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand, and so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to what steps we take next.
We're here again. Luke, we are here again, and I have to raise my hand. I'm the sucker. I was like, look, man, he's getting out here, he's swinging the bat.
I told you this, man.
You did.
I was like, man, I'm not excited because all the whole batting cages and taking swings and all that stuff. I'm like, nah, I will feel better once he's inside the game.
And it seems like there's going to be some time before he's inside the game. He's shut down again. And at this point, I mean, the Astros, and I hate to say it so bluntly, they look like fools, man. Like there is such a long line of mishandling of injuries, especially with some of the best players on your team. We can go back to a number of them, and we've talked about it time and time again. And now again, here you are, Yordan Alvarez. This is a severe problem. Where is your first mind? Where does your mind go immediately when it comes to the latest update with Yordan now being shut down?
Well, my first reaction when it came across my phone yesterday was I literally laughed out loud because it was just it's a joke. It's predictable as well. But yeah, to your point, I mean, this has been obviously a thing with the Astros, and they always say once is an outlier, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern, and we're well beyond 3 times over the recent years with this organization, how they've handled these injuries. And this is like Kyle Tucker all over again last year. And the thing is, not only is it annoying when it drags out and we have these setbacks and maybe some mixed diagnosis as well, but also when it's like one of your most important hitters. If it was, all due respect to anybody else on the roster, but like a Dubon, it's not as big of a deal, and you're waiting all of last season for him to come back. And now same with Yordan this year, who has already been out for 2 months. I don't know if we're going to see him again in the regular season, or at least until the very end of the regular season. If anything, at this point, they can't rule out surgery yet. That would be probably the nail in the coffin for his 2025 campaign. And it's ridiculous. I think the comments don't help either, where Dana Brown comes out on Monday and says, there's a chance he might play this weekend. And then within 24 hours, it's like, oh, actually, you know what? There's a pretty good chance he might not play again this whole year. And I know they've been under fire for a lack of transparency and because of this whole issue and how they treat these guys. But even with Pena, I believe Espada said over the weekend that he didn't break any ribs or anything. And then he's in the lineup originally Sunday, he gets scratched, and then on Monday it's like, oh, actually he has a fractured rib. He's going to be out. It's almost like I know us fans want to hear something, but it's almost better to just keep your mouth shut until we actually know truly until we're at the doorstep, because you just set yourself up to look even worse when you give these reports. And I know it's bad luck on their end with the setback, but man, not even 24 hours later, we're gearing up for maybe Yordan playing against the Dodgers, and now it's like, oh, actually, might not see him again until next season.
So I hear your take on that, the idea that, hey, you look bad with the transparency. My issue is not with the transparency. My issue is the idea that as you are being transparent, it's very evident that you are mishandling this on some level. Mm-hmm. And there needs to be an accounting and a level of audit of the entire medical practice. Because I think you were saying it earlier, hey, if it was Dubon, it wouldn't necessarily be as bad or what have you. I think it's bad in all those instances, and I'm not saying that you didn't, but I think it should be a illuminating. And this is not the first nor the second nor the third time that has happened with a star. And these should be the things that make you pump the brakes and go, wait. We need to make sure that it never happens again, that we lose a star player for an extended period of time because of something we did. Right? If it's the happenstance of injury that happens in sports just generally, you have to live with that. I don't know if you like living with it, but you have to. You don't have to live with losing a star player, a high caliber player, a player that means a lot to your team, despite the fact that you can find a way to get wins outside of it. Like, that's neither here nor there. You should not have to live an extra week, an extra 2 weeks, an extra month without a player that you need to be the best version of yourself because of something that you did or something that you were incapable of doing, which is evident either on the medical staff is incapable of adequately diagnosing and, getting proper imaging, or, doing that, or something in the front office or the management structure is not able to use the adequate amount of caution or able to. Somewhere in this, there is a breakdown that is very evident, because you mentioned time and time again. And the real problem is not even just that there's a breakdown, is that as a management structure, you have not stopped and rooted out that inefficiency to make sure that this doesn't keep happening. And maybe you could say, hey, Yordan Alvarez is injury prone, but is also Kyle Tucker injury prone, is also, Bregman. How many guys are we going to look to and go, okay, well, they're injury prone, as opposed to, all right, but we're also not helping them be the best version of themselves, be the healthiest versions of themselves. And this is super problematic for an organization that in all other facets you look at and you probably go, usually runs pretty well.
For sure. Yeah, this is the outlier. And it is very vexing that they haven't been here this out or nip it in the bud. And I've said it before, like even all the way up to the top, where if you're ownership, like you're wasting money on these guys. Your best players are missing so much time. Yordan's another one where you're just paying for him to be on the sidelines. And so forget the whole on-the-field performance of trying to win games and put your best lineup out there and being frustrated like, hey, what's going on here where we've had these two setbacks? He's taking batting practice, and then turns out it's something more serious, and now Yordan's going to be out even longer. That hurts the team on the field, but if I'm ownership, it's like, I'm spending a lot of money on these players, and it almost seems like we're costing them to miss even more time, which then costs me more money. Like, where's my money going towards these guys just being on the sidelines, let alone the cost for rehab and everything else? So I am curious that something hasn't been done. The injury-prone conversation, I think, is a separate conversation. We could have the conversation with the Astros. I think it's a separate conversation. I know like The Athletic did an article about the Dodgers and how they always have these pitcher injuries, and it's kind of how they treat their pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's something similar at the Astros, but that's a separate conversation because, to your point, we don't see these issues of the delayed comebacks with these other teams. Every other team in the league has injuries, but I don't recall, and maybe this is recency bias or just being here covering the Astros, I don't recall another team in recent years where you could point to back-to-back years where it seems like they've botched these injuries with these star players that the initial diagnosis wasn't so bad, like a couple weeks, then it turns out they're gone for the majority of the season. I don't think it happens elsewhere as often as it happens here, and so that's where people can say, they're injury-prone, so on and so forth. But the delays in the return, McCullers missing 3 years. J.P. France, even at this point, it's been already over a year, and he's still working his way back. These delays that you don't seem to deal with at least as frequently with other teams as you certainly do here in Houston.
Yeah, from the 346, you guys are all doom and gloom, always complaining. The team is doing fine. They're winning. What's your problem? Injuries happen. Get over it. I think you can hold space for multiple things in this. I think in the same breath, I will absolutely give the Astros credit for having a MO that is capable to sustain winning in this season in the way that they have. And honestly, even last year, finding a way to get the wins back after they got themselves in a little bit of a hole, despite injuries. However, we can also acknowledge that as injuries happen, just because the injuries happen don't mean that they have to be sustained for as long as they do. And that is a misstep by this organization. That is a problem with this organization. And then imagine how much more dominant, how much better they would be if they had that fixed, if they had that patched up, if they were more efficient in that way. And I mean, I think that is just what an organization is supposed to do. You're supposed to, as much as you can, facilitate the best environment for your players to go out and win baseball games. And in this one critical way, especially when we talk about the best ability being availability, you are dropping the ball as an organization. You are failing your team and your players. And in a way, I think that, the audience, the fans should look at that as failing your fan base by not giving them the opportunity to go out and see a Yordan on any given day. Like, because again, this is a far-flung issue. Obviously, you want to make sure to be able to get guys on the field to be able to win. But there's also a business aspect of this that you're kind of cheating yourself on as well, which is, hey, people come out to see the star players. Obviously, people come out to see the Stros and the name on the front. but also you've missed a lot of time for those type of guys and guys that maybe would be, the way that we were looking at in Happy Hunter Brown Day, because it is one of those, like the way that we would look at it, Hunter Brown is pitching today. How much more would you have that if it's like, all right, well, I know Yordan is playing today, and, the likes of the many various pitchers that you have had that have missed time rehabbing in this system. Like, how much more would you have of that as well for the Astros, of folks turning up and being excited to see the baseball team, above just the fact that they're a good baseball team, but also that their favorite players actually out there on the field.
Yeah, which also goes back to what I was saying about like the ownership. With this starting at the top of something should be done. It's costing you money in more than one way, and potentially it could cost you games. I know right now they're playing really well, but you can only take on so much water. And it's also kind of like that cliche that I know you guys use a lot around here of, what is it, you can't ignore in victories what you wouldn't in whatever it is.
What you ignore in defeat.
Something like that. Like, even though they're playing well, just because your marriage seems happy doesn't mean you should ignore your spouse's complaints, because eventually it might catch up to you. So it's similar at the Astros.
Therapist Luke,
That's
I like
right.
that.
Yeah, so it's similar here at the Astros, where they're treading, they're more than treading water, but they're holding serve right now. But eventually these things could catch up to you, and obviously you want your best players out on the field. That's why you're paying them. And specifically when it comes to the playoff time, I think there's a big difference between getting through the regular season and then getting through the playoffs, where the pitching becomes so much better, the hitting becomes tougher, and if this injury goes so far that you don't even have Yordan for the playoffs, there's a difference between beating the Rockies and the Mariners and the Angels and the Suns to going against the best teams in baseball in October and not having your best hitter simply because of maybe, allegedly, potentially, like malpractice. That's a real problem for this organization.
It's a little frustrating for me, because even with the Yordan hand thing, I'm wondering if they would have, I guess, because it seemed like they were trying to stash him a little bit, like, he'd be out for about maybe 2 or 3 weeks or something, like maybe 2 weeks. I wonder if they actually would have did all the right procedures and all that stuff and say, you know what, you got a broken hand or whatever it is, let's get the surgery, whatever was going on now, get it out the way early, and maybe he could have came back maybe later this season or something like that. But it seemed like they kind of hold off for so long, and I'm kind of worried they're gonna do the same thing with Pena with the fractured rib, and he said he might be back next week and all this other stuff. It's just like, hold on, man. Like, that's a fractured rib.
Yeah.
It might not be broke. I know there's a difference between broken and fractured or whatever, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, let's cross all the T's and dot the I's before we try to rush people back like that.
That's kind of the point I was making earlier, too, is like some of the movies I like most are the ones I went into with the lowest expectations, then vice versa. Some of the movies that I view as like such a disappointment because I had such high expectation. When you set the bar at a certain point of like, hey, Yordan might play this weekend against the Dodgers, when he's still just, he's still working his way back. Or like you said, Figgy, like Pena, he might only need the 10 days. And then fast forward, here I am at 50 games with his rib. Pena might be out the next 2 months for all we know. There's no need to put that out there and set the bar there, because then when you do have these setbacks, even if you do everything right and the athlete still suffers a setback, it just makes you look worse, because you already put out to the fans and the media that there's a chance he could be back later this week. Pena might be back within 10 days. And then it's like, well, it's been 2 months. What happened here? Your original comment said this was going to be a short-term injury.
Yeah, at this point, I think they probably should have took the D'Amico Ryans approach when talking about Christian Harris.
Yeah.
And said, I'll let y'all know when we get an update.
Maybe. Like, me personally, I don't really love that, but I understand how, from a team perspective, you could be like, hey, this is making us look bad, as opposed to a different level of, if people are frustrated because they don't know, it's different than people being frustrated because we overpromise and ultimately undelivered. Right. But I think for me, I hope that I end up in a place where I can understand that setbacks happen. However, the continual preponderance of these setbacks happening makes me look and go, are you sure that you are not the common denominator here, and that it's not some variable within your house that you need to, look through and see if you get fixed up? And the thing that really scares me more than anything about this, obviously people will be like, hey, this is a Yordan issue or what have you. Ultimately, however that breaks down, because I do think that needs to be evaluated. The thing for me is I know that this team can find a way to win games in the stead of these guys being out. But with the way that this is gone and the timing of it, I don't know that this isn't like, is this discomfort just additional discomfort, or is this another break or a worsening of the break that then pushes him further, where you miss him not just for the rest of him back playing postseason baseball.
Yeah.
I need Pena back when you're playing postseason baseball because all of the wins are fine and good, but when you get to a place where it's just, nut up time and it's just a few games against the best teams in baseball, do you have your best foot forward? And the way that this is being handled makes me wonder if, is there a hamate bone injury that then pushes him further out where now we're talking about possibly being back for the postseason as opposed to definitely being back for the season, ramping up and getting himself to a place where he's playing the best baseball heading into the postseason.
100%. You don't want to go into the playoffs with Cooper Hummel and Mauricio Dubon as your everyday players.
With all due respect to those gentlemen.
Yes, of course, always. So for sure. And I think, the whole organization, this whole process needs to be audited internally and figure out where the hole is in all of this that's leading to these issues. But then just to put a bow, like I said, I think it's also along those lines. With that said, along with the internal audit, it's also sometimes better to keep your mouth shut and appear stupid than to open it and remove all doubt. And the Astros do that as well along the way.
All right, we're getting going on a Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still a victory worth noting versus the Colorado Rockies. Shout out to Victor Caratini for another grand slam on the season. We'll talk more about that as we continue going. But coming up next, let's talk about the Rockets because a lot of people out there, like Brian Windhurst, are absolutely picking the Rockets as the clear-cut offseason winner so far. Is that actually a good thing? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Area 45.
has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Reginald Atatula. Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez. And then, of course, Figgy Fig, as always, rocking with you. Appreciate you getting involved on the text line. 713-572-4610, as well as the Mo Cameron Injury Lawyer live streams. Even if you think that we are Debbie Downers or if we're just all negative, I
know he's being Debbie Downers.
I'm going to be completely
I thought we was just talking about the story.
Please let us know, because I genuinely want to have the conversation amongst folks that view differently. The idea that, where do you have a positive perspective on this?
Maybe we should have just put that on the back burner.
I mean, it's your biggest bat who you were looking at possibly getting back, as you mentioned, Luke. The Dana Brown, the general manager, rather, is what I was looking for, of this team, kind of put it out there that in the next 3 series you could possibly see him return. And then a day later, we're talking about him being shut down from baseball activities. Like that is a notable thing. And then
it's no big deal, man. They got the win last night.
Which they did.
Who
but
cares?
You add the additional context of this is not the first nor the second time nor the third time that you've had a particular setback. And again, injuries are hit and miss type thing. It's not an exact science, and I give grace for that. However, if you have bad luck all the damn time, at some point, I don't think we can just call it bad luck. That we have to maybe look at what is attributing to that. And I think that that's a fair thing to bring up. Tell me if I'm wrong on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, tell me if I'm wrong on this regard. The Rockets, obviously, doing some big things. I think we have been very fond of what their offseason has looked like, with obviously the addition of Kevin Durant, Dorian Finney-Smith as a 3-and-D player, the acquisition of Clint Capella as another big on this team. It feels like they are doubling down on what they found yesterday, or what they found last year, rather, in being a long team that can defend, and obviously a team that gets offensive rebounds and wins on the boards. And with all of that, there's a lot of people around the NBA sphere, with the additional attention that KD brings to the team, going, this team is the offseason winner, or at least one of them. And now, they are on notice to be champions, and we've talked about them in somewhat similar spaces. But Luke, is that a good thing?
Yeah, it's I guess this might just be like my neurosis, but I always dislike when you're talking about teams that win the offseason and setting up these expectations. The Rockets have the second best odds now to win the NBA title this upcoming year, and since we haven't had a repeat champion in so long, the Thunder are the favorites, but maybe by default you could almost slide the Rockets into number one because of all the parity in the league right now. And yeah, it's just a concern, because you could point to a lot of teams, a lot of examples across the major sports over the years that when we do give them the off-season title, it doesn't lead to regular season success. And the classic example, different sport, but when the Eagles made all these moves before the 2011 season to the point where they called themselves a dream team.
Yeah, I recall that.
And then they went 500 that year.
Was that the team with Vince Young?
Exactly. Yeah.
Michael Vick.
Yeah. And so that's just one example. Everyone was very high on the Texans offseason last year, and then, it didn't lead to the same, and that's a whole other conversation. That's a deeper conversation, but we could point to a lot of when the hype gets too high and you get excited over what's happening in the offseason and things that aren't being done on the court in this instance, and still can overlook maybe some of the concerns or some of the flaws. And when the buzz gets I think part of it too is that I could be a contrarian, and so I automatically dislike things that become very popular. And
I'm with you, buddy.
I'm all about the Rockets. I love the Rockets offseason. But then I almost get a little worried when everyone's talking about, like, hey, this team is great, what a great offseason, and it makes me worried that it's almost like a jinx on them now because of the hype that they're getting this offseason from a lot of national figures.
Stay low and build, man. Stay low and build.
And there's a lot of people that will subscribe to the nature of a jinx. I think the people feel you on that perspective, and I think if you've heard me over the entirety of this week, last couple of days with Chris Partee, I have been vocal about a couple of things that I think are I don't know. I'm watching, right? Whether it's like, hey, the guard space of, okay, do you have the real lateral quickness in order to deal with a team that maybe would possess a couple of guards, or that would have a little bit of opportunity to move around, especially if like a man would have to guard up or what have you. That might be me looking at the small things and trying to pick a hole in what is built here. The thing that I keep looking at, though, is you're adding more pieces. I think it becomes a larger onus on the coaching staff to be able to build an apparatus that would allow this team to score more points.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I use to kind of maybe wipe that away and maybe lean into the idea that I think this is a good thing and we don't have to fear this too much is, again, what I started with. This team is doubling down on P they already had. Right? It's not like some of those other teams that we're talking about throwing back to, where it feels like they're changing up what they're doing in order to try and go bigger, right? They're not bringing in, although they are bringing in a new player and a couple of new players, they're not bringing in a different dynamic of player and trying to put this in a different space. This isn't the 2010 Heat, even though they ended up being like a good basketball team, where they're like, hey, we're building something and we will need to figure it out over the time. There is going to be some figuring out, as there is with any season, but they're still leaning into the core principles that they had last year and trying to do them better. Like, they want to be an incredible defensive team that leads with defense. They're doing that at a better level. I mean, there's a lot of people that are looking at the possibility of, Dorian Finney-Smith as an upgrade to what you're talking about. Obviously, Kevin Durant as an upgrade offensively, but then not just having you didn't start last season with the double big situation. You figured that out as the season went along, and you refined that, got it better. Steven Adams, we know, has some load management things. So you go, hey, let's bring in another center that we can continue to do that with at a higher level. It feels like they're just going to keep doing the same thing, but better. And that feels like has less room for a breakdown in trying to, scale up. I still think that does leave room for, are those weaknesses that you had, are they still there? Are they places that people can pick at, especially that now you're no longer the hunter, you're the hunted? Mm-hmm. But I do feel like that notion of, we're just scaling up what we already did, which means that there's going to be less problems in trying to figure that out, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, and it's one that I did acknowledge to myself, this idea of, like you said, they weren't make these big moves to have to try to become good. They were already the number 2 seed. It wasn't necessarily like trying to pair Kawhi and Paul George together and hoping it works, or even Durant and Harden and Kyrie and Brooklyn, and like, okay, we're going to take this bad team, bring these stars in, Pierce and Garnett and Brooklyn, and suddenly we're going to be good. Oof. This Rockets team was already good as the 2 seed and now just trying to get better, so that is a big difference. If you go and you look at like the teams that spend the most in the offseason, usually they're bad teams, and then they just continue to be bad, even though we hype up the offseason that they had. Turns out they're still just bad rosters and bad organizations. So the Rockets don't have that, which is an advantage. And I do like the Rockets offseason, but I just fear, I guess, that by leaning so much into the size, that they have ignored that guard position. And it's something I talked about on these airwaves multiple times last week after getting Durant, that I still wanted some addition to the guard position, but it seems like they're going all in. They're really leaning into the double big, or even potentially you could say triple big lineups, and all of the size that they have, which is great. But I guess I would say I would want to make sure all bases are covered instead of kind of swinging the pendulum too far in one direction.
I'm with you. I'm with you there. The thing that I've been trying to tamp down, that little red light that blinks with me, which again, as a fellow contrarian, I feel you. But I think that the thing I'm trying to lean into is you do have guys like Amen Thompson, Tari Eason, Dorian Finney-Smith now, that seem like they have a decent amount of lateral quickness that I think if you utilize those guys in a particular way, you should be able to guard on the perimeter and be able to handle that. I'm still looking at where do you get the ability to like drive and dribble penetrate, and then arcs of, Dorian Finney-Smith and Fred VanVleet if he's off ball, and then even Kevin Durant if he's off ball, maybe in more of a shooter situation in those instances, with guys that can be those playmakers, because that was one of the things that you were asking last year, and I think that Kevin Durant can do some of that, but I don't know how much you want to place on him in order to be your creator. And obviously Fred will come in and do that. You're asking Reed Shepherd, I imagine, to do a little bit more of that. There's still some questions there, as I think there is with any team. It's a salary, or not a salary cap sport, but they're trying to basically build more of prohibitive measures to make it pseudo salary capped in a way, with the soft cap and the ways that they're making that a little bit harder. You're always going to have inefficiencies. That's ultimately what I'm trying. It's like football, right? In the NFL, with a hard cap, it's built to make you so that you are not going to be impervious. So I'm trying to remember that as the Rockets build a team. You're not going to have an impervious roster, but you have a pretty damn good one where you can see the path to being a very good basketball team, and that might be most of what you can ask for at this time period.
Yeah, this team's going to be really good. Like, don't twist my words. They're going to be better than last year. They are going to be one of the best teams in the league. I really like what they've done this offseason. It's a deep roster. It's a really good roster. It's just that when you hear these people say, Rockets won the offseason, or Rockets are the team to beat in the West, and it's like, it just worries me a little bit of getting wrapped up in the excitement and ignoring the fact that, we've never seen a 37-year-old or older lead a team to a championship. Not saying Durant can't do it, but it would be the first time that it happens. So it would still be a unique scenario if they get to that ultimate goal. It's going to be a really good team. Just part of me, I guess it's my being neurotic. I get worried when everyone talks about how good this offseason, how good this roster look, what's that going to play out?
So what happens if I reframe it as a 22-year-old or 23? No, 22-year-old. Or no, he'll be 23. Got to do my math properly. Alperen Sengun leading a team to a championship. See, you just got to reframe. That's all you got to do. Because, that's an all-star who obviously has an opportunity to grow, especially with better support around him. Because I feel like I have not acknowledged enough how Alperen Sengun obviously was really good and still has opportunity to develop with this team. But either way, I think we can, at the very least, bask in the excitement and the joy of this in the time period. And as we get closer to when we have to play basketball, maybe we can lean more into some of the questions and concerns that we have. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610-713. They need to keep Cam Whitmore. Look, I would absolutely see that, but I wouldn't want you to keep him if you're not going to use him, right? Like, that's the question that I have, and I think that would remain to be seen with the dynamics between him and Ime Udoka. But coming up next in the loop, let's get to our question of the day, as we always do at this time. And inspired by Tony Parker having a full-on restaurant in his house, what 24/7 business would you want in your home? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive.
on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to the question of the day here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. What 24-hour business would you want in your home? 713-572-4610. I'm Reggie Atatula. That is Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez, who has the week off. He's out there in the hill country, I think.
I have no idea. I think he's taking like a little family.
Yeah, a little family vacay.
Like a whole family with the grandkids and all that stuff, the children.
I expect nothing less. He's a family man.
You know what I be wanting to do whenever we say so-and-so is out? I like what Area 45 do.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever somebody's out, like Patrick Creighton be like, yeah, Sean is off because he's lazy. I just like to, we got to start doing that. Lopez is all being lazy.
That's better than what I've seen other people do, which is they just be lying on him. It's like, oh man, he had terrible diarrhea, and he had to.
Hey, we can do that too.
All right, that probably doesn't tie in nicely with this. I probably shouldn't have done that. But the 24-hour business you would want in your home. The reason why this comes up is apparently the streamer Kai Cenat, who, look, if you got a kid, they might know about him. This has gotten really big in a way that I still don't fully understand. But hey, I guess it's not for me to understand. Got a big following, and as he was streaming live, him and his homeboys apparently were at Tony Parker's house. Why? I don't know. I just know that this was happening. And he's walking around showing off, basically doing a modern version of MTV Cribs.
Yeah.
And he ends up out on like kind of the back patio of sorts, and you turn the corner, and here is a Nando's restaurant. In fact, this is what it sounds like on the stream when Kai Cenat discovers it.
Out of my life, we got a 24-hour Nando's restaurant at the crib. Hey. Shout out to Nando's.
Hey, I need that right now.
24 hours.
Hey, Sunset Burger.
Nando's at the house.
Nando's at the house. And I like in an instant, my very not rich brain was like, what? How does that work? How do they staff this? And of course, if you're a rich person, you don't think about such things. You're just like, I want this in my house. I don't know why Tony Parker needs this, but I guess why does anybody need anything? So let's get into that space of if you could break your way from the need of it or what have you. What business, what entity would you want in your house 24 hours? Because I feel like this could be a real boon to your life and your lifestyle if you pick the right thing.
Yeah, I was kind of influenced by the crosstalk earlier. Some of the texts that have come in on it are really good. But my original thought, I'll stick to my guns. I was actually going to say like an urgent care or some sort of health facility. Now, if you're rich enough to have this in your home, I guess you don't need to worry about that so much because you should, have good health care and go to the doctor. You can spend money to go to the doctors as often as you need. But I can be a little, again, neurotic, I guess, when it comes to like health stuff. So it'd be nice to be able to just get get checked out, get that peace of mind anytime. And also, there was an instance a couple years ago where I dislocated my finger in the middle of the night and I had to go to the ER. And then you're just sitting there for like an hour or two. And I had to wait till like 3 a.m. to get my finger put back in place. It'd be nice if I could just pop over to the other room over there, bang, they fix you up.
Are you a hypochondriac?
A little bit.
Okay. So I was like, if you are a hypochondriac, that kind of would be a good way to do. Like, we could just quell this fear immediately. Right? It's worthwhile for you, even if it's somewhat unnecessary and you probably could utilize something else. It's just like, look, peace of mind is worth more than anything.
Absolutely.
I bet that doctor would hate you, though. That doctor would be like, all right, all right, Luke, what is it now?
What do he want?
No, that's a pretty sweet gig, though. He's in one spot. He's only got one patient to worry about. He could do whatever he wants all day. And
the
then
paperwork would be a lot easier.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I'll pop in and be like, is this something? Do I have cancer? What's going on? And it's like, no, it's nothing.
Just a mole, buddy.
Yeah. And
same mole that we saw last year.
You good, man.
All right. On with our day.
Some other things that have come in on the text line from the 832 24-hour dispensary. Well, I mean, look. That'll save you some hassle. You don't got to go out the house. You don't got to move around. You don't end up in that situation I imagine some people end up in where they're like, all right, time to get this popping. And then you're like, oh, don't got any product for myself. So, yeah, that's tough. Obviously, food is going to be a big one here from the 281. Ramen del Barrio. Okay, very good. Somebody said Whataburger 24/7. Ooh, I like what's happening here. 832, Lid's Locker Room.
Yeah.
That is brilliant. Like, you know, if you're a sports fan, especially if you're one of the sports fans that likes to really put on, like, I want to do jerseys, I want to do hats, I want to do. Imagine if you could just walk in and it's basically a team store in there. And you can get that, or like, if it's like a Foot Locker, take it to a different level, get a whole bunch of sneakers in there. Like, I like what we're doing there. We're making just a different level of closet.
Yeah.
I say, if you're rich, you could just already purchase all that stuff and just turn that room into a closet, get a Taco Bell in there as well.
From the 832 at Pluckers 24/7, because I be wanting wings at 7 a.m. That's a great point. There are some places that some things that you just can't get at like 2 o'clock in the morning, although should you be having those things at 2 o'clock in the morning? That's a different question. There's some things it's just like, I would like to be able to get this at this time of hour.
Yeah.
What would it be for you, Fitz?
So the first thing I thought about, I wanted something in the house that won't really stink up the house as much, or you might not get tired of the smell as much, but I would like some type of coffee spot. I don't want to say Starbucks because I've been working there for so long and I'm tired of it, but my favorite coffee spot, I would like to have my favorite coffee spot in there. That way I wake up in the morning and you could smell that coffee each time. You could just go over there, get whatever you want. Some other things I was thinking about was a barbershop.
Yeah,
I would love to have like just a whole barbershop setting and just one chair right there just for me. So that way I could just walk in just in some slides and some pajamas and just get my hair cut real quick.
That one is huge because I don't even know if it's like the driving or the distance that it would take for you to get to wherever. It's the scheduling.
Yeah. True.
Nowadays, like, especially in the city of Houston where we got a bajillion people in here, like any barber, they're all largely booked and busy. So, like, getting in to book, or, I mean, take it a different level. I just got my hair braided. Like, if you also have, like, Figgy and you're doing twists or what have you.
Yeah.
You have a barber, a hairstylist or what have you. And doing all that scheduling is not always the easiest. Imagine if there's one person that is always there for you whenever you need them.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
It's true. How often do you guys go to the barber? Like, if you had one in the house, how often would you use it?
Oh, that'd be a weekly occurrence.
Yeah.
If I had that level of access?
Yeah. Me personally, I try to go every other week.
Oh, okay.
But if it was in my house, I probably do at least every week.
Yeah.
Like every Monday morning or something like that.
Oh, okay. See, now we're finding ways to work the system to our benefit. From the 979 Shipley's, shout out. That's real Houston establishment. Obviously, we can get some other Houston establishments in here. Another person said Chick-fil-A, so it's open on Sundays. Look at that heady play.
This one, I kind of think I've been thinking about this one too. I would like to have some type of hookah lounge. Some type of hookah lounge with maybe some regular bar food and all that stuff. I could just go in there
and then a respiratory therapist to come with it.
There's the
It's gonna be
hypochondriac.
smoking hookah every day. Get out of here.
Not a lot of people go. Well, at least I had not thought a lot about like entertainment situations where some people went there because a number of people said massage, which I guess is not entertainment or what have you. But then people in true Houston fashion were like, booty club. Give me the strip club at the house, which. I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate it as an idea.
They did show, I want to say it was like a $50 million mansion on YouTube or something like that. And club in here in the mansion.
If you have a strip club in your house, how does that work? Like, do the girls have to dance 24/7 even if there's no one there?
I feel like,
or
you can
are
let
they just
them
kind of
chill
on
out.
call?
Yeah, I feel like they chill out until it's time to go to work, right? And then also,
or it could be a thing where the club is being ran on its own, and just like a regular club, but it's in your house. And then that way you could just pop up whenever you want to.
I don't want those customers coming in and out of my house.
that was one of the appeals. Like, I don't have to be next to some of the seedy folks that end up at the strip club as well. Someone said Frenchie's, Papacitos comes up. Yeah, love that.
Frenchie's is a good one.
Yes, it's a very good one. And then someone said, Figgy, it'd be real funny if you go to the house barbershop and they still ask you if you got an appointment. Dispensary. I did want to mention a number of people when they sent in the massage were like, but not the Deshaun Watson one though.
I hate that we got to make that clear, man. I hate that, man. It was not no funny business whenever you mention massage.
No, it wasn't.
Now you got to make a disclaimer every time you bring it up.
Yeah, thanks NFL. Deshaun, Justin Tucker, Robert Kraft. My goodness.
Yeah, that's just the NFL. I was like, if we're just talking athletes, Lamar Odom is high up on this for me.
Yeah.
Oh man,
quite a run of things that happened at that point. Somebody says strippers will come to your house for a nominal fee. Thank you for your experience, 713. But also, I don't know quite what to do with that any further. Some other things. Oh, this is a question that I have for you fellas. Is this a good idea from the 832, a comedy club? Because I feel like you're setting yourself up to get roasted.
Just you.
I mean, even if it's not just you, like crowd work is going to be limited, and they're getting after you.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a jester.
That might be cool though, because you can make it super exclusive. So you could get maybe like a Dave Chappelle or something like that. That's just only for you. That's it kind of made me think about how Pablo Escobar, how he pretty much he pretty much paid all these athletes to come play soccer with him. Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it was just like a private event with some of the best soccer players during that time. It's like, damn.
I think I like for me personally, I think I would go with where some of these other people are going, which is like a fully staffed gym. And I would need a trainer as well because my accountability is terrible. I am currently on a streak of a week of skipping workouts personally. So like if it's in the house and there's a trainer there, I have no excuses.
Yeah.
And I'd be better about my situation.
I would like to have a juice bar in the house.
I like what you're doing there. HEB in my house, which is a great answer because HEB goes far in mine. But I feel like we have a winner here. This person says one thing and I'll revise it for them. They say ATM machine, which is oxymoronic. But I think you go bank. Bank in the house.
That's a little scary though, man. You might have some people trying to plot.
Trying to run up on you?
Yeah, you might have some people trying to plot.
Fair enough. All right, keep sending those in if you have other answers.
It'd be an episode of The Town going on, man.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Twin Peaks. I feel like you go in Twin Peaks, just go with the other people that are saying Magic City. You know what I mean? Like just do it that way. Anyways, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around that will mean that the 18-game season not coming quite as early as we were maybe forecasting. We'll talk about that and more next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, we Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. Luke Morrow in for John Lopez today, actually, and then, of course, Figgy Fig. And we were just talking about in the question of the day, what 24-hour business would you want in your house? And somebody said, give me a topless shoe shine in my... Is that even a business that people have to begin with? Is that a real thing?
And brother just made that up.
Which, are you about to create that business?
Let me get a topless chef that could cook all my food with no shirt.
Which that I always feel, and maybe I'm just squeamish or whatever, I'm always like, if I'm in the kitchen, I want clothes on.
You said you don't want?
I want clothes on.
Okay.
Like, I don't feel comfortable being in the kitchen.
I'd never forget my dad. I'd never forget my dad. He was frying some chicken without a shirt. It was summertime. Man, that grease popped him right in on the side. He thought he got shot.
Wow.
Because the back door was open. He thought he got shot. All he heard was pop. And at that point, I'm like, I would never fry anything or cook anything shirtless. I be seeing people on the grill shirtless and all this. I can't do that, man.
I mean, it's hot outside, but
yeah, I gotta have something on.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's go around the NFL segue somehow from that to this. The NFLPA, I guess, and I saw this per awful announcing. We're expecting the 18-game season to come, right? Like Roger Goodell has talked about it with a smirk on for so long at this point.
Yeah,
so many different spaces. He's talked about it a lot. It feels damn near inevitable also when you think about the NFL, the team owners and everything. They just continue to run the Players Association in these negotiations. However, it looks like that is not going to happen yet. So according to Mark Maskey of the Washington Post, the NFLPA is, quote, not expected to engage in formal negotiations with the NFL and its team owners on a potential 18-game regular season and other issues related to that until at least early next year. So we're not going to get that, at this point anytime soon. So we push it off just a little bit further, but it feels like we're delaying the inevitable there, which I'm 100% good with. How have you felt just generally about the notion of moving to 18 games?
I don't like it. I didn't really like moving to 17 games, but obviously, then I guess you get used to something. I still don't love it. But I think expansion is inevitable in the NFL, not only in terms of the games. We're going to get to 18 games. It might happen when they start talking about it next year. And expansion, I think, obviously we're expanding the international games. So you always have these talks about having a team eventually. So I think we're moving in that direction. It might not happen as quick as some people think, with tabling these conversations. But I just feel it's inevitable. We're going to get there. There's going to be 18 games. And maybe one day in the not-so-distant future, there'll be a team even located in another part of the world. So I don't love it, but I think it's going to happen, the 18 games.
Yeah, likewise, especially if we do the thing where the NFLPA, in an attempt to maybe try and limit the wear and tear on the bodies of the players, we'll take away a preseason game and then make it a regular season game. I don't think that that's actually a fair trade, and I think that one, you don't allow these teams to be properly prepared for the season, so the first couple of weeks are of lesser quality, and then two, I think what you talked about, just generally watering down the regular season. But prior to this point where we get this news, there was expectation that maybe that conversation could happen this year, this summer. That's not going to be the case. It'll be pushed off at least to early next year. So we feel comfortable about that being pushed a little bit further.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
I was like, maybe the PA might find a little bit of backbone or some level of strength that we did not anticipate them being able to have and continue to push it off. But I don't imagine that.
They're gonna take away a preseason game, put a regular season game there, pretty much.
And it should lead to more money, of course, and then you can talk about, you could try to sell the players on, it'll trickle down into your pockets, and everyone has a price, so, maybe the bargaining chip, you get a second buy in there for players, quote-unquote, player safety.
You would have to. You'd have to have that given.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they didn't do that.
Which, to be honest, I think that is an under-discussed part of it. I think it's necessary to try and help teams out, make it through. I think that'll make our windows of the TV schedules less good. Like during the regular season, once we start getting to those buys in the weeks where, there's 2 Monday night games or there's 2 Thursday night games or here's the Saturday game, you remember you get to that Sunday afternoon slate and you're like, why are none of these games good? I think we'll have more of those as we start filtering in more of the double bye situation.
I'm with you 100%. Too much of a good thing can become a bad thing. You might think you want a strip club in your house 24 hours a day.
Disagree.
And then
I don't like
eventually it's like, I'm kind of tired of this strip club. This is gross. We got gonorrhea on the floors around here.
Whoa!
What? So same thing with football where we all think we want more football, but then they give you spring football and they give you the CFL in the summer, and no one's watching anyways. I know the NFL is a different animal, but one of the perks of the NFL, as you mentioned earlier, is just kind of it used to be just once a week or twice a week, and there's only 16 games, and when you keep adding on to it, I think it does water down.
I'm curious to see when are we going to see like a dip in too much football like this, because they keep adding on to it because there's no dip in it. So I'm just wondering, when is it where we be like, man, this is too much, or this ain't working out right?
I mean, we've been, and I say we, just like the larger royal we, I think have been looking at this and saying, okay, when does that happen for a long time? I always like referencing the Mark Cuban quote of like, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Yeah. We have not reached hog status anywhere recently, and I don't know that we get it anytime soon. Like, I'm starting to get to a point where I'm like, there might not be a cliff, and that seems absurd because there's got to be at some point where you just oversaturate. But especially when you look at the way that no other live programming and no other sport does what the NFL does, and because of that unique dichotomy, I just don't know that we're going to hit that spot anytime soon.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
I don't know if it'll be soon. I think the breaking point could be when they ask too much of you, and so like right now you need like 6 different streaming services to watch the games, and it costs you money just to watch the games, and then they put more games on more holidays, so now that is asking more of you to either miss a game or to have to watch your team on Christmas when you're supposed to be the fan. So I think that becomes the breaking point. At a certain point, it might not happen for, I don't know, another decade or two, but when they require too much of the fans, I think that's when you start to get a little turned
And I thought we was getting that recently a little bit, but it seemed like the numbers don't say that. The numbers still show that it's still sky high, and people are buying these streams just to watch these games and stuff.
Yeah, and the NFL has done, at least they've put in certain rules where they've been able to mitigate this. As I'm sure that's the intention, right, is to make sure to mitigate this. They don't want to see the fall of their sport and their dominance. But the idea that there's still the primary money TV-wise is still, national TV broadcasters, and they have the rule that in the local market that it still has to be broadcast on that local TV as opposed to even if it's on Netflix or Peacock or what have you. I think that if we ever get to a point where the biggest money dollars are actually with the streamers rather than Fox or ABC or CBS, if we ever get to that point, I think that's when we might be pushing it, because as Luke you're talking about, if people are having to, like, you have to have the your subscription to Apple TV or what have you in order to watch just the baseline of games. Then we get to
the point where they add an extra day in the week for like a game, because right now you got Monday night, Thursday night, Sunday.
Yes.
So do you think they're gonna try to add like a Wednesday game, a random ass Wednesday game, or a Friday game?
I don't think Wednesday would be it, because Wednesday would push the balance way too far. Like, we already talked about the short turnaround on Thursday. I think the day to look out for is Friday, because maybe it's Saturday more so, because I don't know if we talked about it before. There is like a long-term old rule that makes it so that in the fall, Fridays and Saturdays are protected because of college football. Not to get too political, but I do think that as you have more and more politicians in the highest offices in this land that are maybe more amenable to some level of like lobbying or what have you, the NFL might get to a place where, as they have come for the NBA's corners, like Champ Slice on the YouTube page mentioning that Christmas has basically been deboed by the NFL. What happens if they say, this is the place where we can make more money by trying to get Fridays and or Saturdays? By if we can get Congress to change that particular law, allow the NFL to Saturdays and Sundays, and now we get another day we can make more money and sell packages. That could be a space as well.
Yeah, there is.
It's a lot of football, man.
Oh, it's going to be. It's going to be. That's going to be the 24/7 thing. It's the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, made it so even Friday nights after 6 p.m. you can't have NFL games broadcast to protect high school football. But that doesn't kick in until like the middle of September, which is why they were able to do the Friday game. Was that last year in Brazil, because that was early September. So, anyways, it's a whole thing. So there are some rules, but there's always workarounds. They game the end of the year the NFL has. So
once the college football
right,
season
exactly.
is over.
So whenever they do have those windows, they take advantage. So I'm sure it's their dream to have games on almost every day at some point eventually.
I bet so. Especially if it's like, hey, we'll find a way to figure out. We'll give you a bye week before so that you won't have to worry about the off days or what have you. Yeah, but I found that to be interesting. Some other things around the NFL. One of the big teams in the AFC, one of the teams that I actually personally am very fond of, the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson, quarterback of it, he admitted that he still has one major flaw in his game that he's working on. When he was having an interview with Kevin Hart in the show that he has that is called Cold as Balls. You know the premise
Sitting
of
in
this?
the ice.
They just sit in that cold tub. Which God bless all these people that do that. That is. I feel like that would be harder for me than hot ones as an interview kind of situation. Just sitting in the cold tub, and I know that you regulate to it, but I just don't like. I much rather take heat than cold, just generally. So the cold tub is not really my forte. But I imagine the athlete, you're fine. You do this a lot.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I would rather risk it on like hot ones than in the cold tub. Props to him. I couldn't do it if I'm Kevin Hart.
No, I mean he does that all the damn time. But in this in the interview, he was talking about what the most difficult adjustment has been to playing in the NFL, and he didn't hesitate. His answer was just being a leader. I'm going to say being a leader, which is echoed by one of his coaches, T. Martin, who is the quarterback's coach, was talking about his vocal leadership. But he also was talking about it in a way where that's a level of growth. Vocal leadership, Martin said, when he was the leader by play, by action. There was a lot on his plate, and he was relatively quiet. But since he's been, getting better at that or trying to get better, and the thing I thought about is, if Lamar Jackson has not been a leader to this point, and he's been that damn good, what happens if he has that level of command? Because it seems like his teammates love him.
Yeah.
What happens if he has that level of vocal leadership? Where does that take that team to?
Yeah, maybe the next level. I'm surprised to hear that. I did not hear that previously. I'm hearing it for the first time in real time, and yeah, I was surprised by that. I think there's multiple ways you can lead, though, which was kind of alluded to there in that quote. And I know there's a lot of guys that aren't necessarily those extroverts or very vocal, and instead lead on the field and in the performance. I am curious that if he were to add that tool to the repertoire, if that makes a big difference in the Ravens trying to get over the hump. And finally, because when you look at the Ravens and the faults, I wouldn't point to leadership as being the issue.
No.
When you look at the failures in the playoffs or even the Ravens, the way the organization runs, I would actually consider them to be, just in general, not just the quarterback position, but in general, to be one of the better led organizations because of the head coach and the culture, and then Lamar Jackson and his playing styles.
I will say, though, their playoff exits of late have been kind of stepping on your toes and falling off at the very end. And I do wonder if your quarterback doing the Tim Tebow, hey, y'all get on my back. We need to get beyond this.
True.
Maybe that's just sports guy doing sports cliche.
Right.
But I do wonder if maybe that changes and, Zay Flowers doesn't drop a couple on the goal line and Mark Andrews doesn't kind of sell in that game. I do wonder if that shifts it at all. Quarterback. It feels like he's played a long time, right?
Yeah, it does. 25.
28 years old.
Okay.
Along with Joe Burrow. But I saw this CBS Sports put together a nice chart of the ages of quarterbacks in this league. And I think the thing for me that's interesting is the youngest quarterback that is projected to start in week 1 is J.J. McCarthy of the Vikings.
Yes.
After that, at age 23, you have Caleb Williams, Cam Ward, you have Drake May, and then you also have C.J. Stroud, who is 23 years of age. And I think the juxtaposition that I'm now going to make. How crazy is it that at 5 years younger than Lamar Jackson, that dude is already full vocal leader?
It's true. Yeah, I think if you even break it down by month, or maybe that was in order of it too. Yeah, like you just laid out, he is the third or fourth youngest quarterback still. When you compare the 23.
Oh yeah, no, I just did it for effect. I put him last for effect. I don't know where he is.
But yeah, if you break it down by the birth date, he's still third or fourth youngest starting quarterback in the league, which is crazy. And that goes to kind of what Peyton Manning pointed out at Fanatics Fest last weekend, where he's like, man, when I was CJ's age, I was struggling just to win a playoff game or make it to the playoffs. And
true.
He's already won a playoff game. And I think you have to have, 2 playoff games, right? One playoff game each of his first 2 years. And so I think you have to have some sort of level of leadership to be able to achieve that at such a young age. So it's a good perspective that I think we lose track of, just remembering. We're being reminded of how young he truly is, not only in his NFL career, but just age-wise when you compare conform to his peers.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, that was a very interesting thing that I saw, like, in seeing Lamar Jackson still talking about becoming a leader. Obviously, an incredible football player, incredible athlete, great thrower of the football, all those things. I feel great about his game. But then I look back and I go, C.J. Stroud has a lot of those types of things, and the leadership is the part that I think you lead with that. You lead with the intangible portions of his game, and maybe even like the people that have taken a knock on him for being maybe too sentimental and emotional. I think that's a side that I'd rather go to as he also develops into one of the better quarterbacks in this league. Right now, before we go around the NFL, I don't know if you saw this. The NFL is doing their top 100 players of 2025, but they're releasing it in kind of a different way, where they're releasing like these little vignettes, like 3 to 5 minute videos on each answer, and they're doing it like 2 players at a time. So we have a top 100. But as of right now, I think we're 3 days in, so we have 6 of the top 100. We have 100 to 95. And so just to let you know, the people that we have up here, Leonard Williams, defensive lineman, or actually that was 99. Ladd McConkey, or Ladarius McConkey, as some people have taken to calling him because of the way he plays. He is the 100th best player in the NFL. Defensive lineman Leonard Williams of the Seahawks is 99. Aaron Jones, running back for the Vikings, 98. Drake London, 97, the wide receiver for the Falcons. 96 is Levante David, the linebacker for the Bucks. And then 95 is Josh Sweat, the outside linebacker, who's now with the Arizona Cardinals. But first and foremost, what the hell is this rollout? Like, are we just supposed to wait on this? Because we're not going to follow this all the way along, are we?
No, right. It's typical NFL that it takes 2 months to do this, but I think I was going to say, I think it's almost, you remove some of the drama if you did it the other way, but I think you almost have to go 1 to 100 so you can see, like, oh, the 73rd guy, no, he should probably be ahead of these other guys. Like, It's hard to look at it now and be like, oh, he's ranked 95th? Okay, well.
What does that mean?
Right, I got to wait to see the other 94 names you're putting ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that's true. Like, there's a lot of these lists that go, like, let's say it's a top 10, 10 to 1, when in all reality, the fun is not who's number 1 and number 2. Those ones feel like if we talk who's the best quarterbacks and you go last day and there's only Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen left. Who's the best? It's like, all right, we kind of know how this goes. It's more fun when you go last day. Who's 9 and who's 10. So yeah, this really should go the other way.
Yeah, I know. I think they believe the drama is waiting to see who are they going to put number 1. Let me check back in 6 weeks. But it's hard to have the context of this list. Like you mentioned those names right now, it means nothing to me because I'd have to see who they ranked ahead of them. That's a bigger talking point to me.
All right, I will circle back around. Well, tomorrow and let you know the next number plan.
Yeah,
we'll circle back around in a few weeks once they actually give us.
Siri, set an alarm for 6 weeks from now.
We'll see that. Sorry, somebody said talking so fast to understand. Sorry, I'm just trying to get through the names there, but. Regardless, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, big deal, big trade that happened in the NFL. We were talking about the last couple of days, but it kind of got Luke thinking with the Texans. Does this particular position group, is this not situated for the Super Bowl run that we're hoping the Texans make? We'll tell you what I mean next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Okay. I see what you're doing here, Fig. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez today. Obviously, as I mentioned, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, as he always is. Hope your Wednesday is going pretty well. Your Thursday will go really well as we will be on the air, myself and Ron Hughley, for 12 hours straight, 6A to 6P, not just to hear ourselves talk, but to try and raise money for a very important cause, the Houston Food Bank, who is, obviously serving over 1 million people in the area, and they're doing so with less money this year than ever before. And so what we can do as a Sports Radio 610 family is to come together and try and get some money for them folks. So tune in to the
I'm
Reggie
excited
Ron.
about this, man.
I am as well.
I think I'm more, I might be, I ain't going to say more excited because obviously I'm more excited about raising this money. But I'm excited to hear you and Ron do a show together, man.
It'll be interesting, but it won't just be us. A lot of your Sports Radio 610 personalities jumping in with us. Luke, you're going to be hopping in with us right about this time, right?
Yeah.
Right
what, 12 to 2? Yeah. That's the plan. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It really is a great cause. I've been involved with radiothons in the past, just kind of like tomorrow, where I'll just be hanging out, and I'm always appreciative to be able to be involved because I think it's a really great thing and a cool thing that you guys are doing tomorrow. So
I mean, it's not us doing it. It's the Sports Radio 610 community. It's really everyone doing it. So if y'all could pitch in, we could lift up our community in that way. All right. I did want to circle back around to this though, because the Steelers made a trade, and did you also, like, when you first see it, think about it in the way that myself and Chris did, where we were just like, that's interesting. We don't often see like player for player trades in this particular way, especially of this caliber. We didn't acknowledge it immediately in that, but that's 3 All-Pros that are kind of going in that trade. That was really interesting. But Jonnu Smith and Jalen Ramsey. I can't want to say Minka Fitzpatrick, who is coming back to Miami in that trade, but those 3 guys are traded in that. But the Jonnu Smith portion of it caught your attention for a reason, didn't it?
Yeah, because the Steelers, they're going to try to go with like a double tight end thing now. And when they look at that division and who they're trying to catch up to with the Ravens, most likely, and you have Mark Andrews there. And it just brought me back to, you guys might have talked about it on
Isaiah
the show.
Likely disrespect.
Oh, true. I forgot. I forgot my guy, Isaiah Likely. Yeah, double tight ends there. 2 talented tight ends. Steelers trying to duplicate it. And it just brought me back to the comments that maybe you guys had discussed at the time, but George Kittle about a week or 2 ago, just talking about the importance of the tight end position. And if you go back and you look at recent Super Bowl winners of the past, say 10, 15 years, they all typically have a really good tight end. Obviously, Gronk, and they tried for a period there with Gronk and Aaron Hernandez in New England with success until the off-the-field stuff. And then you have, obviously, Kelsey, and you have Kittle himself in San Francisco, and even Dallas Goedert's pretty solid. And it did get me thinking of, maybe the undervaluing or underrating of the tight end position these days and how these guys, like Kellen Winslow was a freak back in the day, but these guys, especially now, the body types and the tough matchup they provide and the versatility and all this sort of stuff. And it just got me thinking of the importance of the tight end position. You look at some of the best teams, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills are the teams you're looking up at in the AFC, and they all are good at the tight end position. In the NFC, even Dallas Goedert and the Vikings didn't do much in the playoffs last year, but they won a bunch of games and they invested in TJ Hawkinson. And so all of this is to say that it just got me thinking, for all the talk for the Texans of the wide receivers they brought in and the running back room they've developed, are we still undervaluing that tight end position? I know a lot was made last year about Dalton Schultz not being good enough and the hope that these guys are going to improve and Nick Caley's tight end background. But just when you look at the top teams in the NFL, they're all really good at the tight end position. Are the Texans there despite all the other weapons they have?
I think it's a great question. It's one that we've kind of pondered on in some ways, but I don't know that we got to it explicitly in this when you talk about this as prerequisite to Super Bowl contention. And I think the reason why is we know that the leagues kind of operate in cycles, like many things. Fashion operates in cycles. Big pants are out, and then they're skinnier in, and then we go back big again, right? These things operate in cycles, and similarly, football, and we could think about reasons why, right? Big bruising running teams are big bruising. We get big bruising defensive players in order to try and physically handle that. offense zigs in order to get that. They get smaller, faster players, which I think we've largely been in recently. So defenses end up in smaller, faster players, smaller, faster packages where, nickel is kind of your base package now as opposed to like your base 3-4 or 4-3 like it had previously been. And now you have more smaller guys on the field. And I think that that's where you get the mismatch of why the tight ends matter even more so now.
Yeah.
Because there is a significant built-in mismatch of having a guy who is, anywhere near offensive lineman size, but also operates like a wide receiver and gets downfield and is usually matching up against him in like a linebacker or maybe a bigger safety, or smaller than him in a smaller safety or a cornerback. And so that mismatch situation is usually nice. And I think that's where team like Kittle and, various guys that you mentioned are able to get an advantage. I think the question ultimately we're asking is, are you getting that advantage with the Texans? And I mean, if we're just going off of what we've seen last year and trying to, just use that and push that on to this year, the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
The answer would flat out be no. Even if we take away the blocking, which I know with Dalton Schultz was problematic. I think I could argue that some of that was the positions that he's put in and not understanding who his personnel was. Bobby Slowick, Cade Stover was still young and developing. I think that even with that, Dalton Schultz as a receiver was not good enough for what we're talking about here. However, I do think that there is room to be maximized within that when it comes to Dalton Schultz, but maybe more so with Cade Stover, a guy who was developing. And it did not feel like Cade Stover got as much opportunity as a pass catcher, where if you're looking for a guy who's a little more all-encompassing that can give you the blocking but then also give you the route running and give you the ability to be a pass catcher, I imagine Cade Stover fits that a little better, and he might be the best chance of getting to that place if you see the progression in his I guess opportunities, talk less of his ability to get out in routes and get the ball and try and maybe make some hay with those mismatches that we're talking about.
And do you think that they have the capability to not only be better than what we got last year, but to, I'm not saying Dalton Schultz has to turn into Travis Kelce or George Kittle.
I'm glad you're not.
Yeah.
I'd be hard pressed to give you an answer after that.
I'm not that delusional. Simply by bringing in, say, a Nick Caley with a tight end background, or by changing the offense a little bit, can they get to a point at that tight end position? Can they hit a ceiling high enough where you can compete with those other, top offenses or the other top teams in the AFC that seem to have these really good tight end rooms?
I think so, because what have we been talking about all this time is just like changing the offense and changing the situation of it, particularly with getting better protection, gives you an opportunity to do much more, get way further, whether it's just distributing the ball to your guys, being able to get this out there. But I keep leaning on one of the things that Nick Caley has preached about what his tenure is going to be. One of the few things that we've gotten that we can absolutely hold on to is the idea that it seems like a basic core tenet of what he does is, having his players understand the intent of the play and making sure that he puts guys in the best chance for them to succeed, basically tailors what they're going to do to their strengths. Mm-hmm. And I think that is wildly important in any game, particularly in modern football. But I think also for these tight ends, right? Like getting these guys into spaces where, whatever talents that they have, especially if they're not going to be like the all-around tight end that just makes everything easy. If they're going to be a guy that, hey, you might need to tailor exactly the ways in which you get them the football in order for them to be the most successful, go ahead and do that, right? Understand that Dalton Schultz is not a pass blocker, especially not an inline blocker. Maybe you could utilize him in certain situations to, maybe like a crack block or, maybe a particular wham or something where he is able to get his, have a little bit of momentum moving forward and to do that. But if you have him in the right spaces and then you can get him into them in order to do something, get him into maybe like, an out route underneath or like in a high-low type situation to get him the football where he's able to utilize his hands and maybe not necessarily have to be as much of a yards after catch guy. I think that some of those instances, you put him in those circumstances to be able to succeed. And then also just if you have protection, you'll be able to get them the ball more. But I think that those are the places where you can make those guys more dangerous because they do have the size. I wouldn't necessarily say that they have a ton of speed, those guys that you're talking about in your current tight end room, but I guess that's where Brevin Jordan comes in. It would just be utilizing those guys, understanding what their strengths is, have them in at the right times to try and attack defenses in the ways that you should. I think that gives you an opportunity to at least get the production of those elite type tight ends with the guys that you have.
I think the tight ends could be huge because obviously usually tight ends are like the safety valve for a quarterback, and I know Seth has talked about it before, but you can look at the difference in the numbers of when Stephon Diggs was on the field and when Diggs was off the field last year for Stroud because you had that veteran wide receiver that you could trust in tough times. And when you look at this wide receiving group, Obviously, Nico Collins, and then Christian Kirk's a veteran, but there's still questions about those rookie receivers behind them. So I think if you could have that connection with the tight end where you can trust them, especially when you're under duress, that's when they can really bail you out and make big plays as opposed to having to try to rely on a couple of rookies at times in big situations.
That's a great point, like scramble drill type situations, hopefully not too much scramble drill, but in instances where you just need to find someone where it's not the play, it's not the design, it's just we see each other, we know each other, and we can make this play. Nico clearly has that connection, but you're right, there's not as much of that guaranteed. But what's funny is CJ talks about Dalton Schultz like that's his dude. And it didn't seem like that showed up on the field. It'd be great if that connection, whatever it actually is, that seems to be all off the field, shows up stronger on the field, because I think you're right. That would be a huge weapon just in having a guy that me and you are on the same page and we can get the football to each other in moments where, you might need to make a little something out of nothing, which, of course, as we know, is the thing that changes from a solid to good quarterback to just a great, maybe elite quarterback.
Yeah, and knock on wood, hopefully it's not an issue, but there might be plenty of times this year where Stroud's under duress, has to make something happen, and that's where a guy like Schultz can really come into play. So, yeah, it just put that in perspective to me with the Jonnu trade of like, oh, now the Steelers are going with this double tight end look and trying to catch up to the Ravens. You look around the league and you realize there's some good tight ends on these good teams, and just hoping the Texans can get good enough production at that position where it's not for lack of a better term, like a black hole of the offense.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Browns' new stadium. We're getting a little bit of ideas of what it looked like, and is there any way that the Texans might be taking some ideas on, I don't know, whether the renovations to NRG or possibly new stadium? We'll talk about that and more next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
for all-day freshness.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday. And, of course, I begin as Luke walks in with a slider that he has just set down on the table. Sorry, press pause. Are you one of those people that just push your food on a table with no plate?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I
Just
can't.
did.
No. You know all the people that be in here with their hands. You don't think they do you think they wash their hands when they go to the restroom?
Hey,
I put it on a paper. Piece of paper.
Wait till you find out what happened on that table.
Actually, I very much live by the mantra of don't ask questions that you don't want answers to, and I don't want that answer at all.
I do remember being in here
Don't
in
sit
the
on that
fall,
couch.
and didn't Seth leave a pair of underwear around?
That
summer?
did happen.
Yeah,
I do believe that they were clean draws, but they were draws nonetheless.
Okay,
and so, thanks for that reminder.
Yeah, it's on a piece of paper. We're good.
And when he says a piece, he's not talking about, which is funny. Sorry, I'll get there. He's not talking about a napkin. He's
It's
just
an
talking
actual
about,
piece of
like
paper.
a loose leaf of piece of paper that has been printed upon, mind you. So it went through a printer, whatever that's worth.
That's
but
fair.
why do we view, at least for me, and maybe you view it differently, why do we view like individual sheets of paper differently as a napkin? It's similar? Are they not? Or am I just bugging?
They related. They come from the same place.
You know, they're cousins. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so
In terms of like cleansing?
yeah, cleanliness. Like
Yeah,
I would
cleanliness,
set like a slice of pizza on a napkin in a way that I wouldn't on some printer paper.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know. Anyways, Hunter Brown Day. Happy Hunter Brown Day to you, as he will be your starter tonight in Denver versus a 6.14 ERA having Austin Gomber out there. So whatever happens there, I don't know, because last night, and to be fair, Colton Gordon is not Hunter Brown, so I don't want to do that by any means, but Colton Gordon had a little bit of a rough go of it yesterday, when it came to the game versus the 19-win Colorado Rockies. Now, he didn't lose the game, but he also didn't have an opportunity to possibly get the win in this game. And he only goes 4 2/3, 9 hits off him with 4 earned runs on him, including a homer as well. It's a tough thing going out there and pitching in Colorado, which I imagine is a decent part of this, which is why yesterday, and I know y'all was getting on me for it, yesterday I was a little bit concerned about having Hunter Brown out here. Not because I don't think he can do well. I just really like the idea of saying league-leading ERA haver Hunter Brown in Colorado is a place that can really hurt your ERA.
That's true. And then also the other part of that conversation is because he's pitching in Colorado, you don't get to throw him against the Dodgers this weekend. And I know this is the regular season. It's July, so you don't really alter your rotation for a game. And still, if you got one start from Hunter Brown this week, obviously in a vacuum, you'd prefer it to be against the Dodgers than against the 19-win Rockies. So it's the two. But at least, like Paul Skeens got knocked around 2 starts ago. Max Fried allowed 4 runs yesterday, which I think might have been a season high. So there's a little breathing room, I guess, there with Hunter and the guys behind him. But we'll see how he does.
I'm very intrigued. Obviously, Hunter Brown is always a must-watch anyways. I've always heard, and maybe this is probably just more so with the guys that have to pitch consistently as a Rocky. So you have to have 2 arsenals, just because balls don't break in the same way at that altitude at that stadium. And I always wonder, does that also factor in for visiting pitchers? Hey, this is just one time. Do I have to at all consider this, or do I just throw and hope that things kind of break in somewhat close to the way that I want to get to hit my spots?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it just comes down to the person and the philosophy. It's almost like the football coach that no matter the matchup, you're just going to do what you do and try to run the football no matter what. And I think some teams might view it the same, like, hey, we're just going to – you're a particular type of pitcher. You're going to pitch that same way, where others – you're more matchup-based, where you look at a certain lineup and think like, oh, we got to throw more change-ups against these guys tonight. So I think it's more the philosophy of the coaching staff or the organization or maybe even the pitcher himself. I think it's a good point. I think some guys go in there, try to do the same thing, maybe even egotistically think that they can, it doesn't matter about Coors Field, they'll be fine. And then I think there's certain guys that adjust every outing based off of the lineup they're facing or the team they're facing. So we'll see what sort of approach maybe Hunter takes tonight. But, yeah, it is a good test on paper in that regard of Hunter Brown's top 2 pitcher statistically in the past 12 months. And even though it's the lowly Rockies, see how his stuff translates to Coors Field.
Right. It's not like he's not playing the Rockies in my mind. He's playing altitude today. And I kind of am just interested in seeing what the actual pitches look like in that space. Again, shout out to the bullpen, who always deserve their credit, as if I am Jose Altuve hitting a home run, rounding second and pointing to the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the fellas who played fireman. You had Oker come in for a third of an inning, and then Sousa, Brian King, Brian Abreu hold down the innings up until Josh Hader comes in. He does allow an earned run, but he does ultimately get yet another save, as he always does seemingly this season. So that solidified win number one. They go for the win on the series again with Hunter Brown on the mound for your Astros. Some other things that are popping. I mentioned the Browns and their new iteration of Huntington Bank Stadium, which is something that they now have secured funding for. Ain't that right? Our Cleveland correspondent, Figgy Fig?
Yeah, so the governor signed off on it.
So, yeah, the governor of Ohio has signed off on it. So they are set to get themselves a new stadium. And the design is kind of cool. I'm going to be completely honest. It looks kind of like a field house. It's like a modern field house art kind of art situation. But it has a few things built into design that I'm interested. If you, Luke, and if you listeners would be intrigued to see maybe the Texans try and implement some degree in whether they have a remodel of NRG Stadium or even a build of a new stadium, which is they have the closest first and last row seats in the NFL, meaning it seems like they're really building this thing almost like a lot.
Yeah.
They tame the sound a little bit better, and they pull people a little bit closer to field level from wherever they're sitting. The largest concourse in the NFL, which I imagine makes ambulating around the stadium a lot easier. And this feels like this leans into the Intuit Dome, what the Clippers did, the largest fan wall in the NFL. So just kind of a sheer, amount of seats that creates kind of just a wall of fans that I imagine would create a level of sound that could really get out. Now, I imagine that is going to be that. Maybe concourse possibly would be things that would be a little tough to put into a renovation of NRG, but all of those are really interesting. Which of those feels like they're the strongest addition to a stadium for you?
For me, selfishly, I think it's concourse. Concourse is always a big thing. You go to these old stadiums. I grew up going to Fenway Park, and there's just no room to move. People are in the line at the concession stand or the bathroom. Concourse is huge. I think that's something these new stadiums have done a really good job of with these big concourses. The first one you mentioned, it sounds good, but I'd have to see how they lay it out, because they tried to do that at Barclays Center, and part of it was because they're putting an arena in the middle of a city, but they had they still have very steep upper decks,
right.
So it allows you to feel like you're more on the court, but it is dangerous walking up and down those aisles because it's so steep. So that would be my concern there, to see how exactly they design or implement that. But I'm a big concourse guy. I think that's a big part of the stadium. You have to be able to move around freely and make it easy to get in and out of and get to the concession stand. So I'm all for bigger concourses.
Yeah. What about you, Fig? Because I know that you've been kind of watching this, especially, and I know that we were talking about it a little bit last week before Lopez went on vacation, making him antsy and want to see what the resolution would be with the Texans and whatever stadium things happen for them. How did you see it?
I actually think it's something well needed, because I know the big thing that got everybody arguing with each other is they want the stadium on the lake, like downtown on the lake, and this one is not on the lake. It's not even in Cleveland, in the city of Cleveland. It's like in the suburb right by the airport, pretty much. And I think this is fine, man. You got some of the people talk about, oh, they shouldn't have a dome. It's supposed to be football weather, AFC North. Don't give a damn about that, man. They've been playing in the AFC North for a long time, and they haven't done anything. They need to try something else, man. Maybe try playing inside, and maybe get an advantage from there, man. Playing on dog. Have y'all been on where that lake is and that lake effect? And that's why all these quarterbacks suck too, man. Like you can't throw a ball in that near Lake Erie like that, man. In December and January and all that.
That is a good point, though.
Because what quarterback want to go there? Hell, Deshaun Watson didn't even want to go there until they paid him a little extra.
A lot extra is what we have to say there.
Like,
no, that's a great point.
Quarterback have no advantage in there, especially if you playing for the Browns.
No, that is a great point. I think about it often, the way that the NFL has the regular season in this fall time, and then the most important games in this entirely different kind of weather that seems like it would move away from the way the play, like high passing game, in theory would not work out nearly as well in the weather that you have. So it feels like you would want to move towards more opportunities to control the environment, especially also as the Club World Cup, if anybody's interested in that, that's been going on here stateside with various soccer teams. And soccer people have been commenting on there was, weather delays because of, lightning, as we're used to it, but maybe not as much used to it in, other parts of the world. And you can get rid of that, as we've seen, by having a roof, like having a situation where taking away the opportunity for weather to not just affect the game, but to, affect the times and ways that you play the game, especially as more and more money is here on these games for the TV and the timeliness. I think that's also another reason why I'm very much in a place where dome all these things up. Let's play football.
Yeah, I know. You would think the teams who want to do that to be able to have more events. I know I've always said for baseball, every baseball stadium should have at least a retractable roof. Get rid of these rain delays and postponements and all that sort of stuff. But I will say for football, and this is just off the top of my head, you could probably go through the list and prove me wrong. It just feels like the outdoor teams, especially in the elements, are the ones that are more successful come playoff time because they're prepared for those situations. And we always see the Dolphins have to go somewhere cold here in recent years and embarrass themselves.
They are an outdoor team, though.
They are, but warm climate, I guess, is my point. Yeah, yeah. So either indoor or outdoor.
I thought they play inside. The Dolphins?
The Dolphins.
Hard Rock Stadium has
have a retractable
like a
roof?
cabana type of thing, right?
I forget what they're called. They're like kind of cantilever is the word that's coming to mind, but it's not the right. But they kind of have overhangs over the seats, but the actual stadium is still exposed to it.
But anyways, like outdoor in colder elements, I guess, is my point. And so if the Browns ever get to that point, and then because you have to go through Kansas City or Buffalo right now, or even Baltimore where it's
put domes on all of them, I say.
Yeah.
And honestly, even Kansas City, Baltimore, and hell, you can even say Pittsburgh too.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. I mean, it's still cold. Don't get me wrong. It's still cold. You get the rain, snow, and all that stuff.
All right, lake effect.
But that lake effect, man, that wind. Man, did you see the passes people be throwing, man? That wind just take it away, man.
I will say.
Like, what quarterback want to play in that?
We don't give enough credit to how chilling wind can be.
Oh, it's the worst.
As a person who lived in Kansas for a single solitary year, I was like, oh, I didn't realize that this is what that does.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't realize that, this will cut you to the bone, even though it's like, it's not that cold out. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's the cold version of like humidity.
Yes.
You can deal with a certain cold temperature. It's not that bad. It's the wind that gets you. And same vice versa in the summer where you could deal at 90 degrees if it's not humid, but it's the humidity that gets you.
Don't let J-Lo hear that I said that, by the way. It's him and his Luke. I don't know if you were listening at this point. So when Ron went to, what was it, Aruba?
Yeah.
The first thing that John Lopez says when finding out that somebody has gone to Aruba was, it's real windy there. Like, how is that the first thing on your mind?
Yeah.
Like, not no beaches, not no vistas, not no drinks of alcoholic fashions. No, he's like the wind.
He said, it's a little windy there.
Windy.
Yeah. That's why I never go to Chicago. Too windy.
Too windy. One more thing. I forgot to mention this when it came to recalling infielder Shea Whitcomb to the team in the stead of Jeremy Pena, who obviously went to the 10-day IL retroactive to Saturday, which was the 28th. But that gives you an idea. Like, that's how they're probably going to address this, and it'll be more Altuve at second, according to Joe Espada. That is what's going to happen here. So I imagine Whitcomb has an opportunity. I made him Cam Whitmore. Whitcomb has an opportunity to maybe play some third base, possibly some corner infield at times, as he's recalled from Sugar Land.
I feel bad for him at this point for Foray Shea. He just can't. All these other guys. There was one game like a week or two ago. I forget the game exactly. They scored a bunch of runs, and he was the only guy that was like, he just can't buy a hit. He doesn't start a lot. He comes in off the bench. He gets one at bat. But the guy's 0 for 9 right now with 5 strikeouts this year, and is hitting
at the
one.
major league. I was about to say, has he only gotten like 7 at bats? And he's had a nice stint of being up. They just don't give him opportunity to get at bats.
So that makes it harder. But I just feel bad. He can't buy a hit. 180 career hitter just hasn't been able to. He hasn't been given the full opportunity specifically this year, but hasn't been able to put it together yet.
Yeah. All right. So maybe he'll get an opportunity in this stretch, especially now that we know not only Jeremy Pena missing a little bit of time, but Yordan shut down. So there's a little bit more time for that as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I continued my rewatch of the 2024 Texan season. This time, Week 6 at New England. If you remember, a lot of points in that one for the Texans. Let's break that one down next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, we need you. More than a KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
Yeah, love that. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez. If you're wondering where Lopez is, I believe he is in...
he's being lazy.
I think he's actually spending time with the family. Vacation all week long for the OG. And I hope that he enjoys his time, his rest. I know that somebody was asking, he better be fishing. He went fishing the week before, so that now this is actual family time. Which is
salute to him, man.
Good for him.
I could tell he really loves his family. I know that's kind of crazy to say, but he loves spending time with his kids and grandkids and stuff.
You remember he was sending us this weekend talking about he took Natalie, his granddaughter, to soccer. Yeah. That man was lying to us. He was like, "Oh, she's so much good. She's so good. She's better than the other kids." He sent us a video. It was him kicking the soccer ball.
Yeah.
She was just out. She looked like she wanted to run away and go like pick some flowers,
pick some grass like the other kids.
Yeah. Well, the other kids was actually kicking the soccer ball. I was like, "Hey, Lopez, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Like, show me when she could actually really, like, when we're actually getting the Project Marta going or whatever, then let me know." For the time being, she was just out there having fun, which is fine.
Yeah.
Don't lie to me about her playing soccer.
Yeah, nah, brother, this ain't Lionel Messi.
Not at all. Not even close. But more power to him. Hope he's having a good time. I had a pretty good time myself, tapping into Week 6 versus New England as I rewatched the 2024 season and get us ready for the 2025 season. Training camp less than 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
At this point. But I would like to ask you, Luke, as I've asked everybody that I've worked with as I engage with this, what do you remember from Week 6 versus New England?
I remember it being a bit of an ugly game to begin, thinking like, are they going to mess around and blow this game on the road against a terrible Patriots team? Because I remember that the talk leading up to the game when I was in that week was like, hey, here's a chance to really show yourself and get everything right. So slow start offensively, big second half. I remember afterwards, though, same idea, the talk of like, hey, big second half. We corrected those second half problems, and that didn't really continue. So those are the main takeaways from the game, was just kind of that game flow. And then the only other thing that stands out as I think back was Dameon Pierce had a big run, and I was looking for anything, if I remember correctly, and I was looking for anything I could at the time to hold on to Pierce, trying to point to Dameon Pierce being a weapon for you on offense. So I took joy in that.
These are good recollections. All of those kind of fit along with what I saw, including the Dameon Pierce, a 54-yarder.
Okay,
in this game. Yeah, you're right. 54-yard touchdown for him. Like, yeah, we were
touchdown.
All of those right in. I did want to start by reminding folks that going into this game, no Camardi Lassiter in this game, no Nico Collins, as this was the game after he had sustained the hamstring with the big 64, 67 yard, 69 yard, something in there, touchdown pass that he had over the top on the Bills, and no Barnett off the edge, which obviously not as much of a big deal, but he was a good player for you this past year. The Lassiter thing I found to be interesting because that's a question that you didn't have great answers for last year, and we're heading into that time in my rewatch where I'm going to start seeing the problems with not having Lassiter or not having one of those guys in, which is who comes in and plays for him. Like, what is that cornerback depth? And that's a question that the Texans have tried for this season. And I don't know how confident I am in their answer, even still to this point. Damon Arnett being added, Tremont Smith being added, although he seems like he might be more of just a special teams hand. This game, it was a lot of D'Angelo Ross at cornerback. And what I will say is, it didn't feel like he was challenged all too much and had too many instances of like being, got. However, again, this is a Patriots team that was bad offensively, and I think this is probably the first week that Drake May started showing us a little something, as like in his rookie year. It was probably week 6 where I was like, oh, this rookie got a little something. Maybe this is just me having, like, we had an opportunity to watch it with a close lens because it was, the Texans. But it did feel like, if memory serves me correctly, going back to that time, Drake May hadn't shown us very much until this game.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He and as the season went on, not that that's relevant to the conversation, but he did have some flashes. We'll see what he does this year. But yeah, and so I think that was one of those things that as I was watching the game, just being very kind of pessimistic, at least in the first half, and thinking like, oh, you're going to get beat by this rookie. He's going to have his coming out party at your expense. Offense was a little slow to begin. And I recall having thoughts as the game was going on of thinking things like that.
All right, some of the things that I noted in this game. First and foremost, I was watching a condensed version of the TV copy, and it reminded me of one of the fun things about this game. I enjoyed this, watching this with Seth and Sean and Clint. Kevin Harlan mispronounced Kaimi's Fairbairn's name all day long. He did the Fairbairn, which made so there's that. But then also, the Pats stink in the trenches. They just were not moving anything in the run game, getting moved on defense, which I enjoyed. But also on the offense for the Texans, this was a game where they did some Kendrick Green at fullback. So you had a backup lineman get in at fullback at times, and that just reminded me of how all season long for the Texans, they were looking for fullback activity and fullback production without using fullbacks, and they never really got to it. You know what I mean? Like British Brooks was supposed to be one of those guys. They used a little bit of him, but he ended up injured at a point. You obviously saw Cade Stover. We saw even Dalton Schultz do his little fullback stuff, and then here you have Kendrick Green, and it was, I guess, decently effective in this particular game against the bad defense. But I was just like, I'd be interested. And of course, it's not the same offense this year, but it is one that seems to utilize a fullback still. Jakob Johnson or whoever, like, does it feel, or British Brooks, are they going to utilize a fullback, and is that going to be a different effect this year compared to last year, just off of the strength of, hey, you have a dude who is built to be fullback, playing fullback to get you some effect?
Yeah, I think that makes a big difference. It's an interesting point because I saw somebody online ask the other day, like, which move do you like the most for the Texans this offseason, I think was the question. And somebody said not a move this offseason, but just getting British Brooks back healthy. And I kind of had forgotten about him or his potential role in this offense. And so that is an interesting thought as you change the play caller here and potentially the system, how big of a role that fullback is going to be. But it kind of goes in line with what we were talking about earlier with the whole tight end position of teams while others zagging and such. And obviously the Niners have been big on the fullback, which goes back to Slowick and his influence. And a few other teams as well have tried to ramp up fullback production in recent years. The Minnesota Vikings have done it with C.J. Ham. So, yeah, curious to see what sort of role British Brooks can play. But if nothing else, you certainly benefit from having an actual guy who knows that position and plays that position instead of just trying to fill that void in the meantime.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. There's a lot of offense, obviously, here for the Texans, and as you mentioned, it kind of filtered in more towards the backside of this. There was also a couple of interceptions, and yes, I'm going to continue the Debbie Downer theme because I think there was largely a lot of fun things in this game for C.J. Stroud and the offense. But can you give me here cut 14? Because this is one of those plays that I'm wondering if this was where I started seeing CJ feel the effects of some of the pressure that he had. Because this is an interception that bounced off the hands. Well, first and foremost, Dalton Schultz gets open over top in a little bit of, I can't even remember what the route was. He comes open, but he has about a step, maybe a step or a half step on the defender on his back. And C.J. Stroud tries to get him the ball hits some hands, and then this happens.
C.J. in the gun with Pierce on the backfield with him. C.J. takes the snap, surveying the field. Now steps to his right, throws to the end zone, bobbled and picked off. Oh my goodness, it's Jones. Who's going to bring it out? 5, 10, 15, straight ahead and dragged down across the 25-yard line.
Yeah, so this should have been a touchdown. This is in the end zone. You want. And I think this is CJ's fault, right? I very often am on the side of not all quarterbacks, or not all interceptions are quarterbacks' fault. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's other people's fault. This is his. He holds on the ball a little bit too long when it's obvious that, hey, Dalton has won here. Don't take an additional step, even though, like, there's a little bit of action in front of him. However, it's not actually threatening him. He's not about to get sacked. He has enough room to step into the throw. Just step into the throw. He tries to move over to his right to get a perfect situation to throw, and by that time, it gives the guy on Dalton's back a half second to catch up. The ball isn't perfect either. Bounce. Now there's a safety coming over, hustling over that gets an interception. I'm like, CJ, trust your guy. But this also speaks to what we were talking about earlier with tight ends. Mm-hmm. Like, this is something where that connection between CJ and Dalton, or CJ and Brevin, or CJ and Cade, the opportunity, or maybe this is even a CJ and Christian Kirk situation, but if you're getting those downfield shots, especially down like the seams, you got to be pinpoint. You got to hit them in stride to be able to take advantage of that. You can't afford to hitch. You can't afford to wait, because that's how you turn what should have been a surefire touchdown, a big play, into an interception.
Well, yeah, which also might speak to some of the differences we saw there in year 1 to year 2, where at the time in the course of this season, or last season, the season that we're currently recapping. That was his 4th interception already early on in the year, where obviously his rookie year he had only 5. So you started to see some more of those turnovers and some more of those errors, if you will, leading to the turnovers as you just laid out on that play. And that's obviously one of the big differences from the first year to the second year, first Stroud. So ties into our conversation earlier with that, being on the same page, specifically with your tight ends, and then also some of the other things that led to a hitch and a turnover that maybe didn't occur the year prior.
Another hitch here for C.J. Stroud, and of course, I promise I'll circle back around to the good and the fun because there was a lot of it in this win over the New England Patriots. But this was a sack by C.J. Stroud, and this defense that you were playing against in the Patriots was not a good one. So allowing this sack was atrocious. I'll tell you a little bit why after you hear Mark Vandermeer.
Stroud out of the gun, takes the snap. There's trouble. He's sacked. CJ back at the 35-yard line, goes down. Roy with the sack, second-year defensive tackle from LSU.
So I will give some credit to the defense. It is a coverage sack, right? They have most of the things covered up downfield. But CJ couldn't get to his check down. And one of the things that's funny is I was watching this. I watched the replay on like all 22. I kind of counted the time that it took for that sack to happen. It was about 2.5 seconds, which is typically in that space. It doesn't sound like it from the way that Mark Vandermeer calls it. And so I'm like, am I wrong in this? That CJ should have been able to get to his check down? Like, of course, you know, there's largely protection, although Juice gets beat way too quickly in the middle. Like, he's still playing center at this point. He gets beat almost instantly, and that's what this doesn't allow CJ to see, hey, these guys aren't open, let me dump it down. But I also do wonder how much of this is CJ and his want to really wait for something to come open and hit them downfield, as opposed to, all right, it's not there, get through my reads quickly, and let me just go ahead and get to Dalton Schultz, who's wide open in the left flat. And that, in addition to one offensive breakdown, like the rest of the offensive line, protection perfect, one offensive breakdown on the to get the ball out to the flats. I thought that I was a little bit like, okay, did CJ get through that quick enough? And it was pretty quick because Juice Scruggs did not hold up his end of the bargain.
And that's another talking point from year 2 to year 1 of kind of looking for that the home run ball a little bit more than previously, and leading to situations like this instead of working through your progressions and coming back towards the line of scrimmage for those checkdowns. I think just in a general sense, I think that's the fascinating part about going back through these games as you're doing and having that different perspective of now knowing what we know of how the entire season played out, to look back at these plays and see, like, okay, on the pie chart, how much of it is the offensive line just being terrible, how much of it is some of the quarterback decision-making, how much of it is the play calling, and seeing that now through a different lens, to help really break down how some of these things went wrong.
Now, and I don't mean it to be a knocking down of CJ by any means. I think that he's more than capable. I'm interested to see how the clear emphasis on early odds Tom Brady in New England, how that maybe filters in. Does that help him get the ball out quicker and maybe not be as focused on the deep ball and the big shots, as we know CJ is capable and likes to do and did like to do under a Bobby Slowick offense? I wonder if that shifts at all. That's part of the thought process there as well. Some things I wanted to shout out. This defense ate. One of the things that two guys I wanted to shout out. Jalen Petrie showed up for me in rewatching this. He triggers so well. Like, his read and react is so good. It's one of the things that makes him really fun. You saw it in the game versus Buffalo, but you saw another instance in it with a tackle for loss that sounded like this.
2nd and 7 across the New England 48. May shotgun. Gibson in the backfield with him. Another handoff to Gibson. This time swallowed up immediately by Petrie. TFL. He gets there first. Will Anderson Jr. helps out with the finish, and it's 3rd and long, New England.
Instant. Like, it doesn't even sound how quick as it is with, the way they're calling it, because they can't call it. He's so quick on the trigger. And also in that space, Henry Toto. It's what made him viable last year. His read and react was incredible last year, and it showed up in this game as well. So I wanted to give them shouts out defensively. But, of course, if we're talking about defensive shout-outs, we got to get this man, Will Anderson Jr., not 1, not 2, 3 sacks in this game. And I'll put Danielle Hunter in here as well because they both showed up. But Will Anderson Jr., sack number 3, he had to make sure that you knew it.
3rd down and a long 10 from the Patriot 40. May shotgun. 2 receivers each side, 1 back. Gibson. Here's the snap to May. He's in trouble. He's sacked. Back at the 30-yard line. Will Anderson Jr. Hat trick.
Is that the hat trick?
Yes, it is. 3 on the day for Will.
I love that you can hear it. I don't know. Can you isolate that? Hear him going, that's 3. This was such a triumphant moment, and he does it in a number of ways. But it's worth noting. Demontre Jacobs, who was playing, I think, right tackle in this game. He was a undrafted free agent in 23. He's a backup tackle. And then Zachary Thomas, who was playing left tackle in this game, he's also a backup. 2 backups against Daniil and Will. Exactly what you imagine happened. Just a plethora of sacks. Daniil up, and it got me thinking just how menacing these guys are and what it looks like with them at a level up. Like, because again, Will Anderson Jr. becoming a better version of himself this year. I don't know if there's possible a better version of Daniil Hunter, but also he's still just a menace. Like, again, it makes me excited. There's no like, what does this look like, or how do they make this better? It's just I can't wait to see those dudes eat again.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, there's nothing. I feel like there's nothing I enjoy seeing more in the football field than a pass rusher that's just dominating. And like I used to love watching Jared Allen, and it's just like play after play after play, he's getting at least pressuring the quarterback, and there's nothing the offensive line can do. And so I love seeing that when it's one guy in particular that you just cannot slow down, and as soon as it's so deflating for the offense when obviously you get a sack of the quarterback or that guy is just disrupting plays. And this was the biggest game last year for Will Anderson statistically, so certainly with those 3 sacks. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see if there's another level up for him and Daniil Hunter, because that 1-2 punch is obviously a strength of the defense and one of the best in the league when you talk about 2 pass rushers on the opposite end of the line of scrimmage.
Number of tight end drops in this game, which was weird in what was a big, easy win. There's still a lot of meat left on the bone there. Kicking game wasn't very good for Kaimi. He missed a little bit in this game. And then there was one play where it's just Stephon Diggs one up with the cornerback, and he just gives him a nasty move at the break on I think it was a post for a touchdown. And it made me go, who's your best, like, route 'em up guy? Just like a one-on-one, I'm routing you up right now. Stephon gave you that. I'll be interested to see if there's a level of, I know Jaden Higgins takes great pride in his route, but we're talking about a rookie there. Is Christian Kirk going to show you a little bit of that? I didn't necessarily see that in the Jaguars game, but that's not to say that he does not have it in him. I'm just interested to see, are you going to have a guy that we just go, line him up, one up? And I mean, Nico can just beat you with being big and physical and fast. I wonder, do you have a guy that just leaves somebody in the dust, especially without Stephon Diggs no longer being on the team?
Yeah, that's my concern. I've been saying that throughout the offseason, is that I just think there's a wide variance with these wide receiver options, as opposed to having that veteran Stephon Diggs who is steady and you know what you're getting and he has that track record. I do think you're missing some of that. One of those guys might develop to be something along those lines, but we just don't know yet. We'll see what we get this year.
Don't think you absolutely need that guy, but I was like, wonder if you end up with that guy this year. All of that, I imagine we'll start getting some feel of that when training camp gets kicked off in less than 3 weeks for your Houston Texans. All right, that's my rewatch of Week 6 versus the Patriots. A big 41-21 victory. What was this final? Of course, I've forgotten the final because it did not matter. It was a lot to a little was the actual score. 41-21 over the Patriots last year for 2024. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to get to our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Tea Clinic, as we always do, or the Men's Clinic, rather. And we will do that next.
Area 45 with Bijani. 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I gotta admit, sometimes we can get blinders. You know, like we can get real myopic is the word that I like using because it makes me feel smart.
Real who?
We can get blinders. We can get real short-sighted, get real locked in.
Okay.
Especially being sports fans, like everything in the world, everybody knows about the sports stuff. I think, how many times have you had that instance where you're like, oh, you don't know about this? Oh, that's right. I'm kind of in this silo that I forget. Where sometimes, especially for like sports fans like us, I'll be like, the ultimate passion happens in sports. I see soccer fans go crazy. I know what college football looks like. I know what passion is. And today I had or not today, but recently I've had a reminder that actually there's a lot of passion other places. That's not a word. And the thing, very many people talk about Love Island. Are you seeing people talk about Love Island?
Oh yeah.
Like I'm like, this is sports.
Way too many people, man. B. Scott was talking. He was in on it. It was a bunch of people. I'm like, you too?
And it's not even just that people are watching it. Clearly people watch things and enjoy them. I'm talking about on my social media. I see people having arguments. I see factions. Like they rooting for this person and not this person. And they like legitimately, I'm seeing breakdowns. Shout out to Chancellor Johnson, the homie. I saw him on social media putting together like a breakdown of what was happening. Like he was breaking down film with Kelvin Sanders. I was like, yo, this is sports at this point. Like this is, I am familiar with this and it is sports. And I would have never imagined, or I guess I never think about that more than anything. The ways in which, that passion shows up in different ways. We all have it within us. We just see teams tend to channel it towards sports. They're channeling it towards a weird dating show, I guess.
Yeah. I have to admit, it almost brought me to, I had to check out. I was like, everyone's talking about this show. I should give it a try. And then I went on Peacock and saw there's like 35 episodes a season, and they're all an hour long. And I said, no way am I investing that much time into this silly show.
35 hours?
Yeah, exactly. I am not doing that. I'm not catching up on these episodes and watching this, so no thanks.
But it seems like you would have a lot of people to talk to stuff about.
It's true. Absolutely.
Champ on the YouTube page said his wife is getting heated watching Love Island. Then she makes him watch it and gets mad at him. That's tough. That's a tough place to be in. But I'm watching people like by name, like I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like this is how we be talking about sports.
That show been keeping up my time, taking up my timeline. And then the other show was I guess it's a reality show with Nelly and Ashanti.
Oh,
there's a reality show behind. I've seen people talking about Nelly and Ashanti. I didn't realize that's where it was
it's a show. From. So I guess in the show he said he don't change diapers or whatever the case may be.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
So now you got the gender war going on, and what would you want your husband to do this and all this other stuff? It's just like, man, I ain't got time to be worried about no celebrity rich problems, man.
Except we are constantly worried about celebrity rich problems.
Exactly.
It's just sports celebrity.
I'm not about to sit here and be mad over Nelly saying he don't change diapers.
That is kind of crazy though, dog. Look, you got Ashanti over there. I'm doing. Anyways,
these are my confessions.
I was waiting for you to finish.
Look, and that's why I said let's move on because I don't need to finish that stuff.
Wanted to hear the rest of that thought. My confession, I think we've gone too far in this whole sports world. I love sports. It allows us to have this career. I understand that you can preempt your local news because there's an NFL game still going on that's more important than the actual news for your town. I know you guys touched on the Michael Penix, the street name, earlier this week, but I think you buried the lead where it's at the cross section with Martin Luther King Jr.
That is true. Yeah. That's right. My bad.
What are we doing?
I do remember that.
The fact that he's
the two greatest men in the history of Dade City.
Exactly. Like, he's made the NFL. That's all Penix has accomplished to this point. And I'm actually, I like Michael Penix. All he's done is he was the backup quarterback this past year. He's just made the NFL. And that's to the level now where we can put his streak, give him a streak, that's fine, but put it with somebody else instead of on Martin Luther King. It's almost saying it's on the same level as MLK Jr.
That's exactly what it's saying, man.
It's ridiculous. I think we've gone too far with this whole sports thing, and it's allowed me to live a childlike existence as an adult and have this career, but Come on, this is where I draw the line. This is silly.
I will say this: seeing that his street is pretty much on the same level as Martin Luther King, or in that area, it shows me exactly what type of area that is, man. It showed me exactly what type of hood it is.
You know exactly what part of town you are in every time you see a Martin Luther King.
I'll put it this way: I'm not going over there to take a picture under that street sign, man.
Wow,
that tell me everything I need to know.
And you know even more if there's actually a city that has a Malcolm X. That's the rare. That's even rarer. You can catch an MLK in most every city. You catch Malcolm X, and you're like, oh, we're somewhere else. But yeah, shout out to Michael Penix Jr. If you didn't get that yesterday, we were talking about the idea that he had a town, or he had a street named after him in his hometown of Dade City, which is actually up there near Tampa. So don't think of this as like Miami-Dade out there in South Florida, but it's like 7,000 people in the population of the city. So I guess you kind of, or town or what have you, you kind of understand that it's probably just this is a hometown guy, just like RG3 has a small street named after him in Killeen. I think in here it's just like it feels funny when you're like year 2 of him, and he's going to be a starter for the first time because he started 6 games last year.
Right.
It just feels weird for at this point, at this juncture, them being like, come get this street named after you, buddy.
Yeah. I think I looked it up to see who was from Dade City, and the most notable one I know was I think it was Josh Johnson, the quarterback that played for almost
everywhere.
He almost played for all 32 teams.
Wait, did they name a street after Josh Johnson? Because I don't think so. That's a legend at the bank.
They would have to name like 10 different streets after him. For all them moving around.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they did or not, but outside of that, he might be the most famous, or at least college-wise, I guess, athlete. So I guess it makes sense.
The only name that stood out to me when I looked it up was Don Lewis, who was the former husband of Carol Baskin, who then who disappeared.
What? He's from there?
Yeah. So that was the only one that stood out for what was it? Tiger King? What was that?
That is Tiger King.
For those that got into Tiger King during COVID. Yeah.
Somehow we related this back into reality TV.
Yep.
These are my confessions.
All right, so speaking of getting their flowers and all that stuff, Candace Parker, she got her jersey retired. I want to say in L.A.
Yeah, with the L.A. Sparks.
Yeah, with the L.A. Sparks. They were playing her former team or last team, which was the Chicago Sky, and she was sitting courtside, and she was getting a lot of she was pretty much trending at this point because everybody was talking about how good she looked. And it was one tweet that really bothered me, man. And I hate when people do this. This is my confession. So somebody retweeted her picture and said, Sheldon Williams will pay for his crimes. So I'm like, so for those who don't know, I want to say they were married, right? Or
they were married.
They were at least together. Yeah,
they were married.
They were married.
That is where her first child, like that marriage is where.
And Sheldon, I think he went to Duke, ended up getting drafted in the NBA. I don't know how long he played. I think he played for the Celtics. I can't remember, but
I'd be lying if I told you that I remembered what Sheldon Williams' career looked like.
That don't matter. But I gotta confess, man, I hate when people do this, man. Every time you see a pretty girl, they always go to the ex like, man, what was wrong with you, man? How can you drop the bag like that? It's like, dog, you don't know what happened. How do you know that she wasn't the one that walked away?
I don't remember the circumstances of it. And if we think about what we now know and the way the team that Candace Parker plays for, I don't know. I feel like the bag would have been dropped eventually.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't remember what actually affected because I don't think that it was specifically because of that particular relationship fell apart. However, ultimately, I imagine you go, oh well, that was going to eventually be a dead end at some point.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I'm saying. Like we have no idea what happened, and we do this all the time. I'm guilty of it too. With Ime Udoka, we said the same thing with Nia Long. Like, man, what's wrong with him? How you gonna do this? And how you gonna fumble? How you gonna?
I won't apologize for that one. Yeah. With all respect to Ime, that one I can't do it.
Jay-Z did it with Eric Benet when he said, let the baddest chick walk away or get away or something like that.
Never go full Eric Benet.
Eric Benet, he had to come out and say, hey, I'm good. I'm happy with my life right now. I think he's married too.
And to quote,
like, why do we always got to blame the guy in this?
And to quote Jay-Z once more, We don't believe you. You need more people. Sorry.
Hey, it worked out for the best though, man. It seemed it seemed like the ladies never get no type of lane. Like maybe she was the crazy one. Like maybe Holly Berry is the crazy one.
Yeah, right.
Like who is she with right now?
Look, it's possible.
Is she happily married right now?
I think she is actually.
She had some video of her in bed with some guy on Mother's Day.
Yes,
so.
and she was very, very adamant about how this was a part of her birthday gift, which I was like, don't do that to us.
Yeah.
Don't do that to us. You know how we think of you. Are we right to do that? Maybe not, but you know what we think. Don't do that to us.
But yeah, I just hate when people I hate when we do that all the time. It's just like,
you're right.
Yeah, same thing with Beyonce. That picture of Beyonce and her prom date always go viral. Like, man, it got to suck to be him.
Also, shout out to my homeboy
Like,
Joel
damn.
Anderson, who maintains to this day. There was a time I think he had gone to the same church as Beyonce at one point, and he maintains that she gave him a look that let him know that he had a shot. He didn't operate in that moment, but he maintains that he had a shot, that he had an opportunity. I got to get Joel on the phone. I might
Look at
call
him
Joel.
fumbling the bag.
To this day, he's got a lovely wife, beautiful, and he maintains to this day he could have. It could have happened. And apparently, Sheldon Williams played for about 8 teams in the league, which tells you everything you need to know about Sheldon Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Candace didn't want to move around.
Look, yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
She's happily married now.
She is happily married. All right, that is your Lunchtime Confessions presented by the Men's Clinic here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, here comes T. Mill on the YouTube page with a confession saying, I always aim to remain humble. However, I genuinely view myself as a more intellectual being than those who watch Love Island. Ooh, that's fine. Don't let these ladies hear it. And also, I guess that means T. Mill's lady, his wife, does not watch Love Island.
Yeah,
I imagine
he would not be saying that.
That's a bad way. That's a way to have an unhappy home. You don't want that. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Wednesday, and I think we've started doing this on Wednesdays. A little Judge John Lopez, but as you've noticed, John Lopez not here. So with guest judge Luke Morrow, let's see how that goes over next.
The Drive with Stu.
more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, okay. I see y'all. There's a few of y'all that have been on your Love Island. Of course, no shade. Shout out to you. Even if it's just you and your wife or you and your lady having to watch together, or if you like to watch it yourself. Ain't no shade. I just didn't realize that it was like that. That it was that level of passion. And shout out to the 346 who said if they saw Huda twerk, that you'd be all over that show too. Okay, shout out to you. And shout out to Huda, I guess, assuming that I'm saying that name right, which I have no idea because I have not watched the program. Appreciate you getting involved with this program here on this Wednesday. Myself, Reginald Atatula, Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. All three of us will be a part in one way or another of the Reggie and Ron radio-thon tomorrow with the efforts to raise money for the Houston Food Bank. So rock with us as myself and Ron go 6A to 6P with some donations and a fun opportunity and hang out with some of your favorite 610 personalities. I'll tell you more a little bit more about that here in about an hour when we cross talk with The Drive. But before we get there, we got to do more of this radio show on this day. And on a Wednesday, we do a little Judge John Lopez. So we enter the court of the honorable or maybe dishonorable Judge John Lopez, and he happens to be away. So sitting on the bench, we call in the next best thing, or maybe an even better thing, the honorable Judge Luke Morrow.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I wish we actually
looking good, Your Honor.
Don't try to butter me up.
That's all right.
That's a nice hat,
you're
Your
not
Honor.
slick.
I like the robe.
No.
I like the robe.
You're not slick.
Yeah. I wish we had the robe and the wig. We gotta get
the robe.
Lopez is supposed to do it, but you know what happens when you leave things.
We got to go full Canadian too. Just get the white wig,
powdered wig.
Yeah, they still be rocking. They make the lawyers put on the white wig.
Oh, Clint Stoerner texting in. It's Hutta. So Clint Stoerner is on.
Clint,
okay.
Not you, man.
Look at that. They done got his bride, as he likes to call her. I bet she got him. Now I'm gonna get. That's another thing to look forward in crosstalk because I'm going to find out exactly what like the appeal is. I'm gonna have him break it down for me. All
that could be the question of the day at one point too. What's the show that got you because of your significant other?
Oh, that's a good one. That's good. We'll have to say maybe that's.
I got a couple of them.
Maybe that's our question of the day tomorrow on
Salute
on
the Pretty Little Liars.
Oh, that's not a bad one.
That got me.
That's not a bad. Is that one? Is that the one that they in like Orange County with Renee Zellweger? No. All right.
I don't think so.
I'll come to that one. Let's enter the courtroom. Let's do what we need to do here. We bring up some cases in the world of sports and we break them down. So let's start here. The Arizona Diamondbacks have the first case on the docket. They banned a fan for the rest of 2025 after this week he was caught for the fourth time in the last 4 years. At least once every of the last 4 years, he has been caught with some level of umpire interaction where they've had to, make a judgment because he has on multiple offenses had interference. In this instance, he came and he has a glove out there in the outfield. He is reaching over the outfield wall and interrupting the San Francisco Giants infielder. Oh no, it was a hit by the San Francisco Giants infielder. That's right, Christian Koss. It would have been a would-be game-tying home run, but he interferes, which of course goes against the home team. And this is multiple offenses. So with that being the case, he has been banned for the rest of the 2025 season. They'd be allowing him to come back in 2026. I turn to Figgy, who I believe has the affirmative. Is this the right call to ban him for the rest of the 2025 season?
So, Your Honor, I think this is the right call. Look, salute to this guy for. I'm sure he's a season ticket holder, so he's always at the games and all that stuff. But this is taken away from the actual game. This could have been a series turning type of event type thing, and I understand doing it one time. I understand maybe you in the second time you in the wrong place at the wrong time. You kind of react a little bit. But this is 4 times in 4 years. I think you got to do something like that. I don't think he should be banned for life or anything like that. But he got to be banned for the rest of the season. This type of stuff can't happen, especially in a game like this where it could have been a game-tying home run or something that could take the lead.
Your Honor, I understand where my fellow councilman comes from, but I would like to quote the great Big Daddy Kane, who said, "Ain't no half-stepping." At this point, this ain't happened once, which maybe you could say is a mistake. Not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. And if by time 2, 3, you felt like you deemed it as not worthwhile, either you don't do nothing or go ahead and get him out of here. Like, why are you bringing him back for the 2020
He's badgering the witness.
Which witness? Which one?
Big Daddy Kane.
What? But I'm like, look, man, get him out of here all the way, or don't worry about it. Because at this point, like, you let it slide for long enough. And if now all of a sudden this is something, why is it just the rest of the season if you actually want, if this becomes an issue? If he is a habitual line stepper, he's either going to continue to be a habitual line stepper where he should not be back in this building, or you don't actually care about this enough to, like, get him out of here. But, like, the rest of the season, it feels half-hearted to me. I don't think that's good enough. Make a real decision, make a stand.
Wow, so that's really fascinating. I would have said that I was on Figgy's side or agreed with him, but the way you just laid that out was in line with my thought process of, in my courtroom, if this is the 4th time, I'm not just letting you off with a slap on the wrist for the rest of this year, come back next year. That has to be a substantial punishment. So just based off of the arguments, Reggie, I think you swayed me. I think I'm on your side. I agree with you.
You're on your sidebar. Cannot approach the bench.
He's trying to approach them. By the way, I believe that's my first victory. You won both of them last time.
Yeah, I did.
I think I got a more amenable judge. We'll see. We'll see if that works. Luke, I like it. You are you free on Wednesdays? I might need to get you in here. It might become Judge Luke Morrow as we're doing a little Judge John Lopez. Somebody said you need to push his ass back 3 rows. Oh, that'd be interesting. Like, is there another way of doing punishment where it's just like, hey, you can't buy no seats that's close to the edge, close to the wall, close to the railing?
Yes, stick him back, but then you worry about him sneaking back down whenever a ball comes to that area, or put him in an area behind the netting where you don't have to worry. Put him in the upper deck, actually, I guess would be the best solution.
Why is a grown man at the ballpark with a glove, too?
Oh, wow.
That's a
are
fair
you one
point.
of those?
Yeah.
Yes. Come on, man.
Yeah, I agree.
You
Only kids are allowed to bring the glove to the ballpark?
Yes. Like, you should not be doing this, man. And you messing up the game.
See, that's
You're throwing
the
the game off.
I'm like, are you here to watch a game or are you here to be a menace?
Especially if it's against your own team. Like, try to help your team out.
He just want a baseball real bad. But I'm like, if you want a baseball that bad, why don't you just come for BP?
Yeah, he's as bad as
They probably going to knock over a
Zach
kid
Campbell.
trying to get a baseball,
That is
too.
true. He's also,
He's definitely that type.
Yeah, get him out. That's a weak punishment. Let him come back next year. He can just do it and be on. He already had his one occurrence this season, his one issue per year. Ban him for life.
Yeah. All right, we move on to the second case on our court docket, and it has to deal with a little bit of college football here, Luke and Fig, as LSU, or as one prospect at one point said, the University of LSU. Officials at LSU hope that the NCAA will allow them to sell advertisement patches so that they can put those on game jerseys this upcoming football season. Obviously, LSU, big-time program, and this comes in the context of the new NCAA versus House settlement that sets kind of de facto salary cap on paying players and revenue shares, the way that they've discussed it, up to $20.5 million that athletic programs can disperse to their athletes. And I think in order for that direct payment, not NIL, they're thinking about maybe raising some revenue with advertising patches. Is this a good call? Figgy.
I'm down with this call, Your Honor. I think this is good for the schools. I think this will help raise money. I'm sure you'll have a lot of different sponsorships that will want to be part of this, and I don't think that's harming anybody. I don't think it will, get a little sketchy or anything like that. You see a lot of professional teams that's pretty much doing the same thing. You see it in the NBA. You see it in soccer. So I think, honestly, Your Honor, I think it should have been like this a minute ago. I think this is a little bit late, but I think don't see any issue with this, Your Honor.
My argument would start with the fact that when it comes to especially the big ticket programs, which is where we're starting here with LSU, they have been making money hand over fist for decades in the TV avenue. And then you get to a certain point where name, image, and likeness is basically, it was going to come for them. We got to the Ed O'Bannon trial, what have you. We got places where players were starting to make progress, and it became inevitable that money was going to come to players. And they were able to hold it off by going, we'll allow you to go make money elsewhere. We'll allow you to go talk to the local car dealership and make money, but it's not going to be the money that we have over here. And now once we get to this settlement where it's like, hey, actually the money that y'all are making off of these players, y'all got to share it. They're like, hey, can you allow us to make some more money because there's not enough? I think that the NCAA should disallow this just off of the strength of you're making a lot of money off of these players. It's called revenue share. Share the revenue that you're making because you're already making it there. Like, we don't need to find new avenues of revenue for you to be able to pay this, mind you, capped $20.5 million on the back end. Go ahead and actually dip into the pockets that you have had where you've been, like, where's all that money been going? Like, all the money you've been getting from all these TV deals, right? The money that's coming in from all of these, the grant of rights that are coming into these, like the SEC and the Big Ten and and all these ACC, and they're dispersing to these programs. Where's that money going? Because all of a sudden now we need to get additional y'all already have advertising all up and down the stadiums and everything. Where's all that money going? None of that can go to the players either. We got to make additional money. Nah, man, don't worry about that. How about you actually weigh the choice?
Both interesting arguments. Usually I'm an old school guy, and I think it's just tacky to even add these things to the uniforms to begin with.
And I didn't even get to that place.
Yeah.
I should have.
But with that said, I'm always this might not come off. I guess I kind of lack empathy with a lot of the athletes in these cases, admittedly. So with that said, I rule in favor of Figgy Fig in this instance. I'm with you.
Unbelievable. No, but going even further into that, like when you say you lack empathy with the players, and I understand, like you're not trying to put that in the most negative light. I just want to have a better understanding. What do you mean when you say that? Like, I guess with the argument.
The case is over, man. It's over.
No. Yeah, the case is over. You win. That's fine. I'm willing to live with that.
No,
I got
just
one.
playing.
I got one. All right. I just want you to. I got one. But I'm interested because I do think that's a space that I have a lot of passion of when it comes to the revenue sharing of it and making sure that the players that have been largely been artificially like their value's been artificially tamped down to zero, basically. When you say that you have no real like empathy for their plight in this instance.
Yeah, it might be an unpopular take, but first to set the foundation, I was pro NIL, but in the true meaning of name, image, and likeness. And I think certainly these athletes should be able to benefit off their name, image, and likeness, their merchandise, put them in a video game, all that sort of stuff. But I'm of the old school belief that I thought like a scholarship and the opportunity and perform at the highest level because in part of the resources you have at these schools, I always felt like that was enough. And my whole thing is, if you're a fan of a certain school, like say Houston, you're going to watch the Cougars no matter what, regardless of the player that is there. I think these brands and these schools do more for the athletes in most cases, not all cases, but most cases than vice versa, regardless of who comes through there. Like, you're still going to tune in and watch because of the school, because you're an alumnus or your parent is or you're from that town, more so than just tuning in because Tua was on Alabama for a couple of years and that was what was getting you to the TV or the game. I used to cover the South Carolina Gamecocks, and they had a season where they didn't win a single game, but yet they sold out all their games because it was more about the program and the tradition and all that sort of stuff than these actual athletes. So I guess just that old school thought, but I've always felt that these athletes get enough benefits. As somebody who went to college and has college loans and everything, maybe I'm a little bitter in that sense, but I thought that the benefits were already good enough for these athletes, allow them to make money off the name, image, and likeness. But once you get into like the TV contracts or the money that are made, I work with a lot of these schools. Maybe it's just eyewash, maybe it's poor finances, but there have been a lot of layoffs in recent weeks and months because of this whole house settlement. So I've just, like I said, I lack some of the empathy towards these athletes. I always felt like the perks were already there.
The only thing that I would say in, I guess, contrast to that is, I feel like if we were going to go from the perspective of, no, it's actually the name of the school that makes this happen, then I don't know what the benefit, like, why would you need to go and recruit certain players? If let's get 53 guys from whoever's already at the school and have them get out here and play. I think inherently, if you're going and trying to get individual players because of the talents that they bring to make your school better, you're courting their particular talents. And if in any other facet of life, any other avenue, any other workplace, I will say, if you are courting me for my specific talents, that means you believe that there's value, and when there's value, you compensate it. That's the way that I view it. But I understand what you're saying, especially when it comes to some of these programs and maybe the finances and the way that they balance the books, maybe not changing, especially with the different dynamics here. But I think that's because we spent many, many decades in an artificially created environment that allowed some people to exist in ways that they probably shouldn't have if it's going to be a true free market. But I understand, like, that's not necessarily the desire. Like, what is the desire? What is the outcome? How do we make that happen? It's a much larger discussion.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was a fun iteration of Judge John Lopez, except this time a little bit with Judge Luke Morrow. All right, appreciate you stepping in.
Yeah,
I think
happy to be here.
Don't worry about coming back next week because I didn't go 2 for 0 or 2 for 2, but that's fine. I appreciate you doing that nonetheless. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a circle back around to the Astros. Is this finally the thing that maybe hampers the Astros in the ways that they've been continuing to roll on through all of the adversity? Let's talk about it next.
Sports Radio 610. 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, we're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Vibrant conversations happening here. The ones, I'm going to be honest, don't think can come to air. I'm going to be completely honest. Luke, can you confirm, deny?
I won't take it to air.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of people switching the music.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will make sure to keep that under wraps. All right, one more hour on the day. And for me, one more hour of broadcasting until we get to what is, I'm super excited for, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. marathon, radio-thon, actually. The Reggie and Ron radio-thon that really, it has our names on it because we're going to be here 12 hours, but all 12 hours, you got various different 610 folks like Luke, I know Figgy, T-Mill will be a part of it, Clint, Ron, obviously. I'm trying to think, all the folks, Bijani, PC, Seth. We're going to have everybody involved having fun and raising money for the Houston Food Bank to help serve the million folks that they typically serve. And they're trying to continue to serve on a significantly reduced budget this year. So whatever we can do to raise money, let's make that happen tomorrow and help our Houston community. Another ailing portion of our Houston community is Yordan Alvarez in the Astros. He's a part of our Houston community as well. World Series winner, big bat for the Astros. And he is now shut down, Luke. He is shut down again. In fact, can we hear from Dana Brown? I want to hear his words in particular, especially after a day after he tells us that, on the early side, he could play this weekend. Maybe in the next couple series, we might see Yordan back. And then this is what it sounds like, just a different thing that he said.
Yordan Alvarez came into, you guys saw him swinging a bat Saturday at our home ballpark, driving balls all over the place. The plan was to get him down to, spring training site in West Palm Beach on Sunday. So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today he showed up, and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to, allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next.
Get a little bit more answers as to what steps we take next. That is where he left that, Luke, and it does feel like that there's a lot of uncertainty. They're not going to push it. There's not necessarily a given on when he returns. I'm starting to wonder, like, hey, he's going to see another specialist. Does this show us that he was not 60%, right? Like that there actually is a more problematic injury that's happening here that's going to take even longer, and God forbid even breaks into the postseason for him. But I think the bigger question is, we have constantly asked this question, and maybe I'm wrong at another juncture, but it feels like it has constantly been worthwhile of asking us, is this the thing that does it? Because it feels like time and time again this year with the Astros, there's been a negative thing that happens, and then it's almost like two railways. On one side, there is the negative things that keep happening and the knocks that keep coming. And on the other side is a winning train that is unstoppable. And it is, you got another win yesterday, even in Colorado, even as, Colton Gordon didn't have the best day, but you get a grand slam, and that's enough to take you over the Rockies in game one of a 3-game set. The day of us finding out that Yordan has been shut down again. And I guess the question that I ask is this the thing that does it, right? Is it this? Is it part of the Jeremy Pena thing? Or is it, obviously all of this, the weight of all of it together, the various pitchers who have not been able to make their way back off of injury, like, is this the thing that finally does it? Not having Yordan for not just the extended period of time that you had right recently, but then also not getting that reinforcement back that we thought you would have in the next week or so.
Yeah, I would give you two answers to that question. I mean, first off, just in general, as I said earlier, you can only take on so much water. Eventually, it might and probably will catch up to you. And I know we were accused of being Debbie Downers or so negative because it's like, hey, they have a 7-game lead. What are we talking about here? But I think it's
this is the biggest lead that they've had in the AL West all season, right? 7 games.
Yeah, so it's ironic that of the timing of it when you should be feeling best about the team, but then you get the news about Yordan, you get the Jeremy Pena news, and so for the here and now you feel good about where the team is, but you worry about the future. I would compare it, and this might not be a fair comparison. NBA, we always say the regular season and the postseason are almost like two different seasons. In baseball, I think it's similar. And my comparison would be to analytics, where we use analytics so much because it helps you over the course of a long season, but it doesn't play as big of a role in the playoffs where you manage differently and you face the best teams in baseball. So you see teams like the Yankees, who I know made it to the World Series last year, but they typically lead the league in homers and they win a bunch of games and they get into the playoffs, and Aaron Judge suddenly is a 200 hitter and not hitting home runs, and there goes their offense, and the Yankees usually struggle in the playoffs. And so my point being, like, the regular season and the playoffs in baseball can be two different seasons. So I bring all this up because to answer your question, I think the Astros will continue to be fine in the regular season. I think the Pena loss is actually worse for the regular season than Yordan because obviously, as we've seen, they've gone 34-19 without Yordan. They're doing fine without him. Now Pena really throws a lot of wrenches into the mix with this domino effect of how it affects other guys in the fielding and all that. But when you get to the playoffs, I think that's where you really miss Yordan. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, and hopefully he'll be back by September or by the playoffs. But I think that's where you get to the point of, okay, this is just too much to take on where we're in the playoffs. We don't have our best hitter. We're facing these top pitching staffs. Our lineup was already somewhat below average throughout the season. I think that's where it catches up to you. So it's a long-winded answer. I think in the here and now, the Astros will continue to be fine. They got that nice cushion in the division. They'll continue to find ways to win because that's just what they do. They'll continue to keep pace throughout the regular season, throughout the summer. But where you would really miss Yordan is down the stretch of the race to playoff. And they did not rule out surgery. So if you get surgery, I imagine that's the end of the season for Yordan. So that's why I look big picture down the road because that's still a concern. We have no idea when he's going to return at this point. He might not return at all this year. And eventually that's going to catch up to you.
Yeah, I mean, we got 8 weeks to the end of the season, which I know, I mean, that's not like that's nothing. That's, I mean, still not also a crazy long amount of time, especially if you're dealing with an injury that we don't know, we still don't have a good grasp on. He's, I imagine today, getting, secondary looks at his hand. Mm-hmm. And again, as you mentioned, if there's surgery, what does that then look like? I know that this is all kind of hypothesizing and there's kind of general posturing. So, like, this is kind of nebulous. I get it. But one of the things you also consider is Yordan hasn't been good this year yet. Yeah. So, like, even with him returning, he would need to find that, find that rhythm. And I think I'm in the same place as you. I think yesterday I was saying it because it's funny. Yesterday I was talking about the idea that I'm getting closer to Astros versus the field. I feel good about the Astros because of the experience that they have and because I think that I feel comfortable about this team winning in the regular season. They built themselves a nice cushion. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all. But I think that they can still continue to make things happen, especially when you talk about the starting pitchers that this team has and the ways that they've been good. I actually didn't give you this stat that I saw from Brian McTaggart yesterday, which is looking at the records of the starting pitchers when it comes to Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. The Astros are 12-4 and 12-5 respectively in the games that they've started. Games started by anyone else, 27-25. Right? Like, those guys have been carrying the pace. I imagine they'll continue to carry the pace. Obviously, the other things, just their level of incredible starting pitching and then the way that the pen has helped and been incredible. I think that those things will continue to keep you through the regular season. But you mentioned it, right? Like, and we saw it last year as well. Like, if you aren't on your A game, a wild card series can get you out of here, right? And I mean, just one series where you're not able to put runs on the board can end a 162 game campaign in the drop of a hat. And I think that that's where you need to be, not just an opportunistic hitting team, but you need to have a genuine threat. So, not having a Yordan at that point would be really, really problematic.
Yeah, it sure would. And also it'd be one thing, like, I know the team's winning games, but you also have to look at how they're winning games. And as you just laid out, I mean, it's those two pitchers, really. It's been led by the pitching. If you look at the offense, they are below average for runs scored. They're averaging 4 runs per game, and they're bottom 12 in the league in runs scored. So it's not like they're going out there and they're having a top 5, top 10 lineup without Yordan and now without Pena, and you think like, it's okay. We've filled the void. We don't really need these guys. They are being led by the pitching, and eventually at some point you might have to rely on this offense being a little more consistent or scoring a few more runs consistently, and that's obviously where you miss Yordan, your biggest bat in the lineup, which changes everything. I mean, I referenced Judge earlier. You could go back and look that season when he broke a toe. Was that 2 years ago at Dodger Stadium? And if you look at the Yankees, you just take away that one guy, and if you look at the difference in their lineup, the production with and without him, that middle of the bat provides so much to a lineup when he's good. Obviously, Yordan did not start the season very well, but when you have the Yordan Alvarez of the last couple of seasons, it really changes the lineup. And right now, statistically, it's been a below average offense. No good pitching-wise. They have one of the top pitching staffs in the league, and that's allowed them to win so many games. But at some point, you're going to need this lineup to step up.
Now, one of the things that's been nice, though, is that you talk about step up. Someone has seemed to step up at any given time. Every time we've had to ask this question of, is this the thing that ultimately does it? Do you have any confidence within you that it could possibly be the person that this texter mentions from the 8-2? Christian Walker is going to have to step up in Jeremy Pena's absence. Do you have any belief or confidence in him doing that? It's been a long season, and I know with him in particular, there was kind of people, when you signed him to the 3-year, $60 million deal, asking, is he on the downturn? Are we starting to see a bad side of him? And are you overpaying for a guy that is a decreasing asset? And I personally, I'll admit, I was in a place where I'm willing to kind of wave that away and feel like he has an opportunity to be a better version of himself. He hasn't been that this year. And so do you feel like maybe this is a decline, or do you feel like he's just had quite the slump of a season to this point and maybe he can tick up and help give you some of that production that you're missing with Pena now, and obviously that you won't be getting back anytime relatively soon with Yordan?
Yeah, I would split that question up. I would say that, look, a lot of times we see guys, the first year with the team can be an adjustment. And I really like that Christian Walker signing at the time. I've been hesitant to completely bail on him because maybe I just don't want to admit that I was wrong. But I like Christian Walker as the player. So that's to say, it would be tough to accept or swallow, but I'd almost give him a mulligan year and then see how he starts next year. And if it's no improvement, then it's like, okay, this was a mistake. We need to cut bait. But also, with that said, with far, I am starting to come around to that idea that the numbers were already declining. Maybe we should have saw this coming. And the biggest thing that stands out to me was they showed his stats against fastballs, 95 miles per hour and higher. And it is terrible this year. And so that's the concern where as you get older,
if you can't hit a fastball, then what are we doing here?
For sure. But as you get older, if you can't catch up to that heat, you're a little bit slower now. I think that's a sign of that aging hitter, such as Christian Walker. Can he step up? He could. He hasn't shown us anything this year to really believe that he will. But I will say the one saving grace is he is third on the team in runs batted in. Maybe that's not saying a lot with this 1 through 9 order, but he has produced a decent amount of runs for batting .220. So maybe he can continue to knock in some runs here and there. But yeah, he's been a huge disappointment, and I don't know if you can rely on him right now.
And keep giving you defense as well. So one more thing, as we're talking about, is this the one that finally does it to the Astros? It is worth talking about the portion of this with you're approaching the trade deadline, end of this month now, and how much does this then give you a different perspective on how the Astros approach the trade deadline? Because again, they don't have to remain entirely static, although you don't necessarily know that they have a ton in the farm to be able to make some moves. I will mention though that Bryce Matthews just recently broke the top 100 prospects.
Yeah.
I just don't think that I'd very much want to send Bryce Matthews away, a dude who looks like he's on the precipice of making it to the majors in a middle infield that it looks like you might have a spot for him at. But I mean, changes your mindset, or maybe even on the way that you go about the trade deadline to possibly add someone that can help you. I know that they were talking about potential left-handed bat, but maybe a left-handed bat that produces in a pretty solid way, significant way.
Yeah, you already needed a left-handed bat. I honestly, the thing for me, I think it's the Pena injury, and depending on how long Pena's out for. Because right now, I don't like the current construction where, just based off of last night, it was one game, but now you move Altuve to second. That worsens the infield defense. Dubon's your everyday shortstop as of now. And then just, again, based off of simply last night, you have Hummel in left field. Like, you almost weaken yourself at 3 positions just because of this one injury. So I think it's the Pena injury that if they believe this is going to be more long-term, I think that adds more pressure to add a bat. You've been getting by with Yordan. The hope, obviously, was he was going to return at some point. Now we don't exactly know. But I think it's the Pena injury where it's like, okay, now maybe the two combined, where now we really have to bolster this lineup if Pena is going to be out for some time. And people keep saying Cedric Mullins. I don't get that. I'm not a Cedric Mullins guy. The metrics are not good.
The decline on him?
Yeah, he had one season. Everyone points to this. He had a 30-30. That's the outlier. That's not the norm. He has not been the same guy since. The numbers have not been good. Even the metrics, he's in the 4th percentile of expected batting. He's not the answer.
And that All-Star season was 21. It does not feel like that long ago.
It doesn't. I'm with you there. But when you go back and you look, yeah, like he has not been the same player the last 4 years, whatever it's been. So he's kind of living off of that one season. I don't think he's – now, if you get him for cheap, that's one thing. People have mentioned Trey Mancini was just DFA'd, I think, by the Diamondbacks. He was in AAA, another Oriole. I don't know if that's an answer. So I don't know what's out there, but I know Cedric Mullins is the number one name I keep seeing people mention. I don't think he's a solution, but I do think they need to do something if Payne is going to be out a while.
Fair enough. I really like this text from the 832. It says, we've failed to talk about this, but when you change leagues, you change the scene of what pitchers you see all the time. Obviously, with the advent of interleague play, that's changed some. As we're seeing right now, you're playing a team that you would not have previously played without interleague play and playing the Rockies, although I guess the Astros were in the NL a few decades ago. But, yeah, man, that is fair, right? You're going from a Christian Walker that was playing for the Diamondbacks in the NL to playing in the AL West and seeing a majority of different teams, different pitchers. I imagine that's some of it, but I don't know that can speak to all of it by any means. I don't even know if that's a majority of it if I was going to try and, portion it out as to how much. But I imagine that is a part of it that I had not considered enough of. How many pitchers is he facing that he has a certain level of experience with, that he can, lean on experience and lean on kind of past at-bats as opposed to just kind of everything being relatively fresh.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. Something that should maybe help is that he was able to bring one of his coaches along with him, his right-hand man, so at least to have that comfort.
Hey, get to work then, dog.
I know.
What are we waiting on?
But
I imagine they're not waiting. But
yeah, not at this point. But I mean, they're waiting for him to come around. But I did mention it a few moments ago that I do. It sounds crazy, especially when you're paying good money, but that first year to me is almost like a mulligan for these guys when they change teams and they're getting paid a bunch. Like Matt Olson went to the Braves and he hit a bunch of homers, but he hit a career low that year in his first season. I just think you have to give a little cities and you change locker rooms and even change leagues. I know it's not the expectation. I know you don't want to accept it, but sometimes that first year can be a little slow and then they find their groove. That's why I'm not completely out on Christian Walker just yet, but for sure, I can't deny it. This season has been a huge disappointment so far.
It's all fine. I'm trying to win a World Series this year.
I know.
Come on now.
I get it.
I'm talking about next year. I'm not worried. I'm worried about right now. Just kidding. Appreciate you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, speaking of right now, we get to turn things over, as we often do at this time, to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so we got an update in the Diddy trial.
Oh,
it's been going crazy online right now. I'll give you the details on that. Plus, a guy went on a Bumble date, woke up the next morning, and this entire house was clean.
Wow.
Is that love or a red flag?
Oh, clean as in like hygiene.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you meant he got robbed.
Out.
Okay,
Yeah.
Very good. A very different segment, but a fun one nonetheless. Next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Texans are going to continue to facilitate heavy competition at all positions. It just so happens at corner is maybe the one that I feel like needs it most right now. I feel pretty good about everything else.
Texans. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is. The Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
You okay?
I couldn't hear myself.
Oh.
I forgot I turned my headphone volume down.
Turn my headphones up.
Turn them up. Yeah, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So the Diddy trial looked like it's wrapping up now. So a verdict came in I want to say it was this morning. It actually kicked Ron the Show Hughley off of he had a little hit with Fox 26, I want to say.
Oh, really?
He's supposed to hop on with Nate Griffin of Fox 26.
And he was like, get!
Yep, he promoted it. He was just 26 talking sports, guys, with Nate Griffin.
Imagine, though, if you're like, let me check on my boy Ron and turn on Fox 26, and all of a sudden they're like, Diddy.
They had a bumper for Diddy.
No, I know, but like, if I'm just turning on the TV, like, all right, I think Ron's on, and then now they talking about Diddy and charges, and you're like, wait a minute, where's Ron?
Yeah.
What happened to Ron?
Yeah, but they had to, I guess they had to get into some more important news.
Sure.
Which is Diddy, the verdict came back. And I tried to hit my boy Attorney Sam up because he kind of hit me and told me the news. And this is like the official lawyer, attorney of In the Loop, because he was with us during the Deshaun Watson thing, kind of explaining everything. But so Diddy, I want to say he had 5 counts.
That's correct.
Going on. And I want to say he was guilty of 2 of them, which is the lesser charges of the other ones, which were RICO charges. So my boy Attorney Sam hit me up and said that's a win for Diddy. And I wish I could get him on the phone now to kind of explain why. But he did say he's not totally free, but he could get probation. And the charges that were found not guilty were the big charges, which would have been a mandatory 15 years. So I'm not sure. I think last time I checked, I think Diddy's people or his attorneys was trying to get him out on bail. I don't know if he's going to get that bail or not, but I guess this is a big loss for the big loss.
Yeah, I think so, but I do wonder, I mean, sentencing is a whole different circumstance, and you do wonder how much his particular aura, for lack of a better term, will affect the way that goes. Yeah, it is interesting though, and I can't speak in any legal capacity because I'm not that by any means. But I mean, those were RICO laws, which obviously were put on, like the racketeering kind of stuff that was put on the books in theory to be utilized against like mobsters and stuff back in the day. And not to say that I am like celebrating in any means, Sean Diddy Combs not being held to account for what it seems like he did. Yeah. However, it did feel like we're getting a little cavalier with the use of these RICO charges, trying to put all these different people on like racketeering mobster type charges when they're not like racketeering mobsters.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought. And honestly, I have no idea. I thought he was going away for good. Maybe he is. I'm not sure, but at least the bigger charges that he was really trying to fight is not. He was found not guilty of that. So maybe he'll still do about 10 years. I don't know.
No idea exactly how many.
But the mandatory 15 years for those other ones, that right there, if he was found guilty of 2 of those, that could have been 30 years or whatever. So yeah, man, no salute to Diddy. I usually say salute to everybody, but I don't know, man.
And go ahead and protect your peace, because the takes all over the place are going to be insane.
A lot of celebrities celebrate too. Kind of, I'm like, where was that at when he was going through this? All y'all was quiet as a church mouse.
And I personally, if you were inclined to take my advice, you don't have to. I ain't nobody's daddy. You do what you want to. I personally would abstain from such things. But I guess go for what you know. If you feel like you want to do that. It is funny though to look at people who are making sure to be real quiet in that moment. All of a sudden pop out like, see? Like, see what?
See my boy, we got to celebrate now. So yeah, man, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen, how much time he actually gonna get. Some people feel like he might not get any time. They might use this as a time served, and and maybe he had probation for the rest of his life. I don't know, but it's been a wild case, and now it's finally coming to an end.
Tell you what, I wouldn't go lightly on him in my courtroom.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
A pretty good court, if I have to say so myself. the court of Judge Luke Morrow.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So this guy posted a video on social media pretty much talking about his Bumble date. And I guess the Bumble date, I guess they had it at his house.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Bumble is the one where the ladies initiate, right? Is that how that goes?
Yes.
I have no idea, man.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so apparently he had a Bumble date, and this is the video of him pretty much talking about how his date went, and a lot of people had some questions about this.
Bumble date last night, and I left at 4 a.m. this morning and just told her to lock up. Dude, she cleans my bathroom, makes my bed, and the kicker is she done all, like 90% of my laundry. And I hate doing laundry. So I don't know if I done something right, maybe done something wrong, maybe she felt sorry for me, or I'll get a second date, who knows. But that was definitely the best one ever.
So a lot of people was bringing up how this is a red flag. So I seen somebody comment and say, hey, I did the same thing. Just so the dude don't realize I took his PS5.
You create a distraction.
Yeah.
It'd be a good distraction. Like, oh, wow, look at all these clean clothes. All right, let's play some game. Wait, what?
Like, what in the what? And then somebody else said they can see girls doing this just to be nosy, just to be rumbling through all your stuff.
Yeah, I that was the part that got me, is like, that's kind of forward, ain't it? And just for you to believe that you can go through my drawers and stuff, which I guess, to be fair, you just leaving someone unwashed in your house. That is also something that I don't know how much I would do without having a certain level of rapport with them.
He kind of got me with the, hey, I'm leaving now. You can lock up when you leave. I ain't leaving you in my house.
Yeah, it's true.
And this the first Bumble date?
Which, to be fair, this is pretty high on the positive possibilities if you do a situation like, I'm leaving at 4 a.m, do whatever you want to get out, right? Like, I don't know if that's the way that I would typically handle things, and this has got to be on the high side of the possibility.
Yeah, and it's funny too because so the tweet said this. It said, "Man's wake up after a Bumble date and the entire house is clean." And what y'all said at the tease, I thought the same thing. A lot of people thought he got cleaned out.
Yes.
Not house clean, but cleaned out.
Yeah, I think that's the more likely outcome than someone actually cleaning the house. If you have a woman that does that on the first date, are you calling back for a second date, or is that turning you off?
Oh, I'm calling back for a second date.
Yeah?
I'm just also being very careful that there might be a level of attachment here.
Yeah.
That is that might become problematic at some point. But I don't think it's such a particular red flag that's like I can't continue to, especially like if I had a good time or whatever. It just makes me go, all right, we might need to set expectations a little clearly very early on and make it very clear what the thoughts are with all of the relationship, because I feel like you might be setting yourself up for a decent relationship, but a bad breakup shouldn't come to that place. Like that, the attachment level, getting there immediately, I feel like that's the bad part, is if you have to get to a point where you're like, I feel like this isn't working out. And she goes, what do you mean? We're supposed to be together. And then you're in that place.
What you mean? I live here now.
Right.
I bought all these groceries.
Yeah.
I'm doing your laundry. I live here.
I'm surprised she wasn't there when he got back home. Like that, she just didn't move in already. She's already cleaning the place.
Yeah. I would be a little I would definitely call back, but I will also be a little nervous. Like, damn, how many times you did this for other guys on the first date? That's the part that get me.
It's like I can't go a show without referencing Seinfeld, but there is a Seinfeld episode where Jerry dates his maid, and she stops cleaning the apartment and just becomes the girlfriend, and so it's it could be dicey.
Yeah, very dicey. All right, salute to the Indiana Fever. They won the Commissioner's Cup.
That's right.
Last night, so salute to them.
Caitlin Clark got her some hardware, baby.
Yeah, and side note, this could be a confession too, but I really enjoy watching them being on Instagram Live, celebrating, and all in the locker room just being silly.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I think you had Sophie
Cunningham.
Yeah, she was sitting there twerking, wasn't moving nothing, but she was twerking.
Okay. You didn't have to do her like that.
Hey, go watch it. She wasn't moving nothing, man, but I enjoyed it.
I imagine. I can understand that.
Hey, I enjoyed it. But speaking of Sophie Cunningham, she was kind of under fire the past couple days about something she said, and I want to bring this up to kind of see how y'all feel about this. So Yahoo Sports tweeted this. They tweeted, Fever star Sophie Cunningham on the WNBA expanded to multiple new cities over the next few years. And they said, quote, I don't know how excited people are going to be going to Detroit or Cleveland. They put Cleveland in parentheses.
Yeah, because I think she misspoke and said Cincinnati, but it is Detroit and Cleveland that are the two next expansion cities for the WNBA. And she was expressing a little bit of a question as to how viable those particular places will be for women's basketball. As if you don't know, those were two of, I guess, earlier. I don't know if they're original, but two of the earlier WNBA teams that had moved at various points. I think the Cleveland Rockers and the Detroit Sting. No, not Sting, because that was Charlotte. It was Detroit.
Okay. I don't remember Detroit having a team.
Weren't they like the Shock?
Shock. It was Shock. Then they
Shock.
moved to Tulsa, and then they became the Dallas Wings. Why do I know all this? Because I'm a sicko that goes on Wikipedia all the time.
Clearly. But here's what Sophie had to say. Try to listen to it clearly. I just kind of want to see how y'all feel about this, and do she deserve getting roasted the way she is?
NBA side, because it is helpful. It's way more helpful. You just get more partners, more opportunities, and so I get that aspect. But I also think that you want to listen to your players too. Like, where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? And I do think that Miami would have been a great one. Like, everyone loves Florida. Nashville is an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. There's a huge arena downtown that no one's using. And I think that the Women's Soccer League is showing that, like, people draw, and so I'm not so sure what the thought process is there. But at the end of the day, you also want to make sure that you're not expanding our league too fast. I think that's also another thing, that you don't want teams to totally dominate and then have teams that aren't. And so I just think that it's kind of a hard decision-making situation. But man, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cincinnati.
So she pretty much don't know how excited people will be going to Detroit or Cleveland. So people keep saying, girl, you played for Indiana.
Yes.
How is you going, out of all people, how you going to say if people are in Cleveland or Detroit? Do you think she's making a fair point, or do you think she's out of bounds?
I think she's making a fair point. I think maybe because she's in Indiana. Because the way I look at it is like for the trips, not about like the attendance or the arena or anything. She mentioned Miami and Nashville. I've been to both Detroit and Cleveland. I'd rather go to Miami and Nashville than Detroit and Cleveland. So if you're going to add these cities where we have road trips now, and I'm already in Indiana, I'm with her. Like, send me south. I don't want to go over to Detroit and Cleveland, and when my home base is Indiana, I want to go to Miami and Nashville and have some fun. So I'm with her.
That's funny. You looked at it from the player's perspective of where they trip. I think it did sound like she was talking a little bit player's perspective to some degree of where they'd like to live, but then also where there is a love and an appreciation for women's sports in particular, because I don't think that overlaps specifically with just like general sports fans. I think we're getting a little bit closer and a little bit better about that as time goes. But she is right to some degree that like the Women's Soccer League, the NWSL, has had good support in certain places. I don't know that like the criticism of Detroit and Cleveland is entirely fair, but I think that she's valid to have some level of questions of, I don't know exactly. Those are places that previously had teams that then didn't support them enough for those teams to continue to exist there. But that's all we're talking about, like 20 years ago, where women's basketball was not even where it is now. And I think that there's people that would still have claims that it still has a lot of room to grow. Indiana's a little different because Indiana is like basketball USA. So like they latch onto basketball in a very particular way. I am interested to see whether Cleveland and Detroit hit in the ways that, they expect them to, because I imagine that like the middle, like the South division of the WNBA, but funny enough, like the East Coast doesn't have a ton either. Like you have Connecticut, you have, I guess, Washington, you have New York, but they don't have like a ton over there. And it seems like they're trying to get a little bit more Midwest involvement, obviously, and then Philadelphia coming in 2030. But yeah, I don't think she's entirely wrong for the question of whether those places work. And questioning Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA, probably has some merit just generally. The way that she's operated, they are making a little bit of money. They are expanding, but I think there's definitely spaces where you can question her leadership.
Yeah, I kind of agree with y'all, too. I I ain't think what she said was that bad to get all that backlash from it. But yeah, I think
she's established herself as a little bit of a villain.
Yeah.
And I will be completely honest. There's a level of racial animus that comes in here because of some of her particular leanings and the ways that she's kind of. So I feel like anything that she says, especially if you can kind of add it into that context, I think people are inclined to see it that way. I think if you are giving her the most fair read of what she said, I think there's probably a reasonable question there.
Yeah, and by the way, the WNBA All-Star Game is this month. It is July 19th, and Caitlin Clark. You want to see the votes she got? And that kind of been stirring up the timeline a little bit, too. So the fans voted her number one. I think she broke all the WNBA records with way over 1 million votes.
I think she had 1.2. I think Nafisha Collier, the second place, had 1.1 mil.
Yeah. And for the player or for the media, they voted her fourth, I want to say. Fourth. I'm getting out of everybody. And the players voted her ninth. I want to say they said ninth best guard, if I'm not mistaken. And she's not even the best guard on her team as far as the votes. So that kind of been staring the timeline a little bit. Even Dick Vitale.
Yeah, Dick Vitale was like, this is atrocious.
I didn't even know the brother was on Twitter, man, or at least on Twitter actively. But he tweeted something about this. He was very disappointed.
I get, look, she's missed almost half the season so far, and some of the numbers are down, but she still is averaging 18 points and 9 assists. She's like top 10 in scoring, and I think number 2 or top 5 in assists, whatever it is. So 9 seems a bit much for the voting. I know she's not having, if you compare it to like last year, the numbers aren't quite as good, and she missed time, so that's tough. I know people are trying to make a push to like get Alex Bregman in the All-Star game. Like, he's been out half the year. Give somebody else who's played the whole season that starting shot, but I still thought 9 was a little too high.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that probably a little bit of hateration in the competition.
For sure.
Because they've been competitive, she's jawed, and the people have jawed back with her. I also do wonder, and maybe this is unfair giving these players that level of leeway here. I do wonder how many of them go, well, we know the fans and media are going to give her a lot of space. Let's see if we can get some other people some shine. I don't know if, again, that might be doing a lot. I do wonder if maybe any of that came into this.
Yeah, no, I'm curious, but she'd be in the All-Star game, right?
Oh, yeah, she will be.
Yeah, it's one of those funny things where like she's the most popular player outside of the league in the WNBA, it seems, but she's like the most unpopular player inside the league.
This kind of remind me of Tyrese Halliburton a little bit. How the most overrated player, and what he go to do? He take his team to the finals. So, and probably the most clutch player in history at this point.
All right, that's Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy if you see something mixtape worthy. Coming up next is get ready to chat with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. I'm very excited to hear about Clint and his love of Love Island. We'll talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Knee disease.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, well, actually, big voice, man. It has been Luke Morrow in for the OG John Lopez all day. I appreciate you, my man.
Always good to be here.
Always good to have you. I'm Reginald Atatula, of course, Figgy Fig, been rocking. It's been a very, very fun day. And it's going to lean into another very fun day. We'll talk more about that here in a second when we get a chance to chat with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. Before we get there, a couple of things that are moving and shaking. Mike Brown will be the new head coach of the New York Knicks, I believe. So they get a guy. I will stand on the table. I think he's a good coach. Do I think he's a much better coach than Tom Thibodeau? Not sure. Not sure that that's the case.
Yeah.
Do you think he could get them a championship, though, or at least get them to the finals? Is he that type of coach?
I can see him getting them to the finals, especially the way that the East is currently situated.
Yeah, I didn't like the firing of Thibodeau to begin with. I didn't get that. I like Thibodeau as a coach. I like Mike Brown, too, but, yeah, it's almost kind of a lateral move. You know, he didn't really upgrade at the coach. I think Thibodeau would have been fine to stay in there.
The one thing I will say when it comes, somebody said it's a downgrade. I don't think I'd agree, but I also very much am higher on Mike Brown than I think other people are. I will say sometimes you don't necessarily need a better coach. You just need a different coach.
Fair.
Like there are instances where either the message doesn't hit or the style doesn't fit, and I think that that's where the Knicks were kind of going. I do think that, this offseason for them has made them look a lot less competent than they had started looking in general. They was out here just talking to everybody else's wife, trying to see if they could break up homes.
Yeah.
They went and hit up Dawn Staley, who was very happy at South Carolina, and she has previously said that she would never coach in the NBA. They were like, hey, would you like to coach in the NBA and recreate the movie Eddie, which is one of my favorites, mind you?
Really?
And yeah, no.
And you're giving people who watch Love Island a hard time.
Wow! You will take that back right now. How dare you besmirch Whoopi Goldberg?
No, I do actually like that movie.
Unbelievable.
I don't know if I'd say it's one of my favorites, but I do like the movie.
I love that movie, and it's just because it's fun. It's my favorites, as in it's one of those movies that you know is not like great,
yeah,
but you enjoy it even more so because of that.
Of course,
that's one of mine for sure. Some things. What are we looking forward to tonight in sports? Of course, it's a Hunter Brown day, so looking forward to that. I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I'm very locked in, and I'll probably be more locked in on this as a particular like watching the game as opposed to just kind of having it on as, you know, as I'm doing something else. I think I'll be locked in because I really want to examine what an elite pitcher like Hunter Brown, what it looks like, and what the distinction is pitching at altitude in Colorado, knowing that your breaking balls won't break nearly all that hurts rather positioning and what have you. So I'm very intrigued at that portion of it. I just really, really hope that we don't see any level of hit on his ERA.
Yeah, and when you play a team like the Rockies, that's probably the only thing worth watching. Like last night was it was a one-run game, but still it was also a messy game and
very messy.
It's just the Rockies. They've won 19 games.
The ball off the wall. Did you see that with Jake Myers? Look, he was basically playing it like he caught it, but he very much caught it off the wall. Yeah. Throws it in, and nobody. Like I'm talking about the Rockies on the base pad, both of them running back to first. What kind of base running is that? Like, even if you're like, oh, no, we didn't get this. Well, I guess the guy started on first, so he's trying to go back to first. But, your guy who actually, swung the bat is like, I'm stopping at first. So they're sitting there on the base path. Mm-hmm. The ball's coming into the infield. Jose Altuve didn't know what's happening. Thankfully, he eventually touched the bag at second. Otherwise, how do you even rule that, right? Nobody crosses over, so you can't rule him out for that on the base paths. Nobody is forced out if he doesn't touch the bag. Nobody's tagged. Like, what happens in that play? If no actual conclusion happens before they review it?
Well, if the Astros did nothing, that's a good question. I guess you would rule out the lead. I don't know. If you review it, can you place the lead runner then at second base? The rule, going back to Little League, was always the rule of, like, when you had two base runners like that, you tag them both and you hope for a double play. So I would hope the Astros at minimum would at least go and, like, tag the guys and you get one of the outs. But if they did absolutely nothing, it's a really fascinating question. I guess you'd have to place the guy at second, almost like when they do these reviews and realize, like, oh, that actually would have been a hit. We called it foul. It would have been fair.
Yeah.
Maybe they'd have to do the same thing.
That's fair. I think that you're right in that regard. I was just watching that like, what are we watching right now? This all felt it just as evidence of how weird of a game it was. Victory, though. Got to win, including the Caratini blast, which I was like, thank God. I saw the bases loaded, and I was like, if there's ever going to be a grand slam at Coors Field, it feels like now's the time. Thankfully, Caratini delivered. Hunter Brown on the mound today. And then also, I'd honestly forgotten about this. There's a big-time Gold Cup semifinal tonight for the U.S. men's national team, who got through in the quarterfinals on penalty kicks. Shout out to Matt Freese. But they have an opportunity. They're playing in St. Louis. If they get this victory over Guatemala tonight at 6, they will be here in Houston for the final. The Gold Cup final is at NRG Stadium. I'm super excited for this possibility. I don't think that the team themselves, they finally found a little bit of production in the way they're playing. They're playing better. But, I mean, just the opportunity to get them here with the Gold Cup here at Houston, I think that'd be much better than having a Guatemala-led game. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Yeah. I'm
with no disrespect to Guatemala, but let's be honest. U.S. men's national team, let's go ahead and see them home.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be a cool moment and opportunity. And as a very, I wouldn't even say average soccer fan, I mean, that's the only thing I'd be rooting for. That'd be the one that would pique my interest as opposed to Guatemala.
Yeah. Excited to see what that one looks like as well. Somebody said, fellas, what has Mike Brown done without LeBron? I mean, the whole light the beam Sacramento Kings thing that was going on recently was a Mike Brown joint, right? Like, that was him as the head coach there. He was very good in that circumstance. I think, yeah, let's give him his credit.
He's a great defensive coach too, man.
Damn good. So somebody said, hating on my mother. Hey, no shade to our friends from Guatemala. I just don't want your soccer team to win, which maybe that is shade. I don't know, but I'll be honest about that. The U.S. men's national team, I hope that they can get done what they're supposed to get done. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellas of The Drive. It's Clint, it's Ron, and Buddy. I'm going to have a lot of time to talk to Ron tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 6 p., as we have the Reggie and Ron radio-thon, and I actually have an announcement for that. But before we get to that, finding out that Clint Stoerner at least watches, but feels like he might be a fan of Love Island was the shocker of the day for me today. Because I'm not trying to say anything bad about Clint, but I feel like I view you more as, just a manly man. You're big, you're strong, you got muscles, you've lived a life. I don't necessarily stereotype you into Love Island viewership.
Well, I'm a married man. And my wife is absolutely into really all of the reality stuff. And I was not even aware of what the hell it was, but before we went on this trip to northern Michigan, Traverse City, Michigan, of course I didn't download my material before, so I was either going to sit there on that flight and chew my nails, or I was going to watch what she had. Well,
you just got a crash course this week.
Oh yeah, it just started. It was literally on the trip there. But there is it is the reason I don't watch typically the reality TV stuff like that is because it's all like video games. They set it up to where it hooks you and you just binge and you just look up and you spent 4 hours on it and it's the most unproductive. In fact, I would argue that I'm a lesser human being after watching it. It's you realize how pitiful a lot of people in our world really are, and yeah, so it's but I'm hooked. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm hooked. If my wife watched an episode last night, I'm gonna be frustrated.
Wow,
I'm gonna be disappointed.
You're there. Like, this is our show. We gotta watch this together.
Yeah, I'm not there. It's not our show
like
together.
You said
but it's not. It's yeah. Well, I mean, I guess so. You're right. Yeah. It's easier if I can spend time with my wife while she's watching a show. That's some really quality time for me because it doesn't happen very often. But I'm in now. Hell, I'm in. And again, we got way too many enablers in this world. Insecurities just are rampant in this world. It's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic.
It is. I was amazed.
It's Hudda, by the way.
Thank you.
It's a loony tune.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna need the breakdowns. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. One of your segments, just break down what's happening. And I'm sure people will love to hear that.
I don't know how it seems like there's just 8 million episodes, Reg.
Yeah.
So
somebody said it was 35 of them. Yeah. Is that what you said, Luke?
Yeah, and they're an hour long.
They've turned into like the Big Brother episode type stuff where it's daily stuff and it's every day is an episode. I mean, I felt like I was watching 42 episodes and they said, well, we've only been here for 5 days. I thought, damn.
And this is why it feels like on my timeline they're watching sports, except the sports is Love Island.
Every night. But I didn't know. Like, I don't know. My point in saying that is I don't know where people are at. Like, there's 35 episodes. You may be on episode 5. You may be on episode 34. Like, I don't know where. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you where I'm at, though. I'm at the point where Hudda done went off the deep end.
I don't know what that means at all.
She done went off the deep end,
okay. And don't give it up now.
Yeah,
there's some people who really
if you watch 2 episodes, you know it's coming.
All right. So
I'm
I
an
appreciate
adult,
that.
Clint, so I haven't watched it.
Oh, okay.
I hear you.
Very good.
He's
All right.
an adult who orders McDonald's late at night.
You want me to come at you next, brother?
And eats it. And
I mean,
hands
I
it
was
over.
coming at Clint, but you
Amen.
want to get in on this? We can do that, then.
We all do not. We all do childish things.
I never want to grow up.
Fair enough. Before we get there, I do want to get to the important part of this. The radio-thon is on tomorrow, 6 a.m. It'll be myself and Ron for 12 hours, and we'll be joined by you two. T-Mill, you'll be in there. All sorts of Sports Radio 610 folks out there. But
We
this
need
is
help.
We're raising money for the Houston Food Bank.
That's
trying to help. Their budget cuts by $11 million this year. We're going to try and do a little bit, and I think this might help us. We were saving this in our back pocket, and I'm willing to let you know right now. Up for bid tomorrow. A dinner with each of the shows of Sports Radio 610.
I love it.
Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, The Drive, Area 45. There will be you and a friend will bid for the opportunity to have
they get a
dinner.
guest.
You and a guest have an opportunity to hang out, have a dinner with one of the shows. Payne and Pendergast's dinner will be at Churrasco's.
Okay.
In the Loop, we'll have a J barbecue dinner. The Drive will have a Carbach Brewing beer dinner where you guys kind of hang out.
We won that one.
And then Area 45 will have a Christian's Tailgate dinner where you guys hang out, or it might be lunch depending on how we schedule it. But these will be up for auction. And remember, you're not just having an opportunity to hang out with your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts. You're also donating to a good cause. So that's something that we will be having the auction going all day tomorrow.
All day, all the way through. Yep.
In addition to donations. So I just wanted to make sure that we threw that out there.
Is there somewhere we can find this information? Somewhere we can we can push people to make sure that they bid on that, in particular, that Carbach Brewery with the Drive dinner? I mean, we got to, it's competition. We got to blow the doors off you.
Well,
boys.
the actual bidding, I think, will be over the phone here to Sports Radio 610 from 6 to 6.
So plug your ass in 6 to 6 and make sure you call it. Hey,
bet Sally or Mel wins ours.
Get started early on them on bidding on that Carbach Brewery Drive now. Come on.
Are you gonna sweeten the pot? It sounds like you about to sweeten the pot.
I'm trying to connect some dots here. I'm trying to figure out a.
You ain't lying. I feel like we may have to. Can we cheat and offer a bottle for the winner?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it cheating. I'd call it charity.
If you bid
competition,
if you bid the most, you bid the most for us.
Man.
We got your bottle alongside yours. Beat you to the punch. I mean, I'm not saying I'm trying to win, but I sure as hell like to win.
Hold on, don't worry about that.
The hell out of y'all bids.
Now, whoa! Ain't no way.
Saying, hey man, I'm just saying I want to beat the hell out of y'all bids.
All right, we'll see tomorrow.
You got nasty.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah, but we got the superstar Figgy Fig. You got to remember that.
Hey, Fig will make a movie out of it.
Exactly.
But is he nasty enough?
No way. There's no one nasty.
Will he stay out till 3 a.m.?
Will he buy a round of shots?
You're gonna have a good time with me.
For some reason,
I need you to cut that up for me. Just
I thought that was the drop of "You're gonna get hard." The way he started that off.
You're gonna get hard.
The way he started that off.
And you will get hard.
Okay. All right, Luke.
Text in, is Tyler a part of the dinner with the Drive?
100%.
Hell yeah.
1,000%, in fact. Absolutely.
Good question.
And Cheryl. You may get to meet Cheryl for the first time.
Now y'all cheating.
I'm just saying.
You don't get to add more people? All right, we're done for the day, Luke. I appreciate you. I'll catch you tomorrow. You hanging out with us as well.
Yes, sir.
On the Radio-thon. We will catch you 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Before we get there, of course, the best afternoon drive show in all of Houston. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Aussie Sports Station. And right now, the Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. I hope Luke didn't have any more aggressive ass takes today. Luke likes to roll in.
Pretty good.
Roll in and just kind of sideswipe you and just... You know, one day he'll give you his hatred for Scott Hansen. Oh, my God. He was on the money, though, with the Michael Penix Jr. street sign. They have that thing crossing with Martin Luther King's street sign. But that is an aggressive play by the Atlanta Falcons, putting them up there like that. But the Drive is live, and as you heard it, again, man, please, we urge you to help feed Houston. We need you out there tomorrow, bright and early, 6 a.m. The bidding starts. You can donate anything. Obviously, Reggie just read off those additional items that you can bid on that will also go directly to the Houston Food Bank. As he said there, $11 million. They have been cut 40 pounds of food they've gone down from last year, and that's been over the last year or so. And we want to do everything we can to help the Houston Food Bank, who still has to service over 1 million people in 18 counties in the Houston area. So please help us out. Remember, you can text in to text Sports Radio 610, all one word, Sports Radio 610 to 71777, and you will have the opportunity to donate. Any amount can be helpful to the Houston Food Bank. So we're excited about that. Tomorrow, I got to get my beauty rest. After
I need that information you just read out there.
I got it.
I need that information.
It's 20 million pounds of USDA commodities annually.
I'm
40 tractor trailer loads of food less per month.
Wow. I need that text line and everything you got over there.
You need the text line and everything?
Brew something up. Get something working.
Get something working? All right.
Something working.
It's
time, man. It's time.
Yep.
I mean, ain't no more talking about it. Hell, the rubber's finna meet the road
That's
on
right.
Thursday,
6 a.m., baby.
We got to feed some folks now.
Yeah. Hell, I think I might start the donating right now
Come
myself.
on, look out now.
Throw it on up there. But we will keep you updated. There is a goal in mind, and I do have some plans if we hit a certain marks. Some plans of things that some people didn't think they'd ever see. But we're going to have some fun tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We'll unveil that tomorrow, so hang with us tomorrow, 6 a.m., as the Reggie and Ron radio-thon gets kicked off tomorrow. All right. Astros with a big win last night. As I said, I would not be surprised if this is a sluggish series, right? The Astros have been amazing. They had the best record in the month of June. The Astros also have not lost in 11 straight series. They are playing by far the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies. I said I wouldn't be shocked if we saw maybe a relaxed nature from them, maybe a step back and focus. They were able to pull off the dub yesterday, 6-5, made it a little interesting. They got out after the big swing from Victor Caratini with the grand slam to really give them some distance. But the Rockies were chipping away, and they ended up, even though Peter gave up a home run in the ninth, 6-5 there. So they won, Clint. They got a dub yesterday. But like I said, this could be a little relaxed. It's 162 of them, man. At some point, man, you get yourself up for the Cubs and the Phillies. You know the Dodgers are coming behind this. You could see a little relaxed nature from them facing this sorry ass team in the Rockies.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. That was on its way to being a skull dragon, and the wheels came off of what's Tyler? What's your big C?
Ooh, boy,
that guy right there.
The early in the morning, Big C there.
The wheels came off, and the Colorado Rockies they were seeing it pretty well, boys. They were seeing it pretty well. It was sloppy baseball from him, really on multiple occasions, with some wild pitches, with some suspect plays at first base kind of deal. But the wheels came off of a Big C of Colton Gordon. It was ugly. I mean, really everything else, was acceptable or really gave us a good chance. The bats were obviously hot early and died kind of late, but I don't. This is what we've got to worry about, boys, of moving forward. Like to put the unfair expectations on Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon and the Walter kid, Braden Walter. Like those are unfair expectations. What they've done has been absolutely tremendous, but thinking that they're going to continue what they be a tad bit unfair. Also, it may be a tad bit unfair to lean on Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown to expect them to keep up the Cy Young performances night in, night out. They need
to. They got to.
Well, at some point in time, they're
not allowed to go on slumps. Right. Damn it. They can't.
Don't make any mistakes.
Hunter's got to be Hunter today.
Well, at some point in time, the cavalry's got to get here. We've been talking about the cavalry's coming for a while. At some point, they got to get here, and it doesn't look like they're any closer.
Let's say we got a setback on one of them, on the biggest member of the cavalry coming in. We understand we got a setback there. All right, they won that game last night. As Champ Slice said, sluggish is definitely a nice way to say it for their performance last night. Did that take your mind off of what the breaking news was that this parachuted into our show in the final segment of Yordan or him? God, both of those guys are on the shelf. Yordan having a setback and being shut down again and seeing a hand specialist and maybe in 48 hours. Did it take your mind off of that? Did yesterday's win take your mind off of the Yordan news?
No. That's a no for me, dog.
Yeah, it's a no chance. But I'll be honest with you, my mind's not as much on Yordan as it is on the embarrassment that the organization is in terms
the situation.
Of them. Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, Yordan having a setback with a hand injury, a right hand injury, which is the lower hand on his bat. It's one of those like, hey man, it's okay. They pushed it a little bit too quick, maybe. I don't know.
So for the
yeah, no, I mean, hell, second or third, right? No, I get it. I get like the frustration of that, but like the organization's handling of it is, I mean, it's embarrassing. You're dealing with multi-million-dollar athletes that their health is ultimately their paycheck, and you can't get a damn rehab of a right hand even remotely close to accurate. It's just, to me, it's more about the organization and the embarrassment that
they've had multiple cracks at it too.
Yeah. With multiple players.
Yeah, the Kyle, this backed up by the Kyle Tucker thing. Like, I mean, it's your best players that this thing is happening with.
What is going on?
Is the part that's wild.
Like if I'm Yordan Alvarez, my next injury report's coming from my interpreter. I don't want nobody in Astros. Dana, don't put my name in your mouth, Dana. I'm not going to try to be there at the LA series.
What if his interpreter is an Astro?
my interpreter, that guy that Tyler thought was Yordan.
We were there.
Right.
That's what the whites used to do.
I was forming my mouth to say that right then and there. All right, because listen, I got some people texting yesterday because I said, "Damn it, again." Does somebody need to lose their job? Is what I tweeted out as soon as I saw the report from Chandler Rome last night. All right, and I'm willing to take a step back from you two. And listeners, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I am willing to listen. Is there any way in your mind that this, with Yordan Alvarez, as Clint said multiple times, they haven't been able to seem to get diagnosis correct on this right hand injury?
Well, this is not good.
And I don't even want to take it to other players. I'm just with Yordan. They have sent him out there clearly. One, the first time when he had a break that they didn't know was a break, and this time again in which he's had now a setback where he's had to be shut down a second time. Is there any way that this doesn't 100% fall on the medical staff and the training staff? Is there any, like, I'm willing to listen. Like, there are some people tweet me yesterday saying, hey, man, you're being too hard on the Astros training staff. Injuries happen, blase. Is there any way that this doesn't fall on?
Well, I mean, yeah. There's a way, and that is that it starts at the top. I mean, it's still the Astros organization. But, Ron, it's clear. We've jokingly talked about it was Dusty Baker and Dana Brown. It was Dusty Baker and Hinch.
Well,
AJ,
it was Dusty Baker and
what was the dude's name?
And James Quick.
James
Quick. Click.
Quick.
It was fast.
It was those two. Then it was Dusty and Dana, and now it's Joe Espada. Like, it's clear, man, that from the top down, there is zero level of accountability. The communication sucks. The plan stinks. In terms of handling and communicating injuries with players, no matter who they are, just star players or not, it's clear, man. They are piss poor in that department. And so, my experience around like team employed medical staff is those guys are there for in the moment stuff. They then, in these types of situations, they hand you off to the team doc. Whoever that team doc is, really has the power to say, hey, man, this thing needs to be treated X, Y, and Z way. Now, I don't know how Yordan Alvarez isn't viewed as the team doc says, okay, I think it's just a hairline fracture, but he needs to go see a hand specialist. He needs to see this or that. I'm hesitant to put any blame on the training staff with the organization, because the training staff, they're not doctors. It's the team docs that are allowing it to happen. The team docs typically drive whatever it is the training staff does. So I don't know. I think it's all an absolute mess.
Jim Crane has to be flipping a table.
Absolutely.
No question. Flipping a table.
No question.
He should be.
No question. He should be calling every hospital around and getting a new team doc.
Something. Like,
he's got to have numbers to the medical center.
This is because the thing is, to me, with Tucker last year and Yordan this year, based off what they thought, it seems their assessment was, it feels like they treated them in a way that didn't suit what the injury was at the time, and probably lengthened the time that they were out.
It took them to get back, yeah.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they treated...
It took them longer to get back because they were neglected.
If they treated Kyle Tucker for a shin as opposed to a bone bruise, hell, we were watching the video that was coming out about him out there in the outfield trying to move. I remember we said, there's no way that guy's coming back. Right? You would say every time.
It was that handshake line, remember?
You would say you would say by just visually watching him repeatedly, there is no way that that's a bone bruise. Like, visually. And it seemed like if they treated him as a fracture, maybe he's not out as long. If they treated him, Yordan, as a fracture in his hand, maybe he's not shut down for the second time. You can't tell me, oh, shoot, hey, man, you just think it's inflammation, and you get out there and let him do all he can, that didn't make it worse. And now for a second time, that's the part, to me, if I'm Jim, like, something's got to change here.
Yeah.
And these are my two best players in back-to-back years.
Well, like if like right now, if I'm Josh Hader and I get a knee tweak.
Somebody knock on some wood. Tyler,
yeah, right.
get a 6 to midnight.
I'm knocking on myself.
If any of these guys that are, hell, any of them, forget about what level caliber player they are. Any of them, if you have an injury, whatever, I'm going to a knee specialist. I'm going to a hip specialist. I'm going to a shoulder specialist. Yeah, I need that staff to get me out of the clubhouse and get me taken care of immediately. But I'm going to get this stuff looked at and figured out with a specialist immediately.
Text line coming in show he could be dealing with hand issues, congenital hand issues. He had some hands issues since Dusty's days.
Exactly.
Was it the Rockets' fault? What happened to Yao Ming?
No. Oh, come on. Now we're going to go into Liz Franks and a 7-footer. Get the hell out of here.
Did y'all see him eating barbecue over at Good Company Barbecue? Picture that surfaced.
Yao?
Who? Yao?
The Great Wall?
He was sitting on one of those they got outside.
Like recently?
Yeah, it was in the Chronicle today. They got him sitting outside at they got picnic tables outside. He was sitting out there at one of them picnic tables.
Tall Asian guy.
Looked like me sitting at my daughter's little picnic table we got for her. He had normal-sized humans sitting across from him. They look like, dude, it was unbelievable.
That's a big human being.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, that person who texted, they looked at the X-rays and didn't see it was fractured the first time.
And Mr. Magoo did.
They must have looked at the 60% side.
And then they came back and said, "Oh, damn, it's fractured." Like, guys, come on, man.
Imaging was analyzed by someone who stayed in a Holiday Inn Express last night.
This isn't about Grant Hill's ankles. All right, this isn't about Steph's ankles. Right, that is like this is. Come on now, like just they have lost the benefit of the doubt. This goes beyond just like Yao Ming's feet. Like let's just reel it in just a taste. Get that. Don't dig the homerism that deep. That you're selling out for the medical staff who keeps routinely screwing up injuries. All right, coming up. It's going so good for the Rockets right now. The setup is going so good right now. Hell, Clint, I'm thinking I need to slow down the tick. on how good I feel about the Rockets. We'll get into a discussion about that coming up next.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, Sports Radio 610. From Erie Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone who Tyler shouted out and hoped would win our The Drive dinner.
If
you missed it, tomorrow we will not only be doing the Reggie and Ron radio-thon to raise money for the Houston Food Bank, but also just add it to the list here. We will have dinners for all 4 shows. Payne and Pendergast, you will have a chance to enter an auction to win a dinner. Bid on a dinner with Payne and Pendergast. You will have that also that opportunity to do the same with In the Loop, as well with us and with Area 45. And Tyler said, hopefully Mel or Sally are the ones who win our auction.
I said I would guess it would be Sally or old gal Mel.
So Sally spoke.
Old gal Mel. I don't think that's going to sit very well with her.
Old, not old.
I mean,
old.
There's OLE. I don't think either would sit well.
I would hope old would.
Well,
she'll get over it.
Old is very different from old, isn't it?
It's very different. It's very different. I'm just telling you, Mel doesn't strike me as a gal that's going to let old gal Mel just slide by because it's an E instead of a D. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure, we'll find out on the text line in a
I think
second.
she'll probably think she knows you meant old. Ali said a hairline fracture doesn't always show on a regular X-ray. They don't even always show on an MRI. She says 40 years of experience.
It should to a doctor's eyes. Sorry, that's my opinion. Sticking to it, Sal.
I said I'm willing to listen.
I'm not.
It's I don't know, man. It's this is a hard one. This is a hard one for me, especially with their history.
Well, here's the thing: is I don't disagree with Sally at all. My only that there is a difference between a professional athlete's right hand hurting in the base of his hand from swinging a bat and it's sore after he swings a bat, and them not doing the right imagery to find exactly what's going on over a month and a half span. That's unacceptable. Like, do I think like if I got a little fender bender out here and I went to the emergency room or something and would the overall scan maybe miss a hairline fracture in my hand that was on the steering wheel or something? Yeah, cool. But when Yordan Alvarez is out there, and Yordan Alvarez is this hand right here, this right hand right here, I've got some real pain in the base of that thing when I swing the bat, in the base of that right palm right there. I got to not find a fracture, and then find it, and not only find it, but find that it's 60% healed, and then be able to find it again and tell us it's 80% healed. Like, Yordan Alvarez, I think, is different. And look, I don't have 40 years experience of Sally, so you may be spotting that what we're watching from the Astros is 100% unacceptable.
Just like that. And it always seems to happen to them. That's the other part. It always seems to happen to them. Right? And I don't know. I said I'm willing to listen. Right now, it looks terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's a bad look and an unacceptable look. And I don't give a rip who it, like, hey, maybe you snuck and missed it, whatever. I got to find somebody else new that gives me a better chance to not miss it. If I'm Jim Crane, with these two particular players that it has happened to the last couple of times. So, and then so much so to have your general manager feel so confident to come out and say, there's an outside chance he makes the trip to L.A.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Boss, that's 3 days from now. And, definitely for the homestand against the Guardians. I'm telling you, Sally, let them come back and say he's got to have hand surgery. Now I definitely think that there's something that should have been detected. All right. Clint, it seems like by every passing day, the things for the Rockets and all the moves they've made and everything they're doing are looking better and better and better by the day.
Yeah, Ron, I just we've talked a lot about the Rockets and the moves that they've made, and rightfully so. They have done a tremendous job. Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, Spencer Tillman. How about that? Almost gave Spencer Tillman for Tita.
That's a man who's aged well. Boy, Spencer Tillman looks good.
The job that they've done has been absolutely tremendous in terms of building this organization, building this roster, making the necessary moves when the stars align and the timing's right. Tremendous job. But I get up and I'm watching, and this has happened. This didn't just happen. These conversations have been going on for hell a month, to be honest with you. But I turned the conversations that I'm talking about to the Rockets this morning, and the question that I come up with is: are the stars aligning in a more significant manner than we ever could have thought, given what's going on around the rest of the league? We talk a lot about the East, right? And obviously the Cavaliers are all right. I mean, they did some good things, and the season just didn't end where they wanted it to end. But Boston and Indiana have significant injuries that are going to maybe even set their 2026. It maybe even set their kind of priorities a little bit different in terms of how they approach roster building and how they approach the season.
Well, the Pacers already let go of Miles Turner.
Yeah.
The Celtics have let go of several of their pieces.
Yeah, and on that injury front as well, the Milwaukee Bucks obviously with Dame Lillard as well, with whatever they release him to save money to go sign somebody else. I get it, but just the injuries have ravaged the East. Now, part of this was the New York Knicks didn't have a coach. It looks like they have a coach, Ron. I don't know how confident you are in him, but it looks like they've got a coach on the way.
Mike Brown could not have been the plan to fire. Didn't want.
Yeah, it sure seems like a lot of these teams, Ron, it looks like they're firing guys thinking the grass is greener, and it's not necessarily greener. I think Milwaukee did it, which I don't know all the inside of what went on. I think New York has done it. But nonetheless, the East, whether it's injuries or it's not finding a coach, the East is a mess. And now one would say, well, that's the other side of the league from the Rockets, and so I don't know what kind of weight that carries until you get to the big dance. But then you look over in the West, and with the exception of the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Los Angeles Lakers have to make moves in order to give themselves a chance. I know they got Luka, I know they got LeBron, but those two can't carry the load all by them. They have got to make a big move, and they've yet to make their move.
Doing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
and that's the West, right? Denver has made some significant moves, and I think they were better than they played last year anyway, but they made some significant moves to upgrade. Denver's the one team that I think, Ron, looks like, other than the Rockets, that have made the moves to really take the next step.
Minnesota's trying to be aggressive, right? They tried to get KD. He just didn't want to go there.
Yeah, so my question is, man, beyond what the Rockets and Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka have been able to do, I mean, have the stars aligned even more significantly for the Rockets league-wide, not just in the with the East being down, but really league-wide, have the stars aligned in a little bit more significant manner than maybe we first thought?
No, I mean, like, it's the perfect time to strike right now. It is the perfect time to strike. The only thing that hasn't aligned really is that OKC didn't have to. That's the only thing is, like, normally sometimes you look at a 6-7 year process with OKC, and maybe they have to lose somebody important to their team. They didn't, but you have really raised your level much closer to where they are, and that's it. The West looks right now doable until we see some other moves being made. But no, man, you're sitting pretty to where, and maybe we can go deeper in this a little bit later on, but the floor for the Rockets looks, barring major injury.
Sure, yeah.
The floor for the Rockets looks pretty high.
Pretty high, yeah.
Right? Like it doesn't last year we looked at it, what's the floor for the Rockets? They just, missed the playoffs. This year, I mean, you start to think, what is it? What's the worst it could be if everybody's healthy?
To me, not to get started here at this point. We got to get to the break, Brian. But like, to me, that's a better, more significant conversation than, is this a championship or bust type year? The reality of it is, with the Rockets, the real conversation is, how high is this floor now?
Yeah, like OKC last year went into it saying, all right, man, everything, if things just go as bad as it can and we're all healthy, we'll be a 3 seed.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting where they are. All right, coming up, we heard from Damian Pierce, and he had some things to kind of say. He needs a huge camp, and he had some comments that he said that kind of made me lean to wonder if he understands what the next couple of months are about for him. And I'm starting to get FOMO about something Clint's been talking about. I think Tyler's going to be disgusted. We'll discuss that. Josh, stop being so. I'm gonna block Josh on the text line. He has been a little too nasty.
You don't go blocking nobody.
I'm gonna go block.
You can never get too nasty for this show. Tyler's in that glass right there in our face every day.
I want people to stop. Well, tell him to stop saying he wants me to sit. All right.
Whoa! Brake lights. Sheesh. We got to get out of here.
Back after this message from your local station.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Texans are going to continue to facilitate.
I'm telling you, Dr. Philip Matorn is where it's at, folks. Check him out at drmatorn.com. That's drmatorn.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, Clint. I'm starting to potentially get a little FOMO from you, others. I've been seeing it up and down my timeline. I've heard a lot of people have conversations about it. A lot of people I talk to on a daily basis have conversations on it. I feel like I might have to check out this level.
Why would you do that?
I think I might. Listen.
Trash television.
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, maybe you don't know this about me, or maybe you do. There is a guilty pleasure of watching bad television for me.
I never knew this.
Bad and like bad.
I knew you watched old people television.
Bad and listen.
Like NCIS.
That NCIS New Orleans.
Freaking 90 years old over here.
But I have a guilty pleasure of watching bad TV. And some of it has to do with my wife, and then some of it is just myself. This is somebody who recorded probably the first 12 seasons of The Real World on tape.
Oh, that's not trashy TV.
Oh, come on. Well, after Puck and Pedro, it was the Tech and Ruthie Hawaii years. Those are.
But they paved the way for all these other bum-ass shows.
Yeah, that's what that set the. Listen, I did a good 8 to 9 seasons of Real Housewives of Atlanta. I did it every week. Did a little Potomac start. Some of it started with my wife, then it just came to myself.
How many Real Housewives are there?
A lot. I've got about 4 Love is Blind under my belt. The Ultimatum. I've done it, and I've kind of stepped off. When I saw Clinton Lowe talking about it and watching it and on the plane, I said, oh, man, I might have to get into this. Saw some more people talking about it. I might have to start it, man. I might have to start.
Please don't.
Everybody's talking about it, and I'm getting into it.
You a leader or follower?
Sometimes
I just have, in all seriousness, I hear everyone talking about it too. This show, it's Love Island. I just never have any singular, solitary, minuscule desire to watch any kind of air quotes reality TV like that. It's just never appealed to me.
I can get sucked in.
But I know it's popular right now.
I can get really sucked in.
Well, look, Ronnie, if you have the propensity to, I mean, this is trash TV with TNA. It's pretty. It gets raunchy at times.
Oh, it gets raunchy.
Yeah, there is an excessive amount. There's an excessive amount of. This one really just.
Well, I'm not always in it for the raunchiness. I'm in it for the storytelling.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that's what you're looking for. You're kind of like my brother, right? He looked at Playboy. He read the stories. He didn't look at the pictures. Yeah, that's right. Like this is all reality dating shows are borderline disgusting to me, and this is coming from a straight dog. I mean, I spent a good chunk of my life being.
You've done some Love is Blind, ain't you? You got a couple.
Love is Blind is a little bit different because I can see what they're trying to get accomplished, and if the people that are doing it for the right reasons, I can somewhat understand why they like the concept. When it just comes out and to start the show, the way you pair up is you got to stick your tongue down 6 different people's throats.
Oh,
that's it.
Oh, that's the kickoff.
Love Island. Love Island, of tongue in the throat of 5 or 6 straight people in a row. Not joking. Like 5 dudes in a line. They introduce a new girl to the show. They're blindfolded, and she sticks her, just makes out with them joints.
Got to make sure you got that chemistry with the lips, man.
Yeah, and then she or he gets to pick because the same thing happens the other way.
Yeah, that's got to be tough for some of these fathers out here.
Well, it's got to be tough if one of them's got bad breath, if one of them's got a canker sore, if one of there's a lot going on. The word on the street is one of the things with Love Island. One of the things on Love Island that's apparently kind of made it go viral was that they started passing around herpes. Apparently, not like the fever blisters.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's the hurt.
Because to hear them tell it, there's not as much humping going on that typically goes on, and it's more just kissing and making out kind of deal.
Just kissing and making out.
But it is like I've got daughters now, and this thing it's a double-edged sword. One,
I feel that.
One, the let's have a little bit of class from men or women, to be honest with you, is just becoming more and more rare. More and more rare.
So you're watching it, just getting disappointed.
Well, I'm just disgusted with certain kind of people. To be completely honest with you, I'm just disgusted with certain kind of male or female individuals. Like it's just disgusting at times. Disappointed in mankind at times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Aaron came in and was very disappointed in me. Tyler is appearing to be very disappointed in me. Someone texted in, "I'm with T Mill. Reality TV is fake." It's so it's entertaining.
Well, then you got like this.
And I don't feel great that I know I'll get sucked in by episode 1. I know I will.
Well, you will, and they've got the one that seems to be doing it somewhat right. They just end up tearing them apart. Really, America plays a part in that, and the girl just completely cannot handle adversity. I mean, goes off the deep end. I mean, I feel sorry for her, kind of deal. I feel sorry for an episode, and the next episode, I feel sorry for the guy. I'm like, bro, run. I'm sure he's the only one that I think is hit at this point. But I'm like, bro, run. I'm sure it's good for you. I'm sure you enjoy it. But you need to run, man. You got to run, bro. Leave it alone, man.
Don't run,
Move on I ain't beyond it yet. I don't know what he does. But it's just like, it's interesting. It is interesting. But I'm hooked. It's like a video game for me. It's why I don't do video games, why I don't do reality TV, because there's just episode after episode. And what they've done with this streaming world we live in, Ron, and it's not just reality TV, it's all TV.
But they put it all out. Yeah.
Well, the cliffhanger.
Oh, yeah, that cliffhanger. See, that gets me where
it's gone to another level.
I have to go and watch.
No question.
I've got to at least start the next episode.
Ron, if I've watched 10 episodes with my wife, 8 of them have been like, I can't keep my eyes open, but start the next one. Just let me see what happens.
We got to see what
got need 10 minutes. Got to.
Yeah.
But it's like that with it's all shows now. Like streaming, when they release 8 or 10 episodes at once, like the most important part beyond maybe just the overall story and appeal of the show is like, can you cliffhang them? How many times can you cliffhang them? And that's how many episodes you put out there. Stream world right now, and boy, reality TV has got it hooked, man. Reality, and this one's got it hooked. They have got it because it's
their tease. You know?
No question, T. And I am teasable. There's no question.
Me freaking too, bro.
I mean, old girl goes off the deep end and is losing it and calling him all kind of names, and it goes the episode ends. You're like, what?
Tease me, please.
I got to come back.
I got to see what.
What the hell happened? I got to come back.
Yeah, it's wild. It's look, if you're into that kind of thing,
I'm gonna probably slide into it. I ain't gonna lie.
I think you'll. I mean, this is not. I'm not. I don't think less of you for doing it, but I think it's right up your alley.
It is.
I think you'll really like it.
I'll probably enjoy it.
There's a level of pettiness. There's a level of raunchiness. There's TNA everywhere. There's a couple of guys on there that are cooler than the other side of the pill.
I mean, you know my love for rom-coms, and this maybe slides into it. A little dangerous. All right, I'm gonna check it out, Tyler, and I want to apologize.
Love Island, baby, one after another.
There you go, 35.
One epi after another.
There you go. All right, Dameon Pierce, he was on with the fellas that you hear that follow us, Texans All Access. And he kind of talked about a few things, but to me, this was him kind of getting himself geared up in what he's going to be doing, getting ready for training camp, which I think is a start for a huge next 2 months for Dameon Pierce. Here he was on with Texans All Access.
Probably the only time you really relax is probably the break before OT. Mission, we got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We got time. So, but when we like this break we finna have upcoming, it's really not the time to pump the brakes, because the expectation you want to have as an athlete coming back is I want to be able to hit the ground running day one. I want to be able to come back full padded practice 3 days in a row right now if that was the case. So I feel like just preparing, just keeping that in mind and having that preparation, that aids me.
All right, that's him talking about what he's got to geared up and get ready for what?
Full padded practice 3 days in a row. Parcells threatened 10 straight two-a-days to a 10-time Pro Bowler.
3 in a row.
This guy's got 3 full padded practices in a row. Every high school in Texas is doing that, man. Oh, but yeah, I'm sorry.
Not 2-a-days.
When he said it, I about spit. Man,
not 2-a-days, but just
not 10 two-a-days. No, 3 full days.
Clint, not 3
fully padded,
not 3 two-a-days. Just 3 straight padded practices for an hour and a half.
I got to get my body right.
But Clint, I hope he's not only prepared for training camp and those 3 practices in a row of padded practices. I hope he is prepared and being honest with himself about what the next 2 months are for him. Because to me, Clint, the next 2 months are a showcase to the league. in his mind, it has got to be, I have got to show other teams around the league my value, and I'm valuable. And if it's just it's probably more than just a kick returner, because I hope Damian is honest in seeing what the depth is of how this thing looks. And I'm not saying not be professional. Yes, he's going to be professional, but this has got to be to open up eyes for other teams, because I think it's going to be very, very difficult for him to be on this team with all the way the running back room looks.
Well, look, there is the writing on the wall is that Dameon Pierce is very replaceable in the running back room, and the writing is on the wall that they've made the moves for that to happen. And you're right, Dameon Pierce. This is as big an offseason and as big a preseason as he's ever had. He should be chomping at the bit, begging for reps. I don't care if it's in the fourth quarter of preseason games. One, he needs it just to prove his worth here. But really, to your point, overall, Dameon Pierce has got some good film, but we're so far removed from it, I don't know how much stock that teams are going to put into it. I'm not saying the guy's not going to get another job, but I think around here we all remember Dameon Pierce that would have went for 1,000 yards in a dysfunctional organization had he not got hurt. One of very few shining lights during that time. Right, the reality of it is the rest of the NFL, I don't know how much stock they're going to put in that year. What was that, 2023?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he needs to have a big preseason. I think it'll be interesting.
He seemed to struggle to be able to be effective in probably the most commonly used offense we see in the league. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how these new schemes, that Jarrett Patterson, the center, was on Texans All Access, was talking about these new schemes. Cole Popovich making some tweaks, maybe at the season, run the ball better, whatever it was. We'll see if that really is the case, and we should see it nowhere bigger than Dameon Pierce. But he should be chomping at the bit to get reps and begging to stay in the game during the preseason.
These preseason games are going to be huge for him.
No question.
And not just – now, who knows? Maybe he just turns it out and they feel like they can't go without him. But Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, and Woody Marks, who they moved up in the draft to get, I mean, bam, that's three, along with Dare, who is, I would assume, the most coveted person when it comes to their special teams unit for Frank Ross. So that's why this is going to be big for him. These next 2 months are what can he show to the rest of the league. All right, speaking of the Texans offense, what should the identity be for this upcoming season for the Texans offense? We see a lot of changes and newness with this team. What should the identity be for this Texans offense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Take a rocket ship to the stars.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are placing their, what I believe soon to be all-star shortstop, MVP candidate shortstop, Jeremy Pena, on the IL due to this rib injury. This has clearly been their best player. Is this the one that potentially hurts the Astros and we see them take a step back?
The Texans play here on Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. As I said in the tease, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what do you think the identity of the Texans offense should be? You know the parts. You know Nick Caley has taken over. They've got a new offensive line. They've had Nick Chubb to Joe Mixon. What should be the identity as we continue to see people texting in different shows that I should check out, bad TV shows that I should check out, bad television shows. Chris said, Ron, if you want to watch trash TV, I dare you to enter the 90-Day Fiancé universe. Listen, I've seen those commercials. I've passed on 90-Day Fiancé. I've actually done a good job of keeping them out of my rotation here of late, but I feel like I need to add a new one.
They are never in my rotation unless my wife puts me on. We've had some quality time. We get some quality time on it.
There you go. You get in there and talk afterwards and talk about the thing.
Get a little handsy.
Okay. Drives you to a horniness? Okay.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes.
Well, I don't know how to segue that to this, but tomorrow, the Reggie and Ron radio-thon kicks off at 6 a.m. Tomorrow will be a different feel on Sports Radio 610. We are excited and hopeful that we can do everything we can to help the Houston Food Bank. $11 million. Their budget's been cut in the last year, and they are still, Clint, expected to service over 1 million people in 18 different counties in the Houston area. We want to do everything we can to help. And as much as we need in everything, from keeping us afloat, keeping us going, it comes from you all. And I know Sports Radio 610 is one of the most powerful sports radio stations in the country, and I know we can show that you can help us do that by helping the Houston Food Bank. What you need to do, you can start now, but we will be doing this tomorrow. We got a goal, and we want to hit that goal, and that is text Sports Radio 610 to 71777 to donate. Sports Radio 610 to 71777 to donate, and you will have an opportunity to be able to auction, to make some bids on an auction. We've got 4 auction items that you can win, and that is dinners with each one of the shows. You can have a personal sit-down dinner with Payne and Pendergast, with In the Loop, with us on the drive, and with Area 45. With Payne and Pendergast, you have a chance to bid and win a nice personal dinner with those guys to Churrasco's. With In the Loop, J Bar M Barbecue. You could sit down with Lopez and Reggie and Figgy and have dinner. And with us, and yes, Tyler, Sweet Tyler will be included.
I'll whisper sweet nothings into your ear.
Carbach Brewing. They will sit down and we'll have some brews and dinner as well with myself, Clinton Tyler, and then Area 45 with the fellas, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, Christian's Tailgate. You can sit there, guys, have some one-on-one time, take some photos, hang out, kick it. And you might have a little gift item coming with the drive. So
the drive's amping this thing up now.
I'm telling you, this is a competition in my opinion.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Everything is in life. Life right. Is. I've just been turned on to the confirmation that this is all going down in terms of the drive. Carbach Brewery, drinks and dinner with the drive, baby. We can sweeten this thing up a bit. We got to find a way to sweeten this thing up a bit. Stay plugged in. Here's the key. Just get your mind right. Get ready, because tomorrow we're going to push the hell out of this thing, 6A to 6P. And the drive, we don't do nothing but win. So we're going to need the folks to start bidding early and often on that one.
But again, guys, seriously, it's a big day. It's our first time doing this. We've been at this, trying to put this thing together, and we hope to have a really good time. 12 hours of radio, a radio-thon. Reggie, myself, Reggie, and Ron, radio-thon coming up tomorrow. So hang out with us, and let's help feed Houston and the Houston Food Bank tomorrow. All right, Clint. I've been looking at this Texans offense, and we've had a lot of conversations about this, and we will learn more going into training camp. But I threw this out to the people, and I'll let you kind of kick it off, and we can kick the conversation off. Is what should this identity be for the Texans? Right? We found this has got to be a pass-first, C.J. Stroud-centric offense. I think it was about week 3 against the Colts. We figured that out, saw that, and I think us as a show, we're talking and saying, yo, let's do this. Let's do this. We've got to make sure this is the thing. They've got to not look at this and say, hey man, we're a run team first. No, they're a passing team. That's what they were the last couple of years. Should that be where they are? More like Kansas City, more like Cincinnati, that's led by their quarterback and their passing game. Not to say they don't run the football, but those teams are led by that. That is their tone setting. That's what they're about. Or should it be like Detroit or San Francisco, when those teams are more likely led, at least tone set by their run game? Not to say they don't throw it. Jared Goff has had some great seasons.
By the kneecap off.
Brock Purdy just got paid and has had some good seasons. But when you look at those teams, they are led by running the football. Which route 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in too. Which route should be the identity for the Texans, you think?
Well, I don't think either. I think it's I don't think either, and it's for multiple reasons. Like you're not going to be in the Joe. You got the quarterback to potentially be in the Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes game, but you don't have the supporting cast to be in that game. Nor do you have the play caller. You just don't have the pieces to make that happen. You have the quarterback, but you don't have the pieces.
Working with Clint here.
Truth is, you don't have the pieces to be San Francisco or Detroit-esque, even if you wanted to. There's a level of physicality up front that just is not going to be birthed in a year with a couple of free agent acquisitions and a move with Titus Howard from tackle to guard. You're not going to accomplish what those organizations accomplish. I just don't believe you're there offensively. I think the best case scenario, and I think what's achievable, is the offensive approach that the New England Patriots had with Tom Brady. I think that's the best version of C.J. Stroud, because C.J. can spin it all over the park, but C.J. is also an elite processor. And if they can keep C.J. in the mode of get us in the right play. Don't worry about driving the ball down the field. Don't worry about throwing for 350. Don't worry about being a ball placement specialist. Don't worry. Get us in the right play. Get us in the right play every single time. And they can take advantage of CJ's elite processing ability and not fall in love with his ability to stretch the field and his ability to do all that. Stay in that lane, play efficient football, don't turn the ball over, stay ahead of the chains, check the football down, don't force the football and waste downs. If they can stay in that mode with this defense, they can win a bunch of football games.
So how would
That's
you
where
describe,
I think
how
they
would
should
you
live.
describe what that is? Because
it's quarterback centric, but it's more about their mind than some crazy, wild, exotic skill set.
You think that's different from Joe? What they're doing in Cincinnati?
I think Joe has just got a more. They got a more first approach. Like the majority of Joe's career in the NFL, they've been like predominantly a run team. A pass first team. Like the Texans have to have the ability and the willingness to lean into the run game, even if it's just to keep the game tight, like Tom Brady and everybody used to for the first three quarters. Let the other team beat themselves by our defense kicking their ass in one way, shape, or form. And then you, in the end of the game, if you need to lean into C.J. Stroud's ability to drive the football down the field, then so be it. But let the game dictate that. Let's not decide that in training camp. That's the kind of offense that we're going to be. I just think I don't like the term game plan offense, because I think if you're a game,
that's what makes me nervous.
I'm not suggesting that by any means. I want to be clear, Ron. Like you've got a quarterback that can handle a heavy load mentally, right? Pour that on him and be really good with him leading the show and getting you in the right game. It doesn't need to adjust. Like what you do going into every game doesn't need to be different. Let him get in the game and let him make the decision and be right more times than he's not. Let your defense be great and you win ball games. I think that's where they need to live. A lot of times I think folks are going to see that that's boring, but I think that's where they need to live.
Yeah, my thing is, I am more, because I feel like we've only seen it work one time with one person, and it's Tom. I am more apt to. All right, there are things that we go in. This is what we want to do. Right, this is whatever it is, right? And even with, I think probably Mahomes probably had to shift a little because some of his personnel hasn't been there, right? They've had some injuries or had some weaker players, and so they had to kind of shift things. And maybe it probably actually looked a lot more closer to Brady than it did early in the year. A little control. Ball control, pass control.
I think they've all done it, Ron. I think Drew Brees did it. I think
definitely did it.
I think they all did it. Tom just did it for 20 years. You know what I mean?
But my thing is, I do feel like they should have some. This is what we want to establish. Like I do think they should have. And what makes me a little nervous is that they may go in and say, what we want to establish is what the defense is poor at.
Yeah.
And that I've only really seen work with the Brady and the Josh McDaniel and even some of the Charlie Weiss early in that's my thing is when you got, to me, I look at it right now early, you got Mixon, you got Chubb, you feel like you've got more physical maybe it's more off of the maybe play action game, maybe some of that. Like that's what the Lions remind me of the play action, and then we'll get things rolling behind it afterwards.
Well, their identity is physicality. Both of those, the teams you mentioned on that, they're and this is just not going to be the Texans. I just think that you have the ability to be multiple on offense. You have the ability with C.J. Stroud. I don't know for sure, but I think that you have the ability. Like if your playbook is 3 or 4 inches thick, I think you've got the ability to go into that at your fingertips, and C.J. Stroud communicating that at the line of scrimmage. I don't think you change from week to week and go, this week we're going to run outside when we've been running and killing everybody inside. I still believe in having an identity, whatever that identity may be, and forcing your will on folks. But the plus is here is that you have C.J. Stroud, and I'll argue that we've seen the best C.J. Stroud that we've seen right now to date. It was 1 year, but that was the Tom Brady-like approach to offensive football. That is where that's a luxury that I believe C.J. Stroud gives you over most players, right? And you can argue that the Joe Burrow, we've seen Josh Allen fall back into a little bit more of the Tom Brady, a little bit more conservative, a little bit safer approach. I'd argue that Joe Burrow has stayed in that all gas, no break stage of his career because of who he's throwing the football to. Right, the inability to run the ball, and you've got guys that can stretch the field, and so be it. I just think the Texans have to, instead of leaning on C.J. Stroud and his ability to drive the ball down the field and his ability to throw the football 50 times and his ability to be a sniper in critical moments, that's fine.
There are some people who are texting in there that think you're underselling the weapons that they have. The weapons, like someone recently brought up Nico Collins. You don't think Nico?
It has nothing to do with Nico. It has nothing to do with any of these guys. You saw last year you had an embarrassment of riches in terms of weapons, and you couldn't protect your quarterback, so it didn't matter, right? I mean, yeah, they ended up getting injured, but you couldn't protect your quarterback, so it didn't matter. In terms of, if you think this team is going to go out there, I would love to see this team go out there and stay in 11 personnel and spin the ball 55 times a game and let C.J. Stroud win it. But you were the second worst offensive line in the league, and you just signed a bunch of dudes that if you do look at the advanced stats, they can't pass protect.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't know. That's why I say it's C.J.'s got to protect himself. C.J.'s got to protect the offensive line. C.J.'s got to protect the offensive coordinator. And to me, the way that he does that is he plays a Brady brand of football. You don't go in there thinking you're Joe Burrow and get yourself hurt, get your offensive coordinator exposed, expose your offensive line. You don't go in there thinking you're Pat Mahomes and can run around and have that sixth sense because he's one of maybe 2 or 3 guys that we've ever seen with that level of sense. Like that just doesn't to me it doesn't add up. It's CJ's got to go in there with the mentality of protecting himself, protecting his offensive coordinator, protecting his offensive line, and with this defense, you got a chance to win a lot of football games. That's who you are right now, right? If at some point in time in DeMeco Ryan's career, Danico Autry moves on, and you draft another defensive end, and you got a defensive lineman that's a rookie contract, and you got a bunch of rookies playing over there, and now you got some crazy money, and you can go sign all these offensive linemen and these weapons, and now you can stretch the field with CJ. Cool, maybe one day. Right now, I don't believe you are wired to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting because the draft and what they did, they did a lot. Receivers, they got Higgins and Knoll. They've added to that group, but a lot of the off season seems like they are trying to be a much more physical team, right?
Absolutely.
They're adding up front. They're adding Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon, 2 very physical runners that you have there. And I do wonder, is that the deal of let's get to at least some physicality up front. And I'm curious and really interested to see if that is the deal. Is this a deal of CJ's a guy that's going to throw the ball upwards 35 to 45 times, or is it more CJ's going to throw this thing 25 to 35 times? Like that to me is going to be. Now some games may call
Sure.
for him to throw more. They're up and up high scoring games, or you're down. But I wonder, game plan wise, if that's in their mind of like, this is what we wanted. Because when I watch the Lions and Brock Purdy, they seem like a more of a 25 to 30 at times attempts.
Yep.
Right? Joe and Mahomes are going to throw it 35, 45 times. Hell, they may throw 50 in a normal game plan. And as you said, CJ is a quarterback that we think can handle that because, I mean, hell, that's what this kind of team was pass first. But I do wonder what the thought is moving forward for them in terms of their identity of how they're going to approach it. Should really watch as we continue this thing. All right, a little stock up, stock down on a Wednesday. As we know the darlings of the NBA free agency. We'll do a little stock up on that, a little stock down. Who's looking rough after free agency? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I know you're feeling rough.
offseason is almost here on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. Every hump day on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be that'd be this one, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do a different edition of the stocks. It was some of the system, man. I don't know. Jordan Belfort, Quaaludes, it all goes together. Stock up, stock down. On The Drive, today's edition. It's something, the Rockets been very busy with. GM Rafael Stone and company. And it's NBA free agency. NBA free agency stocks today, and I want to start with you, Ron the Show Hughley, and let's start with a little stock up for this free agency period around the NBA for you, Ron.
Yeah, I know the Rockets have been praised as well as they deserve, and but I want to go to the Rockets of the East, and then in the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks. Now, let's not be completely honest. I don't know what this results into. I don't know if this means that they're going to be good or how good they're going to be. But if there is any team thus far that has truly said to themselves, all right, the Pacers are down without Tyrese Halliburton, and they've got rid of Miles Turner. The Knicks are coachless until they just brought in Mike Brown. The Celtics are unloading and getting ready for it next year because Jason Tatum's out. The Magic, they started up and said, we're going to get Desmond Bane. But then the Hawks, they've come out and said, all right, we're going to try to surround. And I think a lot of what we were seeing with the Pacers, we're going to try to surround our guy with guys that can kind of help things that Trey doesn't do well. So they bring in Porzingis. If he's healthy, Clint, he changed the entire game for the Celtics. Of 7 foot plus guy that can be a 20-10 guy that can stretch the defense, that can block shots. When he was healthy with the Celtics, he was a major difference maker. Alexander Walker, who was just with the Timberwolves, a 3-and-D guy that is a really good defender, long defender that can shoot a little bit. Luke Kennard, they add a shooter. Asa Newell, who they get in the draft. They have done things to put them in place. And when you look at it with some of the guys they have already there, they may be a top 4 seed in the Eastern Conference the way it looks right now. Again, I don't know that Trey and Porzingis and Walker and Dyson Daniels and that crew is going to scream the next Pacers, but I think they've put themselves in a position where they're much, much better and can take advantage of an Eastern Conference that's dealing with a lot of injuries to top players.
I like it.
That is Ron the Show Hughley. You just heard laying that out for you. This is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Every Wednesday, right around 3:20, we do this stock up, stock down.
Those lobs from Trae Young to Porzingis. That's going to be that's going to be interesting right there.
Yeah, Trae just needs to address whatever's going on up top.
Listen,
on that
guys,
dome
it's not addressable. We're like
talk about a stock down.
I think it's very clear that there is nothing Trae can do besides shave it.
Yeah.
I just think it's just what the good Lord blessed him with.
Praying for you, Trae.
There's no braces he can get. There's nothing he can do.
So there's Ron the Show's Stock Up, and today's edition of Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive is NBA free agency. Obviously, it's been a little wild. Kevin Durant's a rocket now. Clutch City's been busy. Clint Stoerner, over to you. What's your stock up for this year's NBA free agency period?
Well, just to keep from go Nuggets, boys.
You like what they've done?
I do. I don't know how much I necessarily like what they've done, but I like. And relatively speaking, Ron, you look at the West, and if you take the Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder out of the mix, right? Because you know, we obviously around here know who the champions are, and we know who the Rockets are. The teams in the West, we talk about the East being weak and the East being injured and the East not having coaches, and you look at the West, man. Yeah, you got some squads, but you got some squads that definitely need to add some big pieces, but definitely need to add some serious depth and complementary pieces. LA needs to do it. Minnesota needs to do it. You look across the board, and there's just some of the big players in the West that we expect to be contenders. Like, they're not going to be contenders as they are, and I think Denver was on the cusp of that. And you look at what Denver's done. Denver's gone out there, and I think other than the Rockets, they're 1A, no question about it. I think Denver, at least from a positive light, not the injuries, but I think Denver is one of the better free agent offseason stories right now with the moves that they've made. They
make the trade to get Cameron Johnson. They bring back Bruce Bowen.
That's right.
That was their big thing. Is Valanciunas as well. That was their big thing. Is they just didn't have depth.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they had to play Russ so much. They just didn't have depth on their team.
Yeah, I like a team that was already, it seemed to be right there on the cusp. You got your superstar, you got your MVP, you got your Robin to your Batman. You got a lot of the pieces. You got aggressive and go out and add some depth and add some impact players along the way. And I think the Nuggets did that as well as anybody, not named the Rockets. And so I'm gonna go with Denver right now in the Nuggets making moves.
All right, we got them stock ups out of the way. This is Stock Up, Stock Down, live on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every hump day at 3:20. And today's flavor of Stock Up, Stock Down is NBA free agency. Stock up's done with. Back to you, Ron. What's your stock down for this free agency period around the league?
I will walk away from the LA Lakers. That is obviously on my heart.
So did the Buss family.
Well, yeah, they did, and now all hell's broken loose. And they just don't do anything at this point. But my stock down is to the Milwaukee Bucks. I don't really know what they're doing here. I don't think they have made moves to put themselves in a position, even with the issues with the other contenders in the East. I don't think they've done things to make themselves, like, I don't think Miles Turner, like, oh boy, man, now that is it. That's what they've been missing. I mean, they had Brook Lopez, a big who shoots threes and blocks shots. That's what Miles Turner is, and it's not like he is exceptional. He's getting older at this point. I mean, he's a good player, but that doesn't move the needle. They now, Clint, have put themselves in a situation where they are going to owe Damian Lillard over $22 million a year for the next 5 years. And that is all going to count against their salary cap over the next 5 years. So that is going to handcuff what they can do over the next 5 years. And I don't necessarily think, and I think Giannis wants to stay there, but I don't necessarily think what they put together says, ooh, I'm Giannis.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay here. This is going to be better. What did you say, teams like Miami yesterday? This is going to be better. I think they have just done the opposite of the Rockets. They've absolutely hurt themselves in the future. They already don't have draft picks because of everything they tried to do to add with Lillard and add with the other pieces in which they did win a championship with. And I don't think this is going to be something that keeps Giannis. They may be stuck in like 2 years with no Giannis and just be screwed financially with no draft picks because of this. I think they should have sat there and said, the Giannis thing is over. We've got to trade and get the most that we can out of him. Instead, they said, man, we're
crapped all over themselves.
We're gonna go Bobby Bonilla here for the next 5 years for $22 million with Damian Lillard. It's I don't know what they're doing.
And put a cap on this thing for us, Clint Stoerner. Stock up, stock down. What's your stock down for this NBA free agency period in 2025?
I'm gonna put this on a tee and let Ron knock it out of the park, even though he tried to avoid it. The LA Lakers, what the hell are you doing? I mean, you got LeBron. You're gonna play LeBron over $50 million a year. He's about 49 years old, and you got Luka. You got your fan. You think you could possibly make a run with the entire NBA being shook the way it is right now. You think that's what I think Milwaukee's. I think Milwaukee looked at the landscape and said, hell, we might be able to win the East with just Giannis the way this thing is shaped out. If you're the LA Lakers, you got to be looking at this thing. If I can just add some quality depth, Valanciunas would have been nice. I know that's maybe not but just some size, some supporting cast, some depth with LeBron and Luka, you got a real shot for them to be standing pat. Ron, and I've not monitored every move they've made, but I really question what the hell the Lakers are up to this offseason. So there you go. You tried to avoid it. I ain't gonna let you do it. Get after it.
I'm going to try to be patient and see there's still some moves out there. The one move that we're hearing the most is a move that they potentially are going to age LeBron and have him looking the way Diddy has been looking with that gray-ass hair, the way he is aged, and that is DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton, a very talented player who just got bought out from the Trailblazers. He went number 1 in that draft that included Luka, I believe. And his game makes sense. But they said in Portland they had problems with him showing up on time to places, like to games. Missing flights and doing stuff like
that's not what you want.
There's some that think I heard our guy Bomani Jones said if they bring his ass in, they're trying to drive LeBron out. They're gonna try to make it the worst. I want to say that maybe can kind of help him mature a little bit, but damn man, he can't help him mature and help Luka with his weight and everything else. So
and his hookah tendencies.
We'll see. I feel like that's the route they're going. Hell, Al Horford, somebody get a big. Good God. Finney Smith said, "Nah, I'm good." That we're talking about. We only going 2 years with players. What is going on? All right. Yep. I'm good though. It's still plenty of time.
You're all right. Just be patient,
plenty of time, man. There's some moves out there, and it don't have to be great. Just bigs, man. God, dog. What I would give for Steven Adams and Clint Capella. Just that duo. Let's go. All right. Paul Feinbaum had something to say about a local college quarterback, and is he nuts or is he not nuts? I think he's nuts. We'll discuss and let you hear what Paul Feinbaum had to say coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Texans are going to continue to facilitate.
Selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
These nuts.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, speaking of Diddy bumped me off my TV hit today.
Did he?
Oh man, I was
nice.
dressed up. I was dressed up in my my button-up shirt with my drawers on on the bottoms because it was on TV.
That's all you had?
Just had my drawers on, baby. Just had my drawers on, button-up shirt. I sent you all the picture.
It was a headshot for that.
Of the headshot. No,
it was a face shot. Let's be very clear.
I haven't shown you that yet.
I didn't see his draws.
But
more $3 underwear. I'm not even
not
interested.
$3, man.
A pair. You got a set of 3 for $9. You said.
That's not true. No. At 8 for 21. But
that's less than 3.
It's less than I'm gonna say. But no, man, I was supposed to go on with my man Nate over there at Fox 26, and we was ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Uh-oh, verdict about to come down." Nate said, "Hold tight."
I said, "Oh, damn, so."
Oh, Nate, I said, "I think it's gonna be a stop traffic thing right here, man. I don't think you're coming off of this Diddy trial here."
Hold on, show.
Doggone it, boy. I was ready to go, man. Down there, started to develop a good little sweat going in that button-up shirt. I said, all right, man, I done gave this about 25 minutes. This ain't slowing down, Jack. You think he gonna do any time?
I don't know enough about it. It's showing enough. I mean, the way they're couching it and have
all the serious stuff. He was
house arrest.
He's acquitted. Yeah. Hey, they've already gone. His lawyer's already gone to time served, Jack. Like, let's get him on bail. We're ready to play. We're ready to pay that.
He's been in for a minute, ain't he? While this all been going on?
Yeah, he's been in for a minute. It's a wild thing, but boy, I was ready, boy.
Yeah, this one of them things. Look, if he gets off in any capacity to where he can still entertain, he'll make more money from now to the time he dies than he did before, and that's a lot of money.
That part's done, right?
No. Absolutely.
You think we see him on the stage, like concert? We see him on the stage or something?
Oh, I don't. Was he still on the stage before that?
Yeah, I remember he had just did something for MTV.
I think we see a Netflix documentary.
We'll see.
I do nothing wrong with it. I think there is. No, but I'm talking about he's knee deep. Yeah. He's produced. Yeah, no, I think we see. I mean, he'd be a fool not to. The way. I mean, Ryan. I mean, the ability to go on stage after beating that. I'm telling you, man.
It feels like, Bill Cosby just had to go on away here, right? Like, I know R. Kelly's performing in jails, but I don't know
all the details, so I need to keep my mouth shut. But I really
feel like nobody's gonna want to touch him. To touch him. Now he may be able to do his own stuff. I feel like nobody gonna want to stay away from doing business with old Diddy.
I would imagine
much. Baby
I imagine there's plenty of people out there that Diddy protected in this process here. That he gonna get out, and I'm sure they owe him something.
They said that lady on CNN said there are people out here pouring baby oil on each other out here in celebration.
Good God!
Out in front of the courthouse.
Gotta get slippery.
Like I said, the world we live in. There's people. You don't think them people right there are gonna be eating up a Netflix or a concert or?
I'm not eating a concert now. I will watch the Netflix.
Oh yeah, I think it'll all be there, and it's no doubt.
Yeah. All right. Paul Feinbaum. ESPN has covered not just college football, but in particular the SEC for a long time. He ever talk about you? Paul Feinbaum? You want to show a few times?
When I was at the SEC Network, that was part of the deal. When you were in, whatever days you were in, you rotated through there once a day. On his show.
Yeah, he is the man when it comes to SEC football. Listen to what he said about Texas starting quarterback Arch Manning. Listen to what he feels he is right now in college football?
I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship, and I really believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who's one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was way too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and was really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tagovailoa, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
Whoa! I mean, we were...
Nation, we're back!
Oh, I know, Tyler. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you've gotten to see... I like this, baby. I didn't know Tyler could get himself in mid-season form right now on July 2nd. But Tyler, Paul Feinbaum just sent Tyler there. Listen, I was
stand up, Paul.
I was with everything he said, Clint. I was with him potentially being in New York as a finalist for the Heisman. I was with him in putting Texas in a chance to win a national championship. I think that's fair. Hell, I even with him like, hey, maybe that would have been different if he'd have subbed him in for Quinn.
I think we should go ahead and just say he's going to win a few Super Bowls ultimately, too.
But I don't know what kind of role Paul got on to when he just slipped in and said, my man is going to be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006. That feels very aggressive on multiple counts. To me,
feels sinful.
One on the he's going to be like Tim Tebow in 2006. I mean, dog, you couldn't beat Quinn out for 2 years for starters there. And then the other one, I'm trying to scratch my head, but have we seen anybody better than Tebow since 2006? I mean,
might be one.
I know Tyler's going Johnny, and I think it's a fair thing to have in this conversation. I mean, Cam Newton did it for 1 year, but I mean, it was special. I mean, Joe Burrow had a hell of a year at LSU as well. There was a lot there that was aggressive.
I love some burnt orange, brother.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking Lamar, Deshaun.
Lamar as well.
Watson went to 2 straight championships and threw for over 900 yards in those 2 versus an Alabama defense, I think, in both.
Lamar won a Heisman. Louisville.
Come out of Baylor.
Too.
Was that after? Yeah, I mean, here's my question. The thing, and I know with Paul, so there's a touch of shock jock with Paul. So, I mean, I get it. But
he stood by it, by the way, today.
It's getting buzz all over America. We're talking about, hell yeah, he's going to stand by it. And it's a Manning, so why wouldn't he? There's a chance he's going to end up being right. But the reality of it is, what I ask is, how do we know? Like that is the interesting part to me is Saban knew when he put Tua in there for Jalen Hurts, he was putting in a significantly better passer of the football. At the time, a higher level processor, a better passer of the football. He was putting in a different quarterback. I've watched Arch Manning damn near every time he's played, and I like what I see. I think the future's bright. But I don't watch Arch Manning and go put him in against Ohio State and he's going to be able to overcome this defense.
Yeah.
I never was a big Quinn Ewers guy. In fact, you and I talked about it every time. Like, he missed his throws. He would throw for 70+% completion. I'm like, no, but he missed 2 or 3 throws that a national championship caliber quarterback
Am I reading too much in that Arch didn't beat him out last year?
No, I think it's very fair. I think big picture. I think it.
Like Chris Leak wasn't going to hold Tim Tebow down multiple years. I know the first year Chris Leak was the senior.
Right.
Chris Leak would have returned. He was not going to hold Tim Tebow out from being a starter next year.
But again, you're talking about a different style, 2 different like contrasting styles in all those categories. Like Arch is in the same cut of Quinn. Now he's I think physically more gifted.
They use him as a runner.
Yeah, but he's not going to be like he'll run the ball against Louisiana Monroe. He'll be effective in the run game. You're not going to win a national championships on the legs of Arch Manning. I mean, he's still a young guy that hasn't played a ton of football.
I think you might be underestimating him.
Look, I may be that, but that's my point. Is like, how in the hell do people know what you're going to get from Arch Manning? I think we're finding out he's a great leader since Quinn Ewers is gone, and he's been able to take over the organization. We've seen some promising things out of him, but it's not like Arch runs out there and you see Lamar Jackson athletic ability. He doesn't run out there and you see this loose arm like even Pat Mahomes in college, the ability to spin it from all different levels. You don't see that.
He doesn't have overwhelming physical traits.
No. I mean, he got a chance to be a great college quarterback, and his transition to the league is going to be about him standing in the pocket and delivering the football. And he may be great. He may be a number 1 overall pick, but I just don't know how anybody at this point in time knows that. I would bet it. I would bet that he's going to be a number 1 overall pick. I would bet that all the things that Paul said in college with Steve Sarkisian are going to come true. I've seen enough to feel really good about his ability to do those things. But the best thing since Tim Tebow?
For me, he'd be playing already.
It'd be hard to hold that guy down for 2 years.
That's what someone just texted in. False narrative, he couldn't beat out Quinn. It was Quinn's time, so Sarkisian was loyal to him. Let me tell you something. Vince Young on that team, Quinn Ewers would be sitting his ass down.
Well, Vince is getting a little old, man.
You know what I'm talking about, damn it. If the Vince that came from Houston, Texas, arrived there, Quinn would have transferred. All right, I'm going to tell you, if Lamar Jackson rolled into that and it was there, Quinn would have transferred.
I don't think Steve Sarkisian would sit here and tell you that Manning isn't a more talented quarterback than Quinn Ewers, but I think at the time you had a guy that had just led your team to a national championship, to a college football playoff the year before. You had a guy that knew your offense inside and out. You had a guy that had played at a high level. The risk of turning to a guy that had been in college for 1 year would have been crazy. Now, you can argue once Quinn got hurt and in critical moments at halftime of certain games, he could have made a move, but that's at that point – it's a gut reaction. I just don't know how anybody. It's easy to say now and hear from RC. I don't know how anybody could say when you're talking about. I'm not a big Quinn Ewers fan, but it would have been a huge trigger to pull if you benched him for Manning at any point in time last year. This guy's playing well enough to run you to a college football playoff. And you want to go to a guy that you hadn't seen play much football at all, other than ULM or somebody like that they played? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but the luxury Steve Sarkisian had was to play a experienced veteran while the young one.
Clint, if this cat was the best player since 2006 of Tim Tebow.
Oh yeah, no, your point's valid.
I'm saying if Cam Newton showed up on practice facility and they were going one-on-one, Steve Sarkisian is not sitting Cam Newton on the bench.
I agree.
Like, I'm just saying that one year. Maybe Marcus Mariota would sit. Maybe some others. But if it's the best thing since 2006, like he said, I mean, like when you look at Arch, if you compare, like, do you get the sense he'll have a better year than Baker's Heisman year? Like this year, do you think
I would have to look at the numbers. I don't know exactly. I know they were through the roof. I know he won a lot of football games. Just the feel of how
good Baker. You know what I mean? Like some of these.
Yeah, I think there's a real chance that Arch Manning can light college football on fire this year. Yes, I think Arch Manning could do, and I'm not saying have the season because I know it was a all-time great season, but I think he could have a Joe Burrow type arrival. I think they could be that good for 1 year, yes.
And
am I ready to bet on that right now and say that he's the best quarterback since 2006? No, I can't get there. But it wouldn't shock me at all. The things I'm hearing come out of UT from a leadership standpoint, his abilities there. I mean, apparently he is, in terms of taking care of his body, he's mature beyond his years. He is a freak from that perspective. It wouldn't shock me one bit.
He'd get his hands on Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
It would help, wouldn't it?
All right, what you got coming up?
Yordan Alvarez, baby. The Astros, they win again. The wheels come off of Big C, old Gordo. Yordan Alvarez broke a little news at the end of yesterday's show. Let's see what Dana Brown had to say about the Yordan Alvarez news. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
The Drive Live with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are placing their, what I believe soon to be all-star shortstop, MVP candidate shortstop, Jeremy Pena, on the IL due to this rib injury. This has clearly been their best player. Is this the one?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. And show. We got a little party tomorrow. I like to have parties. I like to have parties. There's no doubt about it.
I like it called that. Yeah, good.
I like to have parties. I like to have radio parties. I like to invite all the people. I like to do a little bit of good, pull our own weight, help the less fortunate.
When you get a chance to party.
Yeah, Dusty, you do. And we just happen to be living in a world where we, and being a profession, where we can have a party, and the ones that benefit can be the less fortunate. We can have a party, we can bring everybody together, we can get everybody involved, and then we can help others. So, Ron, I want to start Dirty's Daily today. I want to start by minutes of the daily right here and let you tell the folks about what we got going on the drive. Oh, not this drive, on Sports Radio 610, 6A to 6P tomorrow.
Tomorrow is a big day. It is the first Reggie and Ron radio-thon, as we are looking to take a small part on trying to help feed Houston. And what we mean by help feeding Houston, that means the Houston Food Bank. I was able to meet up with Brianna Conway. She is the corporate engagement coordinator over there at the Houston Food Bank, and kind of got some conversations rolling. And we are working together to try to raise money for the Houston Food Bank. They service over 18 counties and over 1 million people. They have been doing this for years. They've recently had their budgets cut by $11 million, and as what she told me, down 40 pounds in food from what they normally are able to allot out to people. So that is where they are, and I know myself and Reggie, we've been inspired to try to do something to help the Houston Food Bank, and man, we really, really, really want to do the same, and hopefully have you to help us do the same. And all you got to do is hang out with us tomorrow. We got a radio-thon going from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. First time I've ever done radio this long, Clint. It will, as you said, be a party. And any amount that you can donate can help. All you got to do is text Sports Radio 610, all one word, to 71777. That's Sports Radio 610 to 71777, and you can donate as much or as little, whatever you can. It will be of great help. We have a goal that we want to hit, and we want you to help us hit it. We'll have a lot of fun things tomorrow. Also, Clint, we have added to what we're doing. We've added auction items, and we have 4 dinners with each 4 of the shows we have here: Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, us here on The Drive, and Area 45, and you can bid to win a dinner with each show. If you're a big Payne and Pendergast fan, you want to go and eat and have a night and have dinner and have some conversations, some fun with Payne and Pendergast, you can do that. You'll have a chance to bid for a night at Churrasco's. If you are a big fan of Lopez and Reggie and Figgy, you want to go within the loop, you will have the opportunity to have a dinner and have some fun with them at J Bar M Barbecue. You want to hang out with us, and yes, Nasty Ass Tyler is going to be with us.
Yeah, Will.
There he is. He gonna be himself. You can come.
We can play the nervous game if you want.
For some brews and dinner at Carbach Brewing. Good time. Then Area 45. You know them. The best damn night show in all of Houston. You can hang out with them at Christian's Tailgate. And Patrick,
I love how it gets you cracked up.
Patrick will do that voice and that sound for you, Johnny Chris Santiago. You can hang out with them. You'll have a chance to auction, win an auction to have dinner. And hey, man, with the drive, man, you might have a little extra than just a little dinner.
I promise you got a little extra.
Okay, calm down, cowboy. But all seriousness, it will be fun tomorrow. We'll be at it from 6 a.m. 6 p.m. You'll be able to donate throughout that entire time period. So come hang out with us tomorrow.
Yeah, and here's what I'm working on. I'm working on getting some kind of little emoji that you can use when you donate to let us know that you're donating because of the drive. Because there is a competition.
Eggplant.
There is the eggplant. Huh? That's real cute. At the end of the day, it'd be on brand. At the end of the day, it's a competition, and we're doing it for a good cause. But damn it, I want to win, and we're gonna find a way to make sure we can identify those that are drive. Not that everybody listens. I know everybody listens to Sports Radio 610, but the drive specific folks that are texting Sports Radio 610 to 71777. Because they heard it right here on the drive. I want to know who the hell you are. So get ready, man. Tomorrow's going to be a good time. Everything will be live tomorrow, 6 a.m. to get the donating started, get the bid on. You're going to have a good time. I'm sure all the shows will have a good time. Different vibe with each show, obviously. Carbach Brewery, I think that is with the drive. I think that's just its own brand. Things may or may not get a little bit out of control, but we will have us a hell of a time. That's something you want to get in on and start the bidding early on. We're going to start the bidding, I believe, around $250. I think we're going to start the bidding around $250. Which if it were me, I'd start at a lot higher than that. But $250 is where we're going to start that bidding at. So jump on, baby. Let's make this happen. All right, guys. Moving from that party to one maybe not so much of a party. Yordan Alvarez, the Astros. Look, the Astros. They did win a game last night against the Major League Baseball's worst franchise right now, bottom of the barrel, the Colorado Rockies. They won a nail-biter with them, and we'll get to that here in a second because I do have a conversation that I think could be brewing that we got to have. But Yordan Alvarez was thought to potentially be back in the Dodgers series, if not the Cleveland Guardians series at the latest, which, by the way, folks, that's all within about 6 or 7 days here. So the thought was that Yordan would be back. We got news from Dana Brown that he was swinging the bat, and that was the expectations. And then we got the news yesterday that obviously there was that right hand it was bothering Yordan Alvarez after a couple of days of baseball activities. Here is Dana Brown, the general manager, speaking on the topic.
Yordan Alvarez came into, you guys saw him swinging a bat Saturday at all over the place. The plan was to get him down to, spring training site in West Palm Beach on Sunday. So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today showed up, and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to, allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next.
Hey, Dana, how about we do this?
No!
How about instead of explaining how we saw him hit and how you're not going to force him and you're going to be patient, how about we guarantee this as an organization? How about we guarantee that Yordan Alvarez and any other player of any significance to the organization, how about we make it a point to find out what the hell's wrong with him? How about we make it a point to say, hey, as an organization, what we're going to do is we're going to find every damn hand specialist in the world that can look at this hand, and we're going to find out what's wrong with this hand. We're going to find out exactly what Yordan Alvarez needs to do to be able to swing a bat hands-free. I mean, not hands-free. That'd be a hell of a deal. How can you swing a bat hands-free, right? Pain-free. Hand-free. But
mind-free.
Yeah. I mean, look, like I just of course you're not going to push him back. Hell, you probably already tried to do that. Of course he's not going to do anything stupid. He's probably already done that. Of course you're going to give him the time that he needs. You should have done that from the jump. At the end of the day, as a fan, all I want the Astros to do is I'd prefer this to have happened a month ago, but I want the Astros to get Yordan Alvarez. If Yordan Alvarez doesn't have representation that's going to make sure that the hand specialist was here a month ago, then the Astros at this point damn sure need to do it. Figure out what's wrong with the man's hand. Get whatever imaging you need done. See whatever specialist you need to see. Put him on a private jet and fly him wherever the hell he needs to go to get this thing right.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I have so many questions. Like, did we ever reach a point where he was pain-free? Like, did we ever reach a point where
I guess
where
recently.
he wasn't, where his hand wasn't sore when he was hitting it, off the tee? Did he ever get to it? And then all of a sudden, yesterday, he just started to feel that pain back again.
Yeah.
Like what? And for them to shut him down, do they know something already?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do they know something already to completely shut him down?
Well, here's my question with this thing, Ron, is because I do think there's a lot of people out there, and I'll admit there's times in Yordan's Astro career where I've been like, man, there's some diva in there, man, get your ass back out there and play. Like, I think there's some people right now that are like, man, he's soft. Yordan's soft. And I don't think that is 100%. Probably is a level, not with this situation, but I think there probably is a level of.
You say diva? Is that what
there's probably a level of diva in there. But Ron, I can't get there with this one, man. And that's the question. And it's to each their own. But for you, is this more of a Yordan issue or is this more of an organization frustration? For me, it's 10 out of 10, without a doubt, the organization. Yordan, hey, look, especially when it's your hands and you swing as violently and as often as he does, there's gonna be some things that bumps and bruises and setbacks along the way that happen. I ain't got no problem with Yordan Alvarez having a hand issue. I don't have a problem with it flaring up a month and a half into this thing. I really don't. My frustration, obviously, as you can hear, is with the organization. It has become, we laugh and joke about it for the last 3 years, but the reality of it is it has become an embarrassment. I'm not worried about Yordan Alvarez. I hope he's back. Obviously, being a fan, I'm not worried about. I don't hold this against Yordan one bit. It's the organization.
It absolutely is, and there are so many great things about the Houston Astros organization that they have shown over the last decade. This here is something that is alarming and could potentially be very, very hurtful for them down the road when it comes to free agents, when it comes to things like that, because like they have had so many just mishaps.
Yeah.
Like you can't, like, one is too many to Kyle Tucker.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by Bet Your Best. Start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, y'all know what that is. An old breaking news sounder. T, what you got, man?
What do you have, T?
I will preface this. Y'all heard me freak out with the Yordan news yesterday. 4-letter words, angry. I'm going to preface this by telling my fellow Astros fans, Chandler Rome, Astros insider, he says this is not something to freak out about. It's a procedural move. But the slugger you are sitting in there talking about Yordan Alvarez, the Astros have transferred him to the 60-day IL to clear a spot on the 40-man roster. So that's the absolute latest on the very conversation you fellas are having.
Well, the reason why he's saying it's not a big deal is because he's already been
out a month and a half.
Been out for I don't know how many days now, 30, 40, who knows.
Since the war.
This doesn't mean he's got to miss 60 from here on out. He's going to 60 day, just longer term, right, is what this means. And they can add another roster.
I don't care if you told me that he was going to miss 60. If you just came out right now and said, hey, man, we flirting with 60 days here. We're going to get this hand right. We figured out what it was. We got a specialist. We're going to get it done. I'd sign up for it right now. All right, get him right and let's get the hell on.
Yeah, and I was going to say, as I said yesterday, it is completely on the table that he doesn't play again this year. Like, I won't.
That'd make me sick.
Yeah, I know, but I wouldn't. Because obviously he's going to go see another hand specialist. Would it shock you that it's like, hey man, we need to do? Would it shock you with the steps back and them not?
Yeah, that would surprise you right now. Only because Ron, the way that they're describing, hey, he swung the bat and then he showed up the next day and it was a little bit sore. Like if he'd have swung the bat and something popped or swung the bat and immediately gone, then I'd have been worried. Like this this seems to be something that's nagging, and they should be able to address without ending his season, I would think. Crazier things have happened.
It just hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
Right? It hasn't healed or gotten better. That's the part there, because it's like, is this just a deal of rest?
Yeah.
Because they've tried it twice now without rest. And does that's the thing there. So
Yordan Alvarez has been shelved in minor setback, and for a major comeback. You've heard that? Minor setback, major comeback. Hey, here we go.
A minor setback. You sound like Dana right there.
Oh,
That's just a minor setback.
Yeah,
guy.
man. I all the cliches, man. I had one
come out and say it.
There for you. But started with a little Yordan injury news from Dana Brown, and we ended with a little breaking news on Yordan Alvarez going to the 60-day IL, which again, 30 or 40 of those days have already been eaten up. So don't panic too much. But guys, let's move to the Astros. Last night they win 6-5 over the lowly Colorado Rockies, but in the process, Colton Gordon, Tyler's guy, the wheels came off.
Big C.
Big C.
Gordo.
The wheels came off, boys. I mean, he had a 6-1 lead. He tried his damnedest. And luckily, Caratini was there with a grand salami that put the Astros up 6-1 early. And Colorado, being as bad as they are, they almost got there, but they didn't have enough in the tank to come all the way back. But the question here is, boys, and this pains me to say this because I'm a Yainer Diaz fan, but is there a chance? Do we have a catcher conversation? I'm sitting there last night, and look, I know stolen bases in Major League Baseball are a lot of bases. Most bases are stolen on the pitcher, right? Most bases, I get it, are stolen on the pitcher. But these cats are just running at will on Yainer Diaz, and
been doing it for a while now.
And last night it wasn't them just running free. It was a couple pass balls. And I know there's some wild pitch aspect to it. I get that, but damn, it just seems like those are the kind of things that are going to hurt you in games that are versus better opponents. And then your backup, Caratini, was he DHing last night?
Yep.
He grand slams. I mean, do we have a future here of having a conversation about what we do at the catcher position?
I mean, I think that he is the future, but Clint, I ain't gonna ignore the fact that this looks a lot worse when his on-base percentage is .268. Right, when Yainer's hitting .240, and I'm adding a point, he's really hitting .239, but he's hitting .240, man, and his OPS is .650. Maybe when he had some struggles the previous 2 years, he was hitting, 26 bombs. He was hitting, for average. He was one of your RBI guys. Not the way he's swinging the bat, hitting 8th and 7th.
Yeah.
You can't then just be able to be run on at will.
Yeah, that it's not that Yainer Diaz is just terrible, but to your point, whatever he's doing is landing him in the 7-8 hole. And the catching, the defensive side of things isn't great. And then on the other side of it, say what you want about Caratini. I know the numbers aren't significantly better, but he is clutch as hell. That sucker's clutch. And he is one of very few left-handed bats in the lineup. And so at least one of very few left-handed bats that are going to be around, assuming health is going to be around long-term being this year. I don't know. I just wonder how much of a real conversation that is. Is it a continual back and forth and just Yainer tries to weather the storm?
Yeah, I wonder who's the bigger conversation. That behind the plate or over there down there at first base. I know Christian had him some hits last night.
Yeah, he was 3 for 4, and that fourth one was an error. He got on. He had some action.
He had some action, but it ain't been that way. So we'll see. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on the latest news and let you know if you missed it on Yordan Alvarez. There's been an update with him and what right now. We talked a lot about what the Rockets could do. What's the floor for the Rockets? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. It's summertime in the city and in the surrounding area. Obviously, not just in the city, because outdoor locations all around this area, not just in the city. I got one over on the east side, several over on the east side. I got one over in Baytown that I frequent. There's one right down here off of Kirby and 59 that I frequent, being this close to work. Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Football season is almost here on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if you missed it, the news here recently from The Athletic and Chandler Rome, the Astros, they have transferred Yordan Alvarez after recently having the setback and shutting him down. They have transferred Yordan Alvarez to the 60-day IL to clear up a spot on the 40-man roster. And my man Chandler Rome said, guys, don't freak out.
Nothing to freak out about here.
Don't freak out. Just a procedural move.
Don't tell me what to do.
And Tyler says, don't tell me what to do, damn it. But did I get that right? Did he go on May 8th?
Couldn't find the damn link I looked at yesterday, but I know it was like the first week of May. So, yeah, right around.
No, you know what? It was earlier than May 8th because I was 40. It was before May 5th, I believe. I remember you saying it yesterday, and I said, "Damn, I was 40 when he got injured, when he last played." But the reason why he's saying don't freak out is it all of that time, May 2nd, yeah, all of that time counts towards the 60 days. So that is the latest thing there.
But all counts towards the 60 days. When did it happen?
May 2nd.
I mean, we've seen 60 days. I mean, we're literally 60 days in.
But just to say he doesn't have to, like he'd be eligible.
They can set it back as far as they want.
He's
they
eligible.
can retro that as far as they want.
He don't have to miss 60 more. Yeah.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone texted in. You were talking about Yainer Diaz. No, Yainer should be at catcher. Fire the hitting coach. Damn, man. Hitting coach on his
God, I'm tired.
Oh, but the hitting coach is. Do you remember what Clint's take was about Yainer Diaz?
What if I told you?
Really wasn't his hitting. it was the issue with him not being able to hold runners on and people running on him at will. I mean, they want to fire Alex Cintron for that.
It's just careless. Like, I mean, I love Yainer. I'm a big Yainer Diaz fan. I want to see him take the next step, man. And so it just seems careless. I mean, there was 2 pass balls last night that put Colorado Rockies in scoring position. One time it was runners from first and second with the second and third. The other time it was just first to second. But it's just like it's almost just careless. Just like that kind of stuff gets you in trouble against good baseball teams. It ain't gonna hurt you against the Rockies. It didn't last night anyway. But it gets you. It's gonna get you beat against good teams now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. Yeah. I don't think Alex Cintron has anything to do with that portion of his game. But what do I know? Coming up here in a bit, we'll do a little Rockets report with our guy Brandon Scott. But before we get there, and I'm sure he'll probably have some thoughts on this as well, I have felt very, very good about the Rockets in their standing and where they are right now when it comes to the moves they've made and how they look compared to the competition. I agree I think they're a top 2, top 3 team in the NBA right now when you look at everything that's going on. And Clint, maybe I need to slow down a tick because I'm feeling myself, and I'm feeling myself to a point where I've asked myself the question of, yes, they're damn sure a championship contender. That's without question to me. But the other part is, like, if I were to say to you, everybody stays healthy. Like, everybody's relatively healthy. It's nothing just something crazy where, Tatum happens or something like that. What do you think the floor is for this team? Like, how bad do you think it could get with everybody healthy? Like, I don't think they could be a play-in team.
No. I mean, you gotta be. What would that be? A top what seed? I mean,
top 6 seed.
Top 6 seed. and you gotta have a hellacious first round where if you get beat, it's by Oklahoma City. It's by a stacked team somewhere that is just a hell of a matchup for you, and it's a hell of a series. Just making the playoffs, just showing up, just being competitive, just being better, I don't think is enough for this team. The floor has to be extremely high expectations. In fact, I don't have a problem with championship expectations with that level of expectation. And whenever you don't win a championship, whoever beats you out better be one of them top dogs that's playing the top of their game.
I just like if they played, everybody played 65 games or whatever, and it wasn't like I can't see this team being lower than a 4 or 5 seed.
I can't either.
Right? I know it's good teams. Like I can't sit there. Like I respect the Warriors. We'll see what the Lakers do. Obviously, what they have, and we'll see how healthy Dallas is. I know there are some good teams out there, Clint. There's the Rockets have that combination, Clint, of about where they finish for the most part. Like maybe it's not top of mind for KD, but they've got enough young guys. Like OKC, I think OKC wanted to be the 1 seed. I think they cared, right? I think there are some teams that won't that won't care. Like Golden State doesn't. I don't think care what their seed is.
Right.
Like I think the Rockets want to. I think the Rockets want to win 65 games. I think they want to have a great record. I think they want to have a top seed. I think that they've got that many young guys who are hungry, who aren't looking like, all right, man, it's about getting myself to the play. Like I think Amin Thompson wants to go out and ball every single night. I think Şengün is that way. I think Eason's that way. I think all Jabari Smith that way. Like KD and maybe Steven Adams are thinking long term. These dudes want to get it every night. So I just find it, and maybe I'm just being aggressive, and maybe I need to slow down the tick, and I can hear that. But like I can't. I will be shocked if this team is a 6 seed.
Boy, I agree with that.
I will be if they are ever flirting with the play in. I will be floored if nobody has seriously gotten injured.
Yeah, that's now you're getting into come over my way of thinking in a sense of like the overall basketball product has to be significantly more convincing than it was last year. There was a lot of mystery to last year's team. Who was a team and hell, some of the old guys that you never hardly get to see play were critical parts, in the playoffs. The young guys, you watched them develop right before our eyes. We didn't know what they were going to be. This year, the majority of the mystery, with the exception of a couple of players, should be gone, and it should be like realistic expectations of being a top team in the league.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how much Kevin Durant plays. I don't know how aggressive you. That's for
they're going to protect him, right?
Yeah. Well, that's priority, right? I mean, now that's the difference this year and last year is, this year you've got hell. I would argue that a guy like Şengün has to be somewhat protected. Not the way that an aging Kevin Durant that plays the way he plays, but I would
Durant
argue,
may not play back-to-backs.
Right? Yeah, not to that degree, but I would argue that later in the season, knowing now when Şengün is going to show up and leave every bit of it on the floor in a playoff scenario in a critical situation, it might be in their best interest to take care of him late in the season, depending on how the season's rolling. But yeah, I'm with you, Ron. I think as the season moves forward, it's more of a product question for me. The Rockets should be a team that we watch, and we get to watch all regular season long with real expectations that they could potentially win a championship. They're going to make a run in the playoffs. They're going to be one of the better teams. They're one of the more exciting teams to watch. That's to me the experience of the Rockets.
Well, the Lakers made a move.
Uh-oh. What'd they do?
Hey. According to Chris Hayes, he is. They are expected to sign the 7-footer. Disappointment, I would say he probably has been. DeAndre Ayton's going to so the Lakers have some size now. They have a center. We'll see how committed he is and how that flows. But these teams in the West, the Lakers, They are better. We'll see how long he plays. They are better today, but they did get some size. It looks like they made a deal with DeAndre Ayton, former number 1 overall pick. So the Lakers did add to their team. They're another team that's competing with the Rockets in the West that I still look at behind the Rockets right now. All right, let's talk to our guy, our Rockets report today, Brandon Scott. He will join us, and we'll get his thoughts of everything that's been happening. Hell, it was KD when we talked to him last week. Now they have even upgraded the team even more. We'll talk to Brandon Scott coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Texans are going to continue to facilitate heavy competition at all.
Best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Welcome back. It is Wednesday. That means it is Rockets Report time. When you look at everything that has happened, there has not been a team more talked about, especially from a positive perspective with what they have done thus far in the offseason than your Houston Rockets. And nobody better to chat it up with than our guy Brandon Scott, who covers this team and knows this team. And last time we talked, man, we were reacting to Kevin Durant, that big move being made. And they didn't stop there, right? We heard and saw the new free agency was going to open up at 6 o'clock the other day. And they had news before the damn thing officially opened. They added Dorian Finney-Smith. They also bring back Clint Capella, who in some way is only 31 years old. It feels like he has been playing forever.
He has. He's been in the league a decade and has
11 years.
Has been good for a long time. Yeah, man, and was young when he started.
First, before we dig into the moves that we know here lately, are you surprised that they continue to go? I mean, this looks like they're going, I don't want to say all in, but I mean, it looks like they are being extremely aggressive in putting together the absolute best team, not leaving any stone unturned, it seems like.
This is what we were talking about before when we talked about their flexibility and optionality and the fact that they could go in a number of directions. They have chosen to have their cake and eat it too. They've chosen to trade for a megastar. They have chosen to go out and spend big money in free agency. They have chosen to double down on their core by paying Jabari Smith Jr. Like, they are doing literally all of the things, and it plays right into it. To your question about am I surprised? No, because they had all of these options in front of them. It was the beauty of their situation. It was the beauty of what the offseason looked like, the one that was in front of them, whether that was trading for KD, trading for Giannis, doing exactly what they've done now by trading for KD and adding, pieces around the core and doubling down on pieces within the core.
Yeah.
I mean, this speaks to exactly what the Rockets had in front of them.
What, B. Scott, what is it? I know we're all excited about it, but where does it push you, covering the team as close as you do, where does it push you in terms of where do the Rockets stand? And I know it's early. Look, I mean, it's all speculation, but where do the Rockets stand right now? Are you cool with the Vegas odds in terms of best teams in the West and best teams in the NBA, or are you like, hey man, let's see this thing through a little bit?
Until I see it through, I still buy into the Western Conference being a similarly crowded field that it was last year, right? So like it was a crunch between 2 and 8 or whatever it was, right? So like I still view the Western Conference that way until proven otherwise, until I see a team aside from Oklahoma City like take that. But in terms of like the Rockets being among those teams, right? They were one of those teams, right? They were the number 2 seed. They were among these teams that we're talking, one of those teams, but now with even better chances, right? We talked about them being disrespect. I worded it this way, at least, them being the most disrespected number 2 seed that I ever seen. And a lot of people would take the flip side and say, no, they were just flatly overrated and not as good as a 2 seed might indicate. And I think the first round probably fed into that, right? So, like, I think that now with the moves that they've made, they're certainly still in that conversation at the very least, but they've upped the ante, and I like their chances better among that group.
Yeah, Brandon Scott joining us for a little Rockets report. All right, in particular, the players they got. As you said, Clint Capella's been in this league for a long time. They have Steven Adams. They have Alfred Şengün. They add him there. And then also Dorian Finney-Smith, 4 years, $63 million, a 6'7" wing that can defend and shot a career best from 3. those two moves in particular, what's your thought about them and the depth they just added?
So this is the way I look at it in totality. Think about it like this. What if I told you last year you could upgrade from Jalen Green and only slightly downgrade from Dillon Brooks? Because that's essentially what they did with Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith. Like, these are guys that are going to play for them, obviously Kevin Durant. But Dorian Finney-Smith is going to play minutes for them, and it's not going to be quite the same as Dillon Brooks. Not quite the same player, but the same player profile does a lot of the same, like the crossover there.
Yeah.
Does a lot of shot, I think, like a career-high 41% from three. And if you look at some of the deeper analytics, one of the better perimeter defenders, or one of the better at guarding all-star players, Dorian Finney-Smith, one of the best in the league at guarding all-star players. And that's somebody that you're going to be bringing off the bench, kind of filling a similar Dillon Brooks role, where we expect Jabari Smith Jr. to be the guy that's starting. If somebody's not healthy, you got a guy on the bench, two guys at least on the bench between Dorian Finney-Smith and Tari Eason that you feel comfortable starting. Three guys if you want to include Steven Adams. So they've added to the quality and the depth of the team in a significant way.
You mentioned Jabari Smith, and we've had a lot of conversations about him. I'm fascinated. He's the most fascinating young player on this team.
He got paid, baby, 122.
Man, good for him.
What does you mentioned filling the void of Dillon Brooks, both in the defensive end of the floor as well as, I mean, he shot it at a high clip last year.
Yep.
Specifically to Jabari Smith's ability to fill that void, how comfortable are you with that?
No, I think it's – I mean, let's be honest, man. He was in that spot. Like, we wanted to see more from Jabari Smith before, but it's not like this dude has not been starting for the majority of his career. So he is a starter. It is a question of, to your point, Clint, I think it's still a question of him realizing his potential, him taking that next step, that next level in his game. And I think we're still wanting to see him tap into that. And more so, I feel like I'm looking for the team to tap into that, to utilize him more, and them, extending him like this. And I think, having him a non-negotiable in trades or trying to keep him off limit in trades shows that he is some level of priority for them. I just hope that manifests itself on the actual basketball court. And certainly Jabari's got some areas in his game that he can grow in. But as far as being like the four-man in a group that includes Kevin Durant, Amin Thompson, and Alperen Şengün, I feel like he's perfectly suited for a role. And Fred VanVleet is your point guard. I feel like he's perfectly suited for that role. As far as being like a stretch five, or a small ball five, I should say, in a lineup that's got, let's say, Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Tari Eason in it or something like that, and Jabari Smith's your five, I feel great about him in that role. So it's just about him sort of developing and realizing his potential.
We have had conversation about Jabari Smith Jr. I don't know if I believe he is somebody that gets up to a two-level player, but I like a number two, number one level player. But I think he is a great, as you just put it, 3 or 4 player. Now, I could be wrong, and he's just not gotten enough run. But that's why, to me, I love his role moving forward, because I think I put it yesterday. He is not as much the creator, but someone who works off of the creator and can get roles. Now, he can maybe take someone in the post-forward mismatch and shoot his turnaround. But overall, I think he is more of like one of the potential top-tier role players. Do you get the sense he could be a number 2? Because I see Amin Thompson as him, those two guys on 2 different levels.
Yeah, no, Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün are the stars on this team. Obviously, Kevin Durant aside, like, we know who that is. But as far as like the young players, that's Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün. But I think that Jabari Smith is just perfectly suited for that interchangeable, put him in any lineup. If they could run some damn plays for him, it's not about him being a 1 or 2. It's just about him being a weapon and an asset and utilizing these things that matter so much in basketball today, which is length on one end of the floor and shooting on the other end. And he has both of these things. I think that it would be great if he could handle the ball a little bit better and create his own shot a little bit better. But if you could, like, just play into his strengths that he has already, there's a lot that you could tap into there. So to me, it's just about utilizing them properly. But no, look, at one point I viewed Jabari Smith Jr. as somebody that could be like a LaMarcus Aldridge. Those are the heights that I had for him at some point. Do I still view him that way today?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. But can he still be a useful player? The type of player that you absolutely want to have on a championship level team? Yeah, for sure.
I think he could be their Chet. I think he can perform the way Chet did last year. But
what about Clint Capella? I know you obviously covered him closely last time he was here. I'm sure you've watched him closer than most his time, outside of Houston. What does he bring into the table, him individually as well as what the team needs?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. This was head scratching because I'm sitting there like, man, what they go and sign Clint Capella for? Like, what's that about? I wonder. Because when is he gonna play?
Yeah.
What is what's the pathway for him to getting minutes and being a contributor to the team? And well, I'll be damned, man. I talked about doubling down and how they went in all these specific directions, free agency, trade, extending their young guys. They went and upgraded the third center position.
Yeah.
They said, you know what, Jock Landale, I know you don't really play for us at all, but if you ever did, we'd like to have a better option than that.
Yeah.
And went and got Clint Capella. So they went and literally upgraded pretty much everything.
Is that a Steven Adams load management option? Well, I know it is, but I mean, is that like you think that's the reason behind it, or do you think we saw that double big? They got a lot of mileage out of that double big down the stretch. Is it potentially other options to go double big longer, more often, different manner, or do you think it's really just a Steven Adams play?
Yeah, I think it's all of that. I think it's a Steven Adams play, but I also think that it is. Now I talked about optionality earlier. Now you have a different type of big out there as well. So now, like Steven Adams, obviously as big as he is, and of course Alperen Sengun, they're not really considered like lob threats. That's not exactly what they do, but that's exactly what Clint Capella does, even at 31 years old. So now, I don't know who's out there that's going to be throwing lobs, because all the guys to throw lobs to were the guards. The guards just throw lobs to each other, right? Because those are the high flyers on the team, not necessarily the big guys. Now you got a guy that's like that, right? That is a more role option. And Kevin Durant, who was on LeBron James and Steve Nash's podcast a little while ago, talking about his growth as a pick and roll player, over the years. Like, he's somebody that now you have him who you trust a lot more than the guy that handled the ball a lot more before. And so it's just better. It's just all around better. Shocking. That's the part that did surprise me, bringing back Clint Capella, but it's definitely an upgrade.
I'll tell you, I said this to Clint earlier this week and to the listeners. Like, as a fan, if this thing doesn't work, that's one thing. But to me, it's hard to look up at the decision makers, the Tillman Fertittas, the Rafael Stones, the Ime Udokas, and look at them and say, man, y'all did everything. Y'all covered just about every damn thing that was able for you to cover. Getting the shooter and the more lead guy in Durant, then filling the voids and getting wing guys and more shooting back there. Hell, and as you said, getting a third center right there. They have. If they don't win it, it's not because they didn't do everything that they could to put this team together and give it the best chance.
Well, I think regardless of result this year, and I'm expecting the result to be good, just to be clear, but regardless of result, this is the best Rockets offseason of my lifetime.
Yeah.
And that is actually since the draft of the Hakeem Olajuwon, so we're not counting that, right? So after that, this is the best Rockets offseason that I can remember.
And everybody is saying
that's sexy.
Everybody is saying it. Damn, that's promo right there. One right there, Brandon Scott. Rockets Report. A man who has covered this team, watched this team, said this is the best Rockets offseason he's ever seen. We'll talk to you next week. I'll see you tomorrow as we do the Reggie and Ron radio-thon. He'll join us, as many others will. So we'll be excited to see you then and talk to you next week. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the latest update on Yordan Alvarez. We'll let you hear what Dana Brown had to say about him. And the Knicks finally hired a coach. And it is not somebody who already had a job, which it seemed like that was what they were going after. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, B. Scott, he's been covering them Rockets, Astros, the Texans.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
H-Town, I'm back.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. 30 show, and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T-Mill, will have the latest. How we do last night on them?
0 for 3.
It's Colton Gordon's fault, to be honest.
With a push and a game suspended.
Yeah,
I thought you was going to squeak out that total. I thought you was going to stay under 11, man.
Damn it, Hader.
Yeah, that Josh Hader, man. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
What is Hader, about 22 for 22 now? 23,
24 straight saves to start the 2025 season.
Didn't mean to jip you right there, King Hader.
No, that's all right. He'll pick up the pieces. It wasn't too bad. He has been smoking hot, so he'll get after it again tonight. So stay tuned there as our guy Tyler will try to win you some money. So stay tuned a little bit later on for T-Mill's Best Bets. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. But, Clint, the Astros will play Game 2 tonight against the Rockies. The lineups are out. We'll get you ready for that. But first, there is some news on Yordan Alvarez. And if you are just rolling in and you may not have heard the general manager, Dana Brown, who as you know, keeps it real. This is him talking about Yordan Alvarez and giving his update after it was announced he would be shut down. Here is Dana Brown on Yordan.
Yordan Alvarez came into, you guys saw him swinging a bat, ballpark, driving balls all over the place. The plan was to get him down to, spring training site in West Palm Beach on Sunday. So he flew down Sunday. Yesterday did some baseball activities, and then today he showed up and his hand was sore again. And so now at this point, we're going to pause with this setback and, get him to see another specialist and take it from there. And so, look, it's, it's tough time going through this with Yordan, but I know that he's, still feeling pain in the soreness in his hand. And so we're not going to try to push it or force him through anything. We're just going to, allow him to heal and get a little bit more answers as to, what steps we take next.
All right, that's Dana Brown back to allowing him to heal. And the latest news here, Clint, is the Astros, they have transferred Yordan Alvarez to the 60-day IL to clear up a spot on the 40-man roster. Now, he has been on the IL since May 2nd, so all of that, he doesn't have to miss another 60 days. It all counts to where he initially went on the IL. They just moved him to the 60-day IL. But to what the texter said, there is a reason to be alarmed. Yordan is no longer on the roster. They wouldn't do that if he was okay. So right now, yes, he is going to be out for some time, just like the first time they shut him down. We don't understand or know how long that could be, but clearly, Clint, obviously, we're some more time for Yordan.
Yeah, look, I'm less worried about Yordan and the hand. I think we got a long way to go before we get to really meaningful baseball, and the Astros are and I say meaningful, I shouldn't say that being who I am. I mean, it all means something, but just the playoff baseball, and as long as he's back in time to ramp up to be ready and be a factor there, the Astros are finding a way to win ball games without him right now. I'm less worried about that and more worried about just the organization looking like. It's an embarrassment. It's embarrassing how they've handled multiple injuries. It's embarrassing how they communicate. They'd be better off not communicating at all. It's embarrassing that it looks like the manager and the general manager are on two different pages a good chunk of the time. The general manager being so out of touch with reality when it comes to these injuries and how the players are responding to these injuries. That whole thing, Ron, is just it's embarrassing.
No,
and I'll be
2
honest
years in a row. This Kyle Tucker last year.
Yeah, it's 2 years in a row with your arguably one of your top two players on the team. I mean, it's time and time again. If you really think about it, with multiple players. If I remember correctly, the Bregman deal was kind of was fumbled last year. Like it just, and the bigger part of it, for me is the organization just looking the way that they do. And just out of touch, not each other clearly, not having a plan. That's the more troublesome part of this thing here. And as I said, I can't think of a better way to put it than just being embarrassed.
I wonder what the talk is around baseball circles about this. Like, I wonder, because you've been around this, players talk, and obviously the NFL is different than Major League Baseball, but players, I would imagine players talk about stuff like this, and this goes around, and
when it gets this bad, hell yeah, they do. You can't help but talk about it.
And how this potentially could negatively impact how people view the Astros.
Yeah, but you listen to Dana Brown, and like I said earlier, I mean, I just want to hear Dana Brown at this point. I mean, at least acknowledge how silly it looks and how silly it is. Like at this point, how about we have a press conference and Dana Brown, the general manager, just says, "Hey, man, this is one of the best players in baseball. We're committed to this guy long term. He's obviously got it. We have got to figure out what the hell is wrong with his hand, right? Forget about trying to explain. Well, y'all saw him hit. Y'all saw him, just hammering it all over the park yesterday. Whatever. Like, forget all that, man. Just
he did. Did he do that? Like, hey, y'all saw him. Y'all saw him hitting it.
No, there ain't no doubt about it.
My man gonna say we're gonna let him rest. We're going to let him rest and not rush it.
Just guarantee us as fans that the organization is going to get this thing right and get his hand right. Hey, if that's for next year, it's going to hurt like hell, and I don't even want to think about that, but just get it right. Get it right and move on.
You think about it, Tyler and Clint from the Kyle Tucker last year. You brought up the Bregman weirdness. And then Lance McCullers, who they paid him $85 million, and he just did pitch for like 3 years. And then all right, finally now we're gonna get surgery after 2 attempts back. Those are 4
bury me in the H
high money players and big time players that you need that just at the very least. Weird. And I know I hear what you're saying, Sally, but that's what I'm talking about with you, Sally. They can't miss. All right, they miss Yordan. All right, man, maybe sometimes it's hard to miss. All right, well, now it's hard to miss in Kyle Tucker. Oh, okay, well, all of this stuff with Bregman. All right, well, then now they didn't know. Maybe it's hard to miss the bone spurs and the elbow for Lance. This is just, and those are just those 4. Right? Like, no telling, when J.P. France's shoulder thing was detected. It's a lot in question with them.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, they look to win another series, would make it 12 in a row that they have not lost if they win tonight, and they got their man going, at least one of their mans. Hunter Brown, who is 8-3, ERA 1.74, nasty all year, and he gets the ball against some fellow who's got an ERA above 6. This looks like an ass-kicking waiting to happen. Here is the lineup, Clint. Paredes is into 2, Myers behind him, Altuve in the 3 spot playing second base, and then Cam Smith, who has been sitting in that cleanup role, with Walker behind him now, Diaz behind him, and then Hummel, and then O'Shea Whitcomb is the DH tonight with Dubon playing short. O'Shea.
Boy, Shea's got to have some real frequent flyer miles between Sugarland and Houston and Sugarland and wherever they're at on the schedule next.
I'm going to tell you what, fellas, I didn't.
DH, huh?
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
Not just DH. And listen, what he did the last time he played third base here, I will never forget.
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
Us being at that damn that bar downtown, and he just
The nightmare at third continues for
It started out as a joke.
That's
O'Shea,
30.
Hey, it started out as a joke, right? Well, O'Shea's having a rough night. Golly, Shea,
and then Tyler was playing it as a joke, and then Tyler started getting pissed.
Was it 4 errors?
3 or 4, man, at third base.
Good God, Shay.
Hey, listen, I ain't going to lie to you, Shay. Shout out to you and hard work. Because I thought that was going to be your last day as an Astros. Like to come back up. Maybe you have a Space Cowboy uniform. Maybe you have an Astros uniform in a spring training capacity. But I didn't think he'd get himself back up in a regular season game. And Shay, you have overcome this. Shouldn't have any errors tonight. Not at the DH. Should not have any errors tonight.
That's one way to get the errors.
That's one way to get out of the way. So that's the lineup tonight. Even though you're playing the Rockies, Clint Hunter-Brown is must see baseball right now. The way he has pitched, the way he has thrown the ball, he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball, and you just expect a win tonight against the Rockies.
What's that strikeout total tonight, Tyler? Are we going to find out in
6.5.
That's it?
Odds are a little steep, but yes, that's going to make an appearance on Best Bets. 545, tune in.
I figured you'd be all over that.
Oh, I am all over it. I love the diesel.
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, to the NBA, the New York Knicks, they expect to land a 2-time, this is as nice as you could really put it together, Sean. They land a 2-time NBA Coach of the Year in Mike Brown.
Oh, my goodness.
As the franchise's next head coach. And so what they did was fire Tom Thibodeau, who got them to the Eastern Conference Final for the first time in 25 years, and got this team to the playoffs, Game 7 the year before, to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Had some injuries that hurt them, and then they got there this year and lose in Game 6 to the Pacers, and they fire him to do what? Of course, the plan the entire way was to hire Mike Brown. That's what it was. Mike Brown, who was fired mid-season by the Sacramento Kings. That's who they brought. There is no way in God's green earth this was the plan. I think they thought they had a bead on Jason Kidd, but then forgot, Nico Harrison stopped being completely stupid and wasn't just going to completely – somebody stopped it. There is no way this was the plan. I don't know if it works. Maybe they have enough good players that it does, but there is no way that the plan was to fire Tom Thibodeau and to hire Mike Brown.
Ron, this is the third one for me in the NBA in about a year. I mean, maybe 2 years. When did Milwaukee fire their guy?
Oh yeah, to bring in Doc and then Denver.
Yeah, and then Denver mid-season this year. I guess it was late season.
Mike Malone who won him a championship.
And then this, it's just like I don't know, man. I don't know. Especially the New York Knicks thing maybe takes the cake because, like you said, that just the storied history and the expectations. You finally get a guy that really, to be honest with you, has some of that. Like he's cut from the New York Knick cloth, right? Of what most folks think the Knicks are, that old school, tough, rough mentality, and he has success at what I would say an above expectation level this year, and you fire him.
And then you hire somebody who is of similar –
without a plan.
Yeah, they don't plan, and then you bring in somebody who is not only a retread, but a similar coach. Mike Brown's known as a defensive-minded coach that his offenses were probably at its best when they had either LeBron James or De'Aaron Fox leading the way, and not a lot to do with what he was doing. Tom Thibodeau's a defensive-minded coach that people – like they just hired the same guy who may be worse. Maybe not as good a coach. Maybe they're at least in the same level. So, to me, it would have made sense to have gone and hired, a young, innovative guy.
Yeah.
Right? With no plan of – and, yes, they came knocking on Houston's door to try to meet with Ime Udoka. They went to Jason Kidd. They went to just about every coach who was in a pretty good position to try to bring them over. I don't know what the hell they thought they were doing, but it is wild. But the Knicks, they bring in Mike Brown. Someone on the text line said, I thought Mike Brown died. My bad, Mike. No, man, he just got fired. He just got canned. Mike didn't die.
5 o'clock fire.
And the latest thing, we said this in passing before we talked with Brandon Scott earlier. Breaking news, DeAndre Ayton has agreed to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. He got his deal bought out by Portland, and he will make $34 million between Portland and L.A., but the L.A. Lakers are only going to pay him about $8.5 in this deal. He's a 7-footer. He was formerly the number 1 overall pick, went to the Suns, has a lot of talent, a ton of talent, but plenty just he is one of those guys who just haven't been able to get it. Yeah. Haven't been able to get it. And on, talent and skill-wise, they get a 7-footer. They get a guy who can rebound, who is skilled, who can shoot, do a lot of things. But he just hasn't been mature enough to handle himself in basketball. So that's going to be something they're going to have to deal with.
Well, I mean, he was, and I don't remember what he was all year long, but when the Suns made that most recent run to a hell, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a part of that team right
Chris
there.
Paul and Booker and all that.
Yeah, I mean, he was a part of that team right there, and so I mean, he kept it together enough to be a part of a team that made a good run. And when you've got Luka and LeBron on your team, just hold it together good enough, and you got a shot. I'm trying to make you feel a little better about it, man.
It was probably the best spot they were at. If it works, it would be great. I understanding what he has been. There has a chance to be some real good clashes with J.J. Redick.
I forgot about that down there.
J.J. Redick, who will go head-to-head with Kendrick Perkins on television. J.J. Redick, who I thought got himself kicked off at First Take for going at it, Stephen A. Smith, and seems to have a short fuse. You remember he just told Jackson Hayes to go to hell at some point and got pissed off. Like that, you could see a clash if DeAndre Ayton starts to be doing DeAndre Ayton-like things. So the Lakers did add to their team. I don't know if that's a move that the Rockets look at and say, "Oh, I don't know now," but they do get a big. All right, coming up, the Texans. They got C.J. Stroud. They've got Nico Collins. They just added Higgins, who looks like a big body receiver who can get downfield. They've got Noel, who can do a lot of different things. They've got some really interesting, intriguing weapons. But what should the ideal team offensively be? Should they be a passing-dominated team, or should they be a run-first team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yeah, baby. I don't know about them Texans. Pass first, run first. I don't know, but I think you ought to.
almost here on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, Ron, if I win that auction for the dinner, you ain't showing up with no lame diet. I want to see real Ron at work. Damn. Damn.
Pony up enough money, you might get it. He can be bought.
Is that my boy Ron?
Hey, you ain't lying, baby. You want to see the real. You want to see the no, man, I ain't. I want to give that sausage a whirl. I mean, I don't know if I've seen the heyday Ron in a minute, boy.
That one you told me stories about, like driving home from work and making a few stops.
It wasn't. I didn't make multiple stops.
I thought I was being dead serious. I thought that's what you had told me.
I would get everything at one place.
Oh, I thought you said you'd go like somewhere to get something, and then you'd whip into like the Burger King and snag something.
And the only way that would even happen is if maybe I went and got a drink somewhere else because I wanted some sort of a slushie.
Baja.
But I didn't. No, I would roll over to Quick Trip, and they have an array of different slushy flavors over there. They got
QT. Yeah.
White cherry, they got Coke, they got it all over there. Cherry limeade, I'd mix it all.
Wets my whistle just thinking about it.
That one time where I really felt bad about myself, and I don't know if you remember, this was a real fat stage, right? I had to just try to look myself in the mirror. I felt bad for all those people at that Sonic. When Sonic had that they had them Oreos they were making. They had them deep fried Oreos they had for a run there. And I just wanted to give them a try, and I was on my way to work, and I said, well, hell, let me stop by. I rode through there, and I just sat there, and I said, you know what? There is no reason for me to get this. I do not need this. I do not need these deep fried Oreos, and I just burned out. And I had to drive past them because I was behind another car to drive through it real fast. I felt bad, but I felt better. I knew I didn't need them Oreos. It ate at me all day too. Those people. I should have called up there and apologized to them. But no, man, we'll have a good time. Again, as the texter said, tomorrow, big day, the Reggie and Ron radio-thon, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 12 hours of our radio-thon, and you can donate any amount will help, as we're trying to help the Houston Food Bank as they're in need, man. As we've said before, their budget's been cut by $11 million, but they are still expected to service the over 1 million people that they service, and we want to just be able to help in some way. We want to do this every year. This is the first year, and as I said earlier, I know the power of Sports Radio 610 and the great people in Houston, and I know you all will help us help them out and step forward. So join us tomorrow, 6 a.m., 6 p.m. You can text to donate. Text Sports Radio 610 to 71777. That's Sports Radio 610 to 71777 to make a donation. Do your thing. All right, Clint. If I were to tell you the way that this Texans offense is constructed, if I were to say they've got C.J. Stroud, they've got these weapons, and I said they should lean towards maybe really kind of being a pass-first team the way that Kansas City and Cincinnati are. Okay. If they should lean that way with Nico and some of the receivers they have, to where the way that they set the tone is passing the ball, right? We've talked about it. There are some teams who pass the ball to set up the run, and then there are some teams who run the ball to set up the pass. The Texans have kind of tried to do both over the last couple of years. I think the Chiefs and the Bengals are teams that throw the ball to set up their run game. If I told you that is where the Texans should go with their person,
no,
you wouldn't.
No.
Damn.
and they say no.
Unfortunately, no. I believe in C.J. Stroud 100%, Ron. I just don't believe that they got the supporting cast to pass the football to set up the run.
Yeah.
I don't believe that they have the supporting cast right now to spread.
You think they got the quarterback to do it?
Oh yeah. I think the quarterback to do it. Absolutely. I think they got a quarterback to do damn near anything they want to do, other than have some kind of mobile quarterback run system. I think the supporting cast is not there. And I'll be completely honest with you. I think they could get away with being that team, but I think they've got to take advantage of what we know to be true after what we saw C.J. Stroud's first year. He is an elite processor of defenses. He is an elite distributor of the football. And I think as long as he focuses on distributing the football on time, taking care of himself, taking care of his offensive line. In this case, he's going to have to take care of his offensive coordinator until he grabs his footing at some point in time during the year. I think that's got to be the path for the Texans offensively. Play really good defense, be smart and efficient on offense, and you can win a bunch of football games. We'll figure out down the road exactly who they are and what Nick Caley wants to do. But I think if we had to put a style, on this offense, or an approach on this offense.
So are you saying they should be run heavy, or not run heavy, but run to set up the pass?
No. I think they should be. They should strive to be. I think they should strive to be quarterback centric, but more from a cerebral standpoint of C.J. Stroud. We are putting everything on your shoulders in a Tom Brady fashion. Get us in the right play. Make the smart throw. Keep us ahead of our chains. Let the game dictate how aggressive you are or you aren't, right? Like to me, that is the way that this team ultimately finds its footing. And to be honest with you, I think that's the best version of C.J. Stroud. Do I think C.J. Stroud's gonna go out there and throw for 5,000 yards a season like that? No. I think C.J. Stroud should strive to be the guy he was his rookie year. If that ends up being a guy that throws for the most yards per game, then so be it. But he should damn sure strive for the fewest interceptions, the fewest sacks, taking care of the football. And with this defense, I think you win a lot of football games. And like I said before, I think that's the best version of C.J. Stroud. Because what you do have with C.J. Stroud is you got a guy that when the game dictates, like his rookie year against Tampa Bay, when the game dictates that you got to go 70 yards in 30 seconds, he can do it.
Yeah.
You got to get in the shootout, he can do it. But I just don't know that brand of football is going to win with this particular cast.
The thing that is interesting to me is they brought in a guy like Nick Chubb, and they have clearly expressed that they feel they needed to get more physical up front on the offensive line, and they have brought, I would say, we'll see what happens, but they've brought more up front. So in a way, it looks like they want to be where he came from. They want to be San Francisco or Detroit, who both of those teams, you wouldn't say they don't pass the ball, right? Detroit with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Williams and Jameson Williams and Laporta. But when you look at that team, they're establishing the run. Like they pass off of their run game. The Niners the same way. You wouldn't say Brock Purdy doesn't throw the football, but they are a team that is set up by the run first to get physical. So they bring in Nick Chubb to go with Mixon. You could see them go in that direction. But then they also bring in Nick Caley and some of the things he has said, which I definitely hope this isn't the direction they go. And that is the old game plan. Hey, whatever the opponent does or doesn't do well, we look at what the opponent and we base it off of that, and not necessarily the things that we definitely want to get accomplished game in and game out. So they look like they could set up to go multiple ways.
Well, the problem is we don't know. We don't have any idea what this offensive line is going to look like. That's the supporting cast I'm talking about. I mean, I would love to see this team get into 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 running back on the field, and spread them out. Let C.J. cook. I would love to see that. I don't think you have the offensive line to do it. Right? I guess the belief or the thought is based on the guys that they brought in is that they're going to put a heavy emphasis on running the ball, like you said. Are those guys going to be good enough to do that? Get that done? You know, can you do that with Dalton Schultz? Can you do that? You know, can you do that with really no fullback? Can you do that with like what exactly are the Texans going to look like offensively? I think it's the biggest question out there, definitely in Houston, but it's a big question in the NFL. What is this offense going to look like? Because C.J. Stroud would allow you to do a lot of things. His skill set will tell you that. But what can you actually get away with doing? Because
they wanted to be pass first last year, but their guys up front didn't allow it.
Yep.
Even with the injuries. Yeah, it's.
I'd say we just be smart. That's what I would do.
I don't love the thought of, all right, here we go. Each week is going to be different. This is what we're going to do.
Well, I don't think you do that. I don't think you do that. I think C.J. Smart is a smart enough guy and a cerebral enough quarterback, like one of the best in the league, to where if you've got a 4-inch thick playbook, you can have that thing wide ass open every game. And you can do what you do. You can be more multiple because C.J. Stroud allows you to do that. You don't completely change your game plan. No, you just have great answers across the board, right? I don't like I'm with you. I don't like the game plan offense. That wherever that term came from, I hate hearing it.
I've only seen one person really make it work.
Yeah, I hate hearing it.
Okay, calm down. All right, he hates hearing it, folks. Coming up as we continue here, T Mill's best bets. He's had a pretty good week. He's going to rebound off of yesterday's. Really, I think he just got screwed, to be honest with you. Yesterday's rough outing. He'll win you a little cash today, as he's yesterday, and we'll get you ready. College football will be here before you know it, and apparently the best quarterback in all of college football lives in Texas. And not just in all of college football, but the best we've seen in 20 years. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, T-Mill.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Area 45.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ooh, I got to make myself go to sleep. That's going to be the hardest thing for me. That'll be the hardest thing for me is to force myself to go to sleep. How many hours you think I should shoot for?
Well, that
you
depends.
have to get up at 5 to get here. I mean, at the latest 5.
I got the alarm set around 4:45.
What do you like? Everybody's different, right? So, like, on a normal night of sleeping, what do you normally aim for? What do you need for you to feel, right?
I mean,
correct the next day.
As we talked about it last week, I damn sure don't get enough.
Nobody in radio.
I'm probably a 5 to 6.5 hour guy.
To use Tyler's terms, everybody's different. On that front, you're not. You are a lesser version of yourself if you get 4.5 hours of sleep versus 8 hours of sleep.
Disagree.
100%.
No, it's probably
100%. You need to get some damn sleep. Get home, get you a gummy or something, and get you some sleep.
12:30 did last night.
Ron doesn't partake in that gummy life.
12:30 ain't gonna be it.
Well, I ain't gonna do that tonight. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try like 9.
I mean, what are you going to do? How are you going to get there? I mean, I don't think you just laying down is going to make you sleep.
Follow your heart, man.
Yeah. You think
you know what?
I got to add something to
it, man. Just stay up all night.
Ain't gonna hurt you, dirty.
Love Island, and don't sleep.
Oh no! If I do Love Island, I probably won't get to
you
sleep.
And Reg can get a good hour. That first 6 to 7, you can get a good hour of Love Island if you stay up all night watching.
If I to get because he's locked in, right? Reggie's locked in.
I didn't know. We never even asked him if he was locked in.
Oh, I think he said me and you. I need to watch. You're gonna be my show partner or something like that. Like he watches the hell out of it. He is a big fan. A big fan. Yeah. That's all right. Somebody said shaking my head. Ron's ass gonna be up till 1 a.m. No, I'm not. Okay.
You'd be fine.
I'm gonna at least put the kids to bed and then I'm gonna try to take it on in.
That should be a goal every night.
That should be the goal. That really should. I have another show to do every night at 10 o'clock, so that kind of jumps.
Take it on in, bro.
But I should. But then, I should go in at 11, but I'm never there. Tonight, I got to make myself. I mean, 6 to 6 a.m. I brought the throat coat.
Not gonna go to steak night with me tonight, huh?
That's where I think you should do it.
I'm kidding, man. I know y'all don't
I think you should. I think that's that. You start your all-nighter with Tyler at Kirby Ice House for steak night. I think you should.
Hey, I'll run a marathon with you, bro.
For shots, right?
Oh, yes.
Tequila. Really get the throat, the voice going well. No.
Chilled with a lime.
It will be. It'll be fun though. I'll be good. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll be ready to go, man. I'm gonna go get everything I need. I'm gonna bang out several lunches, so I'll get up here and just start eating bad, and get the drinks that I need. Oh, several meals.
I mean, multiple lunches isn't good, is it?
Multiple meals. I mean, hell, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here during breakfast, lunch, and
I was just
dinner.
I was confused at first. Like, don't abandon your diet here and just go multiple lunches and dinners.
Yeah, you're right. I might go. Yeah.
Gonna kill it, bro.
Oh, I know. It'll be fun, man.
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
So humble.
But I mean, I
like it, Adam.
I mean, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good at this thing, man.
I mean, have you figured out? Well, what are we going to do to make sure the drive wins?
I mean, it's pretty much already locked up, but
I think we need to have some incentives. I mean, I'm thinking at least a bottle. You roll with this, a bottle.
I'll make you feel real sexy.
Come on, Clint, sign something.
Yeah. Former Dallas Cowboy.
That ain't gonna get us nowhere.
Robert E. Lee Gander.
So, we got to come up at least a bottle. At least a bottle, man. You get a bottle, wink, wink, with your audition bid. All right, do you think?
What are you getting a bottle of?
I don't know, man.
Bland's.
We got to come to. Oh, okay. little Blanton's. Let's go in on it. Yeah, Blanton sounds good.
I wish my wife wasn't so high on that wine that we brought back from northern Michigan.
I got mine right here, Jack.
What are you doing with them $6?
Let's go, baby. I got mine right here.
Dang, he got some cash.
I got mine right here now.
He got some cash
over
baby.
Here. I got mine.
Where's that cash come from?
All right, be thinking about what best bet you want.
I had that bank closure on me.
So you had to grab some, huh?
Had to grab some. Oh man. All right, no. But again, for real, please come out and join us tomorrow as we are trying to raise money for the Houston Food Bank. Trying to raise money for the Houston Food Bank. $11 million. They have been cut.
I thought you were trying to raise $11 million. And say, woo.
I mean, if y'all want to, $11 million has been cut in their funding, and we just want to help how we can, and we need your help to do it. You can text Sports Radio 610 to 71777 to donate. Any amount counts, and all hands are on deck as we'll be joined by so many people that will help us put this radio-thon together. All right, Paul Feinbaum. Listen to what he says. It feels rather aggressive to me. I know Arch Manning has probably had the most NIL money, or at least right up the most, and he has been talked about a lot with his last name, and a lot of Texas fans are excited about him. But this is high praise coming from one of the top voices in college football, especially in the SEC, Paul Feinbaum.
I think there's a reasonably good chance that Arch Manning will be sitting on the front row in New York at the Heisman ceremony. That's assuming that his team does what it's supposed to do and compete for not only the SEC, but for the national championship. And I really believe they will. I think Steve Sarkisian, who's one of the most amazing play callers I've ever seen, made a critical mistake late in the year. He was way too loyal to Quinn Ewers, who was banged up and was really ineffective. Had Arch Manning been instituted in the second half of that game, like Nick Saban did a couple of years ago with Tagovailoa, I think there's a reasonably good chance that Texas would have beaten Ohio State and won the national championship. They're very capable of doing it again this year. I believe also that Arch Manning is the best college football quarterback we have seen since Tim Tebow entered the scene in 2006.
That dude, whoever there in the background.
How?
Wow.
Oh, did he say wow? I thought he said how.
Yeah. Well, I think he said wow. Could have been a how. Wow. Listen, that comment was, I mean, that was interesting. Wow. I mean, good heavens. I mean, Cam had a hell of a year. Johnny Manziel, obviously, was fantastic. I mean, as crazy as Jameis Winston is, he had a run there.
Water has no soul.
Yes. Lamar Jackson, he may not have won an good guy mighty. He won a Heisman Trophy at Louisville. So there are Joe Burrow in that year. There are a lot of QBs where that feels aggressive for somebody who had a hard time beating out Quinn Ewers. But do you get the sense, though, some of the other stuff he had to say? Potential Heisman Trophy finalist.
Absolutely.
A guy that has the potential to have Texas right there at the end, potentially winning a national championship. Do you get the sense of that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, you're talking about a guy that I don't believe that he's. I think his athletic, quote unquote, athletic ability at this point, based off what I've seen, is probably overrated as it pertains to going to the NFL. I mean, I think it's a good tool at the college level. I think it will help him get to New York and to a Heisman Trophy at the college level. I don't think it translates to the league, but I do think that he's going to spin it around well enough. He's going to run around and be mobile enough. And he's got a supporting cast that'll be as good as anybody in the country. He's got a play caller that'll be as good as anybody in the country. And ultimately, I think they end up in the college football playoffs again with him, pulling the trigger. So yeah, I think all of the above, with the exception of what you mentioned, being the best quarterback since Tim Tebow. I like what I have a hard. I don't have. I can't deny what he said other than that one bit.
His family, everything, got to understand he is – I mean, it is hard to be in that family and not pick up some of the major qualities that are just there for him. But I will say, Clint, we'll see. One, he couldn't beat out Quinn Ewers over the last 2 years. And I understand however you say that, but, I mean, this is a guy who almost went undrafted. And then, Clint, anytime we saw him, not against Lamar, but when we saw him against really good teams like Georgia, even a little bit he played, against Ohio State a little bit, but especially Georgia when Steve tried to make that switch, it didn't look comfortable. It didn't look comfortable, and it certainly wasn't like when Tua made the switch at the halftime against Georgia.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't look like that. That's the only thing is it didn't come in there like we've seen. Tua made the switch. Right there, we all knew Jalen's job was lost. That time, I forgot who it was. Was it Spencer Rattler who Caleb Williams came in and took it against a good team? Mm-hmm. We all knew it was over. I didn't see that from Arch.
No, look. Here's the thing: is who'd you mention? You mentioned Tebow. You mentioned Spencer Rattler. I guess it'd be Chris Leak, Spencer Rattler, and Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
They're just they're all so unique, right? I mean, like the Jalen Hurts thing, I think Saban knew he was putting a significantly better passer in the game, which he needed. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. I mean, you look at Tua. I don't remember that game like the back of my hand, but Tua had to play good for a half, and he would prove. We're talking about middle of the season benching a guy during a national championship run. That's a different animal. The Spencer Rattler thing, to me, I never thought Spencer was anywhere remotely close to what the hype was around him in Oklahoma, so it didn't surprise me at all that Caleb Williams took that job. I think we're talking about a guy that had very little experience, 1 year of college football.